My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 485 to chapter 646. In a secret manor in the eastern part of Seacombe planet. No one knew that this place was actually one of the larger strongholds of Xianxia prefecture on Seacombe planet. Until Northern Prince Mo led people and completely cleared out this place with lightning speed. The originally beautiful courtyard was now a mess with blood all over the ground. The 100 people from the hidden pavilion were all experts above level 12, and they carried out a one-sided massacre. At daybreak, there were faint clusters of flames moving in the manor. There were more than 1,000 people in the manor, but only one was left alive. The manor lord was forced to kneel in front of a black-clothed youth with bloodshot eyes. His hands dug into the ground as he angrily shouted, "Why? Hand it over." The back figure faced him indifferently and threw down these 3 words. "Hand over what?" The manor lord glared at the person's back with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, that devil would be riddled with holes by now. There were more than 1,000 people in the manor. His family had more than 20 people, and they all died in the hands of these people. What did they want him to hand over? My people. The youth abruptly turned his head and stared at him emotionlessly with a pair of icy phoenix eyes. Hand it over. The manor lord wanted to howl at the sky and cry out his grievances. He really didn't know who this youth wanted him to hand over. In these 2 years, the 2 large countries in the north joined forces with Southern Bailey to clear out Xianxia prefecture's forces everywhere. He already knew earlier that this fire would burn him sooner or later. He already led his subordinates to such a remote manor in the eastern part of the manor, so why couldn't he let them off? Thinking of his misery, tears involuntarily flowed down his old face. Now that he thought about it, his friend was right. No matter how strong the middle 6 prefectures were, it wasn't his territory after all. It was better to be careful in everything. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This lower star domain might not be as weak as you and I thought. Perhaps there were still a few hidden forces that were very strong. Cry? He actually had the face to cry. Compare who was more miserable? Who was more miserable? No one knew better than him how he had spent the past 2 years. Mo Lian ruthlessly kicked the manor lord's chest. Hand it over. Wow. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He clutched his chest and laughed miserably. Devil, you devil. What do you want from me? I didn't take anything. Devil? Mo Lian raised his phoenix eyes and gazed at him coldly. So what if he became a demon? How dare you? The captain of the hidden pavilion stepped on the old man's back. How dare you speak so rudely to His Highness? You're not going to tell me? Mo Lian's phoenix eyes narrowed as she laughed coldly. This solitude wants to refine the flesh and blood of your entire family, old and young, and turn them into mechanical puppets. This solitude will make you people of Xianxia Palace obey orders for eternity, and never be able to reincarnate. The old man's pupils shrank and he screamed, No, no, no. What do you want me to say? Your Honor. I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything. My people. Mo Lian flicked her sleeve, and a heavy slap landed on the manor lord's face. You bunch of snakes and worms from Xianxia Hall, you took away my man and haven't returned it to me for 2 years. Hand it over. Pfff, the old man fell to the ground. He didn't catch his breath and lay there motionless. A member of the hidden pavilion went forward to check his pulse. He turned to the crown prince and said, He's dead, Your Highness. Mo Lian's cold gaze landed on him. She said indifferently, Continue searching. This solitude wants everyone in Xianxia Palace to be exterminated. I originally said 6 chapters, but after thinking about it, I'll give you 10. However, I'm very busy these few days, so I'll update later. The evening wind blew gently through the forest. Peach blossom petals fluttered like snowflakes and landed on the red clothes with rustling sounds. The lake was sparkling, and schools of fish swam. The water and wind were cool and meandered. At this moment, a broken peach blossom petal landed on her lips. Her lips were rosy and moist, vermilion without being touched. Her crescent brows moved slightly, and she lifted her eyelids. A pair of pitch-black eyes opened slightly. Master, you've been lying here for 2 days and 2 nights. A little treant ran over and shook its tree arms. If you lie down any longer, little mushrooms will grow all over your body. Xiao. How long have I been sleeping? 2 days and 2 nights. The little treant bounced a few times beside her. Master, get up. Arbor reached out and picked up the broken petal stuck to her lips. Her ice-like eyes moved indifferently and she turned to look at the little tree. What am I going to do today? Master, there's actually nothing to do. You planted all the seeds in the ground these days. Many medicinal plants have already started to grow healthily, and those vegetable fields can harvest several rounds of vegetables. Go and collect them. Arbor reached out and grabbed a thin book to cover her face. I'll sleep for a while. The little tree, Guru. A small ice bead rolled to the little treant's feet. A small claw extended from the ice bead and scratched the little treant's trunk. The little treant stretched out its branches and whipped it. Guru. The ice bead thought that it had hidden itself well and had been hiding under the little treant's branches and leaves. Occasionally, when it approached its master, it would only sneak a glance at her before shrinking back. Don't be so sneaky. The little treant scolded in anger and amusement. Do you think master is stupid? She already knew that you didn't scram. Guru? Speak human language. The little treant was so angry that it wrapped its tree arms and punched the ice bead. Master has been lying for 2 days and 2 nights. Aren't you hungry? The little water blob asked pitifully. The little treant sighed. When it turned its head, it was suddenly stunned. Under the peach blossom trees, a red dress had long disappeared. It had been a long time since she came to this hillside. Facing the peach blossom forest, it was surrounded by a circle of green water. The peach blossom slope was full of flowers and green grass, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Xiaomu stood in front of a nameless grave, not moving an inch for a long time. Her slender and straight figure stood in front of the grave. Under her fierce red clothes, her slender fingers poked out of her sleeves. With a move, 2 jars of wine appeared in her hands. After slapping open the wine seal, Xiaomu took a sip before turning the wine jar upside down, mixing the wine into the soil. Fellow disciples, Jojo will drink first as a sign of respect. Master. The little treant skipped all the way over. Master, you. Have I not been here for a long time? The sapling grunted sullenly. Master, ever since you buried the holy water sect disciples here, you haven't set foot here. Chocho, how long have I been here? It's been a long time, Master. It's already been a little over 2 years. The sapling stretched out a branch and gently tugged at her sleeve. Its heart ached when it saw its master like this. Arbor walked forward a few steps and arrived in front of a coffin sealed in ice. Separated by a thick layer of ice, she indifferently gazed at Xianxia, who was lying inside. With a move of her finger, a peach blossom was placed on top of her ice coffin. Master, you should go out now. The sapling said weakly. Looking at its little master who was gently caressing the ice coffin, its tree-like face almost scrunched together. The sun rises and sets, day after day. Master, you've already stayed here for more than 2 years. Other than the first 6 months when you advanced your conscious in your sleep, after that, I always felt that you were no different from sleeping when you were awake. It was lifeless. No, it seemed to be world-weary. Chocho, are you disappointed in me? Arbor murmured softly. The sapling shook its sharp tree head like a rattledrum. No. Chocho will always love Master so much. Don't hang out with that blob of water in the future. Its tone was becoming more and more similar. Arbor stood up and walked towards the treehouse she lived in. She skillfully climbed up her treehouse and carried the little white squirrel out. As usual, she fed it a few mouthfuls of medicinal liquid and stroked its round belly. In these 2 years, the little squirrel hadn't woken up again. 2 years ago, the fatal blow from that middle-aged mystic cultivator from Ani Prefecture had nearly shattered all the bones in the little white squirrel's body. After that, she had stitched the little squirrel up needle by needle and poured the precious medicinal liquid into its stomach like it was plain water. In these 2 years, although its condition had improved slightly, it still hadn't woken up. Hence, Xiaomu fed it the medicinal liquid every day, feeding it 3 meals a day. Chocho, don't forget to feed it medicine in the future. Arbor wrapped the little white squirrel up and put it in the treehouse. On the other end, a cyan blue chick flew onto her arm with a quack. Arbor stroked its fur in passing, but before she could speak, she heard the sapling Cho-Cho shriek and howl. Master, where are you going? Why do you need Cho-Cho to feed you medicine? Master, you can't be thinking of? Master, don't die. Master. You can't go and commit suicide. I won't let you die. Cho-Cho won't let Master die. Once Cho-Cho started crying, the little water ball immediately burrowed out from under the leaves on its head. As soon as it saw Arbor, it started to cry pitifully. It looked like a blob of water wanted to get close but didn't dare to. It cried pitifully, Master, Master, don't die. I'll leave. I'll leave now. Woo-woo. Arbor looked at the two little ones speechlessly and punched the little Trent's little head. Who wants to die? The little tray ant and the little water ball sobbed for a while before they suddenly stopped crying and said in unison, Master, are you going to die? Arbor simply couldn't be bothered to talk to these two idiots. I'm going home. Arbor said indifferently, in the future, I may not come to Paradise Planet every day. The heavy responsibility of taking care of chirps will be handed over to the two of you. Master. The little tray ant and the little water ball hung on her lapel, one above and one below. They exclaimed in unison again, You're going out. What, you don't want me to leave this place? Arbor asked dryly as he leaned against a tree branch. This place is indeed quite good. It's carefree, aloof from worldly affairs, and has no worries. Master, of course I'm going out. Arbor slowly took out an iron tablet from his chest and looked at it coldly. I still have to go settle accounts with them, don't I? Even if I'm the only one left in the Holy Water Sect. It's still the Holy Water Sect. As long as I don't die, the Holy Water Sect will rise again one day. It was just that she was in too much pain and wanted to escape too much. If she went out now, she would definitely see the wretched scene of Sky Peak's dilapidated walls. Because the sapling only dragged her into Paradise Planet, she would still be on the Holy Water Sect's Sky Peak when she came out. She didn't want to, nor did she dare to, go out, she even loathed this ugly world. If she could, she really only wanted to peacefully live out her life on Paradise Planet by herself. However, a belly full of hatred might not be able to calm her heart. The entire Holy Water Sect's 800 disciples had one life. One day, she would make them pay for this debt one by one. No one should think of having an easy time. Now, I'll start with you. Arbor tightly clenched the iron tablet in her hand, wanting to crush it. She had repeatedly checked this iron tablet she picked up from the shattered Holy Water Sect's ancestral hall. The name of Guanlon City's Qin estate was engraved on the back. Qin estate, what did it have to do with those people from Shuntian Prefecture? Or could it be that Shuntian Prefecture's power was hidden within Guanlon City's Qin estate, that stooped old man who appeared in Dwelling Valley? Did you die or not? If you didn't die, then are you prepared to have your bones ground to dust and your flesh to be devoured by me? Wrapped in a flapping red dress, she was like a ball of vengeful blood, scarlet and dazzling, directly pressing against the sun and moon. Caw? Weak little chicken jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed against her head. Don't go out, either. Stay here obediently, Arbor said faintly as she patted weak little chicken's chubby body. Back then, Qingwan challenged 100 beasts alone and was incomparably brave, but it was heavily injured. Although she slowly recovered these 2 years, Arbor still had some psychological trauma. Caw. Speak human. The sapling grumpily slapped weak little chicken's head. Why did this bunch of heart-crushing scoundrels always like to grumble and refuse to speak human language? They had to find the right target even if they wanted to act cute. Didn't they know that Master was an oddball who disliked cute things the most? Master, I'll send you there. I can fly fast. Newbie flapped its wings and shouted. There's no need. It's been so many years. A few days won't make a difference, Arbor said calmly. I'll go to 5 Moon City and buy a horse. The water ball shrank and hid behind the little tray ant, not daring to say anything. On top of the mist, 2 round eyes looked at its master cutely. Arbor suddenly beckoned to it. The little water blob immediately flew over excitedly and threw itself into her arms. I'm sorry. She had long known that her anger was completely unreasonable. It was just that during that period of time, she really didn't want to see that blob of water. Could the holy water really make the people of the 6 constabularies so obsessed? Little Master is finally not chasing me away? Wow. The little water blob felt wronged and happy at the same time. Just as it was about to burst into tears, it saw its little master quickly take out a big bottle. The little treant was speechless. All of a sudden, the water blob held back her tears. Yes, for some reason, when she saw that big bottle, the water blob didn't want to cry anymore. Arbor looked at her regretfully and put away the bottle in her hand. She turned to the little treant and said, "Send me out." The little treant immediately nodded with tears in its eyes. It had waited for so long for its master to finally let go and walk out. Just let go? The word let go was easier said than done. Once the seed of hatred was buried in the heart, it would grow stronger day by day. When Arbor appeared on Sky Peak again, she couldn't help but be startled by the scenery before her. Ancient tree vines intertwined together covered the entire Sky Peak. Arbor's slender hand pushed aside the 2 vines blocking her way and squeezed through the intersecting vines. As far as the eye could see, the entire holy water sect was enveloped by the sapling's vines. Arbor stared blankly for a while before suddenly feeling her wrist heating up. When she looked down, she saw the jade bracelet carved with a pine tree suddenly emitting a lustrous light. Arbor raised her left wrist and saw a strong light abruptly activate. As if receiving some sort of response, a circle of fist-sized jade talismans flew up with a whoosh from where the ancient vines intertwined around the snowy peak. The circular jade talismans gathered into a ball and rapidly flew to Arbor's fingers. They glowed faintly and vibrated lightly. Arbor reached out to hold it, and her eyes flickered with disappointment. How could those people from Xianxia Prefecture and Ani Prefecture find the treasure pavilion? It turned out that at the critical juncture that day, the Maple Pavilion had already been enveloped by a talisman matrix. All the secret techniques and mystic weapons that the Holy Water Sect had passed down over the past 300 years had been stored inside the jade talismans. Until she appeared. Arbor touched the lustrous jade bracelet on her left wrist, which was also where the key to the Maple Pavilion was located. Without this key, all of the Maple Pavilion's inheritance would probably be buried under the snowy peak forever, never to see the light of day again. Thinking about it, she really was proud and aloof. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if the entire Holy Water Sect was razed to the ground, those people could forget about obtaining any benefits. Chocho, put it inside, okay? Yes, master. The sapling knew that its little master would definitely be in a bad mood after coming out, so it hastily agreed and extended its branches to encircle the faintly glowing spherical jade talisman matrix in Arbor's hand. Master, I can build a wooden pavilion, the sapling said hurriedly. Little Tree said hurriedly, although it might not be the same as the Maple Pavilion of the past, at least it looks like it. Arbor nodded faintly. As you wish. After the Maple Pavilion was dragged into Paradise Planet by the sapling, the jade bracelet on her left wrist stopped resonating with it. It dimmed slightly and remained dormant on her wrist. Arbor reached out and caressed it again, looking up at the sky covered by the ancient vines. Only a tiny bit of sunlight could be seen seeping in through the gaps between the leaves. Little dots of light landed on the ground, making the whole environment look very gloomy and gloomy. Morong's son, I'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, Arbor muttered to himself. With a slight movement of his body, he drilled out from between the vines and landed lightly on the snowy peak. Xiaomu's seemingly slow floating speed actually took no more than a few seconds before her slender figure landed at the foot of the mountain and entered Xianxia village's range. Xianxia village was desolate and devoid of any signs of life. Along the way, they saw that the ground was covered with withered leaves, and only a stretch of dilapidated walls remained. At this moment, a few soft voices suddenly came from behind the collapsed house. Arbor was startled. She hadn't seen anyone for more than 2 years, so she subconsciously still didn't want to see people. The Holy Water Sect's area had long been deserted, so why would there be voices? In the blink of an eye, her petite body had already disappeared from where she stood. When she reappeared, a pair of lonely and dark eyes landed on the small slope behind the dilapidated walls. There were 4 people sitting there, a typical adventurer team. The 4 of them were currently roasting some simple food around a fire. One of them sighed and said, "Life has been getting harder and harder recently. I heard that City Lord Wu has already given the order to start moving the city today." All of 5 moon cities' people will be migrating to the northern fortifications. We can't grow anything. If this continues, the entire city's people will starve to death. Sigh. Another person heaved a long sigh and used the branch in his hand to poke at the fire, poking a short and fat boy beside him. You punk, what are you spacing out for? The short and fat boy's bald head was barren, and his body was as round as a ball. His face was fair without a beard, and he was carrying a large iron pot on his back. What's wrong? You've been spacing out. Nothing. The short and fat boy picked up a small piece of sweet potato and fiddled with it. After a while, he raised his head and said, Eldest brother, I came here when I was young. Came to the holy water sect? Eldest brother was taken aback, but then he asked with a smile, when was that? Several years ago, I guess. The iron pot boy scratched his bald head and smiled honestly. At that time I was young and didn't know any better. I even pretended to be a girl and came to the holy water sect to participate in the test. After the 3 brothers were taken aback, they abruptly burst into loud laughter. You brat, you're really ingenious. Second brother slapped his bald head and laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? The iron pot boy slapped their hands away and pursed his lips. At that time, at least I could eat my fill and wear warm clothes in the holy water sect. Moreover, the 3 sects were so powerful and everyone yearned for them. I also wanted to go. And then? You? And you even passed the test? Eh? What are you talking about? Don't say it. I did pass the test. The iron pot boy raised his head, and a bright smile appeared on his white, dumpling-like face. Xiaozhang, don't brag. It's not like I don't understand the market. I heard that at that time, although the holy water sect opened its gates to accept disciples every few days, the number of people who could pass the holy water test every year was very few. What am I bragging about? I did pass, Xianxia said angrily. At that time I was chosen by the 3 peak masters. Alas, in the end, we were still exposed by the first peak's peak master Morong. My father and I were thrown out. Xianxia poked at the flame inside. Come to think of it, it's quite an interesting memory. My father has already been gone for 2 years. Seeing that he was a little sad as he spoke, everyone couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the shoulder. These days, who knows when it will be our turn. Second brother, don't say such unlucky things. Alright, let's hurry up and finish eating. We'll go up the mountain to take a look. Although the holy water sect has been sealed off, I don't know if we can dig up some food from the snowy peaks. Yeah, I remember that in the past, the villagers of Xianxia village often went up the mountain to look for food. It's said that the animals and plants on the mountain didn't mutate much, and the wild mushrooms they dug up could be eaten casually. Mushroom? Oh my, don't say that. I'm about to drool. While the 4 of them were laughing and fooling around, they suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep over and instantly rolled them out. The fire was also completely extinguished. Don't go up the mountain. An icy voice shattered in their ears like jade beads falling onto a plate. I'll let you go on account of your relationship with the holy water sect. Leave quickly and don't come back. After the icy voice rang out again, another gust of wind swept over and directly pushed the 4 of them out of Xianxia village's entrance along with their bags. The 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat. They crawled up and hastily retreated from Xianxia village's vicinity without saying anything. They didn't stop until they were very far away. They looked at each other in panic. We really had a narrow escape just now, one of them said while wiping his cold sweat. Another person nodded and looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Little Zhang, if it weren't for your story that touched that expert's heart, we wouldn't have been able to escape. We probably wouldn't have been able to return today. That terrifying aura just now made them feel lingering fear even now. From that voice, the girl didn't seem to be very old, but her cultivation was simply astonishing. Sure enough, a large sect was a large sect. No matter how many people had destroyed it, the remaining power was not to be underestimated. Go. Eldest brother, we should leave quickly. They were kicked out after hearing a voice and didn't even see who came. How would they dare to linger any longer? They hastily packed up their things and left in a hurry. Xianxia looked back at the holy water sex mountain gate entangled in vines and sighed deeply. Not long after the four of them left, Arbor's smoke-like figure stood there indistinctly. She gazed icily in the direction they left. Just now, she had the intention to kill. However, just as she said, Xianxu's words caused her heart to waver slightly, and her entire body softened. 60 ebony talismans floated from her fingertips. They hovered in the air and abruptly lit up before disappearing into thin air. Arbor left with a flick of her sleeves. After a long time, a thin and weak little mouse creaked out from the crack in the wall and ran forward without any head or brain. Suddenly, a force blocked its path and flung it away while squeaking. A formless and transparent barrier appeared for a short while before disappearing into the air. Arbor slowly walked to Five Moon City. The city gates were wide open, and the large group was moving at an extremely slow speed. It seemed that Xianxia and the others were telling the truth. Five Moon City was currently undergoing a large-scale migration. It was just that the journey to the north was long and they didn't know how many people would be left after the tens of thousands of people had migrated to the fortifications in the north. Arbor shook his head, passed by the crowd, and walked towards the horse shop in the city. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to buy a horse when he arrived at the stables. It was said that the wild horses that were hunted had basically gone bad, and the domesticated horses were all snatched up by the residents of Five Moon City. "Little girl, are you going north too?" The boss was wearing a tattered jacket. He rubbed his hands and said, "They all said that it's colder in the north this year. It's already snowed several times. I reckon most of them will freeze to death on the road." Sigh. Arbor turned and left without saying a word. The boss looked at her back and muttered softly, "She's just a little girl, yet she's so cold. Make way, make way, make way. Get out of my way. What are you doing? You're all blocking the way. Get out of the way." Berating voices rang out repeatedly. A few whips fell, causing the crowd to scream. "What are you doing?" An angry roar rang out. "The city lord is here, Lord City Lord." The citizens shouted along the street. The one who had been whipping his way over was a minor leader of the caravan. He had a ferocious and overbearing appearance, and it was clear that he was out of tune with the common people around him. "Stop." Wu Mantian hurried over with two personal experts, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the violent minor leader. That person was the standard model of a round and round bumpkin. He was over 40 years old and wore a washed dark blue robe, but he had taken care of himself in a decent manner. "Do you know who this daddy is? You, a trifling city lord of Five Moon City, dare to be insolent in front of me?" Two level 10 experts immediately walked out from Wu Mantian's side. One of them grabbed Little Fatty and pulled him off his horse. Little Fatty cursed, "You're rebelling. This daddy is second manager Chi of northernmost state Uncle Zhang's estate. You, a city lord, dare to touch this daddy? So it's second manager Chi." Wu Mantian sneered and cupped his hands towards him. "If there's anything you want to say, please say it properly. If you want to hurry, we'll make way for you. There's no need to whip people, it will scare them." "Humph." Second manager Chi snorted heavily at the sky and glanced at the two level 10 experts with unsightly expressions. However, he didn't dare to criticize Wu Mantian's attitude any further. "Since the city lord has come to cause trouble, I won't say anything else. Please make way for me. I am making this trip for Her Highness Consort Xing." Second manager Chi cupped his hands at the northern sky. "Our Highness is waiting for this subordinate to rush back and report." "Well said, well said." Seeing that the other party had brought out some noble consort, Wu Mantian couldn't argue with him anymore. He whispered a few words into the ears of the two experts beside him, having them go forward and disperse the crowd of common people. Wu Lingxiu, who was only 8 years old, pouted her small mouth as she stood beside her mother. She muttered in a small voice, "Mother, I hate this person's ugly face." The city lord's wife gently tugged on her daughter's small hand, indicating for her not to speak. Arbor stood coldly at the back of the crowd. The commotion just now made the crowd even more crowded, so she stopped for a moment under the eaves of a house. At this moment, he swept his gaze over and saw that there were more than a dozen people escorting the caravan. In the middle, there were 2 wooden prison wagons. Each cart had 5, 6, 7, or 8 people locked up in the wooden huts. There were old and young people, big and small. Altogether, there were 12 or 13 people locked up. A girl of about 5 or 6 years old stood in the prison wagon, her two thin and weak little hands tightly gripping a wooden pillar as she stared at the people outside. The crowd began to stir. An old man beside Arbor sighed and shook his head. Sigh, they probably went to the dark sea to catch mermen again. How pitiful. Some of them are still children. Arbor's gaze fell on the old and young people in the two carriages. He saw that they were all looking at the citizens outside with anticipation in their eyes. However, even Wu Mantian, the city lord, could not interfere with Consort Jing's matters, let alone a group of ordinary people like them. If they wanted to meddle in other people's business, they had to be alive first. Merman? Arbor muttered to herself. The old man glanced at her but was shocked by the appearance of the red-clothed, cold-faced little girl in front of him. The little girl was dressed in a fluttering red robe. Her waist was slim, and her lips were clean and vermilion. Her hands were tucked in her sleeves, holding a small hand warmer. She had crescent brows and starry eyes. Her pair of beautiful, pitch-black eyes were like two deep, swirling abysses that seemed to suck people in with a single glance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a celestial being reborn. She had such stunning beauty at such a young age. She would definitely be a calamity in the future. Arbor only muttered to herself and didn't need anyone to talk to her. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, 2 or 3 people immediately started talking to her. Little girl, merfolk have always lived in the waters of the dark sea. They don't come ashore easily. As soon as a man spoke, his plump wife immediately twisted his pig ears and scolded, "Look, look, look. Why aren't your eyeballs falling out? Is she beautiful? Huh? No, not beautiful, not beautiful. Wife, you're the most beautiful. The most beautiful. Don't be awkward, awkward. Ears, ears." Woo-woo, who knew if he would be struck by lightning for saying such untrue words, after the couple left, not many people paid attention to them. At this moment, the road was crowded with people everywhere. Many people were still hurriedly packing their luggage and clothes at this time and carrying baskets of things out of their homes. Merfolk have always advocated peace. However, it's said that the sea isn't calm these days. Merfolk occasionally come ashore to look for food, but they're probably caught, a scholar in green beside her continued. At this moment, Arbor's gaze met the little girl's on the prisoner carriage. She subconsciously reached out to stroke her chest. When she saw the holy water for the first time and the holy water rushed toward her body, her chest had also been like this, burning faintly like a spark. She felt a bit stuffy and uncomfortable in her heart. The little girl's eyes, which longed for the outside world, reminded her of the little girl who died in her arms 2 years ago. For some reason, she wanted to be willful. After the crowd dispersed to both sides, second manager Qi mounted his horse and led a group of people on the road with his head held high. Xiaomu gazed coldly in that direction before suddenly flashing away. The scholar in green was stunned. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, the little girl beside him had disappeared without a trace. When he looked up again, he saw that fiery red figure standing in front of the carriages, blocking second manager Qi's path. Second manager Qi was just about to flip out, but when he saw the little girl's face clearly, his saliva ran down. His fat face drooled as he gazed at the girl. His voice, which was strangled, was so soft that it made one's hair stand on end. "Little girl, why are you looking for me? Do you want to return to Guanlon City with me? Release her." Xiaomu coldly uttered these 2 words. Surprisingly, second manager Qi didn't get angry and even laughed out loud. This little girl is truly adorable. There was no way they would let him go. How about this, you follow me back to northernmost capital. At that time, we can discuss this properly. Pa. Second manager Qi didn't even see clearly how the other party attacked. He only felt a pain on his cheek before he fell from his horse and fell to the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he fell flat on his face and immediately made everyone around him laugh. Good. Wu Lingxiu's clapping and cheering voice suddenly fell into Madame Wu's hands. Wu Montian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the girl who was blocking the carriage with a look of disbelief. Wasn't that? That little divine physician from the Holy Water sect, the holy water sect's snowy peak had been enveloped by vines for the past 2 years, and no one could climb it. Where did this little divine physician come from? There was a hint of excitement in Wu Montian's eyes. The holy water sect hadn't been completely exterminated. There were still people in the holy water sect. Second manager Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his swollen face and staggered up in disbelief. That young lady just now was her. All of a sudden, second manager Qi's pupils contracted. He saw a lightning-fast figure glide past his eyes. What are you doing? This is Her Highness Consort Xing. She. Arbor raised her hand, and more than a dozen immobilization talismans flew up and stuck to the faces of the Xing estate's servants. Intermediate level talisman, blue immobilization talisman, immobilized for half an hour. Opponents one level higher than the user would be immune to the effect. Among these Xing estate's servants, only 2 were level 6 mystic cultivators. The rest were body cultivators and ordinary people, so the immobilization talismans were naturally quite effective. Thus, everyone saw that those fellows who had been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws just now all maintained a fixed position, standing there with a dazed expression on their faces. Why you? What kind of witchcraft did you use? Second manager Qi's shrill voice rang through the air. He covered his face with one hand and pointed at Arbor with the other shakily. Why you dare to offend our Xing estate? Little b****, aren't you afraid of death? Arbor ignored the hooting second manager Qi and walked to the prison carriage without minding her own business. An intermediate-level Vajra talisman floated in front of her. This was one of the new intermediate-level talismans she learned after opening the 4th jade slip. After activating the Vajra talisman, it could make parts of the body as hard as Vajra and indestructible. That's why, when Xiaomu's hands gave a light tug and crushed the 2 large copper locks into powder like she was crushing tofu, second manager Qi's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Heavens, that young lady's hands look white and tender, bright and flawless. How can she be so formidable? Come. Arbor reached out and helped the little girl out of the cage first. The 13 mermen filed out in a line. They were somewhat frightened and uneasy, and there were more or less injuries on their bodies. I'm going to Shijiao City. I can send you guys to the vicinity of the Dark Sea on the way, Arbor said indifferently. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. An old woman who looked older among the 13 mermen repeatedly thanked Arbor gratefully on behalf of the group of mermen. How dare you? Second manager Qi glanced at his subordinate who had been immobilized on the spot and angrily stomped his feet. He angrily said to Arbor, you dare to offend our Her Highness Consort Xing? In order to catch these mermaids, he had been lying in ambush for more than half a month. Now, all his previous efforts had gone to waste. Initially, he thought that by offering these captured mermen to Consort Xing, he would be able to elevate the status of his entire family in the manor. But now, all the beautiful dreams had come to an end. This unknown little girl who came out of nowhere actually released all the mermen that he had captured with great difficulty. How preposterous! Arbor abruptly turned his head and stared coldly at Qin Lai with his ice-soul-cold pearl eyes. Second manager Qi was scared silly on the spot, and he shuddered in a daze. He only felt that the girl's glance made him feel fear and shudder from the depths of his soul. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave. Otherwise. Arbor's cold gaze swept across his face. You can stay here forever. She only wanted to release the mermaids, not kill them. However, if this fellow with the surname Qi continued to be so noisy, there was no guarantee that she would not change her mind. Second manager Qi was also a smart person. He glanced at the little girl's small, white, jade-like hands. He knew very well that he was not even worth a fart in front of this little girl. How could a girl who could knock him off his horse with a single slap be an ordinary person? Although he was unwilling, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Second manager Qi hastily mounted his horse and hurriedly rode away, abandoning his subordinates who were standing on the street. Everyone laughed behind him, but second manager Qi pretended not to hear them and ran out of Five Moon City with all his might. As he ran, he thought hatefully, I must report this matter to State Uncle Xing when I return. After second manager Qi left, Wu Mantian walked toward Arbor with a smile and cupped his hands. Little divine physician, we meet again. Arbor saw Wu Montian's family of 3 early in the morning and only nodded at him. If it's convenient, can I borrow a carriage? An hour later, Arbor's group left 5 Moon City. It was not that she had to follow Wu Montian's group, but there were too many people migrating from the city, so at a glance, she saw that they were basically all people from 5 Moon City. The people in front all had carriages and horses. The further back they went, the more impoverished the elderly, the women, and the children. Wu Montian's family of 3 was at the back of the group to take care of these women and children. Wu Mantian specially allocated a rather spacious carriage for Qiao Mu, which was more than enough to accommodate a dozen or so people. The driver was a merman over 50 years old. It was said that he often moved on the ground and was also an expert at driving carriages. The older woman was called Long Xinghua. It was said that the surname Long was the royal surname of their merman race. However, according to Long Xinghua herself, she could only be considered a side branch of the royal family and was worlds apart from the orthodox royal family. Once they conversed, the merman realized that Miss Qiao was a taciturn person. Basically, she would not respond to any of their words. However, they liked this savior very much. Especially the little girl, Long Xianxia, who was Long Xinghua's granddaughter. She kept sticking to Arbor, holding her arm and sniffing her scent with her little nose. The merman girl at the side laughed. Xianxian, why are you always sticking to your savior? Big sister smells really good. Long Xianxian pulled Arbor's hand and said. Little girl, thank you so much for saving us. Arbor also realized that most of the merfolk were chatterboxes. This was especially true for Granny Long Xinghua, who had already thanked him 18 times. Arbor suddenly looked at Granny Long. Why did those people capture you? Why are you locked up in the prison wagons? The people second manager Chi caught were all women and children of the merfolk clan. There were both young and old. 2 or 3 boys were also quite young, so their strength was naturally weaker compared to adults. Alas. Speaking of this, Long Xinghua could not help but sigh. In the past few years, I don't know who spread this rumor. It is said that as long as one consumes the pearls in our mermaids and mermen, he or she will be able to live forever. Long Xinghua smiled bitterly and said, actually, among us mermen, there is less than 1 in 10,000 who can produce a merman pearl in our bodies. It is impossible for most mermen to have shark pearls. Arbor nodded. They don't know? No, they know. Long Xinghua sneered. However, they are unwilling to give up and feel that they must dissect us to see if we have shark pearls. So, that second manager Qi dragged you all to the Mo Kingdom capital for? To dissect the merfolk pearls in your bodies. Arbor didn't finish speaking, but all the merfolk present understood her meaning. Nodding, Long Xinghua smiled sadly. These people believe the rumors without a doubt. But this rumor has already been circulating for over 100 years. It's just that it's been spreading more and more recently. The capture of merfolk is becoming more and more frequent. It's said that it's all for the Mo Kingdom capital's peerlessly beautiful Her Highness Xing, a mermaid beside Long Xinghua said softly. Arbor had already heard people mention that Her Highness Xing more than once. The Mo Kingdom capital's Her Highness Xing could slaughter so many merfolk without hesitation for the sake of enhancing her beauty, vainly attempting to obtain the merfolk pearls in other people's bodies. This woman must be as beautiful as a rabbit silk flower on the outside, but as venomous as a viper and scorpion on the inside. That second manager said that if the merfolk pearls leave the body, they'll lose their effectiveness in less than an hour. So they want to bring us back to the Mo Kingdom capital's Guanlan city first before dissecting the merfolk pearls in our bodies. The mermaid said pitifully, but we're all very clear that we don't have merfolk pearls in our bodies. Granny Long also sighed. Recently, monsters have been rampant in the water and charged into our village. We had no choice but to come ashore to forage for food. Who would have thought that someone would lie in wait for us to walk right into their trap? That Her Highness Xing's heart must be especially vicious. These 2 years, the number of our clansmen who died at her hands is at least 800, if not 1,000. Arbor couldn't help but click her tongue inwardly. For the sake of her beauty, Consort Xing could be considered to have stopped at nothing. After the carriage left Pony Town, the flow of people started to thin out. Some of the carriages running in front already couldn't be seen, while those lagging behind couldn't catch up in a short time either. Arbor didn't pay much attention to the people migrating from Five Moon City and hurried to the nearest Netherworld Sea with the merfolk. This place was a tributary that would ultimately flow into the Netherworld Sea. The mermaids naturally knew the way in the water better than she did. Everyone thanked her profusely. Before leaving, Long Xianxia held her hand and said goodbye reluctantly. Granny Dragon gave her an emerald green piccolo as a thank you gift. She only said that if she ran into any trouble in the water, she could blow the piccolo to summon the mermaids and mermen nearby to help. After watching the merfolk leave, Arbor put the carriage into a blue ebony storage talisman. He put the piccolo into his inner world, held the reins with one hand, and mounted the horse. His wrist slowly shook the reins. The horse galloped steadily along a dirt road and soon overtook a portion of the pedestrians. Based on the walking speed of the people of Five Moon City, it would take around 20 days to reach the border of northern Mo on foot. This kind of major event of moving the city didn't have much to do with her. Since City Lord Wu had made the decision to move, he naturally had already negotiated with the northern Mo fortification to settle down the personnel. Arbor urged her horse toward Shizhou City. Once the thought of returning home crossed her mind, she inexplicably felt a rush to return home. Speaking of which, when she left home, she said that she would definitely return within 3 to 5 years. She didn't expect that she would be gone for as long as 7 years. She wondered if Mother and the others were doing well in Shizhou City. Xiao Lin, Xiao Sen, and Brother Qiao, who should have all grown up, it really had been a long time since she last saw them. She wondered what it would be like when they met again. Along the way, all the soil she saw was scorched black and couldn't grow anything. Arbor's expression couldn't help but soften a little when she thought of the delightfully growing vegetables and fruits she planted on Paradise Planet. She basically didn't need to worry about the arrangements inside Paradise Planet now since the sapling was in charge of it. Ever since the little tree had advanced to the middle stage of its so-called infant stage, it could easily make all kinds of arrangements on Paradise Planet. With a wave of its hand, it could make a bunch of diligent little Treants to plant and harvest vegetables for her. Every time she saw 7 or 8 saplings running toward her and hanging all over her body, she couldn't help but feel helpless. Moreover, it was just as the little water ball had said. The current her only needed to summon the little water ball or the sapling out of her body to attack. For this reason, she even specially used holy water and tried it 2 or 3 times. The effect shocked her. Although she didn't say it, she was deeply moved. That was the origin of the 5 spirits, the power of holy water. Other people actively comprehended the 5 spirits' origins when breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator and then completed the transition from the mystic realm to the spirit realm. Only about 1 in 10 people could complete this transition in one go. 8 to 9 people needed to comprehend the transition again and again. If other people found out about dear Qiao Mu, this oddball, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. She was a level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator who hadn't even touched the threshold of level 15, but in reality, she had already completed the breakthrough from the mystic realm to the spirit realm. One day, as long as she was willing to raise her cultivation, she could directly cross over to the spirit realm. She didn't need to comprehend anything anymore and truly didn't have the slightest bit of trouble. After nightfall, Arbor simply tied the horse to a nearby tree and had the sapling take out a handful of grass to feed it, as well as 2 peaches for her to gnaw on. She had gnawed on a piece of pork trotter for lunch today, so she was still very full now. She didn't plan on eating anything else and planned to gnaw on 2 peaches and be done with it. "Master, don't you plan on coming in to sleep?" The little water ball's soft voice rang out. "No need." Arbor started a fire and used a withered branch to stir the flames. "I haven't even seen a single zombie after coming out for so many days. I think I'll encounter a few tonight." "The sapling, is Master's hands itching?" "You guys rest." Arbor flew up the tree, found a thick branch, leaned against it, and adjusted his posture. Unfortunately, the corpse puppet king that she had been looking forward to the entire night did not appear. The night passed by peacefully. It wasn't until the next morning when she woke up that she was woken up by the sounds of movement under the tree. "A bunch of trash. Don't you know how to carry a sedan chair?" The sound of the whiplashing was mixed with ear-piercing screams, waking up Arbor, who was sleeping soundly. She frowned and opened her eyes. He lowered his head and looked under the tree. Sure enough, he saw a large red palanquin being carried over in a crooked manner. 4 men with thin arms and legs lifted the top of the palanquin. The palanquin tilted to the left and then to the right. A fat and fair hand reached out from behind the palanquin curtains and whipped the palanquin bearers repeatedly. Useless people. Stop. 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 Stop right now. The door of the sedan was kicked open and a woman jumped out, making Arbor speechless. She had a waist that was twice as thick as a water bucket and a face that looked like a fermented bun. This woman's weight was probably more than the weight of the 4 palanquin bearers combined. There was no way they could carry her. Each of the 4 sedan bearers was thinner and frilier than the other, shivering in the chilly wind. Arbor's expression turned slightly strange as she watched from the tree. It was for no other reason than the fact that she actually had an old acquaintance among the 4. If that person hadn't raised his arm to reveal a small birthmark, Arbor really wouldn't have recognized him. Little fatty Zhou Tao, the son of Quoto Village's nouveau riche. In the past, he was as fat as a calf. She really didn't expect him to be as thin as a pork rib now. Back then, little fatty Zhou Tao was the tyrant of Quoto Village. Whenever he went out, he would have 2 or 3 lackeys accompanying him. They would either hold an umbrella for him, fan him, or serve him tea and water. But now, his former domineering air was gone, and his former lackeys were nowhere to be seen. Little fatty Zhou Tao had actually been reduced to a sedan bearer serving someone, and from the looks of it, he was even that fat woman's slave. This was truly fate making fools of people. Useless trash. The woman cursed as she sat down under the tree. With a flip of her fingers, she took out 2 white mantus. Arbor looked down and discovered that the fat ball-like woman was a level 4 mystic cultivator. The 4 sedan bearers gulped and impatiently watched the fat ball-like woman nibble on the mantus enthusiastically. The woman didn't have any intention of sharing. When she saw the 4 people looking over, she even glared at Zhou Tao. Do you have water? Zhou Tao untied the water sack at his waist and respectfully handed it to the woman. The woman drank a mouthful and smacked her lips. She leaned against the tree and narrowed her eyes. Before long, she actually fell asleep just like that. At this time, Zhou Tao pulled out a knife from under the sedan and shouted at the other 3 hesitant sedan bearers, "What are you hesitating for? Kill her and plunder her things, then we'll be free." But she's a mystic cultivator. We're only normal people. She drank the water that I spiked, so she's already asleep. Zhou Tao glared at his 3 companions, exasperated at their failure to live up to his expectations. You don't even dare to make a move? Then you're destined to be a bunch of trash. The 3 sedan bearers gulped. Even if we kill her, we can't get her food. She put it all in her inner world. Who cares? I'm so hungry that my eyes are about to turn red. Zhou Tao shouted loudly. He pulled out his knife and slashed at the fat woman under the tree. The knife landed on her neck. The blunt knife didn't chop off the woman's head in one go. Instead, blood spurted everywhere. The woman clutched her neck in pain and opened her eyes, scaring the other 3 sedan bearers who had rushed up to her so badly that they fell to the ground. However, Zhou Tao's eyes were red as he slashed the other party's neck again and again. That ruthless look made the other 3 people tremble in fear, not daring to speak. I'll let you beat and scold me every day. I'll let you starve me every day. I'm also a human. I'm not your king pig, dog, cow, or sheep. Zhou Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately slashed at the woman's neck. After more than 10 slashes, the fat woman finally stopped moving and fell heavily to the ground. The 3 sedan bearers were so frightened that they scrambled to the back. Only Zhou Tao was bold enough to go up and check the woman's breathing. After confirming that she was dead, he let out a long sigh of relief. Why you killed the Pei Estate's second madam? Will their family find trouble with you? Zhou Tao abruptly glared at the 3 sedan bearers with a pair of fierce eyes. The 3 of them jumped in fright at the same time and hurriedly shrank back. She's already dead, so what's there to be afraid of? Truly useless. Zhou Tao glared fiercely at them before going forward to rummage through the woman's clothes. The woman was indeed very cautious and didn't have anything in her pockets. He was so angry that he ruthlessly kicked the corpse. That lecherous second master of the Pei estate has long been dissatisfied with this fat ghost wife of his. Do you think he will investigate the cause of this fat pig's death and make things difficult for us? Truly an idiot. Zhou Tao's eyes reddened as he kicked the woman several more times to vent his anger. Mystic cultivators, they truly were abominable existences. They caused him to waste so much effort to kill this mystic cultivator woman, but he didn't get any benefits at all. Suddenly, his body moved, and his hair stood on end. He turned his head with a stiff neck, and immediately met a pair of eyes that were even colder than ice. Who are you? He had no idea when this person appeared behind him. This kind of powerful and unpredictable situation caused all the pores on his body to open up. His eyes carried some shock as he fearfully looked at the other party. That was a cold and gorgeous little girl. Zhou Tao wasn't attracted by her appearance, but he kept staring at the other party's eyes, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. Arbor glanced at him, and a wisp of his spiritual conscience seeped into the woman's inner world. Ever since she fell into a deep sleep for 6 months, her conscience had also taken a big step forward. At this time, her conscience had already liquefied, so the process was naturally extremely painful, but the benefits were endless. First, her mystic conscience evolved into spiritual conscience, even though she had just stepped into the first level of spiritual conscience. But she, a little girl who had yet to advance to the spirit realm and was merely a level 11 great mystic cultivator, had her conscious break through to the spirit realm first. Most people wouldn't believe this kind of abnormal advancement method. In addition, she could draw her spiritual conscious into her eyes. Not only could she clearly see the other party's mystic meridians, she could even clearly explore the other party's inner world. Just like now, she could even use her spiritual conscious to enter other people's inner worlds and rob them. The dead fat woman was only a level 4 mystic cultivator, so her inner world was rather pitifully small. There were only some miscellaneous items inside, such as 2 bags of beans and several steamed buns, so she naturally didn't care about them at all. With a flip of his hand, some of the items in the woman's inner world fell to the ground. Zhou Tao and the 3 sedan bearers saw the steamed buns and pounced forward. They picked them up with both hands and started chewing, wolfing them down. Zhou Tao was very strong. With a few punches, he snatched away the 2 bags of beans. Xiamu glanced at them before turning to leave, not leaving behind a single word. In such a world, people might not necessarily live like pigs, cows, and sheep. She had no interest in finding trouble with Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao called out to her from behind a few times. Seeing that she didn't even look back, he couldn't help but suck on a steamed bun and say to himself, "I've seen this girl before." The 3 sedan bearers sneered, as if they didn't believe him at all. The 4 of them stopped talking. Several days later, Arbor returned to Shijiao City. However, when she arrived at Pear Blossom Alley, she discovered that the Qiao residence was already empty. There was a box on the table covered with a layer of dust. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He opened the box and saw a thick stack of letters inside. Arbor opened the letters one by one and read them. Her entire family had written her a letter once every 3 months, filled with their longing for her. Qiao Zhongbang's most recent letter was from 2 years ago. He left a message saying that the entire family had moved to Guanlan City. Arbor swept the dust off the box with her sleeves. "Miss." A pitch-black figure landed in the room with a whoosh. 2 slender figures followed behind him, and both of them looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. The captain was here again. Every 2 or 3 days, he felt that Miss had returned home, but he always came up empty. He had been disappointed countless times. The room was completely empty. Aoyi stood in a daze for a long time until one of his subordinates poked him. "Captain, are you seeing things again?" "Impossible." Aoyi shook his head in confusion. "I clearly sensed Mrs. Aura. His Highness had sent them to guard Shijiao City's Pear Blossom Alley in case Miss returned one day and came up empty. Could it be that it was as they said, that he had sensed wrong again?" Aoyi walked away dejectedly. Just as he was about to leave the room, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He abruptly turned around, his expression changing drastically. "Where's the box of letters on the table?" Since her parents and family had moved to Guanlan City, Arbor didn't linger in Pear Blossom Alley and left the city. Along the way, Arbor flipped through the letters when she was free. One letter after another contained her parents' and second uncle's thoughts about her. There was Brother Chiao whose eloquent work report, and the little foodie's cute and incessant questions. When will big sister come back? The most interesting one was her younger brother Chiao Senator. His dog-like handwriting was truly intoxicating. Arbor put away the letters and hugged the box to her chest. She raised her hand to look at the iron tablet engraved with the words Qin Estate. In the end, she decided to go to the Qin Estate to gather information when she arrived at Guanlan City. Arbor wasn't in a hurry. She was hoping to encounter a few corpse puppets to practice her skills. She hadn't seen any corpse puppets in 2 years, so she didn't know how much they had grown. But the strange thing was, the more she looked forward to it, the more she didn't see any. She didn't know if it was because Northern Mo's governance was excellent. Helpless, Arbor could only speed up her journey. Several days later, she arrived at Guanlan City without incident. She wanted to find someone to ask for directions to the Qin Estate, but she didn't expect to see a large signboard at the entrance, attracting her attention. The Qin Estate recruited 5 manservants who were proficient in pharmacology, as well as 10 maidservants who knew a bit of martial arts. A bunch of onlookers gathered there to watch, and many of them were eager to give it a try. Arbor didn't say anything and just stood in front of the notice board. Naturally, there were people talking at once about the Qin Estate's situation. As it turned out, the Qin Estate was a well-known alchemy aristocratic family. Its scale naturally couldn't be underestimated. No wonder the entire Guanlan City was in an uproar over the recruitment of a few servants and maids. It was better to come at the right time than to come early. Since the Qin Estate was recruiting, then, a moment later, a young girl with an ordinary appearance and a short cyan jacket drilled out of the small alley. She looked back and forth, and after identifying the direction, she ran in the direction of the Qin Estate's main street. "Stop the carriage!" An inconspicuous carriage with a black canopy suddenly stopped. His slender fingers lifted a corner of the curtain and swept his gaze across the unfamiliar faces on the street. A trace of doubt flashed through his slightly raised phoenix eyes. "Am I indulging in wild fantasies again?" he muttered to himself. Just now, he had clearly sensed a trace of his JoJo's aura. It was his wild fantasies again, Your Highness? Let's go. The carriage curtain slowly fell, and the carriage slowly set off again. Arbor pretended to be a young girl who knew a bit of martial arts and ran with the flow of people to the Qin Estate's entrance. The Qin Estate's chief manager was standing on the steps and raising his voice to shout, "Line up properly, line up properly. What are you squeezing for? Line up for me." When Arbor saw that there were already 300 to 400 people in front of her, she was completely speechless. Wasn't it just recruiting a few servant girls? It was actually on such a large scale. "Line up. Do you freaking know how to line up? Are you a girl? Line up over there. Guys line up in one line, girls line up in another, don't mess around." Several servant girls came out of the Qin Estate and lined up in 2 lines with wooden sticks. "Damn. Why are you stepping on me? Don't push, I'm telling you, you're mine. If you push again, I'll slap you." The head manager snorted angrily. "Those who are taking the servant test, left. Those who are taking the servant test, right. All of you line up properly, you don't even know how to line up, scram." After a moment of chaos, everyone finally lined up in an orderly manner. The girls and boys lined up in 2 lines and took the test individually. Behind Arbor stood 2 gorgeously dressed girls with makeup. They both looked to be 17 or 18 years old. One of them pinched her orchid fingers and said, "Aya, what do you think of my makeup? Will I catch the eye of the Qin Estate's head manager?" The other one flattered, "You're beautiful enough, beautiful enough. Little sister, you're a natural beauty." Arbor silently turned her face away and suppressed the urge to vomit. Didn't this Qin Estate only recruit girls who knew martial arts? Why was there a large group of orioles and swallows here, as if they were opening a brothel? "Aya, I forgot to paint my nails. Do you think the Qin Estate will accept me? I really want to enter the Qin Estate. I heard that the Qin Estate's treatment is very good. The 2 young masters in the estate are famous for their good looks in the capital." That's right, I heard that too. I heard that young master Omega Kotoku once went out in a carriage and invited his friends to Thousand Sunset Dock for a drink. In the end, he was chased by dozens of girls, causing him to run back to the estate before he could drink. Kakik. She had come to participate in the servant recruitment test, but the girl's conversation suddenly changed to talking about the two young masters. Arbor turned his head speechlessly and looked at the girl who was chatting enthusiastically. Why did you chase after him? The two young ladies were dumbfounded. They looked at this average-looking young lady with eyes as if they were looking at a guest from another realm. What do you mean by why? Of course, it was because the Omega Kotoku was a feast for the eyes, causing all the girls to be unrestrained. Can you give me food if I catch them? Everyone was speechless. What should I do if I suddenly feel like there's nothing to talk about? A few girls who were chatting enthusiastically looked at the little girl's cold eyes and suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. Immediately, they lost their interest in chatting. Seeing that the girls in front and behind her had all turned their backs and were ignoring her, Xiaomu snorted softly. 2 by 2, start the competition. Let's have a duel. If you're not doing embroidery, why are you bending your fingers like orchids? The chief steward roared. The two girls who were in the middle of testing their fists and legs suddenly let go of their reservations and pounced on each other. They pounced, clawed, and bit at each other. The steward was dumbfounded. Arbor looked at the two girls speechlessly. They clawed at each other until their faces were full of red marks. They even pointed at each other and cursed. In the end, the steward flew into a rage. He pointed at the two girls who were fighting and waved his hand. Scram! Not long after, a servant carried a huge rock from the courtyard. The steward said with a dark expression, "There's no need to fight. It was an eyesore. Girls, come forward. Only those who can lift the huge rock in one go will be hired." Ah, how can it be so heavy? The orioles and swallows cried out. Today is the 6th watch, see you tomorrow. That's right. Steward. Can't you change the method? A young lady in the front row twisted her handkerchief as she called out in a sweet voice. The head steward's face darkened as he glanced at the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady immediately threw him a coquettish glance, but the head steward only said one word with a darkened face, "Scram." His shout was like thunder, lingering in the air. The girls were so frightened that they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly went up one by one to lift the huge rock. The scene was too beautiful, and they simply couldn't bear to look at it. Arbor saw a young lady rub her fists and wipe her palms as she went up. She first used her handkerchief to wipe her sweat, then stretched out both her hands and her entire body sprawled on the huge rock as she yelled for a long time. The huge rock didn't move an inch. The head steward, who was standing on the steps and looking down, was sweating profusely along with a group of servants. Next? This was simply a waste of time. Head steward, let me try again. That young lady shouted as she was dragged out of the crowd by two servants. Arbor was completely speechless. This time, the young lady who went up was dressed in black and had a graceful bearing. She steadily lifted the huge rock with her hands and received a look of approval from the head steward. Very good. Go and register your name. Next. After several delicate and weak young ladies were dragged away by the servants one after another, the remaining girls began to be on edge. They really wanted to lift this huge rock and smoothly enter the Qin estate. Unfortunately, among the several hundred girls present, only that black-clothed young lady had energetically lifted the huge rock up until now, and was accepted by the Qin estate on the spot. After this black-clothed young lady finished registering, she walked to the side alone. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and calmly looked at the orioles and swallows on the field with a slightly arrogant expression. Dong 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 dong. The loud sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. When they turned their heads to look, they were all speechless. They stared until their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. The young lady who walked up looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Her body was sturdy and plump, and she was at least 3 or 4 times as wide as the other young ladies. She hugged the huge rock that was half a person's height with both hands and suddenly stomped her foot, lifting the huge rock above her head. All right. The old steward called out and waved his hand at the sturdy girl. He pointed at the girl in black and said, "Go and register. Stand next to that girl." Dong, 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 dong. The fat lady's footsteps shook the heavens, causing the jaws of the surrounding women to drop. F***ck. This damned fat woman can also enter the Qin estate. Manager. Recruiting such a fat woman into the manor is too much of an eyesore. That's right, that's right. It's so fat and ugly. If it's placed in the courtyard, it feels like some of the fresh air has been taken away. The steward fiercely glared at him. Don't speak nonsense. If you want to do the test, then do it. If you don't, then quickly leave. Don't block the way. The few girls who were clamoring the fiercest immediately gave up. They tried to move the boulder but failed, so they retreated to the back with their tails between their legs. With great difficulty, it was Arbor's turn to be tested. Under the powerful gaze of the steward, Arbor walked forward and put on an act of picking up the huge rock with both hands. Not long after, he pretended to be exhausted and threw the huge rock on the ground. The steward grunted and nodded. Go over there and register. You're young, but you're quite strong. Not bad, you're useful. Arbor's small face was expressionless. He nodded and walked to the side of the table. Without thinking, he wrote down 3 words, Mu Xiao Bao. Just as she put down her brush and straightened her back, she heard a pleasantly surprised cry from behind the crowd. Aya, second young master is back. Thus, all of a sudden, those women seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they surrounded the carriage. The servants hurriedly ran over to disperse the crowd and rudely pushed those girls to the sides of the road, making a narrow path. The head steward quickly stepped forward and bowed, personally lifting the curtain for the second young master. The Qin estate's second duke, Xianxia, slowly stepped out of the carriage, and the surrounding air instantly became still. The crowd of love-struck fools looked at the Omega Kotoku young master, almost drooling. They saw the second young master wearing a plain silk gown, a dark green jade belt with a bamboo pattern on his waist, and an ink-colored wide-sleeved robe on the outside. His long hair, like flowing clouds, was slightly messy from the cold wind, but it didn't cover up his flawless jade-like beauty in the slightest. He was truly handsome and elegant, with an outstanding temperament. As he looked around, a dark green fluorescent light faintly floated in the depths of his eyes. Xiaomu cast a glance in that direction and was immediately taken aback. His entire person seemed to have been possessed, his eyes slightly widened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, his entire body inexplicably faintly trembling. Him, it's him, how could it be him? Arbor fiercely suppressed his impulse to immediately turn around and run away. His entire body stiffened, and his small face was paralyzed as he stood beside the black-clothed girl, staring blankly at the Omega Kotoku young master who was walking closer and closer to him. He walked over, and as usual, his jade eyes contained a faint gentle smile. His pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to suck one's soul bit by bit into the abyss, filled with a strange magic. Behind him was a bunch of love-struck fools screaming, "Second young master," but Arbor turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at that slender jade-like figure walking closer and closer, his mind buzzing. He suddenly stopped in front of her. To be precise, he stopped to her left, standing directly in front of the black-clothed girl. Don't be fooled by how bold and manly the black-clothed girl was when she mentioned the stone. Now that she was being stared at by the Omega Kotoku, she immediately lowered her head shyly and her entire body went soft. Qingyuazhu greets the second young master. After being shy, the girl in black gracefully saluted Omega Kotoku. Omega Kotoku's gaze fell on her face for a moment, then turned to look at Arbor carefully. Noticing that he was staring at her, all the hair on her body stood on end. Although she lowered her head slightly, every pore on her body was alert to the man in front of her. Second Qin abruptly took a step closer to her, and our dear Xiao Mu immediately shrunk back reflexively. In almost an instant, she hid behind her wide and plump sister. The fat girl clenched her fists and bowed to the Omega Kotoku. Second young master. Get out of the way. Omega Kotoku glanced at the fat girl unhappily. His eyes were clearly smiling, but it made people feel a trace of inexplicable coldness. The fat sister hurriedly retreated to the side, but who would have thought that Xiao Mu was like a small tail, retreating to the side with her. She still used the fat girl's huge figure to block herself. The second young master couldn't help but be angry and amused. He pointed at Arbor hiding behind the fat girl. Who is she? The chief steward hurriedly took the roster from the side and turned to the last page. This is a maidservant who knows some martial arts that the eldest young master recruited. Her name is Mu Xiaobao. She'll be the one. Omega Kotoku nodded and said indifferently, it just so happens that this young master killed a servant girl who didn't know her limits 2 days ago. She'll be the one. The senior manager's jaw was about to drop. This? Young master, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. She just entered the estate and doesn't know anything. How can she serve in young master's room? She's more like a maidservant who sweeps the outer courtyard. Your entire family sweeps maidservants in the outer courtyard. Arbor poked her head out from behind the wide, plump girl and glared coldly at the senior manager. The senior manager, I'll take this stoic face. Send her to my court later. Omega Kotoku threw down this sentence and turned to walk back into the estate. Bah. Who wants to go to your dog's *T court? Arbor inwardly shuddered and was about to slip away when 2 servants ran up and looked at her enviously. Little miss, follow us. I'm not going. She only came to the Qin estate to secretly inquire about the relationship between the Qin estate and the holy water sex incident back then. But now, she actually encountered that frightening person. Of course, she didn't want to continue staying in this godforsaken place. Who wants to go with you to that whatever second young master's court? However, if she left just like this, wouldn't all her previous efforts be wasted after waiting in line for so long and even undergoing that damn test? Did the Qin estate have any connection with the Shuntian prefecture? Could that Luigi be related to the Qin estate? Please, little miss. The servants looked at the hesitant little girl standing at the entrance in puzzlement. This really was a strange girl. In the Qin estate, which little girl wouldn't go crazy from joy after hearing that they were retained by the eldest and second young masters? Why was this person's reaction so peculiar? Like she was about to run away at any moment, several servants hurriedly blocked Xiaomu's path, using both the carrot and the stick to invite her into the Qin estate. Arbor was led to Omega Kotoku's court in bewilderment. As soon as he entered the garden, he saw several red-crowned cranes pecking at their feathers, leisurely strolling around the courtyard as if there was no one around. Xiaomu looked up at the painted plaque above her head, Crane Garden. She recalled those large cranes on the holy water sect's snowy peaks. When the holy water sect was exterminated, those large cranes either died or left. Xiaomu reflexively walked towards one of the red-crowned cranes. Just as she was about to touch that red-crowned crane's fur with her small hand, she heard a crisp and impolite rebuke abruptly ring in her ears. Insolence. Xiaomu turned her head and saw a girl draped in a large white ferret fur cloak, which concealed half of her small, jade-like face within the white fur collar. Only her small, exquisite nose and lively eyes were exposed. Greetings, Miss Song. The 2 servants hurriedly bowed to the young lady, not daring to act rashly. Arbor's hand paused, and then he stroked the red-crowned crane's feathers again. His face was expressionless, and he didn't pay any attention to the angry Miss Song beside him. Who allowed you to touch it? Come, chop off her hands. Miss Song's dark face exuded a dense aura of danger. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 body cultivators immediately walked out from behind her and directly grabbed Arbor's shoulders. Song Xianxia, you think too highly of yourself. Who gave you the guts to be so impudent in my garden? Omega Kotoku's cold voice came from inside the room, and a gust of cold wind blew at the 2 body cultivators, causing them to fall to the ground. Arbor took a ball-shaped fruit from the wooden bucket beside her and fed it to the red-crowned crane. She was so engrossed in playing with the big crane that she naturally didn't notice the frightened gazes of the servants beside her. In fact, she didn't even notice that Song Xianxia had been severely reprimanded by Omega Kotoku and had run away crying. She was stroking the red-crowned crane's feathers as if no one else was present. Heh. Omega Kotoku sneered. Arbor suddenly felt a cold aura close to her body. She subconsciously patted the red-crowned crane's head and then jumped back, avoiding the second young master's outstretched hand. Omega Kotoku's hand froze in midair. It was only an inch away from the little guy, but it didn't even touch a single hair. How preposterous. If you want to use this strange behavior to attract this young master's attention, then you've succeeded. The second young master was so angry that he flung his sleeves and turned around. He coldly scolded, "Come with me." The red-crowned crane beside her was very intelligent. It flapped its wings and ran to the side listlessly. Arbor stood alone in the garden and looked around. She saw that the servants in the residence were all staring at her. After a while, Arbor didn't move. One of the servants couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted at Xiao Mu, "Go." Oh, so Omega Kotoku was yelling at her just now. Inexplicably, it was no different from her previous life. He was just as temperamental and angry as always. If it weren't for the fact that she was unwilling to give up and wanted to sneak in and search his study, she wouldn't have bothered to stay here and be bullied. Arbor expressionlessly walked to the door of Omega Kotoku's room and suddenly raised her leg to kick it. The group of servants stood far away and their eyelids suddenly twitched. Bang! A certain person was like a powerful Vajra girl, kicking down the second young master's door with one kick. Everyone was speechless, in the reception hall of the Drizzle Court. A group of singers were singing, dancing, playing, and singing. Melodious music drifted in the air. A dark purple slender figure was half sitting on the head of the table. His long hair was not tied up, and it hung down to his waist like a splash of ink, like a natural waterfall. With one hand holding the cup and the other supporting his chin, he pursed his lips with a faint smile. Between her eyebrows was a natural cinnabar dot, and a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with temptation exuded all kinds of flirtatious charm. Eldest young master, is Miss Ran of the Jade Hue House really that good at dancing? Look at you, you're not even blinking. A woman with a red shawl draped over her shoulders and half-exposed breasts snuggled up to Chini and rested her head on his arm. She called out in a coquettish voice, her eyes filled with jealousy. First Chin's gaze followed the rapidly spinning woman in her gorgeous pleated skirt, his eyes emitting a faint luster. Not bad indeed. A low voice slowly sounded. Young master, the second steward is here. First Chin beckoned to the person standing outside the door, and the second steward hastily trotted in with his head lowered and waist bent. He respectfully curtsied to eldest young master. This lowly one, Chui Deiji, greets eldest young master. I heard that my second brother's crane garden has been finding door craftsmen to repair the door every day these past 2 days. What's going on? The second steward's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly before saying, Eldest young master, there is indeed such a thing. Speaking of which, it's all that darn girl's fault. She's only been in the estate for 2 days, but she's already causing a ruckus in Crane Garden. She's greatly angered second young master. Oh? First Chin narrowed his eyes slightly. What little girl? When the second steward recounted the events of the past 2 days in Crane Garden, First Chin laughed heartily. What an interesting little girl. This young master would like to summon her to meet me. The pink-lipped girl leaning against eldest young Sir Chin bit her lower lip and suppressed the jealousy in her eyes. She said softly, Eldest young sir, what's there to meet with a darn girl? At this time, the singing and dancing in the courtyard had stopped. Dressed in a red dress, Miss Ran leisurely walked forward and curtsied to eldest young Sir Chin. First Chin smiled. I originally thought that second brother would definitely honor Miss Ran's arrival with a visit, but I didn't expect that he would be entangled with some mundane affairs. Zhao Qiran curtsied to eldest young sir again and said aloofly, Qiran is just a prostitute and doesn't deserve second young sir's deep affection. Miss Ran is truly too modest. Who doesn't know how many marquises were stunned by Mrs. Moon dance? Eldest young sir said with a smile. Zhao Qiran had a faint smile on her lips, but there was a faint disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Seeing this, First Chin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. TSK, this Miss Ran of the Jade Plate Pavilion, who possessed a graceful and lofty bearing and was unobtainable by any aristocrat, has actually given her heart to my second brother just because of a chance encounter. It's truly very interesting. The recent days had been so boring, so he had to find something for his second brother to do, inside the study in Crane Garden. Eldest young sir thought that his second brother had nothing to do, but who would have expected that handsome and elegant Omega Kotoku young sir was currently glaring angrily at a certain person standing in front of the study table with a dark expression. He reprimanded, you can cause such a commotion in the study just by grinding ink. The entire room is filled with the ink you spilled. Am I someone who does this kind of rough work? What a joke. The senior steward said that I'm suitable for sweeping the outer courtyard. Young sir, please transfer me out, the little girl said expressionlessly. The senior steward, who had just entered, nearly knocked his head against the door frame. His mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. Young sir, this old servant has brought Miss Kaiwei here. Just in time. Omega Kotoku reached out and pressed his throbbing head. Kaiwei, bring her back to your place and teach her well. Teach her for 2 days and then send her back to me. Don't do all these weird things all day long. This was how it should be. This girl had just entered the residence, so what could she possibly know? The head steward smiled so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He waved his hand to let Kaiwei bring Arbor away. Kaiwei curtsied, but just as she took a few steps closer to Xiao Mu turned around and walked outside without a word of farewell. Omega Kotoku was so angry that she threw a teacup. She felt that something was wrong with her for the past 2 days. It was as if she was looking for trouble. Ever since she brought this stoic face back, she hadn't had a day of comfort. But, for some reason, when he saw this little stoic outside the door for the first time, there was an especially strong voice in his heart telling him, "Bring her back, bring her back, bring her back." "Stop right there!" Kaiwei shouted angrily after exiting the young sir's study. Arbor rubbed her arms. She only felt some warmth after coming out of that person's study and being bathed in the warm sunlight. That person was actually the Qin estate's second young sir. The shadow of her past life was still vivid in her mind. She didn't expect that they would cross paths so quickly in this life. She had never come to Guanlan City in her past life. At that time, she was tormented by Fan Choha to the point where she was on the brink of death and was carried out of the secret room by this young Sir Omega Kotoku. She was unconscious for a few months before she slowly regained some of her strength. At that time, this master of the Omega Kotoku, who had raised her like a small animal, would come over to tease her when he was happy. If he was unhappy, he would leave her there for 2 days and 3 nights, starving her to the point that her eyes almost turned white. In order to tame this little pet of his, this master had tried to starve her for 5 days, not letting her drink a single drop of water. He wanted her to call him master. She had always rolled her eyes at him, stubbornly refusing to submit to this title. At that time, her 4 limbs were completely immobile, and after 5 days, not only was she almost out of shape, she was so dirty that her original appearance was almost unrecognizable. When she thought of this, Xiao Mu shuddered deeply. When he thought of her and came over, she was struggling to use her head to tap the ground, just like a dirty loach, slowly crawling in a sullen manner. She wanted to die. She didn't want to live like this, however, at that time, even death seemed like an extravagant hope. He only needed to lift a finger to obstruct her, and everything would become meaningless. She really didn't care for this kind of humiliating life, but death was so difficult. Now, it would never be like this again. It wouldn't. That year, he had been so desperate and yet he still couldn't tame her. Now, he wanted to order her around and teach her how to behave? In his dreams of 1,000 years. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Kaiwei shouted. Seeing that the little girl didn't respond, she couldn't help but get angry and anxious. She rushed forward and stretched out a hand to grab her. Arbor reflexively swung his fist, and with a bang, it heavily smashed onto Kaiwei's deformed little face. Kaiwei covered her red and swollen left eye, and when she brought Arbor back to Blue Mountain Courtyard, it was almost dusk. The courtyard was full of orioles and swallows gathered there, eating melon seeds and chatting. When they saw Kaiwei enter, they hurriedly greeted her with smiles. "Sister Kaiwei, you're back." "Hello, Sister Kaiwei." "Sister Kaiwei, you're back so late today." Blue Mountain Courtyard was in charge of all the maidservants in the outer courtyard of the Qin estate. Kaiwei could be considered an old member of the Qin estate. She was about 25 or 26 years old, and was now the assistant steward of Blue Mountain Courtyard. Above her, there was also a senior steward. When the crowd saw Kaiwei put down her hand, revealing a panda eye, they could not help but look at each other in dismay. In the Qin estate, apart from the personal maidservants of the master, madam, and young master, almost all the other maidservants were respectful to Sister Kaiwei. Who was so audacious? Sister Kaiwei's eyes were swollen. Kaiwei did not utter a word. She only turned to Arbor with a gloomy face and said, "You'll be staying in the 3rd room in the 2nd row on the north side." Everyone's gazes uniformly turned towards the stoic-faced little girl, their eyes carrying a mischievous smile as if they were watching a show. Arbor didn't waste any time. He took his card and walked towards his residence. He didn't walk far before he stopped and glanced back. Come out. A plump figure jogged over. It was the fat girl who had entered the residence with her on the same day. You're really going to that room? The fat girl looked at her in horror. The fat girl hastily ran over and stood still before panting. They said that there are strange noises coming from the third room in the second row on the north side every night. They said that a maidservant hung herself in that room before, so it's very likely that it's haunted. Oh. The little girl nodded. Thank you for telling me. You're not scared? The fat girl stared. Today's update is complete. Tomorrow at noon. Arbor shook her head. She even had the courage to face the holy water sect again with its desolation and rubble. There was nothing in this world that could make her afraid. My name is Xianxia. What about you? Little sister. The chubby girl revealed a simple and honest smile as she looked eagerly at this little girl who looked very ordinary but had a pair of extremely cold and beautiful eyes. Mu Xiaobao, Arbor said softly. Oh, you're called Xiaobao. Xiangyuanyuan cracked a smile. Then you live alone in that haunted house. If you're scared in the middle of the night, you can come find me. I live in the fourth room in the row in front of your room. Xiangyuanyuan scratched her head as she said this and chuckled. We have 4 sisters in the room, and they're all quite easy to talk to. If you're scared and sneak over to us in the middle of the night, no one will tell on you to Sister Kaiwei. Arbor nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Xiangyuanyuan pointed in the direction of her room. Then I'll go back first. Oh right, dinner is at the dining hall, so don't come too late. If you come too late, there won't be any food. Thank you for the reminder, Arbor responded, and the 2 of them went back to their rooms. Of the 4 rooms in the second row in the north, the 3 on the left and right were empty utility rooms, and only the third room was for her to use. It seemed like that whatever ghost caused all the rooms in this row to be deserted. When she opened the door, darling Chow nearly fainted from the musty smell. How long had it been since someone lived here? They wanted her to live in such a shabby room. Humph, these people wanted to harm her and make her stay in this room with bad air for a long time. She wouldn't do as they wished. After closing the door, Arbor had the sapling drag her into Paradise Planet and personally ran to the vegetable field to pick 2 cabbages. She planned to cook a cabbage pot and make do with a meal. Master, put down the pot in your hand. Let me do it. The little Treant ran over and shouted loudly. Last time, when Master cooked noodles, not only did the bottom of the pot get cooked through, but the peach forest was also filled with smoke. The sapling was so scared that it thought a fire was about to break out. Master clearly had the all-purpose food box that contained many dishes from various restaurants, but she liked to cook by herself. How intoxicating! However, there was one time when Cho clearly heard its master muttering to himself as he held the small pot and asked what he should cook every day. Only then would it feel a little smoky. His heart instantly ached for Cho. Master was missing home. At this moment, Arbor chuckled. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he threw down the small pot in his hand. Cho was much more pleasing to the eye now. It could cultivate medicinal herbs, plant vegetables, harvest vegetables, and pick fruits. Now, it could even cook a simple pot of stew. It was indeed useful. It was better than her piercing the bottom of a pot. In the past, when she saw her mother and Xiaoyao cook, they could simply casually make several dishes. It felt especially difficult in her hands. She ran to the open space behind the peach forest. The sapling had built 3 large warehouses there. One was for medicinal herbs, another was for vegetables harvested from the field, and the last was for peaches. In front of the warehouse, there were 2 carriages full of fruits. This was the first time second uncle had used her guide fee to bring back things. Until now, they had only eaten a few fruits, and the 2 carriages were still full. Arbor went forward and took a bunch of grapes. She cut 20 to 30 of them and threw them into a small basket. Just as she was about to wash them by the lake, she stopped in her tracks. She tilted her small head and looked at her palm. With a thought, a clear and lustrous stream of water emerged from her fingers. The little water child Dian said that with her current cultivation, it wasn't a big problem for her to control a trickle of water under normal circumstances. If she wanted to launch a big move like the one she tried last time, she would need to mobilize all the mystic energy in her body. She would probably only be able to launch that one move before her mystic energy was exhausted. She directly washed the grapes and Arbor took a bite out of one. The fruit that had been stored on Paradise Planet for so long was still fresh and delicious. Compared to ordinary grapes, it was more or less mixed with a bit of mystic energy. The sweetness and coolness of the fruit went straight to the heart. Back then, when she chased the little water child away, she had cried until the world shook and gods wept. Her tears flowed endlessly, so the water quality of the entire Paradise Planet was completely improved by the little water child. As a result, all the peach trees planted by the lakeside all bore peaches, and each one was bigger and juicier than the other. In these 2 years, the peach trees bore several batches of fruit, which were all plucked by the little treants and stuffed into the storehouse. Last time, Cho even complained that there were so many peaches in the storehouse that it almost couldn't hold them all. But it made sense. The total area of the peach trees on her Paradise Planet was probably close to 100 mu. They grew especially exuberantly near water sources. Cho even built a large storehouse. If they were outside, the storehouse would probably be full after one harvest. However, there weren't too many types of medicinal herbs, and the entire storehouse wasn't even filled with 1/5 of them. Arbor ate and ate as she strolled to her own medicinal garden. After inspecting it, she saw that all kinds of medicinal herbs were thriving in the 7 to 8 mu of medicinal fields. She had gathered all the poisonous herbs together to prevent them from touching the others and spoiling their medicinal properties. However, there were still too few precious medicinal herbs, so there really weren't many kinds of medicinal powders and liquids that she could grind and bring out. The green radish poison liquid and the green radish pill were considered one kind. The detoxification pill was also pretty good. Normal poisons were basically cured immediately. There was a relatively rare medicinal pill that she made from longevity flowers, the longevity pill. Based on her conjecture, if mystic cultivators below level 10 consumed it, their lifespan would increase by at least 2 to 3 years. However, this longevity pill could only be taken once. It would be ineffective even if it was taken more than once. If it was taken over a long period of time, it would at most help to recuperate one's body. It would allow one to be completely free of illness and pain for a period of time. Speaking of which, the medicinal properties were quite impressive. If she encountered a level 9 mystic cultivator who was stuck at a bottleneck, she would be able to break through to become a great level 10 mystic cultivator in 2 or 3 years by relying on this pill. In that case, the upper limit of his lifespan of close to 100 years would be completely raised. As long as a great level 10 mystic cultivator didn't court death, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live for at least 120 to 130 years. The lifespan of an ordinary person was only 70 to 80 years, which was already considered a long lifespan. Most importantly, Arbor's longevity pill was effective even for ordinary people. Arbor was in a state of seclusion. In her previous life, she had also heard that there were different grades of alchemists, and the quality of the pills they produced was also very different. He just didn't know what grade of pill the longevity pill in her hand was. Last time, when she had Qinghuan try it, that fellow's eyes lit up after eating it and only told her that the taste was pretty good. Was she asking how it tasted? What a baffling fellow. The other type was the hemostatic ointment, made from the hemostatic grass grown from the hemostatic grass that second uncle gave her. However, her hemostatic ointment was different from the ones sold on the market. The hemostatic ointment on the market required about 5 minutes to completely stop the bleeding. Her ointment could basically stop the bleeding in minutes. The effect was basically similar to the secret ointment that the Crown Prince applied on her hand when she first met him. In fact, the effect was even better. However, she was too lazy to make it, so she only tried making 2 small jars of this hemostatic ointment and was unwilling to make it. As for the other types of medicinal powders, she had used stone medicine rollers to make them, but she only made 2 types. Moreover, their effects were only ordinary poisonous powders that were effective on mystic cultivators level 6 or level 7 and below. She couldn't even be bothered to name them. In her current opinion, this kind of poisonous powder was basically not very effective. Her current opponents were all great mystic cultivators level 10 and above, so it was a waste of effort to make them. To put it bluntly, it was still because there were too few medicinal herbs. Only 7 to 8 mu of medicinal herbs were planted in the 30 mu of medicinal fields, not even 1/3 of the total. After returning from her inspection, she felt quite satisfied with everything. She then went back to the treehouse and fed the little white squirrel a few mouthfuls of life-prolonging medicinal liquid. After hugging it for a while, she turned back to the peach forest. This life-prolonging medicinal liquid could guarantee that Chirpy would not lack vitality for 2 to 3 days. Even if it was not depleted, it would not affect its little life. Her pitiful little squirrel didn't even know when it would wake up. When she returned to the open space in front of the peach forest, she saw the little treant holding a medium-sized pot of cabbage and meat slices and bouncing toward her. Looking at the steaming pot of cabbage and meat slices, Arbor subconsciously sniffed. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly jogged to Cho-Cho. She reached out to pick it up and took the pot in passing. "Thank you, Cho-Cho. Thank you for always being so tolerant and accompanying me. You are an indispensable companion in my life, Master. What are you saying? There's no need to thank me for such a small matter." Cho-Cho blinked its black beady eyes and looked at her adorably. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched slightly. He had already sat down cross-legged, picked up 2 bamboo chopsticks, and started eating in small bites. Actually, she didn't eat much. How could one person finish an entire pot of food? However, she liked the smell of cooking on this paradise planet. She liked to see the smoke rising from the kitchen. It was as if home was right in front of her. "Master, is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Arbor nodded. He didn't say that Cho-Cho had forgotten to add salt again. Well, it was better than her boiling through the bottom of the pot. "Master, someone is coming." Cho-Cho's perception had improved quite a bit, so she could immediately detect any danger approaching within a few kilometers. Arbor sneered and put 2 pieces of meat into his mouth with his chopsticks. "Don't worry about it. Let them be." Not even 1/3 of the pot of cabbage and meat was finished. Darling Chow couldn't bear to throw away the rest. It was shameful to waste food, since it wouldn't spoil in the paradise. He closed the lid and climbed into the treehouse. He hugged the little white squirrel and slept soundly. The next day, when Omega Kotoku received news that a group of rooms in Blue Mountain Courtyard had caught fire and a maid had been burned to death, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She hurriedly rushed to Blue Mountain Courtyard with her men and found Kaiwei to scold her. Her face darkened as she asked, "Where is she?" "Young master." Kaiwei was on the verge of tears as she curtsied and said, "Kaiwei doesn't know what happened. Everything was fine last night. Let me ask you, where is the xiaobao that I asked you to bring over to educate yesterday?" Kaiwei's face was pale, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. She was in a state where she was on the verge of fainting. With a thump, she knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed as she begged for mercy. This servant had Mu Xiaobao stay in one of the rooms in this row, but for some reason, a fire broke out last night. It's very possible that Mu Xiaobao didn't light the candle properly and didn't even know that it caught on fire. We put out the fire with great difficulty, but we didn't see Mu Xiaobao at all. I don't know if she slept like a log last night and didn't come out. Now it's burnt to ashes." Kaiwei's voice became softer and softer, as if she didn't dare to look at the second young master's murderous gaze. "I asked you to bring her back to educate her. You actually caused her to disappear." Omega Kotoku flew into a rage and kicked Kaiwei's shoulder. Kaiwei screamed and suddenly fell to the ground. She felt as if the bones in her shoulder had been shattered and the pain caused her tears to flow out. She was really wronged to death. She had brought the little girl back from the second young master's place and suffered a punch from the little girl the moment she stepped out of the door. She wanted revenge and purposely arranged for her to stay in this remote and haunted room. But she had never thought of burning her to death. Although her heart was filled with jealousy, she knew that the second young master valued this girl. She wasn't an idiot and already knew that the second young master had kicked the girl over to her side to educate her in a fit of anger. He would definitely bring her back 2 days later. Even if she had 10 times the guts, she wouldn't dare to secretly kill the little girl. "Elder sister, why did you make the second young master so angry? You really shouldn't have done that." A soft chuckle sounded in his ears. He saw a well-developed woman around the age of 20 walking over slowly behind an old woman with a head full of white hair who was walking at a fast pace. When Kai Wei saw her face, she immediately understood everything. She bared her teeth and screamed with a purple and white face, "Kai Lan, you're the one who harmed me. You started the fire." "Io, ba, 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 ba. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense. Why would I set a fire for no reason?" Kai Lan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. When she noticed the cold gaze her young master shot at her, she immediately didn't dare act rashly, and she knelt down with an aggrieved expression before she cried and said, "Young master, you have to uphold justice for Kai Lan. Her sister was accusing her wrongly. How would Kai Lan know that her elder sister brought back a little maid last night? There's no reason to start a fire. You were the one who did it." Kai Wei shrieked, "You wanted to harm me. You set the fire. You want to frame me. Shut up." Granny Hong, the chief steward of Blue Mountain Courtyard, shouted coldly. His eyes swept over Kai Wei and Kai Lan with a dignified look before he stepped forward and bowed to young master Omega Kotoku. "Please forgive me, second young master. It's this old servant who doesn't know how to teach this servant. I've troubled second young master." Omega Kotoku's eyes were so gloomy that tears could drip from them. He looked at Granny Hong and said coldly, "You really don't know how to teach. By today, you have to find that person even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Otherwise, all of you can die for me." Granny Hong's body trembled, and her gaze instantly became nervous. Kai Lan also widened her eyes in disbelief, practically unable to believe her own ears. "Babies, I'll give you 4 chapters first. I'll give you 4 chapters tonight. The author is still working and will be home later." Mwah. The young master actually wanted to execute them, the Blue Mountain Courtyard stewards who had served their master for many years. For a mere lowly servant, Kai Lan widened her eyes in horror, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Why was it like this? The second young master actually cared so much about that lowly servant? What did she do wrong? Although Kai Lan hadn't served the second young master closely, she was extremely intelligent and had her own way of dealing with people. She understood this second young master too well. He looked like he didn't care about anything, but once he set his eyes on something, he would use any means possible to obtain it. The second young master had a trace of bigotry hidden in the depths of his bones. Right now, the second young master's bigotry was completely reflected on this lowly servant. The second young master, he wasn't joking. If they really couldn't find this lowly servant, or, if the lowly servant really burned to death in this room, then only death awaited them. When she thought of this, Cylon's entire body quivered. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead like rain, and her complexion became increasingly ghastly pale. She had really made a mistake. Originally, she only wanted to use this matter to get rid of that D*MN woman, Kai Wei, but she didn't expect the second young master to value that lowly servant so much. This truly exceeded her expectations. Then, she heard a cold and cheerless voice interject and ask frostily, "Why are you all crowding around my door? Move aside." When this voice landed in the ears of the Blue Mountain Courtyard maids, it was tantamount to the sound of nature. Kai Lan turned around with an incredulous expression. Yet Kai Wei abruptly turned back with tears in her eyes. When she saw the young lady dressed in the same pink-maid uniform slowly walking over, she abruptly felt that the usually arrogant stoic-faced young lady didn't seem so repulsive at this moment. The Blue Mountain Courtyard maids all sighed in relief and hastily opened up a path for Arbor to pass through. Our dear Xiaomu walked to the gloomy second young master and cast him a glance without uttering a word. "Where did you go?" The second young master's face was filled with anger. Inexplicable, Omega Kotoku always felt that he was especially composed in the past. Even when faced with his sly brother's sarcasm, he could still turn a blind eye. But now, his good temper had been completely worn away by the stoic face. He didn't know why, but looking at the stoic face made him want to get angry. Xiaomu harumphed and said coldly, "Is that kind of dilapidated house that exudes a musty smell for people to live in? The Qin estate can't afford to build a decent wing, so they might as well not hire so many maids. Do I look like I have such low standards? How can I live in a rundown house?" Looking at the little stoic's disdainful face, for some reason, Sir Omega Kotoku felt especially humiliated. Was his Qin estate that poor? Omega Kotoku glared coldly at the trembling Kai Wei who was sprawled on the ground. Go and receive your punishment on behalf of the court. A servant who acted on her own initiative, he only wanted her to teach the little stoic some etiquette on his behalf, not to torture her in terms of food and clothing. Was he, the Omega Kotoku, such a low-class person? Yes, yes. Kaiwei scrambled and crawled away, staggering as she rolled away. She was really scared. She warned herself 10,000 times in her heart to learn from today's lesson and not offend this stoic-faced young lady again in the future. Come with me. Omega Kotoku snapped coldly and turned to walk out of Blue Mountain Courtyard. The little fellow followed after him in a huff. Before she left, she gave Xiang Yuanyuan, who was hiding in the crowd, a look. Xiang Yuanyuan was taken aback for a moment, and without hesitation, she strode forward and followed him. Not long after the two left Blue Mountain Courtyard, Arbor pulled Xiang Yuanyuan behind a nearby bush and stared at her. You're very hungry. Xiang Yuanyuan was just about to shake her head when her stomach let out a disappointing rumble. Actually, even though Arbor was standing so far away earlier, she could hear Xiang Yuanyuan's stomach rumbling with hunger. Xiang Yuanyuan's big face was covered in a layer of red mist. In front of a little girl who was 10 years younger than her, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. Xiang Yuanyuan was embarrassed and her face was flushed red. Arbor got Chocho to take out the steaming cabbage pot and stuffed it into Xiang Yuanyuan's hands. You can have it, but I've already eaten a portion of it. If you don't like it, how could she dislike it? The aroma of the cabbage pot stimulated Xiang Yuanyuan's big belly to rumble. She practically snatched the pot into her arms. When she looked up, her face was red as she said embarrassedly, I'll get a bowl to scoop some. No need, you can have it all. Arbor glanced at Xiang Yuanyuan's stomach and shook her head. You're really giving it all to me? Xiang Yuanyuan's bright black eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She then scratched her head in embarrassment and said, I went to the big dining hall last night and it wasn't too late. I don't know why I only got half a bowl of porridge. She was so hungry that her stomach rumbled in the middle of the night. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep well at all. It's a bit bland. Do you want to add some salt? No need, no need. It's fine like this. Xiang Yuanyuan held the cabbage pot and felt like she was holding the whole world. Her face was filled with bliss. Arbor was a little drunk. It was just a pot of cabbage stewed with meat. His happy face made her feel a little sour. The little stoic's gaze relaxed slightly. She glanced at the eldest miss and said with a nod, then you should hide a bit. Xiang Yuanyuan was just an ordinary person with slightly greater strength. She didn't have an inner world. If she openly carried this cabbage pot back, who knew how many people would covet it? Arbor didn't want to cause any trouble for her, so he kindly reminded her. Xiang Yuanyuan immediately understood and nodded. Xiang Yuanyuan wasn't stupid. She took off her outer robe and wrapped it around the pot. After repeatedly thanking him, she happily went to find a place to eat. Arbor turned around and saw the second young master standing under a snow plum tree in full bloom not far away, looking at her with an indecipherable expression. She did not know how long he had been staring at her. He was dressed in a long blue robe and had a head full of black hair. He was truly a peerless young master. When that pair of emerald eyes looked at her, there was a trace of an indescribably strange emotion in them. She slowly walked over. Omega Kotoku stared at her as she walked closer to him. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Have we met before? He asked softly, as if he was murmuring. Arbor was greatly shaken on the inside, but she still maintained that stoic face on the surface and walked around him expressionlessly. She didn't give him a single word in response. Of course, Omega Kotoku didn't need her to respond. He just treated it as if his brain had gone haywire for no reason, so she didn't hear him murmuring softly. The two of them wandered back to Crane Garden through a small path. That night, Arbor jumped out of the window and secretly snuck into Omega Kotoku's study to search for some information. According to her observations these past few days, the Qin estate was a medicinal pill patrician family that was passionate about pill research. The family head, Qin Guelu, spent his days in the pill concocting room and was nowhere to be seen. The second madam, Yang Liuxiu, wasn't the two young masters' biological mother. She had been married for 5 years, but she still had a niece and nephew from the Yang family by her side. Everyone in the estate addressed her as young master cousin and young miss cousin, but she had absolutely nothing to do with the two young masters. Was Shuntian Prefecture's Lu Yiji related to the Qin estate? That day, when the old sect master dragged him into the sky and self-detonated, she detected that he hadn't died from the shattered life lantern. However, with his injuries from back then, he probably wouldn't recover without resting for a year or two. If he wasn't related to the Qin estate, why would the Qin estate's iron tablet appear in the Holy Water Sect's ancestral hall? Xiaomu sneered and sped up the flipping speed in her hands. During the day, Omega Kotoku was sitting on the side, so she couldn't do anything. Only now, Master, someone's approaching. Qiuqiu's voice instantly rang in her mind. Arbor immediately jumped out of the window and nimbly and soundlessly scuttled out, hiding her body in a patch of undergrowth outside. The branches and leaves of the sapling extended from her wrist, emitting a faint green light. After a few seconds, Arbor's entire body was enveloped by the rapidly growing undergrowth, concealing all of her presence. Young master, what happened? I seem to have sensed someone here just now. Omega Kotoku lit a candle. The candlelight illuminated his slightly furrowed brows. He scanned his surroundings but didn't discover anything. His personal bodyguard sighed in relief and couldn't help but laugh. Who would dare to cause trouble at the Qin estate? Young master, you're worrying too much. You should return early to rest. Arbor crouched below the window and couldn't help but relax when she saw Omega Kotoku leave. A moment later, she nimbly flipped into the study again and methodically searched through Omega Kotoku's study at an extremely fast speed. She left empty-handed with a frown. She did not directly return to her room to rest, but instead quietly left the crane garden. Her figure flashed nimbly in the dark night. When he arrived at a place called Fugui Garden, his small ears twitched slightly as he heard a woman's muffled voice coming from behind the door. Xiaomu's eyelids twitched. She wasn't stupid. Even if she hadn't experienced anything in her previous life, she had still grown up. Even if she hadn't eaten pork, she would have unintentionally seen pigs run. Just as she was about to run away, she heard the woman snort and shout, "You damned ghost, why are you so strong? Do you want to kill me? If by any chance I cry out and master hears it, you'll die." A young man chuckled and said, "Auntie, don't make a sound. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to escape death." Xiaomu felt her scalp go numb when she heard this. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She felt goosebumps all over her body and hurriedly ran out. After coming out, her small body couldn't help but tremble a little. She hurriedly slipped into another courtyard. Two figures were reflected in the study. The little fellow was wrapped in trees and transformed into a little tray ant to hide under the window. An old man's voice could be heard from inside the room. He said vaguely, "The situation has been particularly tense recently. That person is currently searching everywhere for you. You should let your master hide for a while longer. That lunatic has been clinging on to us and refusing to let go. We have to take care of him." Another slightly familiar young voice said through gritted teeth, "Sir wishes for you to do something for us. After it's done, you definitely won't be short of benefits." After that, there were a few whispers. Arbor only heard the words pill recipe and secret recipe. She couldn't hear anything else, so she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. No way, no way. You can't implicate our Qin estate. The aged voice refused again and again. If something happens to that person in our estate, then our entire estate won't be able to escape the blame. It'll definitely be a serious crime that will lead to the extermination of our entire family. You're still afraid of that muddle-headed old guy? What can he do? As long as this young one is dealt with, that old one is nothing to be afraid of. That won't do. The aged voice faintly revealed some anger. You want to burn our Qin estate on a bonfire. I definitely can't agree to that. Family head Qin, don't forget that you and I are on the same path, tied to the same boat. If we're completely wiped out, you. The voice in the room lowered again. Finally, the aged voice said helplessly, "Can you really guarantee that our Qin estate will be able to escape unscathed?" After dealing with that person, the old one will definitely be at a loss of what to do. At that time, we'll. After another round of whispers, Arbor could only be secretly anxious. She kept feeling a trace of discomfort in the bottom of her heart, faintly feeling uncomfortable. What kind of person would secretly harm become a serious crime that would lead to the extermination of their entire family? This answer practically leapt into her mind. It was the person she had always refused to think about and didn't dare to face in these 2 years. Come to think of it, she was really a star of calamity through and through. Almost all the people who were good to her were dead. She had been conflicted for a long time before she finally decided to come out into the world. She had even decided to make a trip home. On the way back, she flipped through those letters. That kind of longing to return home urged her, and she almost wanted to run back immediately. However, the closer she was to home, the more timid she felt. Perhaps she was actually resisting going back from the bottom of her heart. It was best if she didn't go back and break the peace of her family. Even without her, her family had been living well all these years. From their letters, she could see the happiness in their hearts. She, this little star of calamity, was actually more suitable. It would be best if she stayed alone and didn't bother anyone. Losing something was really scary, scary. Arbor returned to his room in the crane garden in an upset mood. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't help but stagnate and take 2 steps back. A slender figure suddenly grabbed her wrist and said in a cold voice, "Where did you go for a stroll in the middle of the night?" Arbor's body stiffened. He felt as if a poisonous snake had grabbed his wrist. That hand was as cold as it was in his previous life. With a flip of his hand, Arbor quickly got rid of his hand and ruthlessly kicked over, mercilessly leaving a small footprint on the man's body. Omega Kotoku didn't retreat. He lowered his head and looked at the footprint on his leg. His eyes stared gloomily at the expressionless face under the moonlight. "Who are you? Show me your face. Get out." Xiaomu found him annoying and kicked him again, kicking him out of the room. She then slammed the door shut and slammed it shut right in front of his face. Bang! That sound almost startled the entire crane garden. A guard in black floated over and looked at the tightly shut door in astonishment. He then looked at his second young master, who had an extremely ugly expression, and couldn't help but gulp. "I've been very busy these few days. I already said that I'll finish it even if it's later. But you don't have to wait for me. You can read it tomorrow." The young master was given the cold shoulder for no reason, so why did he want to laugh so much? Omega Kotoku gloomily turned to glance at the black-cloaked guard, only to see the guard's solemn expression. Even though he was already cramping up from laughter on the inside, the little stoic wrapped herself in the blankets and tossed and turned the entire night without sleeping well. The next day, when she went out with a yawn, she saw Omega Kotoku standing in the courtyard with a glance. It actually snowed last night. Omega Kotoku was wearing a white fox fur overcoat as he stood in the middle of the boundless snow. His fine black hair was splashed with ink, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. When he turned to look at her, it was as if a lifetime had passed. This person couldn't have been standing in the corridor the entire night after he kicked her out, right? Was there something wrong with his brain? "Let's go." He took a furry fur overcoat from the guard beside him and wanted to drape it over her. However, the little stoic didn't appreciate his kindness and evaded to the side, looking at him vigilantly. He glanced at her and actually didn't get angry. He handed the fur overcoat to her and let her drape it over herself. The weather was indeed quite cold, so she simply draped it over herself and tied a knot on the silk sash at the collar. It was already nearing the new year, and the Qin estate was also busy with business, so she didn't know where this second young master wanted to take her. Last night, she was actually unreasonable. At that time, her mood was in a mess, and she even flew into a rage out of humiliation, so she unreasonably kicked this second young master out the door. If it was any other young master, they would probably drag this audacious maidservant out and beat her to death. He had clearly already exposed her identity and even saw through her disguise, but why didn't he say anything today and continue to keep her by his side? Arbor couldn't figure it out and followed him to a pavilion with thick cotton curtains hanging on it. As soon as they entered, they felt a warmth hit them in the face. The charcoal inside the stove was burning red. The maidservants obediently took the fur coats from the two and led them to the window on the second floor. There were already many exquisite pastries and food on the small table. This should be a sumptuous breakfast. The two of them ate breakfast in silence. Arbor felt that she had a good appetite, but Omega Kotoku, who was sitting opposite her, kept looking at her with a frown. Eat more. The second young master rolled up his wide sleeves and picked up his chopsticks to give the little stoic another piece of pastry. This scene made the maids who were secretly observing them drop their chins one after another. They secretly lowered their heads and couldn't help but peep at them from the corner of their eyes. Heavens, young master actually picked up food for that little maid? Just what kind of divine being was this little maid? How could she have such great fortune? No matter how they looked, that girl was wearing the same pink dress as them. No one would believe that she wasn't a maid. However, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The little stoic picked up that pastry touched by Omega Kotoku and directly threw it on the table. She pursed her lips in displeasure. I'm full. The maidservants were afraid that the young master would fly into a rage the next instant and hastily knelt down. Omega Kotoku picked up another piece of sugar pastry and placed it on her small plate, but it was thrown away by the little girl again. Omega Kotoku picked up all the food and realized that the little girl didn't eat a single bite. He guessed that she really was full, so he finally stopped. However, the maidservants around him were so frightened that they trembled all over. None of them dared to look up again. Withdraw, all of you, young Master Omega Kotoku said coldly. The rustling of robes brushed against the ground, and soon, the maidservants retreated from the second floor of the pavilion one after another. Let's get to know each other again. Omega Kotoku said indifferently, my name is Xianxia. What about you? Mu Xiaobao. Even I feel a bit scared when I look at myself in the mirror expressionlessly. Omega Kotoku nodded and didn't expose her fake name. He said indifferently, Xiaobao, you don't have to be so guarded against me. My Qin estate doesn't have any shady dealings. You can stay and investigate for as long as you want. Don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone. Omega Kotoku's sleeve swept across the table as he poured her a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. Arbor looked at this Qin estate's second young master in bewilderment. She didn't know what this person was planning. Was there anything shady? Last night, your father was still plotting with someone in the middle of the night. Could it be that this Omega Kotoku didn't know anything? She subconsciously wanted to hit her little head. She felt that this life was a bit strange. It was poles apart from her previous life. Many things caught her unprepared and she didn't have time to prepare. In her previous life, she was taken away by that bastard Fan Choha when she was around 20 and tortured for 2 years. When she was 22, she was taken away by this master in front of her and followed by master for at least 4 years. She didn't know the person in front of her very well, but she was at least somewhat familiar with him. He was a stubborn person to the point of being paranoid. His character was strict. Just by looking at his methods of taming beasts, one could tell. At that time, she was even more closed off than now. She was a cripple who couldn't move her limbs. She stayed in a fixed place all day long, eating, drinking, and going to the toilet together. She didn't have the slightest bit of dignity and didn't want to care about anything else. She only knew that the place she stayed at that time wasn't the Qin estate. Moreover, she didn't know where she was at that time, but it definitely wasn't in Guanlon City. Perhaps he had already opened his own estate and lived elsewhere at that time. Now, her meeting with Omega Kotoku had been brought forward by 7 or 8 years. This was an irresistible fate. The people who should meet would meet as usual. But now, her fate was completely in her own hands. No one could control it. She was. Not yet. Come on. Arbor held the warm teacup with both hands and glanced at the man in front of him coldly and distantly. He lowered his head slightly. The second young master's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, when he saw the little stoic's expressionless face and ice-cold eyes, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to reach out and warm her eyes. Young master. The chief steward's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. What is it? Regarding old master's birthday banquet, there are still some important guest lists that I need to discuss with second young master. Yes. Omega Kotoku stood up and stared at the little fellow who had her head lowered. You go back to Crane Garden first. I'll be back later. As he walked out, he said lightly, it's cold on the road. Remember to put on your fur coat. Arbor raised his head and glanced out the window. He saw him coming down the stairs and leaving the pavilion. At some point in time, snow started drifting down from the sky again. The accompanying chief steward bowed respectfully and held up an umbrella for him. Arbor also stood up and walked downstairs. When she passed by the staircase, a maidservant handed her a fur coat with her head lowered. Arbor thanked her and accepted it. She casually put it on and went down the pavilion, heading outside. A small layer of snow had accumulated on the ground from last night. With her cultivation, it was normal for her to leave no traces when she stepped on the snow. However, Arbor purposely left a row of small footprints on the snow. Each step left a small footprint that formed a crooked row. As she walked, she thought about the steward's report and didn't notice a few figures passing through a small path nearby. The Qin estate's master's birthday banquet was on the list of important guests. Could it be that they wanted to add Prince Mo's name to it? Last night, the Qin estate's master and that person with a somewhat familiar voice, were they plotting against him? What methods did they plan to use to deal with him? Would the crown prince really come? He was busy with political affairs, so he shouldn't have to rush over to congratulate a mere Qin estate. She left a pair of small footprints on the snow as she thought, even if he really came, I wouldn't let anything happen to him. The little fellow reached out to touch her small face. She had disguised her appearance, so her face was ordinary. If she was thrown into a crowd, no one would recognize her. On the day of the birthday banquet, she would probably run into many acquaintances. As long as she didn't open her mouth to speak, no one would recognize her. The little fellow was very confident in her disguise technique. When the time came, she would be completely stupefied. Suddenly, she heard a soft chuckle beside her ear. Arbor turned her head and saw an exceptionally fine young master wearing a dark purple robe. His long hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows. He was leaning against a snow plum tree with a smile on his face, looking at the small crooked footprints she had purposely left behind. "Who are you?" Arbor asked coldly with a stoic face. "Impudent." A woman's soft reprimand came from beside the young master. Only then did Xiaomu notice that there were several young and beautiful women of all shapes and sizes following behind this man. The one who spoke was wrapped in a large red woolen cloak. Her soft breasts were half exposed, and her body was round and voluptuous. Surrounded by pearls and jade, the woman's gaze landed enviously on the precious white fox fur coat that Xiaomu was wearing. The woman's entire body carried a storm-like aura, as if she was going to devour Xiaomu in the next instant. "You dare to be so rude in front of eldest young master? Little bitch, why aren't you kneeling down and saluting?" Another yellow-robed woman also came out from under the flowers and trees. She glared at Arbor and criticized repeatedly. Oh, so it was Grand Duke Xianxia. No wonder there were some similarities between his features and second young master's. However, compared to the second young master's calm and collected appearance, this eldest young master Qin's eyes were alluring and contained a hint of frivolity and wickedness. He was obviously an insufferably flirtatious person. Arbor glanced at them and was about to turn around and leave when she saw eldest young master Qin's figure flash and appear beside her. He reached out to flirtatiously lift her small chin. Xiaomu kicked him without allowing him to explain. At the same time that he reached out to grab her small foot, Xiaomu abruptly retracted her foot. Her gaze hardened, and she backhanded his handsome face that was infuriatingly handsome. Xianxia was caught off guard for a moment. He did not expect that a woman would actually make a move against him. He was instantly stupefied after being forcefully slapped by a little girl. The accompanying girls all screamed in shock, as if our dear Xiaomu had done something deranged and unforgivable. Their screams nearly pierced her eardrums. Scram! Arbor kicked eldest young master angrily and pushed him away forcefully before turning to flee in a huff. Xianxia abruptly regained his wits, and his eyes flashed with fury as he anxiously chased after her. In less than a second, he once again blocked Arbor's path. "What, you want to run after hitting me? How can there be such a good thing?" He was so angry that his heart ached. Where did this little village girl come from? She had no manners at all. She actually dared to stage a full-on brawl and slap his face at the slightest disagreement? Preposterous. Young master, young master. The orioles and swallows all ran over in a huff and pointed at Arbor while shouting angrily. Noisy. Arbor turned around and sprinkled a large handful of medicinal powder at the orioles and swallows. The world suddenly quieted down. The few women raised their hands to cover their throats in horror. They only felt that after inhaling a mouthful of that poisonous powder, their throats were burning with pain. For a moment, they were completely speechless. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Arbor. As the eldest young master of an elixir patrician family, he naturally knew a lot about medicine. He could tell at a glance that this little fellow's poison powder was pretty good and had remarkable effects. With this, the throats of the women in front of him probably wouldn't recover within 3 days, and they wouldn't be able to speak. This little fellow is a bit interesting. Eldest young master Qin laughed instead of getting angry. His eyes swept over her face flippantly. How about this? How about I ask second brother to take you over? You can stay by my side from now on. The orioles and swallows around the eldest young master all widened their eyes in horror. However, none of them could make a sound at this moment and could only glare coldly and angrily at Arbor with tears in their eyes. Arbor's gaze didn't waver at all. He was as calm and tranquil as a 1,000-year-old dried-up well. He gazed at him coldly before turning to walk towards Crane Garden. Xianxia's brows involuntarily creased. The little girl really wasn't good-tempered. Moreover, her eyes were filled with the coldness of the vicissitudes of life, which didn't match her age at all. You all go back first. The eldest young master threw down this sentence and headed straight for Crane Garden. The orioles and swallows, who had originally happily accompanied the eldest young master to admire the plum blossoms, were all on the verge of tears as they watched the eldest young master leave without any reluctance. They secretly gritted their teeth in hatred. The red-clothed beauty draped in a sheepskin coat stared at the young master's departing figure with resentment and anger in her eyes. The second young master had a daring maidservant. Almost everyone in the residence knew about this. But seeing her today, Ping Er felt that this woman was not only daring, but also willful and reckless. Eldest young master looked at the little slut's amused expression, and Ping Er's heart instantly ached. She understood the meaning of her man's gaze too well. It was a greedy look after something fun. Ping Er swore that she would never let this be *tch enter Drizzle Court. Absolutely not. Our dear Xiao Mu was so angry that her head hurt. After running all the way back to Crane Garden, she returned to her room and shut herself in. She didn't know that eldest young master, that debauchee, had directly run to second young master to demand her. Of course, in the end, the two brothers parted on bad terms. This matter reached the ears of the Qin estate's second madam, Yang Liuxiu, when it was close to evening. Her niece, Yang Fengyan, ran over to complain to her while weeping. She said that the two young masters had almost come to blows in Crane Garden over a lowly servant girl. At that time, Yang Liuxiu wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. Did she hear wrongly? Aunt. Yang Fengyan snuggled into Yang Liuxiu's embrace and sobbed. Yang Liuxiu gently patted her niece's back, naturally aware of her niece's feelings for the second young master. Although she also wanted to play matchmaker for them, she had done so more than once in front of the master. Unfortunately, her niece's looks were similar to the Yang family's. They weren't stunning beauties, and her talent was very ordinary. She was still a level 4 mystic cultivator, so the second young master probably wouldn't fancy her. She had married into the Qin estate 5 years ago, and not long after, she had taken in her nephew and niece, whose parents had died early, and raised them under her care. She had treated them well from the bottom of her heart. In terms of food and clothing, they were no different from the two young masters of the Qin estate. However, it was still very difficult to marry Fengyan into the Qin estate. Not to mention the second young master's heavenly looks, his vision was naturally higher than normal people's. Moreover, their young family had been declining day by day these past few years, and they couldn't be compared to the Qin estate at all. Other than refining pills daily, Master Qin basically didn't care about his two sons. Sometimes, she even felt that Master Qin's laissez-faire attitude toward his two sons was almost unlike how he treated his own sons. Yang Liuxiu sighed and patted her niece's hand. Fengyan, our young family has been declining more and more these past 2 years. You also know that the Yang family doesn't have any promising descendants. If I hadn't helped them from time to time these past 2 years, their lives would have been even more difficult. As she spoke, she let out a long sigh. You better be mentally prepared for the matter between you and the second young master. Yang Fengyan's eyes abruptly widened, and her tear-streaked face was filled with unwillingness and anger. "Aunt, you promised my aunt. You said that you would definitely make me marry into the Qin estate and marry second cousin." "I don't want aunt, I won't marry anyone other than second cousin in this lifetime, aunt. You have to make a decision for me, aunt." Yang Fengyan had been raised by Madame Qin Meiyang to have a very unruly personality. Once she heard that she couldn't get what she wanted, she naturally wouldn't give up. Yang Liuxiu's head hurt from her racket, so she could only repeatedly appease her and agree first. Then she probed, "Actually, there are so many noble young masters in the capital, so why must you hang yourself on the second young master?" Aunt heard that the Duan estate's young master was brought back. His appearance was outstanding and his cultivation was astonishing. In fact, he was also a good choice. Moreover, he's not as unreachable as your second cousin. Although the Duan residence's young master also has the surname Duan, his father is unknown. He followed his mother into the Duan residence. The old master of the Duan clan was very fond of this grandson of his. His status in the Duan clan was not much lower than any of the legitimate young masters. There have even been rumors that the old patriarch will leave the position of patriarch to his grandson. "I don't want to. I don't want to." Yang Fengyan jumped up and refused. "What Duan Manor's young master? He's just a bastard without a father. I don't want to marry such a person with no status." Her aunt must be lying to her. Who else in this world could be more elegant than her eldest cousin and second cousin? She wouldn't believe it. 5 years ago, she fell in love with second cousin at first sight. In this life, she wouldn't marry anyone other than him. Madame Qin Meiyang saw that she had already made up her mind, so she could only nod helplessly. In a few days, many people will come to the estate for Master's birthday banquet. You have to properly warn your eldest brother not to be frivolous and stir up trouble. Don't offend the noble ladies who will be coming to the estate. Madame Qin Meiyang had worried herself to death for her nephew, Yang Jiaxin, and cleaned up quite a few messes. Yang Fengyan obediently nodded in agreement, but she was very disapproving in her heart. She was naturally aware of her eldest brother's character. 2 years ago, he had used force to kill a lowly servant girl from Blue Mountain Courtyard, and that family actually dared to come knocking for compensation. In the end, it was her aunt who smoothed things over. That family of reckless, lowly, and poor people probably had the grass growing on their graves by now. Yang Fengyan came out of the willow garden of the Qin and Yang family. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She simply went to the crane garden. She wanted to see how beautiful the lowly servant girl that the two young masters fought over was. Mai Lian's section break. In the Eastern Palace's southern study, a ray of the setting sun fell on the window, illuminating a slender, straight, and aloof figure. Huifeng soundlessly appeared at the door and bowed in salute. "Your Highness, Mei Yi investigated from Shijiao City and seems to have discovered traces of a young lady in the outskirts of Guanlan City. According to the sedan bearer's descriptions, it's most likely a young lady. However, after she reached the capital, she disappeared without a trace. 2 days ago, Mo Lian received an urgent message from Ao Yi, saying that the box of letters in the house in Pear Blossom Alley had disappeared without a trace. He had a feeling that the little fellow had definitely gone back. It had been more than 2 years, and that 'I'll wait for you' sentence was still ringing in his ears, but the little fellow just didn't show up. He just didn't know where this little fellow had run off to." Prince Mo tightly pursed his lips, his eyes cold as he looked at the snowy figure outside the window. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let her leave back then. "Just wait, little fellow. As long as you haven't disappeared from this world, we will definitely find you. At that time, Your Highness." Xiao 11Z cautiously walked in and weakly said, "Manager Gong brought the Great King's verbal edict." During this period of time, all the servants in the Eastern Palace were on tenterhooks and didn't dare to say much. They worked under the Crown Prince's taut expression, afraid that they would be punished if they took a wrong step. Last time, the talkative servant who had been whispering behind His Highness' back, saying that His Highness was looking for a girl and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find her. The next day, not even her shadow could be seen. No one knew where she had been taken to and dealt with. Not to mention the eunuchs and servants in the Eastern Palace who lived in fear and trepidation, Even the old officials who came to the south study to report would occasionally be angered by the crown prince until their faces turned pale. His Highness was in a bad mood, and his mood was getting worse by the day. This was something that everyone knew. If they were to provoke His Highness at this time, it would be tantamount to rushing over and looking for trouble. If there was nothing particularly important, none of the officials dared to bother him. Mo Lian didn't pay attention to Xiao 11Z's report. Instead, she turned around and said to Hui Feng, Balon Fortification said that they'll be able to cultivate a batch of seeds that can grow, but the planting period will be prolonged. But that piece of land can at least grow things. I plan to. Your Highness, this old subject is here on the Great King's orders to deliver the Great King's verbal message. Gong Chang'an's voice traveled in from outside the door. Judging from his voice, it seemed to be wrapped in a trace of trembling. You're afraid, yet you still dare to interrupt me? Mo Lian's upturned phoenix eyes instantly turned ice cold. Send him in. Mo Lian turned around and walked to the seat of honor, waiting for Gong Chang'an to harden his scalp and tremble as he walked into the south study. Gong Chang'an only felt his scalp go numb. He didn't even dare to raise his head as he knelt on the ground with a thud. On the orders of His Majesty, I'm here to deliver the Great King's verbal message to invite His Highness the Crown Prince to attend old Patriarch Qin's 60th birthday banquet 3 days later. The update ended today. There was no sound for a long time, and the southern study was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Gong Chang'an held the invitation in his hand, his forehead drenched in sweat as he inwardly cursed the Great King for swindling people. He hadn't wanted to do such a tedious task, but the Great King had personally ordered him to make this trip. Why was it that when father and son swindled each other, the unlucky ones were always them small shrimps, woo-woo? Xiao 11Z also hung his head and stood to the side, completely treating himself as a block of wood and not uttering a word. Gong Chang'an's heart thumped for a good while before he finally heard the Crown Prince's cold and low voice ring out in the study. Qin Guilu is celebrating his birthday, and he still wants us to help him? How much face does he think he can have? Let Mo Jiao go, the Crown Prince said coldly. The Crown Prince spoke coldly, and his words contained a wisp of faint ridicule. Hasn't Mo Jiao been thinking about the Vice Minister of the Imperial Wealth Temple, the third miss of the Li Fuhai clan recently? Madame Li was once indebted to the Qin estate for treating her with medicine, so she will definitely bring this unmarried third miss to the Qin estate to congratulate Qin Guilu on his birthday. This will create an opportunity for Mo Jiao so that he can quickly embrace the beauty and take a beautiful concubine home. She can quickly give birth to Consort Cheng's 5th concubine-born grandchild. Gong Chang'an was flabbergasted and broke out in cold sweat. Crown Prince the Great, you're truly terrifying. Even the trivial matter of Li Fuhai's family, his wife being indebted to the Qin estate? You investigated everything thoroughly. You're so terrifying that you make people feel so pressured. I suddenly sympathize with eldest Prince His Highness Jiao. What should I do? Eldest Prince's IQ can't even compare to a single hair on your head, so what can he use to fight with you? Mo Lian snorted. That good older brother of ours only has the skill in serving women that can be considered decent. As for the rest? Don't even think about brains or strength. Gong Chang'an, this was full of mockery, right? After staring blankly for a moment, Gong Chang'an finally kowtowed to His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the Great King has been taking ore-regulating pills made by the Qin estate's family head recently and feels much better, so he wanted you to make this trip and ask family head Qin for a few bottles of ore-regulating pills while you're at it. Even if it is, Your Highness, please make this trip for the sake of the Qin estate's patriarch. Mo Lian stared coldly at Gong Chang'an. Since the Great King's body is fine, then let him handle this matter personally. Gong Chang'an was speechless. No. Your Highness. This old servant will go back and report to the Great King and ask the Great King to send His Highness, the eldest prince, to the Qin estate. Gong Chang'an hurriedly crawled out of the door and ran away, not even bothering to drop the invitation card on the ground. If he continued, the Crown Prince would just abandon his job and quit. Preposterous. A small alchemy aristocratic family's clan head was celebrating his birthday, and they still wanted him to go and congratulate him. His face must be as big as the sky. Mo Lian angrily slammed the desk, causing many books to fall to the floor. Xiao 11Z and the other eunuchs and palace maids all knelt down, not daring to lift their heads or even breathe loudly. Your Highness, the great king is muddle-headed and does whatever he wants to do. It's not like this is the first day you found out. Huifeng bent down to pick up the books that had fallen to the floor and placed them on the desk. Someone must have whispered this into his ears. Mo Lian's handsome face darkened as she sneered, "It seems that Yonghe can't be left alive." "Your Highness." A steady and aged voice sounded from outside the door. "Mr. Shengguan has arrived." The crown prince stood up to welcome him. When he saw a white-clothed elder with a genial face, he bowed in greeting. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. "Your Highness, Yonghe is merely a minor character. Whether she's eliminated or not, everything is within your Highness's control." Shengguan Jing followed the crown prince into the study's inner room, whispering to him along the way. "It wouldn't be nice if some animosity arose between you and the great king because of such an insignificant minor character. Perhaps you don't mind, but in the future, Her Majesty and His Highness you." Ever since Yonghe entered the palace, her favor hasn't waned for 7 or 8 years. She's a scheming woman. Unfortunately, she can't give birth to a son, so she's no threat at all. The more they spoke, the softer their voices became, and they closed the door after entering the inner room. "If your Highness doesn't want to go to the Qin estate, then so be it. With your Highness's status, it's up to you whether you want to go to a minor medicinal patrician family. It's truly inappropriate for the great king to trouble you to go just for some pills. As for Yonghe, just give her a lesson and a warning. Your Highness doesn't need to personally take action on this matter." Huifeng waved his hand, indicating for the eunuchs and royal maids still kneeling in the study to withdraw. Suddenly, he heard the window frame rustle, and a pitch-black figure quietly floated in. "Are you addicted to climbing windows every time?" Huifeng's eyes didn't even move, and he didn't even bother to look at the newcomer. Mei flashed to the table and picked up a kettle to drink. "Where's His Highness?" "He's talking with Sir Shengguan." Huifeng walked to his side and looked at him suspiciously. "What did you find?" Mist disappeared after entering the city. Mei set down the teapot and turned around with a stern and grave face. "I already reported this matter several days ago." Huifeng rolled his eyes at him. Only after interacting with this guy for a long time would one know that he was a clown by nature. It was just that he looked more proper on the outside. "You investigated for so long, and this is all you brought back to His Highness?" Huifeng gloated. "Just wait. Wait to be unlucky, wait to be punished, wait to be angrily rebuked by His Highness, ha ha ha. Of course it's not this bit of news." Mei humphed, then turned to glance at Huifeng and said solemnly, "It's just that I won't tell you. I want to personally report to His Highness." "You." Huifeng harumphed and turned to walk into the inner room, abandoning him. When he reached the door of the small room, he saw the crown prince and Shengguan Jing walking out. "Sir has just returned to the capital and must be tired from the long journey. Go back and rest first." As she spoke, she looked at Huifeng beside her. "You escort Sir back to the estate?" "Yes." When Huifeng thought about how he couldn't hear the results of Charming Knight's report, he felt as if a cat was scratching at his heart. "Your Highness, this old man will take his leave first." Shengguan Jing cupped his hands in salute. Prince Mo hurriedly dodged and returned the greeting, "Sir, take care." After Huifeng escorted Shengguan Jing out the door and left with him, Prince Mo finally turned to look at Mei Yi, who was standing on the side, and got straight to the point. "How was it?" Mei Yi knelt on one knee with a solemn expression. "This subordinate is useless. He had investigated at the city gate and found someone to confirm the girl's whereabouts. But after entering the city, the girl seemed to have completely concealed herself and disappeared without a trace." Mo Lian sat down and reached out to massage her faintly swollen head. After a while, she coldly said, "Continue searching. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground and turn the entire capital upside down, you must find her for us. I'll give you 2 more days. If you can't do it, then all of you will return to Marshall Mountain for training." A drop of cold sweat slid down Mei Yi's forehead, and he hastily nodded. Yes. His Highness the Crown Prince was becoming scarier and scarier, wanting them to return to Marshall Mountain for training at every turn. It was simply inhumane torture. The Crown Prince propped his forehead with one hand and closed his eyes, carefully thinking of where that child could go. He had already sent people to keep an eye on the Qiao estate in Guanlan City, but there was no sign of the little fellow returning these past few days. Guanlan City was the largest city in northern Mo, and even the entire north. In recent years, powerful first-level fortifications had been built on this foundation, and the surrounding land had more than doubled in size. Finding a little girl in such a large city was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was truly an extreme headache. Even if he sent more people, he knew that this would be an extremely arduous task in the short term. "Your Highness, this subordinate will take his leave." Mei half knelt there and lowered his head to count mushrooms for a long time, but he didn't hear His Highness telling him to withdraw. Thus, he could only summon up his courage and say this. He was really afraid that if he spoke, His Highness would be unhappy and incur His Highness's wrath. Mo Lian snapped out of her daze and nodded slightly at him. Only then did Mei realize that His Highness the Crown Prince had been in a daze just now, and he didn't exist in his eyes at all. When Mei stepped out of the door, he caught sight of an invitation that had been tossed onto the ground like trash. He muttered to himself, "Qin estate? What is it?" Mo Lian looked at Mei, who was standing at the door. Mei coughed lightly. This subordinate just recalled that the Qin estate was wantonly recruiting servant girls and manservants in the city a few days ago. It seemed to have attracted quite a few people. The Qin estate has been in the limelight recently, and many women have volunteered to become servant girls for the two young masters in the estate. It's just a pity that the Qin estate has conditions for recruiting servant girls. It seems that they want a batch with some martial arts and great strength. A few days ago? Mo Lian was meticulous and quick-witted. She seemed to have thought of something from Mei's words. That's right, it was a few days ago. Mei abruptly looked at the Crown Prince, a trace of suspicion flashing through his eyes. Could it be that after Miss entered the city, she... That couldn't be. Why would the little girl go to the Qin estate to be a servant girl without rhyme or reason? Mo Lian's eyes darkened slightly, and a continuous whirlpool surged up in his eyes, swirling deeply. When Consort Jing received the news, she threw a fit in Sephora Flower Palace. She had already received benefits from the Qin estate, so if she agreed to it, she would definitely whisper into the old great king's ears until he agreed to let the Crown Prince go to the Qin estate. But now, the Crown Prince had said that he wouldn't go, and that meant he wouldn't go. The great king didn't insist and listen to the Crown Prince's words. He issued a decree to send the son of the great king, Mo Jiao, to the Qin manor to attend the birthday celebration. How was she supposed to show her face in front of the Qin estate? How could the great king's son compare to the Crown Prince? What would others think of Consort Jing if she couldn't even accomplish such a small task? Her personal mama couldn't help but remind Goei Fei, the great king values His Highness the Crown Prince very much. It's fine to mention this matter once, but if you mention it again, it will only make the great king feel vexed. Does your Highness still remember the incident that happened in the Imperial Garden a few years ago? After that incident, the great king gave your Highness the cold shoulder for more than a month, and the one who benefited was that noble lady he. Consort Jing felt suffocated whenever she thought of this matter. The great king disliked her for blabbering and slandering the Crown Prince's birth, so that month, it was like she had been banished to the cold palace. He didn't even poke her Sephora Flower Palace with his toes. That slut, noble lady he, really benefited. She got pregnant with a bastard child and even gave birth to a son. As for her, she had painstakingly carried the child for many months only to give birth to a useless daughter. She was truly infuriated. Reporting to your Highness, the 15th princess's wet nurse requests an audience. She says that the princess's asthma is acting up again and it seems like she's having trouble breathing. Consort Jing's expression turned cold as she reached out to interrupt the eunuch's report. She angrily reprimanded, "What's the point of reporting to this consort? This consort isn't a doctor. Are you all dead? Don't you know to go to the Imperial Physician Building to call for an Imperial Physician?" After chasing the wet nurse away with a scolding, Consort Jing's mood became even worse. She angrily slammed the table. "You're all useless things. This daughter was born prematurely and had never been easy to deal with since she was born. Her body was also weak and she had been infected with illnesses since she was young." The great king had barely taken a glance at this daughter. In comparison, the 16th prince, that noble lady he had given birth to, was only half a year younger than little 15th. but he was very much liked by the great king. Consort Jing felt even more uncomfortable with this comparison. The old maid sighed. She thought that the 15th princess was also quite pitiful. Although she was born noble, she wasn't liked by her parents. She even had asthma at such a young age. What a child with a hard life. Your Highness, should we go see the 15th princess? The old maid carefully asked Consort Jing for her opinion. Consort Jing's eyes narrowed and her lips curled as she said coldly, "It's not like this asthma is something that's only been going on for a day or two. Even the imperial physicians are helpless and say that this illness can only be treated normally. This consort has no way to treat it. It's not like she'll stop coughing and gasping if this consort goes to see her." The old maid was speechless. She nodded and retreated to the side without saying anything else. Not long after, news spread to Sephora Flower Palace that the great king had encountered a palace maid who had fainted from hunger on the way to court and rescued her. After washing her clean, he took a look and saw that the palace maid was in her late 20s. Her figure was voluptuous, and her looks were excellent. Her appearance was very sweet, and even her voice was very charming. The king was very pleased on the spot, and he conferred her the title of noble lady. Noble Consort Jing was stupefied on the spot when she heard this. Palace maid? Where did this palace maid come from to be so audacious? How dare she seduce the king in broad daylight in front of so many people? Consort Jing might not be able to cover the sky with one hand, but at the very least, she was able to deal with those little bitches who wanted to climb up the social ladder. Who would dare to do such a thing behind her back? She didn't believe that there was no one behind all of this. Now that the great king had a new beauty, he would definitely spend a few days playing with her and would definitely not come looking for her again. When Consort Jing thought of this, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She felt that everything was going wrong. That night, a new piece of news came to Sephora Flower Palace, saying that the queen had specially mentioned it to the great king. She said that noble lady he had contributed greatly to the birth of the 16th prince for the great king. As the 16th prince grew up day by day, shouldn't noble lady he's status be promoted? That would not lower 16th status. The great king felt that the queen was virtuous, so what she said was very reasonable. He praised her greatly and promoted noble lady he's status to Jowie on the spot. From then on, Jowie he was the number one person below the rank of concubine. It was said that she had angered the old concubines. Consort Jing was so angry that she didn't even eat dinner. She cursed the queen in her heart for being meddlesome and felt that everyone was opposing her. So what if you gave birth to a brother? Who knows if you can raise him or not? Darling Xiao was completely unaware of the strange and turbulent situation in the royal capital. She felt that the two men from the Qin estate were very annoying. They came looking for her all day with nothing to do, so she didn't even have a chance to be alone. Tomorrow was Old Master Qin's 60th birthday, and these 2 days had been very troublesome. Every day, there would be some distant relatives of the 7 aunts and 8 aunts moving into the Qin estate, and there were also many people from the side branches. Just the arrangement of the courtyards and the various miscellaneous matters made the head steward and second steward so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. All the servants and maids in the Qin estate were completely mobilized. Among these people, Darling Xiao could be considered the most leisurely one. Because of the Blue Mountain courtyard incident, Kai Wei had been punished, and the news had spread throughout the estate, including among the stewards, that the second young master had taken in a little maidservant who was rather terrifying and not to be trifled with. She even dared to beat up the eldest young master, and even provoked the eldest young master, who went to the second young master to ask for her back. In the end, the 2 young masters nearly came to blows. Everyone in the estate, including the servants, was discerning. From then on, no one dared to yell at Arbor. So these 2 days, no matter how busy the estate was, no matter how busy the stewards were, they wouldn't dispatch this little grandaunt. Darling Xiao was very leisurely these 2 days. At this time, in order to avoid the annoying Qin Xian, Arbor took a detour to the small garden and found a pavilion to sit for a while. Not long after, she heard 2 lazy maids whispering, "Just now, I saw 2 servants carrying into cousin young master's room. What a sin. I heard that she's a young lady from a good family and is about to get married. She was choosing at a jewelry store, and was caught by cousin young master. Truly a woman with a hard life. You 2 lowly maids, what are you whispering about?" A stern voice instantly rang out. Cousin Mississippi. The two maids trembled in fright and hastily knelt down. Slap them. They're all sluts with loose mouths. They actually dared to talk behind their master's back. They thought she hadn't heard, but they were clearly talking about her eldest brother. Although her eldest brother, Yang Jiazhen, was a disappointment, he wasn't someone two lowly maids could casually talk about. Cousin Miss, spare us, spare us. The two maids wailed, causing Arbor, who was resting in the pavilion, to furrow her brows repeatedly. This group of people is so long-winded, they should all be poisoned until they become mutes. Just as she was about to get up and attack, she heard first Qin's voice. What are so many people gathered here for? Eldest cousin. That female cousin cried out in surprise. Feng Yan greets eldest cousin. Oh, it's fine. Feng Yan, you can continue. I'm here to look for someone. Qin Xian bypassed his blushing cousin and walked directly to the pavilion behind the rockery. Sure enough, he saw the little girl sitting in the pavilion, her eyes coldly sweeping over him. Xiaobao, let's go. I'll take you to a fun place. The eldest young master walked over with a smile in his eyes. I'm not free. Arbor flatly refused. The eldest young master, who had been rejected by our dear Qiao Mu 15 to 16 times in the past 2 days, was already used to the little fellow's manner of speaking. He didn't get angry when he heard her words and walked into the pavilion. Today, Hualing Street is holding a medicinal pill appreciation conference. There will also be some high-quality medicinal cauldrons for sale. Let me tell you, it's really fun. If you don't go, you won't be able to see the good stuff. What good stuff can there be? Arbor was startled, but when he heard the 2 words, medicinal cauldrons, his interest was piqued. How can it not be good? Not only can a good medicinal cauldron increase the quality of a medicinal pill, it can also speed up the pill refining process. Think about the mute powder that you scattered 2 days ago. If it was made into a pill, it would be impossible to refine it. If it's refined into a medicinal pill, wouldn't they become mutes for the rest of their lives? There's no need to worry. Will they still cause trouble in the future? The page boy accompanying the eldest young sir twitched his mouth and reflexively widened his eyes. He felt that the young sir's words didn't sound like anything good. Wasn't this leading the little miss crooked? However, the little stoic felt that eldest Qin's words were surprisingly reasonable. That's right, it was best to get things done once and for all. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. Every time the effects of the mute medicine wore off after 3 days, she would have to use it again the next time she encountered them nagging. She nodded and was about to speak when she heard an aloof voice abruptly interrupt. No need to trouble eldest brother. I will accompany her to the treasure appreciation conference. Eldest Qin pursed his lips and swept a glance at the Omega Kotoku young sir who was strolling in. He said impatiently, why do you have to fight with me every time we do something? You're like a haunting ghost. It's not that I want to fight with eldest brother over anything. It's that this Mu Xiaobao was originally one of my court's people, so I hope eldest brother won't meddle too much. Eldest Qin's expression instantly darkened. Don't forget, I was the one who indicated that I wanted to recruit a few maidservants in the beginning. You're the one who interfered. It's only right and proper for me to take my people back now. Who's your people? Arbor and Omega Kotoku shouted in unison. Arbor even more rudely turned around and walked out of the pavilion. On the side, the second young sir completely ignored the cousin Yang Fengyan, who was treated like an invisible person, had flames burning in her eyes. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. She suddenly shouted angrily, have you guys had enough? The 3 people's gazes simultaneously turned to her, and Arbor also stopped. You guys quarrel every day because of this little B*TCH. Today, I'll punish this B*TCH for you guys in Ant's place. Yang Fengyan was about to go crazy from jealousy. After saying this, she lashed her whip at Qiao Mu's small face. That day, she made a detour to Crane Garden to see just how outstanding this B*TCH's beauty was. In the end, she was stopped outside by the outer courtyard's guards before she even entered, saying that the young sir was busy and didn't have time to entertain her. She was so angry that she almost died. She went back and vented her anger. For the past 2 days, she hadn't found a chance to see the slut that the two young masters were thinking about. When she saw her today, it was an average-looking girl with facial paralysis who didn't even have 1/10 of her own looks. She was truly angry, anxious, and vexed. She really didn't understand what was so good about the little slut in front of her that the two young masters would fight over her like this. Arbor's eyes were filled with rage. Before Omega Kotoku could step forward to block the whip, he had already jumped in front of Yang Fengyan. With a crack sound, he broke her wrist that was holding the whip and snatched it away. He used his hand to whip Yang Fengyan's face twice. With 2 cracking sounds, Yang Fengyan fell to the ground. She covered her bloody face with her hands and screamed, "Ah, my face, you overestimate yourself." Arbor still wasn't appeased. He kicked her body and sent her flying. Her body flew in a perfect arc in the sky before falling into the small pond next to the rockery with a splash. Young Master Omega Kotoku, who had originally wanted to be the hero who saved the beauty, didn't have the opportunity to be the hero and silently withdrew his hand. Qin, later, when Madame Qin Mei Yang found out that her niece was seriously injured, she was furious. She wanted to summon that audacious maidservant to punish her, but she was told that the girl and the second young master had left the estate and hadn't returned yet. Madame Qin Mei Yang was so angry that she fell backwards. She directly complained to old Master Qin, but she was scolded. He told her to keep her niece and nephew in check and not smear the Qin estate's reputation all day long. Old Master Qin was vexed and conflicted over whether to invite the crown prince, so who had the time to care about this trivial matter? At this time, the lanterns were lit and the night was waning. There was a sea of people in front of Wuruan Elixir House on Hualing Street. Everyone, the Elixir Appreciation Conference will be held for 5 days in a row in Wuruan Elixir House. Everyone can participate. On the 4th and 5th days, there will be an auction of precious elixirs and cauldrons every day. I hope that everyone here will honor us with your presence. The middle-aged man who spoke had a smile on his face. He should be the deacon of Wuruan Elixir House. No matter who you are or what your background is. As long as you think that you have a good elixir, you can take it out and share it with everyone. Many onlookers clapped and cheered. The onlookers followed their usual habits and went wherever there was excitement. In the next few days, Hualing Street would be completely bustling. Today was only the first day, and there were already so many onlookers. In the future, there would be more and more people every day. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd and came forward with a brown wooden box in his hand. I want to appraise the treasure. 2 people in Wuruan Elixir House led him to a long table. That person arrogantly stepped forward and opened the lid of his wooden box. A faint medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out from within. Good elixir. Good. You can smell the medicinal fragrance as soon as you open it. It must be good stuff. People in the crowd kept cheering. Arbor looked at the source of the scattered voices. Seeing that those people were hiding in the crowd and were scattered far away, they were echoing one another. Their cheers were heard everywhere, causing a few onlookers who didn't know the situation to also cheer along. It's just a level 5 mystic breakthrough elixir, and it's so inferior. It can't even be considered a low-grade elixir. You're only capable of deceiving laymen if you insist on finding a few people to pull the wool over people's eyes. A female voice abruptly rang out from beside Xiao Mu. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone nearby looked at her. Arbor took a closer look and saw a tall, old-fashioned woman in her early 20s. She looked to be in her early 20s and looked serious. The arrogant face of the man who was displaying the level 5 Xian breakthrough pill suddenly turned into the color of a pig's liver. His eyes stared in the direction of the old-fashioned woman. Who are you? You make it sound so clear and logical. What do you know? What do I know? The old-fashioned woman sneered. Look at the profound breaking pill in your hand. Let's call it the profound breaking pill for the time being. Firstly, its appearance wasn't round enough. It was obvious that it couldn't even reach the standard of an elementary pill. Secondly, low-grade medicinal pills must have orange pill veins. Look at this level 5 mystic breakthrough pill that doesn't have any pill veins and doesn't have a strong pill fragrance. If it's not fooling people, then what is it? Arbor's eyes lit up when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, Sister, there's a faint purple color on the pill. What grade is it? The woman turned her head and looked at her in surprise. She nodded politely at her and said, "If it has purple pill veins, it must be a high-grade pill. It's rare in the entire Guanlan city." Then, for example, what grade is a longevity pill with purple veins made from longevity flowers? Our dear Xiaomu felt that it was necessary for her to explain. Longevity flowers are considered a mid-grade medicinal ingredient. Pills with purple veins made from them are usually called mid-grade high-grade pills. Young Master Omega Kotoku, who was standing beside Arbor, said lightly. Upon hearing Omega Kotoku's words, the young lady with the old-fashioned and solemn face immediately nodded approvingly. This young master is right. The man holding the wooden box in front of the long table couldn't help but glare angrily when he saw the three of them chatting happily. He interrupted and scolded, "Nonsense. You think you're invincible just because you said so? If you have the ability, take out a higher-grade mystic breakthrough pill and compete with me." The old-fashioned girl sneered, "Compete with this lousy pill of yours? You're degrading yourself for no reason." At this time, the middle-aged manager of Wuruan Pill House impatiently waved his hand and said, "Enough. You'd better leave." Just as that girl said, this level 5 mystic breakthrough pill doesn't even have the grade of a pill. It can be seen that there are many impurities in it. The probability of an ordinary mystic cultivator advancing after taking it is estimated to be only 1 in 10. Moreover, with such a gradeless and ugly appearance, I'm afraid that there will be a series of side effects after taking it. When the man saw that the mystic breakthrough pill he provided was criticized as worthless, his face couldn't help but flush red. He pushed through the crowd and left amidst the waves of ridicule. Since he's here to appraise a pill, why did he get a few people to mingle in the crowd? Arbor asked in confusion. The old-fashioned and solemn young lady glanced at her and kindly explained, "After the appraisal of this pill, it can be placed in Wuruan Pill House and be auctioned on the 4th or 5th day. It's just that that person thinks everyone is a fool. There are many experts in Wuruan Pill House. It's impossible for him to get away with it. This girl is from the Pill Union, right? Nice to meet you." The middle-aged manager of Wuruan Pill House cupped his hands with a smile at the old-fashioned girl. The girl pursed her lips and nodded at the manager. She didn't say anything else. The following pill appraisal went very smoothly, and no one dared to make a fool of themselves again. Until the end of the day, Arbor hadn't seen a single high-grade pill. One of them took out a middle-grade longevity pill with blue veins. Someone immediately called out a price to buy it. After a round of bidding, the price had reached 5 middle-grade profound stones. In the end, the Wuruan Pill House's deacon dissuaded them. He only said that the pill would be placed in the pill house first, and that the auction would only start on the 4th or 5th day. Everyone rubbed their palms together, and many pairs of eyes stared at the middle-grade longevity pill. Arbor thought that longevity pills were quite popular. Previously, Tong Tong had only made a dozen or so longevity pills and filled a small bottle. Moreover, she didn't lack profound stones, so she didn't bother to sell longevity pills. By the time everyone left, it was already late at night. Arbor followed the second young master back to the Qin estate and saw a large formation at the entrance. There were 2 neat rows of servants holding long sticks in their hands. This was, waiting for the rabbit to appear by a tree stump, waiting for him here. Madame Qin and Yang's face was dark, and she was surrounded by a group of servants. She waited until late at night to return from Arbor. Naturally, her expression was not good. She pointed a finger. "Take them." The servants rushed forward like wolves and tigers. "Let's see who dares to act recklessly." Young Master Omega Kotoku coldly shouted, intimidating those vicious servants on the spot. The second young master wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the end, this family was still surnamed Qin. Although the second madam was in charge of the household, the 2 young masters' words still carried weight in front of the master. Madame Qin and Yang's face was overcast, and she looked coldly at Arbor. This lowly girl beat up Miss Biao until her face was disfigured and her hand was broken. Is second young master going to disregard the family rules and protect her? Only the heavens knew how much her heart ached when she saw Yang Fingyan's face with 2 whip scars. That lowly girl didn't know how to control her strength, and Fingyan's face was scraped so deep that her bones could be seen. It could be seen how ruthless that little b*tch was. Although she couldn't get anything good out of the master's side, Madame Xianxia still couldn't hold back her anger. Thus, after thinking it over, she still gathered a group of servants to wait for them at the door. They were determined to capture that B*TCH and bring her back to be whipped 1,000 times before selling her off. Yang Fengyan was insolent and spoke rudely in front of this young master. I was the one who ordered people to beat her. Does Madame also want to beat and kill me? Omega Kotoku's cold voice fell into Madame Qin and Yang's ears, causing her heart to tremble for no reason. Madame Qin and Yang laughed awkwardly. Second young master really knows how to joke. This madam has already inquired about this matter. It's all because that lowly servant refused to submit to cousin Mrs. Discipline. She actually dared to hurt people. Madame Qin and Yang pointed in the direction of Arbor. In the end, she clearly saw the latter roll his eyes at her. This? Was the heavens really going to be turned upside down? I'm sleepy. Couldn't she go back to rest and sleep properly? It was so late at night, and there was no end to it. How troublesome. Arbor kicked the snow under his feet with an impatient expression. Young Master Omega Kotoku also became impatient. Alright, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can talk to father. Everyone move aside. The 2 rows of servants didn't dare to block the second young master from entering and all retreated to the back. Madame Qin and Yang was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and her face turned dark red. Second young master, are you determined to stand in front of me and stand up for this lowly servant? Omega Kotoku coldly glanced at Madame Qin and Yang. I want to save your lives. Tomorrow is father's birthday. If you die here today, who will have the patience to entertain those madams and noble ladies tomorrow? Omega Kotoku's words made Madame Qin and Yang feel a chill down her spine. Her entire body trembled, and she was so angry that her chest puffed up. Her eyes immediately exploded with rage. Oh? Is that so? Since that's the case, I want to see if second young master will really draw his sword against his stepmother for this lowly servant if I insist on killing her today. Madame Qin and Yang pointed in the direction of Arbor. She was so angry that her red eyes bulged. Hold down this lowly servant for me. Beat her to death. The servants were sandwiched between the madam and the second young master and were in a dilemma. Hearing this, they could only brace themselves and go forward to capture Arbor. Xiaomu's small stoic face instantly turned several degrees colder. Without waiting for a servant's hand to touch her, she ruthlessly kicked that person in the stomach, sending him flying in the direction where the second madam was standing. Madame Qin and Madame Yang didn't expect that the little guy would be so ruthless. She was hit by the servant who flew over. With a bang, both of them smashed into the protruding door's sill. With a crisp crack, Madame Qin and Madame Yang's waist bones immediately cracked. She immediately let out a miserable howl and fainted. When first Qin rushed over after hearing the news, he saw a group of servants surrounding a stoic-faced little girl with horrified expressions. They were ill at ease and didn't know what to do. What are you all crowding around here for? First Qin irritably roared, do you have nothing better to do in the middle of the night? What are you all blocking the door for? Eldest young master. This maidservant by second young master's side knocked Madame unconscious. First Qin looked at Omega Kotoku and saw that the latter was expressionless. What kind of expression could Omega Kotoku have? He was about to die from anger. He had already said that he had stopped Madame Xianxia for her sake. She wouldn't listen. Now that her waist was broken, how could she get up to host the birthday banquet tomorrow? Now that Madame had collapsed, he could only have his father's concubine, Concubine May, come out tomorrow to entertain those madams and misses. However, Concubine May's status wasn't presentable, so he was afraid that she would slighted those madams. The more Omega Kotoku thought about it, the more vexed he became. He glared fiercely at the woman lying unconscious on the ground. She didn't know her own worth, stupid. Xiao Bao, why did you beat Madame to the ground again? Qin glanced at the little girl's expressionless face. He really wasn't gloating over her misfortune, but, it was really funny. The little fellow had just beaten his cousin's sister to the bed in the afternoon, and at night, he had fractured her aunt's bones. How was this girl cut out to be a maid? She had the temper of a young miss all day long. Once her temper flared up, it was unstoppable. Annoying, time to sleep. Arbor glared at the servants surrounding him. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, making a path for him. Tomorrow, tell concubine May to come out and entertain the noble ladies. Don't always dress so shabbily. Omega Kotoku threw this sentence at his older brother, then stepped through the door. The servants looked at each other in dismay, their hearts thumping in fear. They all secretly said that it was fortunate that they hadn't really done anything to this little girl. Otherwise, the one lying there would be themselves. Looking at the two young masters' attitudes, they didn't seem to have any intention of reprimanding the young lady. Instead, Madame was so miserable, so close. Early the next morning, Arbor saw the head steward smiling apologetically as soon as he stepped out of the door. After greeting him, Arbor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why did the head steward come so early in the morning? He came to greet her in advance, saying that there would be many people coming to the estate today, and there might be some ignorant fool among the guests who might offend the young lady for no reason. He hoped that the little grandaunt would give face to the Qin estate and let them off. She wouldn't break their hands or waste bones at the slightest provocation. How baffling. This baby is so hot and gentle. He had never been a cruel person. Arbor strolled away expressionlessly. She was going to guard the kitchen today to see if anyone dared to do anything to the food. She had considered it. Since the person behind family head Qin was so confident, they only needed to call the crown prince over to deal with him. There were only two ways. The first was assassination, and the second was poison. It was impossible to assassinate from the start. Wouldn't it have to be done after 3 rounds of drinking? Therefore, she had to keep a close eye on the kitchen today. As the young lady walked past, everyone was on tenterhooks. When they saw her coming from afar, they immediately avoided her, as if she was some evil person. They were truly a group of people who were baffled to the extreme. I've always been easy to talk to. What made you think that I'm a violent and scary person who would beat people up for no reason? Preposterous. Darling Xiao angrily turned a corner and saw a plump figure carrying 7 to 8 potted plants of various sizes quickly walking towards her. Xiangyuan. She remembered this young lady's name. Among the maids who came in with her, this Xiangyuan was the most cowardly and easily bullied. Because of her large build, she was always ostracized by the other maids. However, darling Xiao quite liked this young lady who had a carefree personality. When these maids saw her, they gave her a "I can't talk to you at all" expression, as if she really wanted to chat with them. Only Xiangyuan didn't despise her and was willing to talk to her, even giving her pointers. Ah, little treasure, little treasure. Xiangyuan was also happy to see Arbor. But she was holding so many flower pots with both hands, even moving her chin here and there. Her entire body was stiff and couldn't make any big movements. Arbor got angry when he saw her cowardly appearance. Why didn't you take a small cart to transport them? She must have been bullied again. Look at her, what's the use of being so big? If it were her, who would dare to trick her like this? She would punch them one by one, and even if she couldn't beat them, she would scare them. That bunch of cowards, if you intimidated them too much, they wouldn't dare to make any more small moves. It's fine, it's fine. Xiangyuan smiled foolishly. Little treasure, I'm a little busy. I still have to send these to the front yard. You go play first. Let me help you. This fellow simply couldn't bear to look at her. Arbor saw her drop a pot of flowers and stretched out his leg to catch it firmly, then flipped it over to his hand. Ah, no need, no need. Xiangyuan hurriedly shook her head and looked at Arbor with a bunch of pots in her arms. Come, put it in my hands, I'll carry it over together, come on. Put it on your head? Arbor looked at her in annoyance. With so many pots in her arms, where would she put them? Alright, I'll go with you. Give me 2 more pots. Arbor was expressionless. No need, no need. Xiangyuan shook her head again. I can carry them. They're heavy. You have thin arms and legs, don't fall on them. Arbor's mouth twitched. I'm actually not that weak. The snow stopped, but there was a thick layer of snow on the ground that hadn't melted. Along the way, Arbor deliberately stepped on a long row of crooked footprints, forming 2 rows with Xiangyuan's big footprints. Xiangyuan was chattering on the side, talking and laughing with her. The cold wind was blowing on her face, but it was not very cold. turning into a long corridor made of red cedar wood. The two of them creaked on the floor as they walked forward. From afar, they saw a group of distinguished guests coming towards them. Please, please, the banquet hasn't started yet. Everyone, please follow this old servant to the landscape hall for a short rest. The second steward, who had his head lowered and waist bent, led a dozen or so people along the way. They were all young masters. The young ladies and madams had all been taken by concubine May to the snow pavilion to admire the plum blossoms. The second steward had long seen Mu Xiaobao, this little grandaunt, and secretly cupped his hands in greeting, with a fawning expression. Xiaomu wasn't someone who liked to stir up trouble, so she and Xiang Yuanyuan both moved to the side of the corridor to make way. The corridor itself was not spacious, but it was more than enough for two people to pass through. It was just that the area Xiang Yuanyuan occupied was a little big. When one of the young masters with oily hair and powdered face passed through, his elbow accidentally touched Xiang Yuanyuan's stomach. Xiang Yuanyuan immediately sucked in a breath, sucked in her stomach, and shrank back. That noble young master, however, retracted his hand in disdain. His thick eyebrows furrowed, and he angrily glared at Xiang Yuanyuan's face. Lowly servant. Don't you have eyes? A piece of fat pork dares to tease this young master. Something happened. The second steward's tears flowed out in an instant. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw the little grandaunt standing in front of Xiang Yuanyuan and fiercely kicking that powdered young master's stomach, sending him flying heavily. With a crash, he drooped halfway down the corridor's railing. This grandaunt still hasn't vented her anger. She directly smashed the big flower pot in her hands onto the back of that unlucky young master's head with a crash. All the young masters were stupefied, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. How did this audacious maidservant dare to violently beat up the Marquis of Su En's family's young master? It's quite lively. A cold yet very familiar voice suddenly drifted into Arbor's ears. Arbor immediately retracted the hand that smashed Sir Flower and ran back to the dazed Xiang Yuanyuan. She nudged her. Let's go. But where could they go? The corridor behind them was blocked by those dozen or so youths, so Arbor could only brace herself and tug Xiang Yuanyuan to turn around. A pair of men were walking toward them. The one on the right was about 25 or 26 years old and had an ordinary appearance. The one on the left had a handsome face and peach blossom eyes. He was about 20 years old and wore a jade robe. His figure was slender and straight, and his long hair was loosely tied behind his waist. Arbor felt guilty and didn't dare to raise her head, but she kept feeling that scorching gaze landing on her. Don't be afraid, she comforted herself, this darling has already disguised herself into this ghastly appearance. Even if father and mother came, they wouldn't recognize me. Probably no one else in this world can recognize me besides myself, but why did she feel that Duanyu, that guy's gaze was so scorching that it was a bit terrifying? It's fine, calm down, she must calm down. She couldn't relax her expression at all. It would be strange if he could recognize her face after it had changed so much. Our dear Xiaomu expressionlessly raised her head and fearlessly met Duanyu's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was about to run away in a fit of anger. Duanyu really was staring at her without blinking. He stared at her with a terrifying gaze that could devour her. There wasn't the slightest hint of warmth in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Instead, a raging fury was churning in the depths of his eyes. How was that possible? Darling Qiao was dumbfounded. She had already disguised herself to this extent, so how could he recognize her with a single glance? No, she must be scaring herself. He was tricking her, right? Darling Qiao continued to console herself. She poked Xiang Yuanyuan and didn't say anything, urging her to leave quickly. Just as she brushed past Duanyu, she felt a grip tighten around her wrist. He had actually abruptly grabbed her wrist. You're very good. Duanyu felt that the instant he saw this little stoic, he couldn't control his belly full of fire. He had been looking for her all over the world like a fool, he couldn't eat or sleep well, and he was deeply worried for more than 2 years. However, he didn't expect this girl to be in Jingdo, right under his nose. Arbor was scared to death. She belatedly realized that Duanyu really did see through her identity. One glance? How could this be? Her disguise was so perfect. The second manager ran over in tears and stopped Duanyu, apologizing profusely. Sorry, young Master Duan. Sorry to disturb you. This old servant will take you there now. Arbor saw that the second steward was blocking him and took the opportunity to run away. He heard the second steward roaring angrily behind him, "Stop right there. Run? Let's see where you can run to." Arbor ran out of the long red cedar corridor and saw Situi walking over after turning a corner. Situi was taken aback. He opened his mouth and greeted her, "Little junior sister?" Arbor was completely stupefied. She ran all the way to the garden and kept looking at herself in the pond. What was going on? Even Situi could recognize her at a glance? What exactly went wrong with her perfect disguise? On the other end, Situi was dumbstruck. Just now, he actually saw little junior sister who had disappeared for more than 2 years. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Hurry, 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 and report to the Lord that the Crown Prince's carriage is about to reach the main entrance. An excited servant shouted all the way. The Qing family patriarch, who was frowning and didn't know how to report to his superiors, abruptly jumped up from his stool when he heard this, and his eyes flickered. "Hurry, call the 2 young sirs and follow me to the main entrance to welcome him." Didn't they say that they weren't coming? They had already received definite news from Consort Xing that the Crown Prince wouldn't be coming, and they had already welcomed His Highness the eldest prince, Mo Jiao. Who would have thought, His Highness the Crown Prince was truly an unpredictable person. Arbor was standing at the edge of the pond, looking at the clear water and endlessly taking pictures. Her small face was full of confusion. She heard some messy footsteps. Turning her head, she saw several servant girls rushing over from the stone path. "Hurry, hurry! Family head has ordered for everyone to gather at the main entrance. His Highness the Crown Prince's carriage is already at the entrance." Ah, the servant girls' voices rose and fell in unison. They had long heard that His Highness the Crown Prince was a peerlessly handsome man who didn't lose to eldest young master or second young master. They were so excited. His Highness the Crown Prince rarely showed his face. Was he going to come to the Qin estate today? Ah. Hurry and help me take a look. See if my makeup is smudged. Heavens, if I had known earlier, I would have worn that begonia hairpin today. The little fellow threw the women's chattering to the back of her mind. Arbor didn't have time to think carefully and abruptly ran towards the kitchen. "That fool, why did he really come? Someone else wants to deal with you, idiot, you're a high and mighty crown prince. Why are you blindly joining in the fun? Don't you know that there is no good banquet, no good meeting?" The little fellow ran to the kitchen's back door in one breath. With a light leap, she was already on the kitchen's roof beam. Squatting there, she propped up her chin and carefully observed for a while. The kitchen was in full swing at this moment. All kinds of ingredients were being pushed in on small carts like flowing water. They were being washed, cut, boiled, and stir-fried. It was very lively. The head steward who controlled the entire kitchen was currently yelling back and forth, "Hurry, hurry! Why are your hands and feet so slow? I told you to hurry up and wash. It's about to be cooked. The guests are all in their places. The banquet is about to start. Everyone, hurry up. Ah. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Arbor squatted on the beam and impatiently pursed her lips. On second thought, if this banquet was messed up and the atmosphere was foul, wouldn't a certain person run back to the palace in a fit of anger? Our dear Xiaomu blinked, and her gaze fell on the dishes that were lined up and ready to be served. A talisman suddenly floated out of his fingertips. The little guy silently opened the talisman, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the beam. Not long after, a bowl with a lid slowly floated up into the air. It floated in the air, and some of the seasonings nearby also flew over. Soon, a bunch of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were sprinkled in. Middle-grade invisibility talisman. Invisibility lasts for 15 minutes. It is ineffective in front of people with a higher cultivation base. After she had opened the 4th jade slip, she had learned a few new middle-level talismans. The Vajra talisman was one of them, and the invisibility talisman was the second. After adding a lot of ingredients to each plate, Arbor felt satisfied. After squatting for a while, Arbor found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Could it be that family head Qin didn't plan to poison the food and instead planned to assassinate him? However, the poison was indeed a little low-end. The crown prince had a specialized apothecary by his side, and everything he ate would be tested first. As Qiaomu thought this, she floated out of the kitchen and headed towards the Qin estate's central courtyard. She wondered what their expressions would be when they ate the spiced dishes later. If Duan Yu, that germaphobe, ate a mouthful of mud, his expression would definitely be exceptionally spectacular. At this time, the Qin estate's patriarch was bowing to welcome Prince Mo at the wide-open main entrance with his family members. The guests who had heard the news also came forward to greet him. Mo Lian alighted from the carriage and coldly stared at family head Qin, who was at the front of the procession. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Guilu's forehead. When the crown prince didn't speak, even he was intimidated. He felt as if his heart was tightly clenched by an invisible hand. Family head Qin is the birthday boy today, so there's no need to be overly courteous. After a while, Mo Lian finally spoke in a low voice and waved his hand to dismiss everyone's formality. Qin Guilu felt as if he had been pardoned, and he hastily stood up with a smile on his face. We are honored by the crown prince's presence. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Please forgive us for any neglect. Family head Qin, there's no need for pleasantries. We came today too. The crown prince has come. A dry voice suddenly interrupted Mo Lian's words. A man in his 30s wearing a bright yellow deerskin cloak was escorted in like a moon surrounded by stars. Mo Lian coldly swept a glance at him. Eldest royal brother. Eldest brother isn't deliberately stealing your limelight. It was royal father who specially instructed me to come here to celebrate the Qin estate's elderly head's birthday. I didn't expect sixth brother to be in such a good mood. That's right. Many people from various patrician families have come today, so sixth brother should also come out and walk around more. Before the great king's son could finish blabbering, the crown prince had already strode inside. The moment he moved, family head Qin led the two young masters and the entourage to follow in a hubbub. The great king's son, Mo Jiao, was immediately embarrassed, and he clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. This was the crown prince's attitude toward this group of princes, willful, arrogant, and disregarding them. If he was willing to look at you, he would look. If he wasn't, he wouldn't say a single word. Your Highness, please come this way. Qin Guilu personally led the way and bowed as he led the crown prince to the banquet hall. Halfway there, they heard coquettish voices coming from the garden. Evidently, a group of madams and ladies were admiring the plum blossoms in the rear garden. When the great king's son, Mo Jiao, thought of the purpose of this trip, his eyes swiveled, and he hastily walked up to urge the crown prince. Sixth brother, it's still early to leave the banquet anyway. Why don't we take a walk in the garden first? I've always heard that the Qin estate's plum blossoms bloom the best, so this is the best time to admire the plum blossoms. Qin Guilu immediately laughed and repeatedly expressed his assent. Your Highness, please. There's a rare 1,000 snow plum in the manor that has already bloomed. It's worth taking a look. Prince Mo wasn't in the mood to appreciate the plum blossoms. Just as he was about to impatiently refuse, he looked up and saw Duan Yu and Situi walking over together. There was also a young man with ordinary features following closely behind the two of them. He kept wanting to speak, but Duan Yu and Situi were chatting among themselves, so he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Little young Master Duan, young Master Situ. Qin Guilu chuckled as he cupped his hands in greeting. Duan Yu nodded, and his indifferent gaze swept over everyone. He suddenly launched an attack at Omega Kotoku. Second young master, a mischievous maidservant by your side used a flower pot to injure the Marquis of Su-En's family's fifth young master. Shouldn't we find her and demand an explanation for the Marquis of Su-En's fifth young master? Omega Kotoku, eldest Qin, was instantly speechless. How many people had this lass smashed in the past 2 days? She truly had guts that didn't fear anything in the world. Qin Guilu was appalled when he heard this. What? How is the Marquis of Su-En's fifth young master's current situation? What maidservant is actually so audacious? Go and find her. The group of Qin estate servants couldn't help rolling their eyes. Lord, your acting is really not bad. Didn't you already know who it was? Other than that person who beat Miss Biao and Madame until they were bedridden, who else could be so daring? Omega Kotoku curtsied indifferently to Duan Yu. Young Master Duan, I'm very sorry. She is still young and doesn't know any better. Her actions are based on her preferences, so please forgive her. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The other party had already come to demand an explanation, so was it alright for young Master Omega Kotoku to be so protective? What kind of maidservant was raised to be so audacious? Were you sure she was a maidservant and not eldest miss? Duan Yu's eyes shot out flames of fury. Look, what kind of lousy matter was this? Omega Kotoku's attitude of taking responsibility for darling Qiao no matter what happened made people loathe her for no reason. Mo Lian glanced at Duan Yu with a frown. Why was there something wrong with this guy today, insulting someone's maidservant for no reason? Come to think of it, he wasn't such a senseless person. At this time, a commotion broke out in the garden. A maidservant came to report that Miss Xianxia of the Talisman Patrician family and Su Mingzhu, the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, got into a fight in the rear garden, and the servants from both sides couldn't restrain the two misses. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Chinguelu only felt his head throbbing. The birthday banquet hadn't even started yet, so what kind of trouble was this? He recognized this maidservant as Concubine May's personal maidservant. The matter must have developed to the point where even Concubine May couldn't handle it, so she hurriedly came to report. When the great King's son heard this, he was energized and hastily said, then quickly, let's quickly go take a look. It wouldn't be good if she injured someone. Mo Lian swept him a mocking glance. You're only thinking about the miss of the Grand Lucier family, what a good-for-nothing. The group moved to the pavilion in the garden, and along the way, they heard Concubine May's maidservant talk about the ins and outs of the matter. Everything was originally quite good. The madams and misses were all admiring the flowers and snow near the pavilion, and everything was harmonious. That maidservant shuddered at the master's glare and said, it was Miss Mu of the Talisman Patrician family said she was bored and suggested a beast duel. Beast fighting was a boring game that the nobles played in their spare time. Of course, they wouldn't use their own mystical beasts to fight. Normally, they would use some young mystical beasts to fight. Basically, after a single battle, the two young mystical beasts would be riddled with scars and close to death. Arbor floated out of the kitchen. When he passed by the garden, he was attracted by the cries of the baby beasts. When she arrived, the two little beasts were already tearing each other to death. However, it was clear that Miss Mu's beast was slightly better. She won. As a result, Su Mingzhu, the third miss of the Marquis of Stability's estate, flew into a rage out of humiliation. She was so angry that she used her sword to wildly hack at the little beast that had lost the competition. Arbor was furious when he saw this. He ran over and gave Su Mingzhu a big slap to make her stop. And then things went wrong. Xiaomu was still invisible at this time. Third young Miss Su thought that this slap was from Miss Mu, so she immediately turned around and mercilessly slapped Miss Mu back. The stupefied Miss Mu didn't expect third young Miss Su to be such a sore loser. At once, she couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and pounced over to slap Su Mingzhu as well. The two immediately started fighting. Neither of them were kind people, scaring Concubine May to the point that she collapsed to the ground. She shouted delicately, "Io, stop fighting, stop fighting. Quickly go invite Master. Quickly go." It would have been better if she didn't shout, but once she did, Arbor felt goosebumps all over his body. He immediately thought that this voice was the same as that night when she snuck into the Qin estate and heard through the window. Concubine May was paralyzed on the ground in fright. All the official madams looked down on her, and none of them were willing to help her. Originally, the madams were already very displeased that the Qin estate sent a concubine to entertain them when they were visiting the estate for the Qin estate's birthday banquet. Now that they saw Concubine May acting like a coquettish concubine who couldn't be shown in public, they felt like they had eaten a fly and looked down on her even more. Madame Mu sat there motionlessly with a smile and didn't stop her daughter. In any case, her daughter wouldn't suffer a loss. That Su Mingzhu simply wasn't her Xianxia's match. Her eyes contained a layer of frost as she coldly gazed at the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate. A mere miss of a declining Marquis's estate dared to attack her daughter. She deserved to be taught a lesson. When the servants shouted, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived," our dear Qiao Mu, who was watching with relish, jumped in fright. She immediately turned around and fled in a panic. She felt like there was a row of piercing gazes on her back that burned her. F*ck, I've already turned invisible, so why can't I escape your discerning eyes? Our dear Xiao Mu ran very quickly, but how could she compare to the Crown Prince's terrifying speed? Just as he leaped over, his hand was already about to grab her wrist. Our dear Xiao Mu hurriedly threw several speed talismans on herself and fled like a wisp of smoke. The Crown Prince didn't chase after her and stopped, his gaze lingering as he gazed in the direction she ran off in. Huh. You know how to feel guilty now? You even dared to avoid me, you really are a naive darling. You think you can run away after showing yourself? Your Highness. When Mu Xianxia saw the Crown Prince dashing in her direction, her maiden heart nearly leaped out of her chest. I am fine. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Mu Xianxia blushed as she gave a coquettish laugh. She thought that the Crown Prince was dashing over because he saw that she was being bullied. She thought that His Highness the Crown Prince was worried about her. In reality, there was no one else in Mo Lian's eyes except for that fleeing darling who had turned invisible. It was only when he heard Mu Xianxia speak that he realized she was standing next to him and looking at him bashfully. He was instantly annoyed. Recently, his mother had been busy identifying noble ladies for him, and apparently, she quite liked this talisman patrician family's eldest miss. Mo Lian had something on her mind, so she walked to Duan Yu's side. She gave him a look, and the two of them walked to the side. Qin Guilu only felt vexed, and he reprimanded concubine Mei before placating the two patrician family's young misses. He only felt that so many things had happened before the banquet had even started, and he was flustered. Like a proud peacock, Mu Xianxia glanced at the disheveled Su Mingzhu before returning to her mother's side. Her large eyes stared expectantly at the Crown Prince's back. Madame Mu patted the back of Mu Xianxia's hand, hinting for her not to be impatient. The position of His Highness's official wife, the Mu family is determined to get it. On the other end, Xiao Mu ran all the way back to the pool and looked at her reflection in the water. Yes, the invisibility talisman was useless in front of people with higher cultivation than him, no wonder a row of piercing gazes fell on her. There was nowhere to hide, fortunately, she had escaped quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been caught? Why was she feeling guilty? Why did she have to run away? At worst, she would just be caught. Once she thought of being caught, a certain person started feeling guilty again. Xiao Mu looked at her reflection in the pool for a while. No matter how she looked at it, her face was completely different from before, there wasn't the slightest flaw on her body, so how in the world did someone recognize her? She touched her flawless small face. After the banquet started, the atmosphere was still peculiar. The Crown Prince was silent, so no one dared to casually speak loudly. Qin Guilu coughed in mock embarrassment and respectfully reminded, Your Highness. The Crown Prince looked up and nodded at the 2 rows of guests below. Today is family head Qin's birthday, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's eat. It was only then that everyone picked up their chopsticks with relaxed expressions and casually tasted the food. Afterwards, poo, pft. Cough. All sorts of strange spitting sounds came from the mouths of these aristocratic family disciples. Everyone speechlessly looked at the dumbfounded Qin Guilu and saw that his face had turned green after tasting a mouthful of food. They didn't know whether to spit or not. This mouthful was so splendid. It felt like a seasoning bottle had been knocked over, and there were all sorts of exotic flavors. Oh, and he even ate a mouthful of dirt. Duan Yu face-bombed, his shoulders shaking from laughter. Good heavens, everyone ate a mouthful of dirt. This truly was so joyful. Thankfully, he had picked up his chopsticks late. Look at the Crown Prince's eccentric expression, ha. Serves you right. You're out of luck. It's all your fault for spoiling you, so you deserve to eat dirt. Thinking back to the invisible figure he saw in the garden just now, it was easy to figure out who had done this good deed. Qin Guilu immediately turned pale with fright and knelt before the Crown Prince. He didn't even dare to raise his head or look at the Crown Prince's eccentric expression. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was this one's incompetence in controlling the servants that caused the situation in the main kitchen. Rest assured, Your Highness, this one will definitely find the mastermind as soon as possible and punish them severely. Mo Lian gracefully accepted the plate handed over by the junior eunuch beside her and silently spat out the foreign substance in her mouth. She waved her hand at Qin Guilu and said, Rise, it has nothing to do with you. Chinguelu immediately felt as if he had been pardoned, and he stood up while wiping the sweat from his forehead, thanking her profusely. "Where's old fifth of the Marquis of Suan's estate?" the crown prince suddenly asked. His gaze met Duan Yu's for a moment before looking away. The Marquis of Suan's estate's fifth young master, whose head was wrapped in bandages and who looked extremely miserable, was immediately dragged over. The fifth young master's face was full of confusion. He did not understand what was going on. He was about to return home, but he was forcibly invited down from the carriage. This meant that the crown prince wanted to see him. Although he said it was an invitation, his attitude was very rude and unyielding. This was the crown prince's style of dealing with people. Young Master Omega Kotoku's brow slightly creased. Just now, it was he who had quickly arranged for people to take care of this Marquis of Suan's residence's fifth young master, ordering people to send him back to his residence. But now, he had actually returned. Omega Kotoku sensed that something was amiss. Since the beginning, the young master of the Duan family had been targeting Xiaobao, and now even the crown prince? Second young master raised his head and looked at the crown prince coldly. The latter looked back coldly. "Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth, how is your body? I heard that you were hit on the head by an audacious maidservant." The crown prince didn't even know what this fellow's name was and could only call him Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth. Huifeng stood on the side, and his mouth silently twitched. The Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth, the powder-faced young man Hu Yukong, was immediately overwhelmed by the favor and bowed. "Thank you for your highness the crown prince's concern. This humble subject's body is fine, and I was just about to return to my residence to rest." Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth. The crown prince stared deeply at the unlucky fellow wrapped in bandages below. "Don't worry. With us here, us will definitely uphold justice for you. How about I find that maidservant for you to confront her face to face?" The pink-faced youth was overwhelmed by the favor and knelt down repeatedly, nodding in thanks. "Yes, yes. Many thanks for your highness's favor." The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Chinguelu. "Family head Chin, go call that maidservant over. Look at how badly she beat up the Marquis of Suan's son. How can this matter be resolved peacefully?" Chinguelu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he furtively glanced in the direction of his two sons. Omega Kotoku beckoned to a servant and instructed in a low voice, "Go invite the miss over and tell her not to be afraid. I will deal with everything." Chinguelu sighed in relief. He was worried that this child Omega Kotoku's temper would flare up and contradict the crown prince to his face, causing the matter to spiral out of control. Seeing that Chinguelu sent someone to invite her over, his expression relaxed slightly, and he cupped his hands. "I've already arranged for the main kitchen to prepare a new meal. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Enjoy a song and dance first." The appearance of Junhu Pavilion's Miss Ran immediately drew cheers from the various patrician families' marquises and grandsons. Very soon, the earth-eating episode was over. Everyone was watching Miss Rant's rare moon dance in high spirits. The crown prince wasn't in a hurry either. He swirled the wine cup in his hand and swept his gaze over the guests below from time to time, a frightening smile curling his lips. "Jojo, are you ready?" Arbor shook her head like a rattledrum. "Not going." The Qin estate's servant in charge of inviting people twitched his mouth as he repeatedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Little great aunt. Please come with me. Young master and the others are all waiting for you." "Don't worry, young master said that he will take care of everything. He will definitely guarantee that you will be fine." Arbor hugged a tree and dodged to the side. Not going, not going." The servant coughed and had a bright idea. "You were in high spirits when you beat up the Marquis of Suan's fifth master. Are you scared now?" "I'm scared?" Arbor's eyes flared with anger. She then lowered her small head dejectedly. Fine, fine, she was scared. She felt guilty when she saw the crown prince. 2 years ago, she promised him that she would go to the capital to find him, but in the end, let's go, little grandaunt. There really isn't enough time. The servant begged bitterly, coaxing and inviting Chiao Mu to the banquet's antechamber, forcing a duck onto a perch. The male and female guests were separated at the birthday banquet. However, on the way to Arbor, they had to pass by the female guest seats and head toward the front hall. Along the way, they received puzzled looks from the ladies. What should come will come. Darling Chow's emotions calmed down. What was she afraid of? Wasn't he just going back on his word and getting fat? Wasn't it just 2 years of hiding and not wanting to see anyone? Humph. What could he do to her? But what should I do if I'm so scared? Her small hands were inexplicably covered in cold sweat. Sob, sob, sob. Is it really okay to be so cowardly? When the servant went in to report, Lady Ransdance had just finished, and the entire hall was silent. The Crown Prince smirked and said coldly, "Bring her in." Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a little girl with a stiff expression walking in from the front hall. From the moment the child entered, the Crown Prince's gaze was firmly locked on her. He stared at her intently, as if he was crazy. The fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed and shot straight up. The little girl's hands were tucked in her small sleeves as she stepped on the limestone floor tiles and walked forward. Her expressionless face looked straight ahead, as if she didn't care about anyone at all. It made people laugh involuntarily. "Little junior sister, it's really you." Situi was the first to jump up and stared at her in disbelief. He still thought that he was dreaming. "Who are you?" Arbor turned around expressionlessly. When this low voice came out of her mouth, Situi was really stunned. Because Xiao Mu's voice had also been processed with medicine, the moment she spoke, her voice was a bit lower than her usual crisp and soft voice, and it was very deep and insidious. Seeing him stunned, Arbor couldn't help but feel secretly happy. See, I knew it was a bluff. She didn't recognize me at all. Humph, her flawless disguise technique. How could there be a mistake? There's a lot of content here, so don't be anxious. Situi was dumbstruck as he stood there without moving. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Why was this voice different from his little stoic junior sister's? But looking at this face, there was no doubt that this was his expressionless junior sister, right? There wouldn't be a second sunder a little stoic like her in this world. The Crown Prince's gaze didn't move from the little fellow's body, and the corners of his mouth curled faintly. "Darling, you want to ascend to the heavens, right? You disguised your appearance and even changed your voice. So impressive. Did you think no one would recognize you by doing this? That movement, that expression, that frosty gaze, that yearning that was imprinted in the depths of his bone marrow and soaked into his blood, even if you wrapped yourself in a black robe and shrunk your head and tail, we can still recognize you with a glance, we absolutely won't forget." Our dear Xiao Mu sneaked a peek at the Crown Prince's expression and discovered that guy was propping up his chin with one hand. Light flickered in his slightly upturned phoenix eyes as he stared unblinkingly at her. The little stoic reflexively extended 2 fingers and stealthily gestured in the direction of his line of sight. She discovered that his line of sight was in a straight line, and he was staring at her. The little fellow guiltily tugged at the strands of hair that floated in front of her eyes. She couldn't figure it out. My disguise and voice are such perfect moves. What exactly is the situation? I really want to ask them, where in the world did you recognize me? Next time, she definitely had to pay attention to this aspect. This way, her disguise would be flawless. Cough. Chinguelu couldn't help but chuckle dryly when he saw that no one was speaking at all. He berated Xiao Mu, "Come over here. What's your name? Why did you hit the Marquis of Xianxia's estate's 5th young master?" Eldest Qin covered his face with his hand. He simply couldn't bear to continue watching his pretentious father. What didn't family head Qin know about every single thing that happened in the estate? He was asking the obvious. Why? Speak. Family head Qin glared angrily at a certain someone who didn't utter a word and even slapped the short table heavily. The Marquis of Xianxia's estate's 5th young master, Hu Yukong, whose head was wrapped in bandages and who had an extremely miserable expression, also got up from the ground and glared at Arbor with bloodshot eyes, demanding an explanation. Arbor was baffled. He thought to himself, what's going on? Didn't they call her over because the Crown Prince wanted to confront her face to face and expose her identity? How would she know about the 5th young master of the Marquis' estate? Ever since she bumped into Duan Yu and was recognized by him at a glance, the little stoic had been conflicted between oh no, I was recognized and what's going on? How did they recognize me? In the midst of all these questions, he had long forgotten about the episode where he smashed the 5th young master in the Red Cedar Promenade. Now that he mentioned something about the Marquis of Xianxia's estate's 5th young master, to tell the truth, she really didn't remember. Moreover, she did make a move, but she did not see the fifth young master's face clearly at all. Therefore, even though fifth young master was glaring at her like a tiger eyeing its prey, she still put on an innocent face with a blank expression. Mo Lian looked at her small face and knew that she had long forgotten about beating up the Marquis of Su-En's residence's fifth young master. Duan Yu's mouth twitched as he kindly reminded, "It's that person who smashed the back of someone's head with a super large flower pot in that long corridor." "Yes. You're the one who smashed the back of my head. Don't think of denying it." Hu Yukong bellowed with a flushed face. Low chuckles rang out at the banquet. Duan Yu turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. When he told her about the flower pot in the long corridor, Arbor immediately remembered. "So it's you, this coward. What else can you do besides tattletale?" The little stoic's eyes abruptly flared up in anger, and she kicked Hu Yukong in the stomach, sending him tumbling out and crashing into Situyi's low table with a crash. Situyi hastily jumped up to dodge, only to see that unlucky guy pressing down on that table and tumbling to the ground with the table. Hu Yukong's entire body was pressed down by the overturned table, and his legs trembled outside the table. Family head Qin's mouth gaped open, although he had heard the servants report the formidable aspects of the second young master's valiant maidservant. Hearing was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. You. Situyi pointed at our dear Chiao Mu and said with certainty, "You are little junior sister. Don't deny it. You. Come here right now. Quickly come here." Arbor glanced at him and pattered to him. Situyi pulled her to his side and raised his hand to rub her head. He was both speechless and earnest as he said, "Little junior sister, why are you so disobedient? Where did you run off to these past 2 years? Do you know that everyone was looking for you? How could you disappear just like that and suddenly play the act of completely disappearing? You really made everyone worried sick. Immobilize." Arbor suddenly took out a talisman and slapped it on Situyi's forehead. That yellow talisman paper floated on the forehead of the handsome youth with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Everyone, Duan Yu was especially speechless as the corner of his mouth kept twitching. This child really didn't change at all. As long as she found it noisy, she would immediately use a strange method to make you quickly shut up. Situyi's brows twitched, and he reached out to remove the talisman floating on his face. He looked helplessly at the stoic face. "Little junior sister. Senior brother is saying this for your own good. Don't be impatient and don't be silent. Only by talking can we know what happened in the past 2 years. Senior brother Situ, your cultivation base has risen again." Arbor sighed and looked regretfully at Situyi. Her cultivation had also soared once, but she still couldn't stop him. Prince Mo watched darling Qiao from afar. Although he didn't say anything, his grip on the wine glass tightened subconsciously. When? The little fellow's relationship with Situyi was already this good? By calling him senior brother Situ, he was admitting his identity. When facing him, the little thing, who had been expressionless and trying its best to distance itself from him, had actually so readily acknowledged Situyi. The anger in Prince Mo's heart was surging, with nowhere to go. Duan Yu's expression was also unsightly as he stared at Situyi from head to toe. He didn't think this guy was better looking than him? The little stoic didn't even acknowledge him, so why did she acknowledge Situyi first, huh? Why did he feel such a strong killing intent? Situyi was confused. "Come here." Prince Mo spoke. Situyi glanced in Prince Mo's direction and saw the crown prince's eyes brimming with a terrifying fury. His gaze was chillingly fixed on the hand that was stroking little junior sister's head. Situyi sheepishly withdrew his hand and elbowed the little stoic. "His Highness the Crown Prince is calling you over." "Your Highness." Young Sir Omega Kotoku suddenly stood up and quickly walked to Arbor. He bowed at Prince Mo. "This one was lax in disciplining my maidservant. I am willing to bear all responsibility." Monstrous fury surfaced in Prince Mo's eyes. Bang! The wine cup in his hand turned into fine powder and flew away with the wind. Bear responsibility? Where did this scoundrel come from? Pretending to be a protector, he actually wanted to bear all the responsibility for his baby? Then what about him? What did he, Mo Lian, count as? The crown prince was enraged. Qin Guilu's eyebrows twitched, and he suppressed some anxiety in his heart. That person said that as long as the crown prince arrived, he could immediately take action. Why was there no sign of him taking action yet? Judging from the crown prince's towering rage, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the Qin estate for long. Come, hurry and change His Highness the Crown Prince's wine cup. Young Master Omega Kotoku calmly instructed, his cold gaze sweeping over his subordinates. Sensing that the atmosphere was completely off, his subordinates scrambled to get wine cups. No need for such trouble. Prince Mo abruptly stood up and walked down the steps, approaching Arbor. What to do? He seemed to be very, very angry. Our dear Xiaomu was inexplicably flustered and vexed. She looked at her 2 little fingers in a daze, and her small head unconsciously drooped down. She had grown fat from eating her words in these 2 years. He had reason to be angry. She said that she would return to the capital to see him. At that time, he had smilingly agreed and said that he would wait for her. Moreover, the ferrule he had given her had broken, and Big Treasure was dead. She couldn't even keep a single one of the gifts she had given him. She was truly too useless. She was a little jinx who would bring misfortune to anyone who approached her. She wasn't very suitable to be by his side. Come back with me. Seeing her silent and small figure huddled behind Omega Kotoku, the Crown Prince's heart twitched for no reason, and it tightened painfully. He reached out to grab her wrist. In the next instant, his hand was blocked by young Master Omega Kotoku. Your Highness, young Master Omega Kotoku emphasized, this is this humble one's maidservant. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Who are you? How dare you speak without thinking in front of us? When did she become yours? She never was. A murderous intent flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. He immediately stretched out his hand and slapped the Omega Kotoku's head without thinking. Your Highness, please calm down. Please forgive my unfilial son for his rudeness, Your Highness. Qin Guelu shouted as his body trembled. When Mo Lian's palm smacked down, he sensed that it was somewhat obstructed by a rather powerful cyclone. This guy's defensive barrier was quite strong. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes contained a bit of killing intent as she coldly swept her gaze over Qin Xian's face. When their gazes met, monstrous waves surged in the depths of their eyes. Prince Mo immediately raised his guard and coldly glanced at the Omega Kotoku. When I first met Darling Qiao, you were still nowhere to be found. Get out of my way. Mo Lian angrily shoved the Omega Kotoku before scooping up a certain dazed person and bringing her to her side. Let's go. Prince Mo angrily grabbed the little fellow's wrist and turned around to leave, dragging her along. His fingers were like an iron clamp around her wrist, so how could she struggle free? Our dear Xiaomu blindly followed him to the entrance of the antechamber, where she saw a crowd of madams and young misses standing nearby and looking at each other from afar. Originally, the female guest lounge wasn't far away, so they all came out of the female guest lounge out of curiosity when they heard the commotion and saw this scene with their mouths agape. Mom, who is this B*TCH? Why is the Crown Prince grabbing her hand? Mu Qianqian's face paled as she glared at Arbor in disbelief. How could this be? The Crown Prince had never liked to interact with women, so why was he grabbing that B*TCH's hand so tightly and not letting go? All the female guests were currently peeping at the Crown Prince's entourage and whispering to each other when they suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Help! Help! A young man's trembling voice approached from afar. Ow! A terrifying roar deafeningly traveled in from outside the reception pavilion for female guests, scaring all the madams and young misses into retreating to the sides. The reception pavilion's door was smashed to the ground with a boom. A young man in disheveled clothes rolled in and fell at the feet of a madam. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to hug the other madam's leg. Help! 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 That madam was so frightened by this impetuous little bastard that she continuously retreated, her eyes filled with rage from embarrassment. When Arbor heard this person's voice, her 2 small brows twitched slightly. Although this person was extremely frightened at this moment, she could still recognize from this voice that this person was the man who had secretly eaten with concubine Mei in the middle of the night. Ah, young master cousin, some of the maidservants exclaimed. Only then did Arbor understand that this disheveled young man with a flat nose and a round face was Madame Qin Neiyang's treasured nephew, Yang Jiazhen, who was stained with misdeeds. What was laughable was that he impatiently sought out his uncle's concubine to secretly eat and even kept his aunt in the dark. It was truly so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. Ow! Another half-naked woman with disheveled hair pounced in from the door. However, she couldn't be called a woman anymore. Her skin had already been replaced by pieces of black, rotting flesh. Her 4 limbs crawled on the ground at an extremely fast speed, and she entered the reception pavilion in the blink of an eye. Black vortexes flickered in her eyes, and her lifeless eyes stared fixedly at her target, Xianxia. Grinding her sharp teeth, she opened her mouth slightly to reveal the signature product of a zombie, fangs. Oh my god! Why is it a zombie? The hall was filled with chaotic screams, and the ordinary madams and young misses were truly so shocked that they turned pale and screamed continuously. Don't be nervous, everyone, don't be nervous. Calm down and don't run around recklessly. Don't come into contact with this zombie. Chinguelu was simply about to cry from anger. What the F***ck was going on? Why were there so many things happening at his 60th birthday banquet out of the blue? Who could stand up and tell him why there was a zombie in his house, now that the entire Guanlan city was under martial law day and night, not to mention zombies? Even a mosquito wouldn't be allowed into the city. If news of a corpse puppet appearing in the Qin estate were to leak out, it was unknown how many people would be concerned about it. Perhaps the entire Qin estate would be implicated. Could it be that this was the plan that the Lord had in mind, letting a zombie in to wantonly attack Crown Prince Mo? Would it work? He didn't look reliable at all. Uncle, save me. Uncle, save me. Yang Jiazhen was only wearing half of his pants, and half of his foot was broken, as if he had been viciously bitten by a zombie. Yang Jiazhen was about to go crazy. He wailed bitterly, and his clothes were disheveled as he crawled toward Qin Guelu, causing the unmarried maidens to spit several times in embarrassment and cover their eyes with their hands. He's been bitten. A few of the young masters cried out in horror. Quick, isolate him, don't let him come over. Uncle, save me. Uncle, uncle. Aunt, where are you, aunt? Ah, save me. Save me. Roar. That zombie suddenly attacked and pounced on Yang Jiazhen's back. An inhumanly large hole opened in the zombie's enormous mouth, revealing 2 long fangs that abruptly pierced into Yang Jiazhen's neck and kept biting. Yang Jiazhen let out a series of wretched cries. Qin Guelu's pupils constricted several times, and he blocked his 2 sons beside him. Don't go over. Don't go over. Humph. You only have yourself to blame. Arbor suddenly spoke coldly and mockingly glanced at young Master Yang Jiazhen, who was lying on the ground and being bitten by the zombie. If she didn't guess wrongly, this zombie was the young lady from a good family that Yang Jiazhen had abducted from the jewelry store. She was about to get married, but he bullied her and insisted on forcibly taking her for his own use. After this young lady died, she mutated into a zombie and turned around to seek revenge on him. Truly, karma was very unpleasant, serves him right. He just deserved to die. Be careful, be careful. She's coming over. Everyone, concentrate your mystic energy and attack. Family head Qin roared angrily and was the first to release a burst of mystic energy, which bombarded the ground beneath the zombie's feet. That zombie's movements were abnormally swift, so fast that it slightly surprised everyone present. Little junior sister, how is this zombie so fast? Situi felt that his little junior sister truly had talent in dealing with zombies. He asked without hesitation, completely not noticing the crown prince's serene gaze. This is a level 4 zombie and already has some intelligence. Look, she can even seek revenge on her enemies. Arbor reflexively answered Situi's question. Level 4 zombies move faster than normal people. If they bite a level 5 mystic cultivator, they can obtain a portion of their energy and reach the level of a level 3 mystic cultivator at least. What? Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. They completely didn't expect that zombies could obtain energy from mystic cultivators. Was this freaking zombie trying to defy the heavens? Don't get bitten by it. Otherwise, the incubation period after infection would not exceed 5 days, and the body would mutate. Even immortals can't save you, Arbor said indifferently, but everyone shuddered. Uncle, 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 save me. Yang Jiazhen, who had a bloody hole in his neck and was struggling to crawl forward with one hand covering the wound, cried bitterly and reached out a bloody hand. Qin Guilu clenched his fists. Suddenly, a surge of mystic energy exploded from his entire body, instantly shattering Yang Jiazhen, who had crawled to his side, into a pile of minced meat. Family head Qin is so bold. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Qin Guilu would lose his mind and insist on keeping that scourge Yang Jiazhen alive. Everyone concentrated their firepower on the fourth-grade zombie. The female corpse puppet moved very quickly. She lay on the ground and jumped up from time to time, causing the madams and young ladies to scream in fright. Fortunately, these useless women were protected by guards. Seeing that there were so many people, the zombies did not pounce on them. This undead hag already had some intelligence. Instead, she fled towards the window. Don't let her escape. Kill her. Qin Guilu's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He chased after her from the side with several great mystic cultivators. Several streaks of mystic energy crisscrossed and landed on the zombie's back, and the half-hanging corpse immediately fell from the window. Qin Xian raised his sword and chopped off the zombie's head on the spot. It rolled to the feet of a madam, immediately scaring that delicate madam into fainting. Arbor sniffed and suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in the air. His heart abruptly skipped a beat. Hurry and leave, the hall is about to collapse. Emo Lian's expression changed slightly, and she grabbed the little girl's waist before swiftly dashing out of the hall. The little girl suddenly stuffed a pill into Emo Lian's mouth. Emo Lian was startled for a moment before swallowing it without any hesitation. As soon as they ran out of the antechamber, they heard a loud boom. Sure enough, the entire room collapsed in a matter of seconds, causing dust and rubble to tumble down. Your Highness! Huifeng hastily chased after them. Emo Lian pulled the little girl's hand back several steps before letting go slightly. She raised her sleeve and waved the flying dust in front of her as she coughed softly. The hall in front of them suddenly collapsed, burying everyone in it in an instant. That idiot Mo Jiao also didn't come out. This was really fun. Let's return to the palace first. Mo Lian no longer had the patience to stay in this foul Qin estate, so she reached out to grab the little fellow's soft little hand. Unfortunately, she caught nothing. When she turned around to look, there was no trace of the little fellow. The little fellow must have used that invisibility talisman to escape while he wasn't paying attention. Huifeng glanced around and saw wailing women and young ladies being helped out one after another, each of them looking miserable with their heads covered in dirt and blood. Huifeng turned again and saw the rage that His Highness the Crown Prince was forcefully suppressing in his eyes. He silently lowered his eyes and inwardly grumbled bitterly. Couldn't this little great aunt go along with their lord a little? What the hell was she trying to do? Why did she disappear all of a sudden? Let's see where you can run to. Mo Lian clenched her fists as she turned around and strode away. Huifeng quickly followed without a word. At this time, he didn't want to casually open his mouth and become cannon fodder for no reason. Arbor had used an invisibility talisman to escape. Firstly, she didn't know what kind of mood to face that terrifying guy right now. Secondly, there was something wrong with that fragrance, so she had to go over and take a closer look. The Crown Prince wouldn't want to beat her again, right? She was already an adult. If that guy dared to hit her again, she wouldn't let him off. There was a pair of small wings flapping in front of him. The black butterfly was fleeing very quickly, flying high and low in the air. Arbor's speed wasn't slow either, but it kept a certain distance from him. The butterfly left the Qin estate and flew out of the bustling streets. It fluttered into a desolate road and flew into a dilapidated courtyard. Well done. Tomorrow morning, he will definitely be poisoned without anyone knowing. Hee hee hee. A wretched laughter sounded in the small courtyard. Really? Are you that confident? A cold female voice suddenly broke the silence in the courtyard. That person suddenly turned his head, his large and small eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the little girl who had just stepped into the courtyard. Arbor's cold gaze fell on him. This person was a dwarf and was extremely short. She had never seen him before. He had a triangular head and an extremely ugly appearance. The main thing was that his eyes were big and small, and his eyebrows were one high and one low. His entire face looked extremely unbalanced, and it stung her eyes. Stinky girl, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Since you've come, then stay here. The dwarf's expression was sinister as he abruptly stretched out his hand. Countless black-winged butterflies flew out of his sleeves and swarmed toward Arbor in unison. You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Arbor sneered and waved her sleeves, sending out a wave of medicinal powder. The group of black butterflies in the air desperately flapped their wings and fell down together. You're actually a poison master? The dwarves cried out in alarm and abruptly opened their palms, releasing a black smoke in front of Arbor. You dare to harm people with your level of poison? Arbor coldly shouted and abruptly dodged the poisonous smoke. The dwarf's eyes contained a poisonous glint, and he cackled strangely, "Little miss, you're still too inexperienced. Do you think that you can dodge my poisonous smoke as you please? From the moment I released the poisonous smoke, the sky above this area has already been permeated with poisonous smoke, ha ha ha." Halfway through his words, the dwarf suddenly clutched his chest and widened his eyes in horror. He abruptly rolled on the ground and started to convulse. A layer of frost swiftly covered his face and limbs, and even his eyebrows were frozen. His lips kept trembling, and he couldn't speak due to the terror in his eyes. You're about to die, Arbor icily said as she brandished a shiny dagger. Guess how many bloody holes I'll poke in your body before you identify the mastermind. The dwarf's originally hideous face was now completely distorted. He glared angrily at Arbor, and his teeth chattered as they made gurgling sounds. Are you very curious as to why you were poisoned? Arbor lightly tapped the dwarf's face twice with the dagger in her hand, and her lips curled into an icy arc. You can go to King of Hell's palace and ask for a clear answer. Speak, which stinking ditch is Xianxia Prefecture's Luigi hiding in? Ah. The dwarf hesitated for a second before two bloody holes appeared on his body. His entire body convulsed as he looked on helplessly as this she-devil carried him into the rear courtyard as though she was carrying a bag of trash. On a row of walls in the backyard, countless thin cocoons were hanging. They were shivering softly in the wind. It seems that the poison-tailed butterflies you nurtured are already quite effective. What do you say if I feed you to them? Arbor icily spoke without the slightest warmth in her eyes. And no, I'll speak. The dwarf's eyes revealed terror, and his lips trembled as he said, the one who's been in contact with me is Sir Xiao-san. I only know that he's currently hiding inside Bailon City's Bailon fortification. It wasn't far from the capital. As for the exact address, I really don't know. Xiao-san? Arbor recalled the familiar voice that had been plotting with Qin Guelu that night, and an idea occurred to him. It's Luigi's lackey? Yes. The dwarf said with a trembling voice, Lord Xiao-san is very angry. They said that Northern Prince Mo has caused the people of Xianxia Prefecture to be unable to survive these past few years. We must retaliate. In that case, Qin Guelu has indeed colluded with your Xianxia Prefecture. Arbor's eyes were instantly dyed with traces of frost and snow. Qin Guelu is very, very careful. He and Xianxia Manor have never exchanged any letters. If young Miss wants to accuse him of colluding with Xianxia Manor to murder His Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Qin Guelu murdered the heir apparent of a kingdom for merely a few pill recipes, Arbor said coldly as he pulled the dagger out of the dwarf's body. The Qin estate has already reached its end. Slap. The dagger was flung out and shot at the wall. Immediately, the cocoon on the wall exploded with a bang. A swarm of black poison-tailed butterflies flew out and gathered into a thick mass, neatly wrapping around the dwarf. The dwarf howled in pain among the poison-tailed butterflies. Why? I already said it. I don't think I said it before. If you confess honestly, I'll spare your life. Arbor replied with an indifferent expression. When he turned around, his gaze landed coldly on the black figure that swooped down from the sky. Less than an hour later, Arbor successfully returned to the Qin estate. She secretly snuck into Qin Guelu's study and found nothing, as expected. Qin Guelu, this old fox, had already erased everything that he had done. She returned to her room and lay down with her clothes on. She seemed to vaguely see Omega Kotoku's figure swaying outside. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but seeing that she had already turned off the lights, he seemed to give up. The little fellow was a bit frightened after being tormented for the entire day, and she fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. She slept very well that night. Unlike usual, she wasn't woken up by the slightest noise. Arbor opened her eyes and felt refreshed. Her breathing was long. But, she blinked and rolled over, wrapped in a thick brocade quilt. She stared dumbfoundedly at the thick, bright yellow muslin that fell from above her head. This large bed made of agarwood that was several feet wide was clearly not the one she had in the Qin estate. She raised her hand to touch it. The bright yellow canopy was woven with gold silk and inlaid with jade beads. 2 translucent white jade pendants swayed gently. And this brocade quilt of hers? The little fellow stretched out her small hand from the quilt with a dumbfounded expression. She checked her surroundings and sat upright with the quilt wrapped around her. What was going on? The dazzling candlesticks were set up every 5 steps, and the red candles were brightly lit. Rows of fist-sized luminous pearls hung from the 4 corners. The inner walls of the room were carved with white jade. At a glance, the inside and outside of the room were bright and clear. It was so spacious that it made one dumbfounded. How was this a side room? Wasn't this a luxurious palace? What was going on? Why did the Qin estate's side room change into an unfamiliar bedroom after waking up? Was there anyone who could tell her what was going on? Arbor hopped off the bed barefoot and ran a few steps. She lifted the heavy bead curtains and looked back. After running all the way, she had only just run out of the vicinity of the bed. Is there anyone here? Arbor threw the brocade quilt on the ground and ran to the treasure pavilion to rummage through her clothes in a short-sleeved inner garment. Xianxia led a row of palace maids in. When she came in with neatly arranged clothes, she was stunned to find her little master rummaging through something in front of the treasure pavilion. Our dear Qiao Mu turned her head and saw Xiaoyao. Her eyes lit up, and she coughed awkwardly. "Anne, I am looking for clothes." Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her little master was rummaging through clothes in the treasure pavilion. "Master, you're finally back." Xiaoyao was already a big girl. She hadn't seen Arbor for many years. She was a little emotional when she saw it again. "Xiaoyao." The little fellow played with his 2 small hands and ran forward. He wanted to take the clothes, but the palace maid who was holding the clothes stepped aside and bowed in fear. "Master, which one do you want to wear?" Xiaoyao bent down to help her put on her shoes first, and then pulled her to sit down and dress up. "If you don't like anything, Xiaoyao will ask someone to prepare it." Arbor glanced over and saw dozens of girls holding clothes in their hands. She was dazzled. Whatever. Since when was she so particular? He casually pointed at the first girl. "That can't be done casually. If Master is unhappy, His Highness will be angry." Xiaoyao smiled as she combed Ji Yunchu's messy black hair. She knew that her little mistress didn't care for a head full of jewels and jades, so she only took 2 light and delicate beads to decorate her hair. Arbor reached out and touched her small face that was so ordinary that it couldn't be found in a pile of embarrassing people. "This is the Eastern Palace?" Waking up in the palace, even a fool would know what happened in the middle of the night. The little fellow secretly ground her teeth. No wonder she slept so well. The crown prince must have drugged her again and secretly carried her back to the palace. "Bastard! Where's that bastard?" This baby wasn't happy. Xiaoyao put down the comb, and her small hand stiffened. She coughed lightly and said, His Highness has to meet with officials in the South Study at this time. He'll be back a little later." "Humph. I also have things to do." Qiao Mu casually picked up a robe that a palace maid was holding and put it on. She was about to walk out of the bedroom. Unfortunately, before she could take 2 steps, she was pushed back by a strong force. Her small mouth gaped open, and the little fellow reached out to hold her head in shock. Arbor focused her eyes and saw that the entire bedroom was surrounded by an abnormal airflow. It was like a soft and transparent cover, wrapping her inside. Xiaoyao covered her mouth and snickered. "Little master, don't bother. You won't be able to leave. His Highness was worried that you would secretly run away again, so he temporarily placed a restriction on your body. Don't worry, it'll be fine as long as His Highness is back." "Arbor. I'm worried. It's over. I'm going to sleep early today. I only slept for 4 hours yesterday." Life is hard. It would have been fine if Xiaoyao didn't mention it, but now that she did, Arbor's pitiful little heart became unsettled and uneasy. Arbor reached out to pull Xiaoyao over. This young lady was now a tall and voluptuous young lady of 17 or 18 years old. She had a rosy goose-egg face and a pair of smiling eyes that were very lively. "Little master, if you have any instructions, feel free to tell Xiaoyao," Xiaoyao said with a chuckle. "Xiaoyao, can't I go out for a walk?" It was rare for the sky to clear up, and it was her first time returning to the palace, so why couldn't she go out for a stroll? Xiaoyao shook her head like a rattledrum. "That won't do, little master. You also saw it." His Highness set up layers of energy to surround the bedchamber. His Highness didn't give you the right to pass through, so you can't go out. This is a defensive barrier, right? Don't think that she didn't know what this thing was. Our dear Qiao Mu secretly ground her sharp teeth. She had seen Fan Qiuhe use this kind of large-scale defensive barrier in the past. It could instantly envelop several people or even more than a dozen people inside and resist external impacts. The defensive barrier's effect was comparable to that of a defensive mystic artifact. The difference was that the defensive barrier created by a defensive mystic artifact only had a defensive effect at best. But a defensive barrier created by a person was different. Being inside someone else's defensive barrier meant that your every move and every frown and smile would be in the eyes of the person who set up the barrier. As long as he wanted to, he could constantly pay attention to your every move. Of course, a person's defensive barrier couldn't be maintained for a long time. Ordinary little mystic cultivators couldn't create a defensive barrier at all. After all, how long it could be maintained and how strong its defensive power was closely related to the person's cultivation. If the mystic energy was exhausted, the defensive barrier would naturally disappear. However, the Crown Prince's actions left her speechless. He set up a defensive barrier for no reason, just to confine her from leaving. He didn't forget to set up a defensive barrier when he was discussing politics with someone in the southern study to constantly observe her movements. Didn't this consume his mystic energy? In addition, the defensive barrier that he had set up was extremely large. It had already enveloped an entire sleeping chamber. In that case, it would consume even more energy. Only, he did not know, where had his cultivation reached. This kind of behavior of casually opening a large-scale defensive barrier was so willful that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiaoyao awkwardly laughed twice. She also felt that His Highness was too nervous. Little Master was already in the Eastern Palace. Where else could he run to? Entering and exiting the palace required an identity token. If he didn't give her the token, how could the little master leave? There were tens of thousands of imperial guards patrolling the inner palace. They were not just for show. The chances of the young master sneaking out of the palace were too small. If Arbor knew what Xiaoyao was thinking, he would definitely snort at her. If I use an invisibility talisman, they won't be able to see me even if I sneak up to them. Not everyone's cultivation is higher than this baby's. As long as she was careful and avoided those with top-notch cultivation, how could ordinary guards stop her? Just as the two were talking, Xiao 11Z walked in with a group of people carrying large chests. Arbor widened his eyes and stared straight at Xiao 11Z and company. Xiao 11Z and company hastily went forward to salute and said respectfully, "Miss, His Highness said that if Miss feels bored, you can read these medical books to relieve your boredom." A quarter of an hour ago. The old physician in charge of the Imperial Physician Building was sprawled on top of an official box. Both his hands were tightly hugging the box that was under his body. Tears and snot were streaming down his face as he said, "No, no. You can't take these books away. You can't take a single book away. Imperial Physician Qiao, I'm just borrowing them for a few days. I'll return them to you later." Xiao 11Z directed the people to move the boxes out. "No. Many of these medical books are hand-copied and limited edition books. There's only one of them, so I won't lend them to you. I can't lend them to you. If they're damaged, who am I going to ask for them?" Imperial Physician Qiao held Xiao 11Z's leg tightly. "Return them to me, return them to me." Xiao 11Z's mouth twitched as he pulled his leg away, shouting, "Stop, stop. Imperial Physician Qiao, where are your manners? This eunuch is under His Highness' orders to borrow your medical books to read for 2 days. I'll return them in a few days. "You old fellow, stop making a fuss." Seeing the boxes being carried away before his eyes, Imperial Physician Chao's eyes rolled back, and he was about to faint after taking a deep breath. The nearby Imperial physicians quickly rushed over and patted the old physician's chest to soothe his breathing. "Old Imperial Physician Chao, old Imperial Physician Chao." Xiao 11Z hurriedly waved at the group of people, and they ran away with the boxes, leaving the Imperial Physician building in a sorry state. They left behind a group of hopping physicians who were shouting furiously. Imperial Physician Chao's tears streamed down. "Help me change my clothes, woo-woo. I'm going to lodge a complaint." At this moment, the little girl looked at the dozen or so boxes of books, then raised her head to look in a certain direction in the bedchamber and snorted. The Crown Prince must be secretly observing her. Otherwise, why could the palace maids and eunuchs enter and leave freely? But she couldn't. She stuck out a little finger and poked lightly. A ripple of energy appeared at the bedchamber's door, sucking her finger in and slowly flicking it away. "Humph. Bad person," inside the South study room. The group of officials quietly raised their heads and secretly glanced at His Highness. They discovered that the corners of His Highness's lips were slightly raised, and there was actually a hint of a smile in his eyes. This was something that was rarely seen in a few years. The official who had just reported a piece of bad news and was waiting for His Highness to scold him was dumbfounded. His Highness the Crown Prince didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly gave a few pointers and asked if there was anything else, then had them all withdraw. A few officials who were used to being scolded by His Highness, after coming out of the South study, expressed that they were not used to it and were unable to accept it. "Lord Song, don't be at your wits' end." From the Crown Prince's words, I believe that he will personally make a trip to Bailon. I heard that the first batch of seeds has already grown into vegetables. As long as we can grow something, even if it's slow, the bitter days will pass. Just now, the Minister of Revenue, Song Yuan, reported to His Highness that there had been no harvest in the Mo Kingdom capital recently, and the situation was very grim. There were also practically no clean non-mutated fish or prawns to be found in the nearby rivers. If this continued, the grain in the granary would run out in half a year. He originally thought that Her Highness would be annoyed and give him a scolding. However, Lord Song was not scolded. This was too surprising. Setting aside the barren lands in the west, compared to the many countries in the east and south, our northern Mo's grain reserves can already be considered very sufficient. An official sighed and said, if not for Her Highness' foresight, it wouldn't be too much to say that there would be starving people in the entire capital every day, and tens of thousands of corpses would be piled up. Everyone nodded repeatedly and walked out in discussion. Mo Lian closed the document in her hand and stood up to walk outside. Xiao 11Z wasn't present, so another young eunuch quickly followed behind the Crown Prince. "Young Ant." The Crown Prince's footsteps paused, and he tossed him a piece of paper. "Order the meal to be served according to the menu." The Crown Prince was suddenly being particular. Young Luzi was a bit confused, and he followed with small steps. "Your Highness, order the meal to be served in the bedchamber?" Meicham Mo Lian responded and waved his hand to have him leave. Then, he strode quickly towards his bedchamber. A moment later, she arrived at the entrance of the bedchamber. She waved her hand to dismiss the palace maids who were waiting to salute, then quietly walked inside. The little fellow was hugging a small jar of dried fruit and sitting on the brocade couch by the window. There was a thick medical book on her knees, and she would occasionally flip through a few pages. Xiao Yao, who was quietly standing to the side, raised her head to see him enter. She hurriedly wanted to salute him. Mo Lian reached out to stop her, and with an indifferent glance, Xiao Yao quietly bowed and left the bedchamber, leaving the large space for the two masters. Arbor was engrossed in reading, and her small hand unconsciously picked up a piece of dried fruit and nibbled on it. The vast amount of medical knowledge in her mind overlapped with that in the book. She discovered that many of the medicinal herbs in the book only had different names from the ones in her mind, but their usage were more or less the same. In fact, the things that appeared in her mind from time to time were much more accurate and effective. She had definitely accumulated a large amount of medical knowledge in the past, so there was basically no need to doubt this. After her death in her previous life, until her rebirth, during this period of time. What exactly happened? Was it during this period of time that she learned medical skills from Master? A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. The little fellow abruptly raised her head, and the thick book in her hand had already been taken away by someone. The crown prince was dressed in formal attire, and his long hair was tied up with a crown. He looked a bit different from his usual plain clothes, and there was a hint of sharpness between his exquisite brows. "What are you doing?" Darling Xiao would get angry whenever she saw him. He had locked her in the room without saying a word, and now that he was back, he was provoking her and snatching her book without any explanation. Mo Lian threw the book to the ground and reached out to lift her up from behind. He whispered in her ear, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Just as the little fellow stretched out his hand, it was firmly held by him. His entire body was wrapped up by his tyrannical aura, and he couldn't move at all. His little face immediately became a little angry. "In the past 2 years, did you miss me?" His head gently pressed against her slender neck, and he slowly nudged her. Xiaomu's intuition told her that this fellow was angry, and her entire body stiffened. "Do you want to?" How could he not? When she thought about how his faint, smoke-like figure on the snowy peak had blocked the attack for her and disappeared with a bang, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. She unconsciously bit her pink lips. "Forget it, I don't want to know." He whispered into her ear and tightened his arms around her waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. Emin. Let's eat first. Are you hungry?" He suddenly hugged her and stood up, calling for someone to bring in the food as if there was no one else present. A dozen dishes for 2 people was already extremely extravagant in today's world. Although his expression was as gentle as jade, his actions were elegant, and he attentively picked up food for her to eat. But Arbor felt uncomfortable in his heart. This person was clearly suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he didn't say anything. It was so annoying to look at. "Just say what you have to say." Arbor tossed her chopsticks and said angrily, "I'm not eating anymore." The 2 royal maids who were accompanying them abruptly glared. They had never seen anyone who dared to be so impudent in front of the crown prince. "Rest if you're not eating." Mo Lian stood up and silently tossed his chopsticks aside. He reached out to grab her small hand. The little stoic was instantly enraged. She wanted to fling his hand away but failed. Her eyes were brimming with anger. "You're ridiculous." Crown Prince Mo gazed at her silently. The more he was like this, the angrier the little stoic became. She turned around and ran out of the bedchamber. Mo Lian's figure flashed, and he instantly blocked her path. The little fellow ran without thinking and bumped into his arms. "Where are you going? You still want to return to the Qin estate? Are you that reluctant to part with that Omega Kotoku?" Mo Lian instantly flew into a rage. He hugged her and turned her small face to face him. Why did he mention Omega Kotoku for no reason? Arbor struggled with her small arms and legs, but how could she break free? She angrily punched him. "I'm telling you, the Qin estate has already been surrounded. The houses collapsed and so many officials' families were injured. A dangerous level 4 zombie also appeared in the estate. Right now, all of them are under observation. Not a single one can come out." The crown prince grabbed her small chin and stared straight into her black and bright eyes. He roared angrily, "We encountered an assassin in their Qin estate, and Mo Jiao's head was also smashed open. Attacking the royal family is unforgivable. We must confiscate their Qin family." "Fine, we'll confiscate it. Why are you yelling at me?" Our dear Xiaomu was extremely angry and kicked him. His Highness was used to this signature kick, so he didn't mind it at all. However, the surrounding royal maids and eunuchs were all scared witless, and they lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. "You're not worried?" Mo Lian's expression eased slightly. "What do I have to worry about? You speak eccentrically all day long. If you're angry, just let it out. Don't hold it in." Arbor angrily kicked him a few times, leaving a row of small footprints on his robe. Mo Lian was instantly angered to the point of laughter. Carrying the little thing in her arms, she parted the curtains and walked into the inner room. She coldly said, "All of you, leave." "Shouldn't I be angry?" He threw her onto the soft brocade on the side of the bed and leaned in close, his breath completely enveloping her. "You didn't leave a single word behind and ran away for more than 2 years without saying a word. When we met again, you were already in the Qin estate. That damned Omega Kitoku. Was he even worthy of being her protector? I. Arbor immediately withered. The little fellow knew that she was in the wrong, but she still couldn't help but say, then don't blame me. Mo Lian laughed angrily. How am I weird? You're obviously so angry that you can't wait to beat me up, but you still look like you're bathing in the spring breeze. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? Oh, so you're saying that even if I don't hit you, you'll still remember. Alright then, let's fight. He suddenly reached out and pressed her down on his long legs. Darling Xiao was immediately stupefied. What, this immoral ghost, is there anyone who cheats people like you? Seeing his palm fall, Arbor was about to die from anger. Why was she so stupid? Wasn't she asking for a beating? However, in the next second, he flipped her over and hugged her, his warm fingers gently caressing her small face. How could he bear to hit his darling? You'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, right? He changed the topic too quickly. Darling Xiao couldn't keep up with his pace. Xiaomu gave a muffled mhm. Her small face was still puffed up with anger as he held her in his arms. Actually, I'm not angry at you. Mo Lian lifted her face and nuzzled her forehead. I'm angry at myself. I couldn't protect you properly. You don't know how much pain and self-reproach I felt when I saw those withered vines and broken trees on the snowy peak. He murmured in her ear. But all of that is in the past now. I don't want to know anything or think about anything. I just want you to stay by my side. From this moment on, don't leave me again. Arbor actually didn't want to argue with him, but for some reason, she felt a bit angry when she saw his gentle mask earlier. Now that the two of them had a heated argument, this little fella felt more at ease. When she heard him say that, her boundless guilt was aroused, and she timidly looked at him and said, sorry. Speaking of which, she was willful in front of him and was used to acting coquettishly. She really couldn't bear the slightest bit of grievance from him. However, his lukewarm attitude just now made her feel aggrieved and gloomy. Arbor's eyes reddened, and she reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck. She pitifully said, Mo Lian, I didn't disappear on purpose. It was just that I felt too bad at that time, so I didn't want to think about anything. Morong-sun is dead, Mo Lian. She originally said she would attend my marriageable age ceremony, but she died. She's a big liar. Mo Lian gently patted her back. When he thought of how helpless she was at that time, his heart couldn't help but ache. Sect Master is dead, and Master is also dead. The feral you gave me broke, and Big Treasure is also dead. They're all dead, and I'm the only one left. Nonsense, how could you be the only one? No matter what, I will always be by your side. Do you understand? Jojo, you have to trust me more, okay? Arbor couldn't help but nod when he saw his focused and expectant eyes. Mo Lian's lips turned up as he stroked her small head in satisfaction. You don't know this, but when I brought your parents to the capital, I didn't even dare to say anything to them. You only lied to them that you were cultivating in the holy water sect. Do you know how much they missed you? But I only know how to harm others. Nonsense. Mo Lian suddenly reached out to cover her small mouth. How can the holy water sect's incident be blamed on you? That's because people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Greed causes mischief. It's not your fault. Don't worry. No matter what, we'll get our revenge. Mo Lian hugged her and gently shook her little body. Promise me, baby, don't let your imagination run wild, okay? I'll send you home tomorrow. Are you okay? He cupped her little face and looked at her. Your parents and family all miss you very much. How could anyone reject such an offer? Arbor nodded gloomily. While you're at it, have royal father issue a betrothal edict and send it to your home as well. Prince Mo hugged this baby and approached her with a grin. Okay? His gentle and persuasive tone and his picturesque features made a certain little person nod gloomily. She didn't have time to think about it carefully. Then she abruptly widened her eyes. Betrothal? Who? Mo Lian held back his laughter and tapped her little nose before pointing at himself. You, and me. The little stoic's expression abruptly became exuberant. Her small mouth gaped slightly, and she was momentarily stunned. you can't go back on your word. You nodded yourself just now, and you even nodded 3 times in a row. I counted. Mo Lian's eyes darkened slightly, and his lustrous fingers touched her soft lips. He really wanted to kiss her. A turbulent thought surfaced in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. Darling is still young, don't scare her first. It wouldn't be good if he scared her away again. Look. No matter what, we've been together for 7 to 8 years, so we should at least confirm each other's status, right? Prince Mo said as he swayed her small body. Don't be scared, darling. We're just confirming our status, nothing else. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her dazed little face. Soft and sticky, the texture was really good. When you weren't here, I would be filial to my in-laws every 2 to 3 days. They especially like me. Mo Lian suppressed her laughter and said seriously, don't worry, your in-laws definitely won't object to this. Stop. Arbor felt that she increasingly couldn't keep up with the Crown Prince's train of thought. You? Didn't you say before that we were friends? That we were friends? The words were still ringing in her ears. But didn't you say you didn't have any friends? Mo Lian looked at her seriously and said solemnly, I thought about it. If we don't have any friends, then so be it. We won't be friends anymore. The title of husband and wife is good, what do you think? What else can I say? You're about to betroth me. Don't be fooled by how he kept asking if it was good. In reality, he had already made up his mind. A certain darling was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Mo Lian was laughing uncontrollably on the inside, but she still maintained a serious expression. She reached out to lift the little girl's chin and stroked it. Darling? My suggestion is very good, right? Let's do it like this. Tomorrow, we'll pass down this betrothal decree while we're at it. Okay? Why did she keep feeling like something was off? Arbor blinked and wanted to say something. Prince Mo continued, don't worry, it's just a matter of settling the marriage before your hairpin ceremony, nothing else will be affected. Look at you, you're already so old. Men should get married when they're of age. Don't be afraid of getting married. Be good. But, is it that simple to issue an edict? Arbor asked blankly. Mo Lian smiled and lowered his head. While she was in a daze, he kissed her again. Don't worry, baby. I can handle it. If his father dared to stop him from marrying a wife, that night, Mo Lian went to the imperial study and talked with the great king for more than 2 hours before leaving with the imperial edict. This matter immediately caused the princes and concubines who heard the news to be unable to sit still. They all sent people out to find out what the crown prince and the great king had discussed in secret in the study. Unfortunately, the news was tightly sealed, and no one was able to find anything. After the crown prince went to the imperial study to ask for the imperial edict, Arbor walked around the bedchamber without stopping for a moment. He felt that he had been tricked by someone. What did he mean by it was just a simple title and nothing else? Wasn't it just a title given by the country's heir apparent, crown princess? Wasn't the betrothal a bit too hasty? She was an unknown daughter of the small Qiao family. If she suddenly became the crown princess, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the capital. Arbor reached out to massage her head. She heard the voices of the palace servants. She saw a person dressed in a moonwhite casual robe. His features were picturesque as he walked towards her with a smile. In an instant, Arbor felt that all her worries had disappeared. Who cares? Everything will be fine when it comes to it. Today ended. Early the next morning, when the sky was still just beginning to brighten, a marriage decree was delivered to the Qiao estate, immediately stunning the entire family and even the entire capital. The Qiao family, from the elderly matriarch to the servants, all knelt in front of the main hall to receive the decree. When they heard the edict say, the Qiao estate's eldest miss has a gentle, refined, and virtuous character, and is specifically designated as the crown prince's consort, some of the maids and servants who didn't know a certain child very well didn't express anything. They just had dumbfounded expressions. But the elderly matriarch couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Who said this? Who exactly was it? Could Xiao Mu, that little girl, be worthy of these 8 words? Gentle character and whatnot, could you stop joking around? At the end of the imperial decree, it even mentioned Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqin. The great king said that the husband and wife had rendered meritorious service in raising the crown princess and specially promoted Xiao Zhongbang to be the Marquis of Jiayuan. His wife, Madame Ne Wei, was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady and bestowed a marquis estate, jewelry, gems, brocades, food, and so on. The husband and wife looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to make heads or tails of this. On the contrary, second Uncle Qiao immediately poked his eldest brother and gave him a look to quickly receive the decree. Old Qiao's eldest son and wife hurriedly kowtowed to express their gratitude and respectfully received the imperial decree. Second Uncle Qiao chuckled as he handed the decree delivering eunuch 5 zhang of cloth, very generous. Nowadays, it was more appropriate to give cloth and food than gold, silver, and gems. Now that Raimi production was about to stop, the price of cloth also rose steadily by the day. The Mo Kingdom capital was still considered good, and its inventory was still abundant. In some of the other fortifications, the commoners' clothes hadn't been changed for several years and could last another 2 years with some mending. The 5 zhang of cloth that second Uncle Qiao gave could be exchanged for 3 liters of rice, enough for a normal family to live frugally for half a month. Thus, this was considered a generous reward. The decree-delivering eunuch beamed as he accepted it, his attitude toward the Qiao family much better and his words full of flattery. This residence in the Qiao estate had been gifted to them by the crown prince when they first entered the capital. However, when the crown prince was trying to worm his way into being friends with his parents-in-law, he had never revealed his identity to them, so the couple was still in the dark. After receiving the edict, everyone in the Qiao estate hurriedly packed their things and brought their family members, young and old, to move to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. The Marquis of Jiayuan's estate was located on Minshan Avenue in the Mo Kingdom capital. Just its scale alone was extremely grand, with several courtyards inside. Just the gardens alone were divided into 5 or 6 sizes, with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The scenery was superb. Everyone naturally left the largest Nanju garden to the crown princess, while the others chose their own courtyards to stay in. The Qiao family had very few people. After the entire family moved in, more than half of the Marquis' estate would be empty. In recent years, old Madame Dowager had not been able to do as she wished. After moving into Longevity Court, she hurriedly went to rest. Only Wei Ziqin was left to take care of the household matters, such as arranging the servants and counting the gifts bestowed by the emperor. An hour later, the news of the crown princess's betrothal had already spread throughout the entire capital. When Queen Zhao heard that the great king had appointed her precious son to such a baffling family, how could she sit still? She immediately brought along her personal nanny and hurried to the great king's royal study. At this time, the entire Mo Kingdom capital had already exploded into a pot of congee. From the princes, dukes, marquis, and ministers to the commoners picking up rubbish, everyone was talking about "Did you hear? The great king decreed His Highness the Crown Prince's betrothal." The Crown Princess had never seen her in person and had only heard of her name. She had never appeared in front of anyone, but she had already become a hot topic both inside and outside Northern Mo's court. Talisman patrician family Mu Xianxia flew into a rage inside her room and smashed everything that could be smashed into smithereens. When Madame Mu entered and saw the mess on the floor, her brows twitched, and her heart ached immensely. The current situation wasn't good, so food had to be exchanged for things that were smashed. The family's stockpile of food wasn't enough for her daughter to squander like this. Thus, every item that was smashed was one less item. If this continued, this Miss Mu's boudoir would soon become empty. "Alright, what's the use of throwing a tantrum?" Madame Mu grumpily said, "You're just making a fool of yourself in front of the second and third branches by making a scene here. Who dares to make fun of me?" Mu Qianqian's long, shapely brows shot up, and her hatred was hard to conceal. "What Marquis of Jiayuan's estate? I've never heard of it before. I don't know where this little B*tch came from, but she stole a man's soul in an instant. She really is a shameless B*tch. Yo! Look at what eldest miss is saying. She is the crown princess that the great king has officially betrothed. It's fine if eldest miss says this at home. But if this gets out, there's no doubt that our Mu family isn't strict in our upbringing, teaching a young lady to speak filthy words. It's fine if eldest miss is shameless, but don't drag so many unmarried young ladies in the estate down with you." A middle-aged woman in a luxurious gown chuckled as she walked in, followed by a young girl of similar age to Mu Xianxia, who was covering her mouth as she chuckled. When Madame Mu saw this woman, she immediately flared up in anger and bellowed at the maidservants, "Are you all dead? Don't you know how to announce the arrival of the second branches, madam? Hey 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 hey, eldest sister-in-law, don't randomly blame the servants. We did announce her arrival. It's just that the sound of eldest miss throwing a tantrum and smashing things was drowned out by the sound of the announcement. Don't say that we, the mother and daughter of the second branch, are rude." Madame Mu looked at her sister-in-law's sarcastic words and was so jealous that her stomach hurt. She waved her hand impatiently and said, all right, Madame Lu, who doesn't know that you came here today to laugh at our first branch? Now that you're done, you can leave. This madam won't be seeing you off. Hey, look at what sister-in-law is saying. I'm not here to laugh at you. The second branch's Madame Lu, chuckled as she pulled her daughter, Mu Zhilan, over. I just wanted to tell sister-in-law. Tomorrow, Her Majesty the Queen will hold a banquet and invite the 3 dukes and 5 marquises. Oh no, my mouth really doesn't know how to talk. Madame Lu giggled and lightly patted her own mouth. It should be the 6 marquises' residences now. The 3 dukes and 6 marquises young ladies from the various aristocratic families will all be attending the banquet. Our family's eldest young miss is naturally unwilling to pass on this responsibility, but we can't do anything about eldest young miss' bad mood. For fear of ruining the entire banquet, sister-in-law, I volunteered to mention it to the family head. The family head agreed to let our Zhilan attend the banquet in eldest young miss's place tomorrow. I'm really sorry, eldest sister. Mu Zhilan chuckled softly. All of a sudden, Mu Xianxian couldn't suppress the fury that shot out from the bottom of her heart. A bright yellow talisman flew over and directly smashed towards Mu Zhilan. B*TCH, you're all B*cheese. Mu Zhilan's eyes narrowed slightly. She wasn't someone to be trifled with either. With a flick of her finger, a talisman also flew out. The 2 talismans collided in midair and split apart. Arbor didn't know what kind of ruckus the entire Mo Kingdom capital was in right now. She slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that it was almost noon. The crown prince was grinning as he propped up his chin and sat by the bed, gazing at her. When their eyes met, Arbor immediately shrunk her head into the brocade quilt wrapped in a cocoon. What was going on? That guy's slightly raised phoenix eyes looked very alluring. Once she accidentally touched them, she felt like her heart skipped a beat. It was very baffling. She shrunk into the quilt and calmly reached out to check her pulse. It was quite normal. Her body was very healthy. Suddenly, the quilt was lifted into the air. The little fellow, who was wrapped in the quilt, hastily poked her head out. What are you doing? Get up, change clothes, and eat something. We still have to rush back to your maternal home. If we don't leave now, we won't even make it for lunch. In any case, we have to go back and have a reunion dinner. Reunion dinner again, the little fellow unhappily pursed her lips. Don't you have to go to the southern study to handle matters today? It's done. The crown prince beamed as he took out a clean and moist handkerchief to wipe the little fellow's face. How efficient am I? If we finish things early, we can stay at your maternal home for a whole day today. Xiaoyao, who was holding clothes at the side, pursed her lips and smiled. I'll do it myself. Arbor reached out to take the clothes, but the crown prince avoided her hand and insisted on letting her wear them. Today, she changed into a light yellow robe with large sleeves, embellishing the little one with pink and tender skin. She then draped an extremely rare moon-white ice mink overcoat over it. The furry collar framed her ordinary little face until it was moist and rosy. After Xiaoyao finished braiding her hair and pasting on the beaded flowers, the little fellow sat in front of the dressing mirror and took out some medicinal powder to rub on her face. The crown prince raised a brow and looked at her with a grin. This little thing was finally willing to reveal its true appearance. As our dear Xiaomu fiddled with her small face, she was still unconvinced. Let me ask you, how did you, Duan Yu, and Situi recognize me at a glance? Mo Lian said with a smile, Duan Yu and Situi, those 2 fellows, definitely got it right by chance. Of course it's because of you. Prince said as he walked behind her. Jojo's every frown and smile is engraved in the depths of my heart. Even if I'm blindfolded, I can still see. Mo Lian was stunned. She paused for a moment before saying, I recognized you. The little fellow turned her head to look at him. That little face without any makeup overlapped with the one in his memory. No, she was even more beautiful than he had imagined her to be when she grew up. Xiaoyao also widened her eyes and said excitedly, Little miss, you've become prettier. That's right, that's why I said, how could such a beautiful and adorable young lady be so ordinary when she grew up? I didn't dare to say anything these past 2 days. She was afraid of touching on Mrs. sore spot. She originally thought that a good-looking young lady would become ordinary when she grew up. Arbor looked at her speechlessly. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh, and he reached out to lead the little girl to his side. Let's go, we'll take a carriage over. Oh right, you might not know yet. Your father has been conferred the title of Marquis of Jiayuan. The entire Qiao family has moved to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate on Minshan Avenue, right next to Minister Song's residence. Needless to say, those who lived on Minshan Avenue were definitely influential families. The Marquis' estate's neighbors were probably all high officials of the court, so the entire estate's class was immediately raised by quite a bit. The crown prince's carriage left the eastern palace and unimpeded through the northernmost Huabei gate. After passing through Anshuan Avenue, which was located in the central axis, they would arrive at Minshan Avenue after turning a corner. It could be seen that Minshan Avenue's location was extremely good. The carriages of high officials and nobles came and went, and very few commoners dared to set up stalls and cause trouble here. The crown prince was traveling in a low-key manner this time and didn't bring many people with him. There were only 20 royal guardsmen escorted by He Tian. He Tian had already been promoted from a lowly centurion to the deputy commander of the royal guard as an exception. Of course, this was also due to the crown prince's trust. It was said that his father, He Qijing, would also be promoted this year. As long as nothing strange happened, the position of Minister of Works was basically within his grasp. Just as Arbor was nervously following a certain crown prince back to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, a shabby donkey cart appeared at the Mo Kingdom capital's western city gate. It pulled 6 or 7 weary-looking people to the very end of the line to enter the city. A family of 3 followed behind the donkey cart. Their clothes were ragged, and they were so emaciated that they almost didn't look human. Because a level 4 zombie had appeared in the Qin estate, the Mo Kingdom capital was currently under martial law, and the northern and southern city gates were closed. Only the eastern and western city gates allowed entry and exit. But according to the rules, commoners and some peddlers could only go through the western city gate. Thus, the line to enter the city was very long as it was nearing noon. In consideration of the commoners, there was no need to pay any fees to enter and exit the Mo Kingdom capital. However, the situation these 2 days was very special, so the speed of inspection and clearance was extremely slow. The Mo Kingdom capital was Northern Mo's largest city, so the quality of the city guards was extremely high. Nothing unpleasant happened, and although the line was long, it was very orderly. The people on the donkey cart kept craning their necks to look at the entrance of the city gate, their eyes filled with longing. They all had disheveled hair and dirty faces, not much better than the ragged family of 3 behind them. Auntie Nyo, is what you said true? If I come to the Mo Kingdom capital, will I be able to find Granny and the rest? The young woman who spoke had a tanned face from being exposed to the sun and wind. Her figure was very thin, and she was holding the hand of a 12-year-old son who was also thin and small. His cheeks were so thin that they were sunken in. Hey, you don't believe me? I'm telling you, Su Jiao, your mother-in-law and the eldest branch's family are living very well. In the past, they were doing very well in Shijiao City. 2 years ago, they moved out of Shijiao City without a word. I spent a lot of time and effort before finding out that they came to the Mo Kingdom capital. The old woman who spoke had an envious look in her eyes. She had a protruding chin, revealing her thick black teeth when she opened her mouth. Su Jiao was precisely the daughter-in-law of old Qiao's third branch. Ever since the day of the zombie outbreak, old Qiao's third branch's family of 3 had been completely unlucky. Back then, they didn't manage to hitch a ride on the eldest branch's cart and were left behind in the village. As they fled, they almost lost their lives. If it weren't for her family's Xiao Zhongheng erupting with a special ability at the crucial moment, how could the mother and son have escaped the tiger's den? They might have long been fed to a large pile of zombies. Because they left in a hurry, they practically didn't take anything with them. The Qiao family of 3 didn't want to recall their past misery. Seated on the lazy donkey cart were Granny Niu and her family from the Wei family village. Many of their large family of more than a dozen people had died in the past few years, and only 7 people, including Granny Niu, were left. The lazy donkey had also lost a lot of weight, so it was impossible for it to pull 7 people on a long journey. It cursed and fought the entire way, desperately rushing to the Mo Kingdom capital. Speaking of the Qiao family, Granny Niu had a bellyful of anger. Back in Shijiao City, Granny Niu's family insisted that Qiao Wenwan killed their 3rd son and frequently came to collect debts. In the beginning, the Qiao family would still give them some food and cloth. But after a long time, even Xiao Zhongbang, who had the best temper in the Qiao family, became annoyed with them and instructed the city lord to guard strictly. As long as their family appeared, they would be immediately chased far away. Later on, they simply couldn't approach the Qiao family in Pear Blossom Alley. Suffering from hunger and cold every day, several people in their family starved to death. Your old Qiao's eldest branch couple simply aren't humans. Granny Niu angrily said, I'm telling you, Su Jiao, you still have to find elderly lady for this matter. As long as elderly lady agrees, we might be able to stay. It's no use finding the eldest branch couple. Those 2 have hearts as hard as iron. Back then, my family's youngest grandson was so sick that he was about to die, but they weren't willing to give him a mouthful of hot soup. That's right, that's right. Granny Niu's eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Nebo, tugged Su Jiao's hand and earnestly advised, look at our 4th branch's family of 3, they all starved to death. It's clear how harsh and ungrateful your old Qiao's eldest branch is. They simply didn't tell us when they moved away from Shijiao City back then. Bah, tell us? They deliberately avoided us and directly moved away from Shijiao City. Granny Niu spat and turned her head to the side in an eccentric manner. I'm telling you, Su Jiao, your old Qiao's eldest branch is living well. They definitely have better prospects, so they moved to the Mo Kingdom capital. Otherwise, why do you think they moved here? Isn't that logical? Auntie's words are very reasonable, Su Jiao said with a dark face. Sister-in-law, look at how hungry your Xiaolong is. They're both old Qiao's grandsons. Why should I? Madame Bo continued to pick and winked at the 2nd branch's daughter-in-law. Madame Sun hurriedly followed up with a few words, but Madame Sun had always been clumsy with words, so she couldn't say much. Upon seeing this, Madame Nebo irritably glared at her sister-in-law. She tugged on Su Jiao's hand and persuaded earnestly, Sister-in-law, I'm only telling you this because I think you're my own sister-in-law. Back then, our family was screwed over miserably by your 1st branch. Not only did the 4th branch's family of 3 starve to death, but the 2nd branch's, oh, you can ask my sister-in-law, her 2 daughters also starved to death. At the mention of her 2 daughters who had starved to death, Sunshire hurriedly wiped away her tears. At that time, there wasn't enough food at home. It must have been enough for the 3 sons of the 1st branch of the Wei family to eat. She gave birth to 3 daughters, but they didn't get much food. In the end, 2 of them starved to death. Granny Niu waved her hand and said, in short, let's try our best to contact your granny first. The Mo Kingdom capital is so big, who knows where to find them. Su Jiao was so angry that her stomach hurt. When she recalled how her family of 3 had suffered for so many years, yet the 1st branch's people actually ate and drank well, she felt indignant. Humph, I don't believe that we can't find your old Qiao family with so many of us. I've taken a look. The monthly votes are over 1,000, and the number of recommendations has also broken through 6 figures. These 2 days, which is today and tomorrow, I'll be updating 10 chapters. But it won't be early, so I'll update 5 chapters first. You can come and read the 5 chapters tomorrow. I'll finish writing them before I sleep, even if it's early in the morning. Mwah. Not to mention how Su Jiao's party had persistently searched for the Qiao family's whereabouts after entering the city with evil intentions. The Crown Prince's carriage had already entered Minshan Avenue. When they were a dozen meters away from the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, they saw a bunch of half-grown brats crowding around a corner, kicking and punching something. Young master, is it about time? This punk actually dared to speak rudely to young master, he deserves to be beaten to death. Continue beating. A small boy's clear and crisp voice rang out as he harumphed, he actually dares to scold me time and time again? Beat him to death for me. Hee, Xiao Sen, I heard that this guy seems to be the youngest son of Taichung Temple's deputy minister. If we beat him to death, will something happen? What can happen? I have big brother here. The small boy raised his head and harumphed with his hands on his hips. Let's see if he still dares to oppose me in the academy in the future. I'll beat whoever I want to beat. Beat him. Use more strength, did you not eat? Haha, that's right. We could beat him without fail in the past, let alone now. Now, your dad has been conferred the title of Marquis of Jiayuan by the great king. You're the only son of a marquis, who dares to provoke you? Gao Feng, what are you wasting your breath for? Hurry and use more strength. I'm telling you, if you can't cripple him today, don't even think about having an easy time. Young master, can we do it if he's crippled? Why can't we do it? My big brother will take care of everything. Beat him as much as you want. Beat him ruthlessly. The small boy directed his lackeys to beat and kick the boy who had curled up into a ball in the circle. All right, young master, rest and watch this one exert his strength. Arbor was still in the carriage when he clenched his small fists tightly. The crown prince coughed and was just about to say something when he was abruptly glared at by the little one's clear and cold eyes. His heart instantly thumped, and he inwardly cursed. The big brother he's talking about is you. Arbor's lips curled slightly as he asked coldly. Jojo, listen to me. Prince cursed his brother-in-law in his heart. Xiaosen is still young. Let's teach him slowly. Arbor didn't want to pay any more attention to him. He lifted the curtain with a swish, and before the carriage came to a stop, he jumped down, frightening the coachman. What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping yet? Xiaomu shouted angrily. The 7 or 8 youths who were beating up the other youths simultaneously stopped and turned around to look. When they saw the young lady in front of them looking at them with her cold eyes, they couldn't help but shiver slightly. Intimidated by her terrifying aura, they all huddled together. Arbor's gaze fell on a 7 or 8-year-old boy in the front row. Draped in a thick deer fur cloak and wearing a brocade robe embroidered with golden thread, the little boy had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. His little face was red from the cold wind, and he was very cute. Looking at the lively little person in front of him, Arbor's cold eyes loosened a bit. You, who are you? Why are you poking your nose into my business? The little boy looked at Arbor with an inexplicable fear in his heart. He opened his mouth, but still straightened his neck and scolded. When the crown prince heard that this was bad, he hurriedly lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Arbor laugh coldly. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You're acting like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Why aren't you letting him go? She shouted angrily, and the servant who was pressing down the little boy with a bruised nose and swollen face was so shocked that he retracted his hand and subconsciously trembled. The little boy was also enraged. He stepped forward and kicked that boy with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Placing both hands on his waist, he roared fearlessly, "Who is he to you? If you want to stand up for him, you have to figure out who I am first. I'm telling you. In this Mo Kingdom capital, no one dares to provoke me, little tyrant Xiaosen." The crown prince sweated profusely from the side. F***ck, you already proclaimed yourself as little tyrant, so what else could the crown prince say? The crown prince wished for nothing more than to go up and cover that child's mouth. He facepalmed and called out, Jojo. He was thinking about how to put in a few good words for his little brother-in-law to smooth over this matter. This child really hit the jackpot today. This child was clearly very obedient in front of the elders on normal days. Why was he so unlucky today? Arbor turned back in anger and glared fiercely at the crown prince. The fury in his heart rushed up from the darkest corner at once. He rushed forward in 3 steps, picked up his little brother with one hand, and slapped him twice on the back without any explanation. These 2 slaps weren't light either. Our dear Xiao Sen had never suffered this kind of grievance since he was young, and he started crying with a wah. The two henchmen beside him were anxious. They rolled up their sleeves, wanting to pick a fight with Arbor as they cursed. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't want to live anymore? You even dare to provoke the little sir of our Marquis of Jiayuan's estate?" Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the crown prince hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Our dear Xiaoxin hadn't seen this lord at first, but when he heard the familiar voice, he turned around and looked like he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years. He shook his little arms and legs, wailing as he struggled to break free from Arbor's grasp. He raised both hands in Prince Mo's direction and shouted with all his might, "Big brother, big brother! Big brother, save me, big brother!" However, his big brother couldn't save him today either. Not only couldn't he save him, but big brother also had a bad feeling. It was very likely that he would be thoroughly implicated by this pig of a brother-in-law. It was over. The crown prince stole a glance at the little fellow's expression. It was really over. The little lass had gotten angry. That stoic face was already completely filled with fury, and her eyes were even more blazing. "Come with me. Come with me to someone else's house and apologize," Arbor reprimanded angrily. "You want me to apologize to him?" Xiaoxin jumped up like an angry little animal. With 2 lines of tears on his face, he shouted angrily, "I'm not going. I'm the young master of the Marquis estate. Who does he think he is? His father was just a small government official. I won't apologize to him." The crown prince ran over to cover his brother-in-law's mouth, but it was too late. Xiaomu had already kicked her younger brother in anger. She was extremely measured in this kick, so it was actually not heavy. It was just that it made our dear Xiaoxin sprawl on the ground. Feeling especially ashamed, he opened his mouth and started bawling loudly. The crown prince hurriedly rushed forward and picked up his brother-in-law. Arbor ignored him. He reached out and pulled the little boy who was being beaten to his side. He patted his dirty little robe and held his little hand. "Don't be afraid. You're a good child. Big sister will definitely make that bad child apologize to you." That little boy was also a tough nut to crack. He looked to be about the same age as Xiaoxin, but he didn't utter a word after being beaten to this extent. He didn't even shed a single tear. Xiaoxin stayed in the crown prince's arms. When he heard Arbor call him a bad child, he immediately refused to comply. He cried and yelled, "I'm not a bad child, I'm not a bad child. Big brother, she scolded me. Big brother." The crown prince's face was full of helplessness. He reached out and lightly pinched his waist, saying softly, "Shut up, this is your sister. Your big sister is back." Little Xiaoxin's stupefied face was still hanging with 2 lines of tears. His expression was especially comical. The crown prince glared at him, annoyed and amused. He said softly to him, "You've angered your sister quite badly, let me tell you. You have to coax her properly. Otherwise, if you're unlucky, I'll also be unlucky with you." Big sister? The big sister that father and mother often talked about, the one who went to a super large sect to cultivate. Little Xiaoxin immediately became listless. "Look at how you've beaten him up. I don't believe that this is what mother taught you. Bullying others with your power. Utterly unreasonable." Arbor was so angry that he wanted to go up and beat this stinking brat. The crown prince hurriedly stopped him and smiled apologetically, "Jojo, your brother is still young. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Go away. Don't protect him all the time. Look at how you've taught him. At such a young age, you've earned yourself the title of the capital's little overlord. You've really given old Xiao's family face." Little Xiaoxin shrank into the crown prince's embrace and looked at his fuming sister in silence, sobbing and unable to speak. "Get down and immediately go to their house with me to apologize. I'm telling you, if you don't apologize today, I'll... apologize, apologize. Little son is very obedient, he'll definitely go and apologize." The crown prince hurriedly pulled down the little fellow's raised hand and winked at his brother-in-law. I am sorry, Ren Hongfei. I won't bully you in the future. In the academy, I'll take care of you." When the little fellow saw the crown prince's expression, he immediately wilted and hurriedly apologized to the little boy with a bruised nose and swollen face. Go to his house. Arbor was so angry that he didn't enter the Qiao estate's main gate. He directly pulled the two children into the carriage and turned his head to the side with a sullen face, not saying a word. The Crown Prince's heart was beating like a drum as he watched. He went up and secretly hooked her little finger, but Miss Xiao threw him away. The Crown Prince's handsome face immediately turned green. It's over. This time, he was really dragged down by his pig-like brother-in-law. What to do? The Crown Prince's carriage made a detour to the residence of Ren Pungjing, the deputy minister of Taichung Temple. Ren Pungjing was practicing calligraphy in his study when he heard that His Highness the Crown Prince had come. He immediately called his wife and two sons to change clothes and go out to welcome the Crown Prince's carriage. His mind was in a daze. This official greets your highness. I did not know your highness is coming. Wei Chen did not go out to meet you. Ren Pungjing, together with his wife and son, hastily opened the front door and went out to greet Wei Chen. Compared to the empty Minshun Avenue, the path in front of the Taichung Temple's deputy minister's house appeared to be extremely lively. When the commoners heard that the Crown Prince's carriage had arrived at Sir Ren's residence, they hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Welcome, your highness. Madame Ren was a typical sweet-tempered woman. Although she was anxious when she saw her youngest son being led over with a bloody nose and a swollen face, she didn't criticize him. Instead, she gently brought her eldest son and second son to greet him. The Crown Prince was a little embarrassed. He reached out and shook Arbor's little hand. This is the Crown Princess. Our dear Crown Princess was in a fit of anger. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and slapped his hand away. Ren Pungjing and Madame Ren were astonished for a moment. When they saw the young lady in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly and hurriedly went up to greet her. Greetings, Crown Princess. Xiao Sun, kneel down. Arbor turned her head and looked at her younger brother sternly. The Crown Prince, who was despised by his wife, coughed lightly and reminded his brother-in-law that it was best not to anger his sister at this time. Xiao Sun knelt down aggrievedly and lowered his head. He didn't look like the little tyrant in the academy at all. Arbor led Ren Hongfei to Madame Ren and bowed. Sir Ren and Madame Ren were so shocked that they hurriedly moved away and returned the greeting. Sir Ren, Madame Ren, I'm really sorry. My younger brother was negligent in disciplining him and beat your son to this state. I'm really worried. Arbor said softly, on the way here, I already examined your son. Fortunately, they are all superficial wounds, so I'll give this bottle of pills to your son. Take the red pills orally and apply them externally. He will recover in 2 days. Crown Princess, you're exaggerating. Sir Ren and Madame Ren bowed. Arbor shook her head. It's my younger brother's fault. Arbor glanced coldly at Xiao Sen, who was sneaking glances at her, and said, Xiao Yao, go get the ferule. Xiao Yao glanced at the miserable Xiao Sen and hurriedly begged for mercy. Miss, young master is still young and insensible. He won't dare to do this again in the future. Let's forget about it this time. He'll be 8 years old after the new year. Look at the 8-year-old children in other families. Which one of them is as crafty and undisciplined as him? Where are the books and etiquette that he learned in the academy? Arbor looked coldly at Xiao Yao. Are you not going to listen to what I say? Yes. Xiao Yao immediately shriveled and hurriedly turned around to get the ferule. Madame Ren wanted to stop her, but Arbor stopped her. She turned around and stared coldly at Xiao Senior. Do you admit defeat when elder sister hit you today? Elder sister, I know I was wrong. Xiao Sun looked fearfully at the cold ferule and looked pleadingly at the Crown Prince who was standing at the side. Prince received his brother-in-law's gaze and hurriedly reached out to pull Arbor's small hand. Jojo, Xiao Sun knows he's wrong. You're still protecting him. Arbor was furious. He pushed the Crown Prince's hand away and shouted at his younger brother, hand. Xiao Sun shuddered and raised his little hand involuntarily. Pa. The ruler landed on his tiny palm, causing little Xiao Sun to tremble in pain as he burst into tears. After 3 slaps, Crown Prince saw that his brother-in-law's hands were red and swollen, crying pitifully. He couldn't bear it and went forward to grab his little wife. Jojo, that's enough. Xiao Sun will definitely be obedient in the future. Don't worry, he'll definitely remember this and won't bully his classmates in the future. As he spoke, he quickly winked at Senator Xiao Sun wailed, Sister, I was wrong. Sister, sob sob sob. Madame Ren didn't dare to offend the crown prince's brother-in-law and hurriedly tried to dissuade him, saying that it was just children playing around and shouldn't be taken too seriously. After sending off the furious crown princess, the couple looked at each other and pulled their youngest son in front of them to take a closer look. Sure enough, they saw that the wounds on his hands and face had been carefully treated. The medicine used was also unheard of and was very precious. Some of the small wounds on the child's face had already healed. Elder sister is a good person, Ren Hongfei said softly. His father glared at him. What nonsense are you saying? That's Her Highness the Crown Princess. How can you casually claim kinship? Remember this in the future. After going back and forth, they didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water, let alone have a reunion dinner. By the time they returned to the Qiao estate, it was already past lunchtime. It was already afternoon. Jojo, don't be angry. The crown prince hastily corrected his attitude and admitted his mistake as soon as he got on the carriage. He then gave his brother-in-law a meaningful glance. Our dear Xiaosun was someone who knew when to yield and when not to. When he saw that his all-powerful older brother had to carefully curry favor with his older sister, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend his older sister. He hastily reached out to hug his older sister's leg and wailed, "Older sister, I was wrong. Older sister, please forgive me." He had always maintained the image of an obedient and clever child in front of his family's elders. Wei Ziqin and the others were completely unaware of his nickname as the capital's little tyrant. When this little fellow first arrived in the capital, he wasn't that daring. It was mainly after experiencing a few incidents that he realized his older brother was especially capable and powerful, so he started to become increasingly fearless. As long as he suffered any grievances, he just had to cry in front of his older brother, and the matter would immediately be resolved. At first, there were still people who dared to bully him in the academy, but later on, not only did they make a detour when they saw him, but they were also especially fawning over him. When they saw him, they would call him little young Master Qiao and were extremely respectful. He would go to his older brother for anything he wanted. If he got into any trouble, he would also go to his older brother. His older brother would run over to his house every 2 to 3 days, and he would bring a lot of gifts every time he came back. He basically allowed the little fellow to take whatever he wanted. In addition, he was the only male grandchild in the entire old Qiao family, so old Madame doted on him a lot. Sometimes, when Wei Ziqin wanted to scold him, old Madame would protect him. This child's one sentence had the effect of hundreds of people responding to his call. Xiaosun was young and lived an arrogant and luxurious life. How could his little tail not fly to the sky? Now, he finally knew how terrifying his older sister was. If he offended his older sister, even his older brother couldn't protect him. Thus, this older sister was very powerful. He was young, but he knew how to read people's expressions. When he saw that his older sister's expression had softened, he cried even harder and begged for mercy. Arbor didn't want to beat him up. She just recalled her previous life. She had a good younger brother who was raised crooked by Wenruan and became a hedonistic debauchee. He would fight with others in the brothel all day long and was beaten to death at the age of 16. Thinking of this, she turned her little head away and looked out the window with reddened eyes, not saying a word. The crown prince's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly reached out and hugged the little one. His heart was filled with regret and sadness. "I'm sorry, Jojo. I swear, I won't spoil him anymore. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all because I've always been obedient to him. That's why he's acting so lawlessly. Don't be angry with yourself. Just hit me." The crown prince took her small hand and patted his chest. "Hit me hard." Xiaomu turned her head to glare at him. This really was a peerlessly good brother. Little did she know that the crown prince was also tricked by his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law was usually well-mannered and well-behaved in front of him. He didn't live in the Qiao estate and would usually come and go in a hurry. He would visit his parents-in-law and leave a gift before leaving. He was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. How could he know that this kid was so crafty and usually put on an act? When Mou, that brat, was young, the crown prince also allowed his younger brother to do whatever he wanted and gave him whatever he wanted. This brother-in-law was no different from his own younger brother, so, who would have thought that his brother-in-law would be so tricked? 10 o'clock in the morning. The carriage turned back to Minshan Avenue and slowly moved along the bluestone paved street. In the carriage, Xiaosan sobbed for a while. His little face was flushed red, and he looked rather pitiful. Arbor looked at his red and swollen hand and pursed her lips without saying a word. After a while, when his sobbing subsided, she pulled his arm in front of her and flipped her hand to take out a small bottle of ointment. The ointment's effect of removing blood stasis and reducing swelling was naturally excellent. After applying a small piece, Xiaosan's red and swollen hand immediately reduced by more than half. "Sister, are you still angry?" Xiaosan peeked at his sister and said weakly. "Xiao Senator sister beat you up. Do you blame me?" Arbor asked softly and stopped what she was doing. Xiaosan hurriedly shook his head. This child was very clever. When he saw his big brother's gaze, which clearly said you dare to blame me. Brother will beat you up again immediately, this little rascal immediately cowered. Then tell me, why did sister have to mercilessly punish you today? Xiaomu asked. Xiaosan peeked at the crown prince, who glared at him unhappily. He hurriedly turned back and said, I shouldn't have bullied Ren Hongfei. I won't bully him in the future. That's not entirely the reason. Arbor looked at him indifferently. She put aside the ointment in her hand and said softly, it's sister's heartache. How could my little brother be like this? Sister doesn't ask you to bring peace to the world through martial arts, but at least, the little brother in my heart can maintain a trace of kindness. Unlike the one in front of us, who bullies the weak and unreasonable. Is it fun to bully him? There are so many of you, but you beat and kicked him. Do you have any face? Little Xiaosan sniffled and went up to hug his sister's arm pitifully. He swore with all his might, Sister, I won't do it again. Please don't be angry. Sister, Xiaosan will change. I will definitely change. Big sister's snow moon-like bright eyes revealed disappointment, which made little Xiaosan feel very uncomfortable. Who is that Gaofeng? He's also from the academy. His father is one of the richest merchants in the city. Arbor didn't immediately ask her brother to cut ties with Gaofeng, even though she knew that Gaofeng was one of Xiaosan's friends in her previous life. However, considering that the child might have a negative reaction, she temporarily suppressed it and did not say anything. The reason why Xiaosan was like this was inseparable from his family's upbringing. Fortunately, he was still young and could be taught. Therefore, Arbor did not continue to scold him. Instead, he looked out of the window thoughtfully. She did not believe that her parents would teach Xiaosan to be such a bully. There must be a reason behind it. At this moment, the carriage had already arrived at the main entrance of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Wei Ziqin was anxiously waiting at the door. She had just heard that when Jojo came back, he happened to see Xiaosan fighting with someone. This child did not enter the house and directly took Xiaosan to the other party's house to apologize. She didn't know what had happened and was feeling anxious. When she saw the carriage stop in front of the door, her eyes lit up. Wei Ziqin took a few steps down the stairs with excitement in her heart. She saw the curtain lift and a 14 to 15-year-old girl draped in ice sable fur came out of the carriage. Her otherworldly face, which was made of ice and snow, crashed into Wei Ziqin's eyes, causing her to be dazed for a moment. It was as if she saw, Madame Wei's heart was filled with comfort. Her eyes instantly became blurry with tears. The scroll was finished. With a glance, Xiaomu saw her mother standing at the entrance, and the corners of her eyes and forehead had clearly increased with fine wrinkles. In an instant, Arbor's heart was filled with longing. She quickly walked towards her mother, walking faster and faster until she was sprinting. Wei Ziqin also hurriedly ran down the steps. She shook off the hand of a servant girl who wanted to support her and ran towards her daughter with open arms. Mother! Arbor rushed over and was immediately pulled into Wei Ziqin's arms. Wei Ziqin reached out and patted her on the back. With tears in her eyes, she scolded, You stinky child. Tell me, what did you tell mother when you left? You said that you'd be back in 3 years if you were fast. What about now? How many years has it been? How many years have you not been back? You haven't even written a letter in 2 to 3 years. You're deliberately making mother worried to death. You child. I'm sorry, mother. Arbor raised her head with red eyes. She acted coquettishly in her mother's arms and said pitifully, "Something happened and daughter couldn't make it back in time." "Look, you're going to be a girl of marriageable age soon, but you're still acting coquettishly in mother's arms." Wei Ziqing smiled through her tears and reached out to poke the little girl's forehead. When she looked up at Mo Lian, who was quickly following behind, her face was filled with embarrassment. "Little Mo, I've made a fool of myself in front of you." "How could that be, Auntie? Let's talk inside." Okay. Jojo's father and second uncle still don't know that Jojo is back. Come, let's go inside first." Wei Ziqing held her daughter's hand and looked at Prince Mo with regret. Crown Prince Mo found his mother-in-law's regretful gaze very strange no matter how he looked at it. What a pity. Wei Ziqing sighed in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with the great king of the Mo kingdom. Why did he suddenly decree a marriage for his daughter? Otherwise, she would have thought highly of Xianxia. Xianxia was a mature and steady child with a good temper. Most importantly, he was filial. It was hard to find such a good boy. Although he was a few years younger than their daughter, he was older and could dote on her. Besides, the two of them were a match made in heaven and could be considered childhood sweethearts. The couple knew Xianxia well, so they could rest assured leaving their daughter in his care. It was a match made in heaven. But now, although her daughter was about to be of marriageable age, in Wei Ziqing's eyes, she was still too young. The palace was also a place full of trouble, so how could she bear to harm her own daughter? However, the king's orders could not be disobeyed. Ever since that strange imperial edict was issued, Wei Ziqing had not eaten much for lunch. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Arbor snuck a glance at the crown prince, then turned and waved at Xiaosen, who was alighting from the carriage. Xiaosen skipped forward in small steps, his head shrinking back slightly. When Wei Ziqing saw this naughty and mischievous youngest son, her face turned stern. "Xiaosen, what were you doing at the door just now? Why did you anger your eldest sister the moment she returned?" Xiaosen immediately hugged his mother's thigh. "Mother, elder sister has already forgiven Xianxia. Little young master, what happened to your hand?" A servant girl with a delicate face and a tall figure quickly walked out from Wei Ziqing's side. She bent down and picked up Xiaosen's small hand, softly saying a sentence. Wei Ziqing's gaze landed on her youngest son's hand. Although most of the swelling on Xiaosen's hand had disappeared, it was still a little red. It just didn't look as frightening as before. Wei Ziqing frowned. "Donghe, why aren't you greeting eldest miss? You're so unruly." Only then did the maidservant named Donghe put down Xiaosen's hand in terror. She turned around and gave Arbor a salute. "Donghe greets eldest Mississippi." Arbor swept a glance at her before turning to look at her mother. Wei Ziqing smiled. "You haven't returned for many years, and you don't know that there are many new people in the family. Let's go in first. Little young master, does your hand still hurt?" Donghe followed behind and asked softly. "Little young master must be tired. This servant will carry you in." Little Xiaosen was just about to lie down on Donghe like in the past. Only to see her eldest sister abruptly turn her head, her clear and cold eyes abruptly glared at that servant girl. "Let go." This furious shout immediately gave Donghe, as well as the two manservants guarding the door, a huge fright. Donghe seemed to have been bitten by a venomous snake as she hurriedly retracted her hands. "Can't you walk by yourself?" Arbor was impatient with this kind of young master and young miss behavior. She looked coldly at the maidservant named Donghe. "How old are you already? What kind of person are you to hang out with all these dubious people all day long?" The eyes of the dubious maidservant Donghe immediately reddened from grievance. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, concealing the unwillingness in her eyes. "Walk properly. How many times has mother told you that you should be scolded by your eldest sister if you don't have proper manners?" Wei Ziqing patted her son in annoyance and pulled him into the house. Little Xiaosen obediently stepped into the house by himself. Steward Chang Zai, who came after hearing the news, greeted eldest miss with a face full of smiles and then followed along. Seeing many unfamiliar faces along the way, Arbor couldn't help but frown. "Mother, why are there so many idle people in the house?" "Idle people," the corner of Chang Zai's mouth twitched. Sure enough, little master didn't like those extra servants. Wei Ziqing looked at her daughter in amusement. The mother and daughter pair held hands and walked affectionately toward the main hall. Actually, it's not that many people. Your grandmother likes the house to be more lively, so she bought more than 10 servant girls. Your grandmother left 2 servant girls to accompany her and chat with her. All in all, our Chow family has a total of 21 people. Compared to the rules of a normal manor, there are far fewer manservants and maids. Wei Ziqing said to her daughter in a kind manner. Arbor turned his head and glared at the crown prince unhappily. It must be this fellow who sent this and that every 2 to 3 days, making the family very rich. Otherwise, how could father and second uncle go out to do missions from time to support such a large number of people? Speaking of which, these idlers were mostly supported by the crown prince. Prince stepped forward innocently and hooked Arbor's little finger. Jojo. Auntie was right. There weren't many new servants in the house. Now that the courtyard is so big, it's troublesome to take care of it. You don't want Auntie to work too hard, right? Arbor snorted and turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Wei Ziqing, on the other hand, was somewhat alarmed. She hurriedly stepped forward to separate the 2 people's hands, looking at her daughter with a face that wanted to say something but hesitated. Chow, mother has something to tell you. Crown Prince was baffled. He didn't understand why his mother-in-law had stepped forward to break up an affectionate couple. Mother, tell me. What is it? Daughter, this morning, the family received an imperial edict. The great king somehow betrothed you to the current crown prince. Tell me about this, AI. Wei Ziqing sighed. Wiping away her tears, Wei Ziqing looked at the crown prince with regret. She couldn't bear to part ways with the child she thought highly of, so she said, Little Mo, Auntie knows that you like our family's chow. But this matter. Sigh, His Majesty had randomly arranged a matchmaker and had even arranged a marriage for no reason. Men and women are different, so don't get too close to our Jojo in the future. Arbor's mouth twitched. The crown prince was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, No, Auntie, that, I know. Wei Ziqing interrupted him and sighed. She took Mo Lian's hand and patted it familiarly. Acting like an elder, she said earnestly, As subjects, it's not appropriate for us to say anything about the great king. But there aren't any outsiders here, so I'll tell you in private. This great king is too reckless. What do you think our Jojo has to do with the crown prince? Our Chow family has always been a small family, so I can't figure it out. Where did the great king's decree come from? The crown prince cast a pleading look at Jojo. You should tell your mother. Xiao Mu didn't say anything and even tugged at her lips as she rolled her eyes at him that said, Do as you see fit. She then walked forward while holding her mother's arm. Mom, don't worry about that crown prince. Let's go see Dad and second uncle first. This child, it's fine if you talk about it at home, but don't do this when you're outside. That's the crown prince, you can't disrespect him. Wei Ziqing reminded her daughter. The crown prince felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Would his mother-in-law fly into a rage when she found out the truth and chase him out in a fit of anger? What's going on? Why am I so unlucky today? What's happening today? The group entered the main hall. His father, Qiao Zhongbang, and second uncle, Qiao Zhongxing, who had heard the news, quickly strode in. Jojo. You're finally willing to come back from the sect. Qiao Zhongxing laughed heartily as he strode towards his niece. Daughter. Qiao Zhongbang also hurriedly ran over with a joyful expression. Father, second uncle. Arbor glanced at the 2 of them and saw that their cultivation bases had both risen slightly. Second uncle was now a level 4 peak body cultivator, while father's cultivation had reached the phenomenal success of level 7 mystic cultivation. Compared to the geniuses of the large sects, the growth of their cultivation was very slow. As time passed, it would be more difficult for them to grow. If he could find the time to refine some Xian-breaking pills and body-tempering pills, they could help the 2 of them break through 1 or 2 levels. Daughter, it's good that you're back. Look, you've lost a lot of weight. Your mother has been nagging me about you every day. When you come back, stay at home and let your mother nourish you well. When the crown prince heard this, he immediately had the urge to grab his wife and run away. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have sent the little fellow back so quickly. Now that he had entered the house, he couldn't go back. Older sister. Everyone was chatting when a shout came from the door. Arbor turned around and saw Xiao Er's rosy little face full of smiles. Her pair of eyes were wrinkled and sparkling as she dashed through the door and threw herself at her. Arbor hurriedly reached out to catch her, her heart instantly filled to the brim. Her younger sister was no longer as pitiful and submissive as she was in her previous life. This little face in high spirits was really beautiful. Older sister, you're finally back. Xiao Lin was nearly 11 years old and no longer looked as chubby as when she was young. Now, she was a slender little girl. Xiao Lin, you've grown a lot taller. Arbor looked at her little sister's cheerful figure and her mood was lifted. She had also temporarily thrown all those troublesome matters to the back of her mind. Sister, you're even prettier than before. Alright. These two sisters have only just met and they're already praising each other. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but giggle. She held her daughters in each hand and couldn't hide her fondness for them. Jojo, mother will take you to see your Nanju garden. You'll live there in the future. If you don't like it, how about we change? When the crown prince heard that he was going to live there, the crown prince hurried forward and smiled at Wei Ziqing. Auntie, Jojo still has to return to the palace today. There's a palace banquet tomorrow night. Auntie must know about it. When the banquet is over, it won't be too late for Jojo to move home in 2 days. The crown prince's words meant that he still had to wait for the banquet to be over before he could return home in 2 days. To put it bluntly, the queen's palace banquet had nothing to do with whether or not Arbor moved home. Even if Xiao Mu were to stay at home now, she would just enter the palace with her mother tomorrow night. After all, her mother was currently a marchioness with a third-rank title, so she definitely had to attend the banquet and meet the noble ladies of the capital while she was at it. Of course, the banquet wouldn't be a good one. This was inevitable. She would see who dared to provoke her. Arbor's mother was led astray by the crown prince's words. When she thought of the palace banquet, she frowned. Jojo, I don't know what the crown prince's personality is like. When you enter the palace tomorrow, you'll probably have to meet him. I don't know what that great king is thinking. You haven't even reached marriageable age yet and he's already betrothed you to His Highness the Crown Prince. Although there's still some time before the wedding, the status is already set. Her mother began to nag about her daughter's boundless marriage path again, full of worry. Arbor's mouth twitched. She received the crown prince's pleading gaze and couldn't help but curse him inwardly. She snorted and turned her face away. The crown prince hurriedly stretched out his finger to scratch her small palm and gently tugged at her. Arbor coughed and reached out to hold his mother's arm and said softly, "Mother, do you remember what I told you before? There was once when your daughter was almost kidnapped by someone from an evil sect, but was saved by a young hero?" I remember. Of course, mother remembers. Wei Ziqing's face paled at the mention of this. She still remembered that her daughter had told her that someone from the evil sect had taken a fancy to her daughter's talent and wanted to capture her to make her into a puppet. Yes. Actually, that young swordsman is the current crown prince. Wei Ziqing opened her mouth slightly. His Highness saved you? Okay. Arbor nodded. Wei Ziqing said gratefully, then mother must properly thank His Highness the Crown Prince when I enter the palace this time. At this moment, the incompetent brother-in-law standing at the side spoke up, "Big brother, didn't Ren Hongfei's parents just call you Your Highness the Crown Prince? Why should mother enter the palace to thank you? Can't she thank you now?" Wei Ziqing abruptly turned her head to look at the slender and elegant young man. Her pair of eyes were already wide open. Mo Lian, Qiao Zhongbang suddenly slapped his thigh. This little Mo was called so coherently that no one had thought about it. Actually, that child Mo Lian seemed to have revealed her name the moment she entered the door. Wasn't the current world surnamed Mo? First 5 o'clock at night. Qiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqing, and the others were just about to step forward to salute when Mo Lian hastily stopped them. Uncle, Auntie, there are no outsiders here, so we won't pay attention to those empty formalities. What a joke. His little wife was glaring at him, so how could he dare to let Qiao Zhongbang and his wife greet him? I didn't deliberately hide it from you before, so please forgive me. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too serious, Xiao Zhongbang quickly said. Uncle, Auntie, you can call me Little Mo like you always do at home. Uncle, Auntie, and second uncle are all my elders, so calling me this sounds more intimate. This? Xiao Zhongbang hesitated for a moment, but it was Wei Ziqin who readily agreed. Little Mo, you're too much. You didn't say anything and made Auntie worry for the entire day. She thought that the great king had randomly arranged the mandarin ducks, but who knew that it was actually a misunderstanding. Arbor stood at the side without uttering a word. She could tell that the crown prince had been putting in a lot of effort to visit her family recently. Look at how happy he had coaxed her mother, calling him Little Mo this and Little Mo that. In the beginning, perhaps there were still some restraints due to her identity, but after chatting for a while, her mother completely recovered to her usual self. Prince Mo chatted with Arbor's mother for a while before turning to smile at Arbor. See, I already told my future parents-in-law. There's no problem at all, right? Arbor turned her small head and pulled Xiao Lin's hand. Xiao Lin, you triggered your mystic meridians. Mei Chem, Xiao Lin nodded vigorously. Last year, a mentor from the Mystic Cultivator Association helped me trigger my mystic meridians successfully. Sister, I'm a level 4 mystic cultivator now. A level 4 mystic cultivator who wasn't even 11 years old was already considered outstanding talent and excellent constitution. Arbor nodded in satisfaction. Sister can tell that you worked very hard. Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a smile, and she pursed her small lips. While the family was happily chatting, Dong He's silhouette flashed at the door. She then swiftly went out and hurriedly ran towards the old madam's longevity court. The old lady had just finished her afternoon nap, and Dong He happened to bump into her as she was getting up. Hearing that Dong He had rushed over, the old madam's eyes flickered slightly, and she said to the head maid beside her, Shayun, bring her in. Soon, Dong He's tall figure appeared before Wang Shi's eyes. Dong He, you came to find me in such a hurry. Did something happen on master's side? Old madam held a cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly. Her eyes swept over Dong He who was kneeling in front of her without batting an eyelid. Dong He hurriedly crawled to old madam on her knees and deliberately squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Old madam, I'm afraid you still don't know. Young miss is back. What? The old lady was shocked. At the mention of Arbor, her heart was filled with a pair of icy eyes, and the hand holding the teacup froze for no reason. Dong He didn't detect old madam's abnormality and even added fuel to the fire as she complained, young miss really is an old-fashioned and strict person. As soon as she entered the house, she beat up little young master without any explanation. Little young master is only so old. What does a 7 or 8-year-old know? Young miss beat little young master's palm until it was red and swollen. It really makes one's heart ache. Madam actually didn't say anything and just let young miss do as she pleased. This servant really can't stand it anymore. Moreover, old madam, young miss has been back for so long, but she actually didn't come over to pay respects to you. She's seriously too unfilial. Dong He pursed her lips. Just now, this servant saw that little young master was beaten so pitifully, so this servant wanted to carry little young master away to apply some ointment. Who knew that eldest miss would berate this servant without any explanation and even say that this servant is that kind of indecent person? Dong He continued to complain with an aggrieved expression, old madam, in any case, this servant is someone that you assign to master and madam. Eldest miss not giving this servant any face clearly shows that she doesn't put old madam in her eyes. With every sentence that Dong He said, Wang Nei's expression turned worse by a few degrees. Finally, she slammed the table and shouted angrily, this little girl's temper has grown increasingly these few years. This old one wants to meet her. Look at how good my good granddaughter is now to be able to do something like beating her own younger brother the moment she entered the house, causing the entire family to be in a state of chaos. Having achieved her goal, Dong He secretly revealed a sinister smile. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and stood up, following old madam with small steps. Xianxia frowned and caught up with old madam's footsteps. She whispered, old madam, you're going to the antechamber by yourself? Then why are you looking for eldest miss? Don't forget, eldest miss's current status is completely different. Early this morning, His Majesty issued a marriage decree and has already betrothed her to His Highness the Crown Prince. Eldest miss is now Her Highness the Crown Princess. There's a difference between a monarch and a subject. If you rashly rush over to reprimand her like this and someone with ulterior motives finds out, they will definitely make a big fuss about it. Thinking carefully, old madam almost broke out in a cold sweat. She turned to look at Xianyun and nodded repeatedly. Xianyun's words are very true. Seeing that old madam was actually about to back down, how could Dongha be willing to comply? She hurriedly added fuel to the fire and said, "Old madam, even if eldest miss is now Her Highness the Crown Princess, the current great king is also someone who pays attention to filial piety. Could she disrespect her grandmother just because she was the crown prince consort?" This servant heard that when the Empress Dowager was ill, His Highness the Crown Prince had also attended to the Empress Dowager for several days. As the Crown Prince's official wife, the Crown Princess is a role model for the entire world. The word filial piety is enough to firmly suppress her. "Dongha, why are you stirring up trouble here? What intentions did he have? Could it be that you want to see the old madam and the Crown Princess at odds?" She had long known that this Dong he wasn't a good person. Although she was quick-witted, she was too scheming. If Xianyun knew that Dongha was here today to pick a fight with the Crown Princess, Xianyun would really regret not blocking her at the door and directly chasing her out. As servants, all they had to do was to be tactful. How could there be so much trouble? This Dongha was probably reprimanded by the Crown Princess and couldn't hold back her anger, so she ran over to challenge the old madam to stand up for her. However, the old madam was already so old. Recently, she had become more and more powerless. In fact, the right way to go was to enjoy her old age safely. Why would she bother arguing with a junior when she had nothing to do? "Sister Xianyun, what are you saying?" "Alright, help this old woman over to take a look." Donghe's words were somewhat reasonable. Even the current crown prince didn't dare to be unfilial. She didn't believe that her granddaughter would dare to be disrespectful to her. "When this servant left the antechamber just now, I heard them talking about it. It turns out that the young master who often comes to our residence to visit Madam and Master is His Highness the Crown Prince." "He's the Crown Prince?" Wang Nei was shocked. Soon after, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a graceful and elegant young man, this old woman felt at first glance that he was either wealthy or respectable. However, I didn't expect that his status would be so high. When elderly lady was helped into the room, everyone was happily chatting. As soon as elderly lady Wang entered, the entire living room was dead silent. Everyone stood up to welcome elderly lady Wang and stole glances at each other. Seeing that elderly lady Wang didn't come with good intentions, they couldn't help exchanging glances. On the other hand, Arbor didn't say anything. When her mother stood up, she also stood up and bowed to elderly lady Wang with her mother before sitting down. No one could find fault with this etiquette. However, elderly lady Wang was furious and disliked the little stoic no matter how she looked at her. She had a stoic expression on her face all day, and it was the same for 7 to 8 years. It was as if someone owed her a huge debt. "Xiao Sen, come to grandmother." After elderly lady Wang sat down, she beckoned to Chiao. Senator Chiao Sen bounced over, and elderly lady Wang pulled up his small hand. When elderly lady Wang saw that her grandson's hand was indeed still red and swollen, her expression changed abruptly, and she turned to berate Arbor. "Eldest lass, so what if you're back? Is there a need to cause such a big commotion? This is your biological younger brother, not someone picked up from the streets. Look at you, you dragged him to someone else's house to torment him as soon as you came back, beating and scolding him. This old one and your parents aren't dead yet. It's not your turn to meddle in your younger brother's upbringing." Arbor's icy gaze shot straight at elderly lady Wang. The sharp glint in her gaze immediately frightened elderly lady Wang so much that her heart skipped a beat. Elderly lady Wang hadn't seen this lass for several years, but she didn't expect her gaze to be even sharper now. This gaze was practically able to cut open her old bones. However, elderly lady Wang currently valued this little grandson and couldn't bear to see him suffer any grievances. Even if she was a bit cowardly, she still couldn't resist standing up for her grandson. Dongha stood next to elderly lady Wang and pursed her lips as she secretly snickered, waiting to see eldest miss suffer. All of a sudden, eldest miss stood up abruptly, and a pair of icy eyes abruptly shifted to her. The front hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Dongha felt that her heart was about to leap out of her chest. In a flash, eldest young miss had already arrived in front of her. Without any explanation, a heavy slap landed on her cheek. This slap was truly beautiful. Dongha immediately opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with 2 teeth. She fell to the ground with a plop and started whimpering. Her pupils constricted and were filled with disbelief and terror. The old lady was so frightened by the servant girl's actions that her face drained of color. She thought that the servant girl had rushed up to hit her, but it turned out that the servant girl next to her had attacked her. She suddenly remembered that a few years ago, she had called upon the 2 grandnephews of the Wang family to fight with her. At that time, her granddaughter was only 7 years old. At that time, she had not been able to gain any advantage from her hands. Ever since she was 7 years old, this girl had always been fierce and no one dared to bully her. "Old madam, is this what you taught? A little servant girl also dares to turn her nose up at me. What kind of thing is she?" Arbor berated, scolding mercilessly. A servant girl, dressing herself up like a concubine, wearing red and green and acting coy all day long and showing off her right and wrong. She doesn't have the slightest bit of a servant girl's duty. Causing the entire household to be in a foul atmosphere. Hurry and come. Immediately drag her away. Even if you want to sell her or beat her to death, make her disappear from my sight immediately. Don't disgust me. Xianxia immediately jumped out tactfully. With a wave of his hand, he instructed 2 manservants to go up and twist Dongha's arm. Old madam was so infuriated that her chest heaved up and down repeatedly. She pointed at Arbor and said "you" for a long time, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Her eyes were so furious that they were about to spit out flames. "What right do you have to sell me? What right do you have to sell me? I'm old madam's person." Donghe's arms were twisted by the 2 manservants, and her eyes couldn't help but widen as she struggled non-stop. Her head of jewelry and jade shook, and her disheveled appearance cut a sorry figure. Arbor's belly full of anger instantly exploded, and he fiercely kicked that last Donghe, sending her flying out from the 2 manservants' hands. She fell to the ground fiercely, and her head knocked against the thick stone slab, instantly creating a bloody hole. The surroundings were dead silent. All the servants stared at the enraged eldest miss with fear and trepidation. They only felt as if their hearts were gripped by a giant palm, and they were so frightened that they were somewhat unable to breathe. "What right do I have to sell you?" Arbor shouted sternly, then turned to Steward Xianxia and roared, "Go and bring her indenture contract here. Immediately." "Yes, yes, yes." Xianxia hurriedly signaled to the manservants with his eyes. The group of people swiftly rushed to Longevity Court. Since she said she was old madam's person, then the indenture contract must be in Longevity Court. Old madam looked on helplessly as that group of manservants accepted Arbor's order without any moral integrity and openly ran to her court to search for the indenture contract. She was so angry that her chest kept panting, and she was almost unable to breathe. Not a moment later, a few quick-witted manservants dug out the indenture contract, and a thin stack was handed over to eldest Mississippi. "Do you see this? Your indenture contract is now in my hands. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die for me." Arbor waved the slave contract in his hand, scaring Dongha, who was curled up on the ground, to the point that she scrambled to the old lady's side and cried, "Old lady, save me, old lady, save me." That was a weeping pear blossom bathed in the rain, her coquettish eyes brimming with charm. That last Dongha's entire body was trembling. Seeing that old madam was panting heavily without making a sound, she looked up in Xiao Zhongbang's direction and crawled towards him while crying, "Master, master, save me." He knew that the old lady was up to no good again. This Donghe, judging from her enchanting appearance, was definitely someone who wasn't content with her marriage. Most likely, the matriarch had even promised her that if she found an opportunity, she might even promote her to be her father's bed warmer. Xiaosun was ruined by you demons. Arbor stepped forward and stomped on Donghe's back, directly making her lie there and unable to move. "Drag her out, flog her 30 times, and immediately sell her. From now on, this will be the outcome of whoever dares to talk nonsense again," Arbor said coldly as he ruthlessly stomped on Donghe's back with his small foot. Donghe howled as she was dragged out. She never expected that she would become a part of the play when she only came to watch the show, old madam was so angry that she sat paralyzed on the ground. She pounded the ground and wailed, "My descendants are unworthy. My descendants are unworthy. Ah, I'm already so old, but I'm being humiliated by my granddaughter like this. I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore." As he spoke, he patted his chest and gasped for breath. Xiao Zhongbang awkwardly glanced at the crown prince, who was sitting calmly on the side. A pitch-black shadow had appeared at the crown prince's side at some point in time, and Huifeng followed him like a shadow. The crown prince secretly sent him a look, and Huifeng understood and left after receiving the order. This was truly a farce. His mother had only stopped for a short while, so why did she start making a fuss again as soon as eldest miss returned? She clearly knew that his eldest miss wasn't someone who was easy to bully. This old lady. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but rub his aching head, secretly blaming his mother for being so meddlesome. He had already investigated the matter of his younger son being beaten. It was indeed due to his parents' negligence in disciplining him that he deserved to be beaten and punished. He had originally intended to personally make a trip to Sir Ren's residence tomorrow to apologize to him. What the hell is this old lady doing? She rushed over to rebuke his eldest miss just because a servant girl made a fuss in front of her. This was truly vexing. If it weren't for someone instigating them, no one would have thought of informing old madam today. Why would she come over on her own? Xiao Zhongbang wasn't a fool and connected the dots after thinking carefully. Wasn't this purely for His Highness the Crown Prince to see a joke with such a ruckus at home? Xiao Zhongbang sneaked a glance at the Crown Prince. Seeing that the Crown Prince had a calm expression and didn't say much, he couldn't help but relax slightly. After Huifeng left to carry out his orders, the Crown Prince sneered inwardly. That servant girl called Dong something was extremely audacious and actually angered his darling Qiao so much that her face flushed red. As such, she still wanted to smoothly report to the broker house after leaving the Qiao estate. Dong he didn't know that her fate was already sealed. After being punished with 30 whips, she was thrown at the door like a rag, waiting for the broker house's people to come and take her away. She was full of resentment and indignation as she cursed, so what if the Qiao estate's eldest miss is great? So what if the crown princess is great? One day, I will avenge today's grievances. Just you wait. MMPH, MMPH. The two servants disliked her and directly stuffed her mouth with a rag. Mother, please get up first. Wei Ziqin sat still with a cold expression, but Xiao Zhongbang couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't possibly watch his mother sit on the ground like a village woman and make a scene in front of the crown prince. You unfilial son. The old lady slapped Xiao Zhongbang in the face. A few years ago, Xiao Zhongbang's sincere heart was almost obliterated by Laonyang. Now, his heart had long since cooled down, so naturally, it would not hurt anymore. On the other hand, second uncle Qiao Zhongxing was enraged. He stood up with a whoosh and said angrily, Mother. What are you doing? Have you had enough? You guys, why aren't you helping old madam back to longevity court? Ah, the son is unfilial and the daughter-in-law is unvirtuous. Ah, his descendants are unworthy. What's the point of me living? Just let me die. The old lady howled, wailing to the heavens. Xiao Zhongbang got up quietly and ignored her. Arbor coldly glanced at the old lady. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and took out a small bottle of liquid medicine from his inner world. He slowly walked over to the old lady and handed it over. Here, drink it. The old lady's eyes widened as she looked at him. Her lips involuntarily trembled. What is this? Poison. Drink a mouthful, and I guarantee that you'll die thoroughly. The old lady's face drained of color as she raised her head. Everyone in the courtyard was even more silent. They pursed their lips and didn't make a sound. The entire front hall was filled with a terrifying silence. Do you need me to find someone to wait on you? Arbor asked coldly. You. The old lady was also a coward. When Arbor was fierce to her, she became somewhat listless. Looking into Arbor's emotionless eyes, her entire body couldn't help but tremble. Today, it ended at 10 p.m. Next week, 6 p.m. Elderly lady stared blankly for a moment, then she started to throw a tantrum, rolling on the floor, and bawling loudly. The son is unfilial, and the daughter-in-law is unvirtuous, ah. You're going to drive this old woman to death. Ah. Ah. Arbor looked on coldly from the sidelines, not saying a word. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule as she stared at elderly lady. However, right at this moment, a manservant guarding the door rushed in and bowed. Master, madam, second master. There's a group of people at the door, claiming to be third master's family, and they insist on barging in. We don't know their identities, so we've been temporarily blocked outside. When elderly lady heard the words third master, it was as if her ears had been pricked. She instantly stopped throwing tantrums and raised her head to shriek, "It's Xianxia, Xianxia's family is here. I want to see them. Xianxia, Xianxia, my poor child. You're here to save your old mother." Wei Ziqin stood up and pulled the two children to the side, not bothering to pay attention to this wailing old woman. She was about to be annoyed to death by this old woman. She would bring Xiaoxin to her side every 2 to 3 days to raise him, but she didn't raise him well and spoiled him until he was full of bad habits. Every time she wanted to teach her son a lesson, this old woman would hurriedly protect him, not allowing her to hit or scold him. Look at what kind of child they've raised. If it weren't for her eldest daughter making such a scene today, she wouldn't have known that this little rascal actually bullied others outside. He deserved a beating. When she returned, she would have his father fiercely scold him. She had to make this child remember this lesson. At this moment, Wei Ziqin saw that elderly lady was throwing a tantrum, so she hurriedly handed the 2 half-grown children to the old mama beside her. "Nanny Li, take the 2 young ladies and young master back to their rooms first. This place was truly too noisy." She didn't want her children to see this old woman's tantrum and learn from her in the future. "Yes. Mother." Xiao Lin still wanted to stay and watch the show, but her mother glared at her. "Go back." Young ladies could learn anything, but learning how to throw tantrums and roll on the ground like this old woman was truly too uncultured. "Oh." Xiao Lin pouted. Nanny Li held her hand and dragged Xiaoxin away. The 2 children were taken away. At this moment, the 2 servants at the entrance were beaten up and forced their way in. Although Xiao Zhongheng was thin and weak, the muscles on his arms were bulging. It was obvious that he was a strength-type superhuman. Relying on his own strength, he rushed through the door at lightning speed and took the lead to barge into the Marquis's manor. Behind him, his wife and children, as well as Granny Nyo's family, followed. With the help of Granny Nyo's strong and healthy sons, Xiao Zhongheng and his entourage swept away 1,000 troops along the way, beating up all the manservants of the Qiao estate until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. The group of people dashed straight to the antechamber and stared at the large Marquis's mansion, as well as Qiao Zhongbang's family's bright and beautiful appearance. Their eyes were red with jealousy. Heavens, what kind of life did they have on this journey? What kind of life did the first branch of the Qiao family have? Xiao Zhongheng never expected that his honest and wooden eldest brother, who was the most disliked by his mother, would actually achieve meteoric success today and be conferred the title of Marquis by the great king. Su Jiao's eyes were sharp, and she spotted Granny Nei Wang, who was lying on the ground. Wailing to the heavens and wailing, she rushed forward and hugged her mother, bawling her eyes out. "Mother! My dear mother! This daughter-in-law has finally found you. Mother, mother, mother." Elderly lady almost fainted from Su Jiao's wailing. In addition, Su Jiao's filthy and stinky body carried her over. The stench assailed the nostrils as soon as she opened her mouth, and old madam almost fainted from nausea. Xiaoyun wanted to go up and help old madam up, but Su Jiao forcefully brushed her aside. She hugged old madam tightly and refused to let go, as if she had caught a life-saving straw. Su Jiao hugged old madam tightly and glared at everyone like a tiger eyeing its prey. Old madam had lived like a princess these past few years. Now that Su Jiao was strangling her with a stinky body, old madam was about to be strangled to death. "Mother! Your son is unfilial. You took so long to find mother." Xiao Zhongheng rushed over and knelt in front of his mother to cry. When old madam saw her son's shriveled appearance, grief welled up from her heart. She reached out to hold Xiao Zhongheng's hands as tears streamed down her face. "Xiao Long, hurry up and greet grandmother." "Kowtow to grandmother," Su Jiao berated her son. Xiao Long hurriedly went up and cried, "Grandmother." The family of 3 gathered around old madam and cried fiercely. Old Madam didn't despise Qiao Long for being filthy. Looking at her plump grandson who had become as thin as a shriveled green bean, her heart ached so much that she almost fainted. When this large family rushed in, Arbor had already ordered people to close the main door. Although there weren't many people on Minshun Avenue, no one in the Qiao estate was willing to perform a drama with the main door open. Great, now that the 3 generations had performed a great show together, it was Granny Niu who impatiently kicked Su Jiao's leg from the side, which made Su Jiao, who was still weeping bitterly, come back to her senses. "Mother, how have you been these years?" Su Jiao pretended to wipe her tears as she stole a glance at her sisters-in-law sitting on the side. The moment he saw this, he was immediately filled with anger. Wei Ziqing's face was fair and delicate, with only a few faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She wore a lotus-colored jacket embroidered with peonies, paired with a flower-sprinkled pleated skirt of the same color. She looked like a rich and noble person. The most hateful thing was that Wei Ziqing had been sitting there without batting an eyelid from the beginning until now. No matter how Qiao Zhongheng's family of 3 kicked up a fuss, she didn't say a word for a long time. This behavior infuriated Su Jiao into gnashing her teeth. In the past, when she was at home, she was the most popular in front of the old lady. In terms of food and clothing, how could Wei Ziqing compare with her? But now, her family of 3 was like beggars begging on the streets, while Wei Ziqing had been gloriously promoted to the Grand Marquise Estate's madam. She was dressed in silks and satins, and she was also eating exotic delicacies. This disparity was so great that it made Su Jiao's entire heart twist fiercely. The son is unfilial and the daughter-in-law is not virtuous. When the old lady heard her youngest daughter-in-law's question, she immediately cried again. Xiao Zhongbang seemed to be energized as he sprang to his feet and immediately reprimanded Xiao Zhongbang. "Eldest brother, how can you be so unfilial? Look at how angry mother is. Have you taken good care of mother all these years? I told you that mother can't do without me to take care of her." Su Jiao squeezed out 2 drops of tears and said bitterly, "Mother, how about letting your daughter-in-law and eldest grandson take care of you in the future?" Okay. Elderly lady repeatedly agreed. "But will eldest brother and the others welcome us?" Su Jiao deliberately asked, and the corner of her eye twitched as she instigated Wei Ziqing with a glance. "He dares not to welcome us." Elderly lady immediately roared with vigor, "We're all brothers of the same family, blood-related brothers who won't leave even if they're beaten to death. If he can bear to part with that face, he'll chase you all out along with this old lady." Wei Ziqing felt as if she had swallowed a fly. All these years, she had attended to this old woman in the morning and at night. Every time old madam was sick or in pain, she would stay by her bedside to take care of her, but she had never received a word of praise. Now, she was constantly saying that her son was unfilial and her daughter-in-law was unvirtuous. She was so aggrieved that her eyes reddened. This old woman didn't ask anything and just made the decision to let Qiao Zhongheng's family of 3 move in. Arbor sat next to his mother and held her hand as he gazed at her comfortingly. He said softly, "Mom, don't worry, I won't give them the chance to get involved." Wei Ziqing immediately patted her daughter. Although her eyes were red, her voice was resolute. "Don't worry about this matter. Mom won't let them get what they want." She was now a legitimate 3rd-rank marchioness personally conferred by the present emperor and had the title of noble lady. It was absolutely impossible for Su Jiao to bully her and use her as a stepping stone like before. Besides, she wasn't stupid. Looking at today's situation, not only was Su Jiao's family delusional about moving into the Marquise estate, even Granny Niu's family, who had nothing to do with them, wanted to move in and reap benefits. How could she allow these rat droppings to come in and cause a great disturbance in the Qiao estate? Since Mom said so, Arbor continued to sit and ignore the matter. He only rummaged through his storage talisman and took out an item, slapping it on the small table. Elderly lady turned her head when she heard the sound. When she saw the red paper on the table, she thought of something, and her eyelids suddenly twitched. As the mistress of the Marquise estate, Wei Ziqing had already walked up and gazed coldly at Su Jiao, who was putting on a good show. "Third sister-in-law, don't drag old madam into acting. No matter what you say, your family of 3, along with Granny Niu's family, can't move into the Marquise estate. This is an estate bestowed by the present emperor, and not just anyone can live in it. You." Su Jiao had already aged quite a bit from being exposed to the elements, and her face was even darker from anger now. She vigorously shook old madam's hand that was supporting her. "Mother-in-law, look at what eldest sister-in-law is saying. She clearly doesn't want to acknowledge us as her relatives." Granny Chow immediately trembled in anger. She turned around and pointed at Wei Ziqin as she cursed, "Vicious woman. Where do you want to send my son and grandson? You vicious woman. Do you believe that I will immediately ask Xiangbang to divorce you?" The head maidservant by Wei Ziqin's side, Chunying, was so angry that her face turned red. She had seen how Madame treated old Madame all these years. It was a good thing to be considerate. Which family's daughter-in-law could do this? Even a lowly servant like her couldn't stand it anymore. Old Madame, she was really an ingrate. Arbor coldly glanced at Xiao Zhongheng's family, who were jumping up and down. He picked up the piece of paper and walked to old Madame's side. He supported his mother and said, "Old Madame, don't tell them that my mother is now a third-rank noble lady. She's also not someone that can be divorced just because some random person says so. I really don't believe what you're saying. Moreover, the family division document is written clearly. Do you want to look through it again and recall it?" Old Madame Chow was so infuriated by Arbor's eccentric tone that she fell backwards on the spot. Su Jiao made a big fuss as she supported old Madame. She turned her head and angrily rebuked Arbor, "Eldest young miss, is it? After not seeing you for a few years, your words have become even sharper and more unkind. There's no place for you to speak when the elders are talking here." Arbor coldly glanced at Su Jiao, and a faint disdain surfaced on her stoic face. "With my current status, I'm sorry, but I really do have a place to talk." She suddenly wanted to ruthlessly bully others. What should she do? It wasn't good to bully others. But facing these greedy and hypocritical faces, she really didn't want to continue enduring. Why should she let her mother suffer in front of these people? Could it be that if they endured, these people would be willing to let their family off? Su Jiao's expression abruptly changed. On the side, Qiao Long couldn't take it anymore and roared, "You little b*tch, you dare to speak to my mother like this?" He rushed up and aimed a slap at Arbor's small face. In the past, Qiao Long was the entire family's ancestor. Who dared to throw a tantrum at him? Now that he entered the eldest branch's marquise estate and saw that the eldest branch's family, who could only wear cotton clothes and live in a rundown house, were all well-fed and well-fed. He truly felt extremely unbalanced. In front of grandmother, he, Qiao Long, was the greatest ancestor. Even if he slapped this eldest cousin's sister, she could only swallow her teeth and blood. However, her hand hadn't even touched a strand of Arbor's hair when her face suffered a heavy slap. "Impudent!" Mo Lian flashed to Arbor's side and pulled her into his embrace. He bellowed angrily, his expression abnormally furious. He really didn't know that when Xiao Qiao was in the village, she was bullied like this. This half-grown brat dared to lay a hand on his Jojo at this time. It was evident that he was used to being unruly at home and being violent. He truly had a lot of guts. Immediately afterwards, the main door abruptly opened, and several dozen guards armed with sabers and swords rushed in. They surrounded Granny Nyo's family and Xiao Zhongheng's family of 3, and their sabers and swords flickered as they uniformly pointed their sharp points at the deathly pale Xiao Zhongheng and company. Xiao Zhongheng and company all looked emaciated and bewildered, but under the direction of so many sabers and swords, they could only raise their hands and surrender. He Tian led his troops to kneel and salute with a solemn expression. This subordinate greets the crown prince and crown princess. This subordinate failed to protect his master. The crown princess was shocked. "Please punish me, crown princess." Arbor shook his head and motioned for him to get up. The eyelids of Xiao Zhongheng and the others twitched violently. They all wore dumbfounded expressions as they stared blankly at Prince Mo and their eldest niece, who were surrounded by people. Crown prince? Crown princess? What was going on? After they entered the city, they were like headless flies, trying to find out the whereabouts of the Qiao estate. However, they couldn't tell them clearly. The person who gave them directions didn't have good intentions either. He directly pointed them to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate and said that it was the largest Qiao estate in the city. That person saw that they were dressed in rags and looked like beggars. In fact, he was just joking with them and deliberately wanted to brush them off. Who would have thought that he would really point them in the right direction? When he saw that Xiao Zhongheng's family of 3 were really relatives of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, the person who had been leading the way to watch a good show was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he had long since slipped away. Xiao Zhongheng and company went straight to the Qiao estate as soon as they arrived, so they didn't find out what was going on at all. They only knew that his older brother had been promoted and made a fortune, silently becoming a marquis. Xiao Zhongheng was very envious and thought that he had to bring his wife and children to live in the marquis's estate no matter what. No matter what, he had to cling to his big brother. When the time came, he might even be able to become an official. Now that the situation had suddenly changed, Xiao Zhongheng's family was scared out of their wits. He Tian's furious shout was heard. A bunch of unruly commoners. Why aren't you paying your respects to the crown prince and crown princess when you see her? The family, including Granny Nyo's family, hastily knelt down and trembled like quails, not daring to make a fuss. The entire estate immediately fell silent. Xiao Long was enraged, and just as he opened his mouth to curse, *tch, Mo Lian's icy gaze swept over, her pair of phoenix eyes exuding a baleful aura. Slap him. Don't. He's a child. A child is insensible and speaks without thinking, please forgive him, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing a eunuch walking over with a wide mahogany board, Su Jiao was scared out of her wits and hastily went up to protect her son. Speaking without thinking at such an age, that's your lack of upbringing as parents. Let him go. Mo Lian coldly said, punish him with 10 boards. Remember this in the future. Su Jiao howled and wanted to pounce forward, but she was immediately dragged away by 2 vicious soldiers. She screamed with reddened eyes as she watched Xiao Long being dragged away by a soldier to the side. The eunuch used the wide board to slap her son's mouth repeatedly. Xiao Long had never suffered such humiliation in his life. His mouth was hit again, and after the 10 slaps, one of his teeth fell out. He roared with a mouth full of blood, you little *tch, you really dared to hit me? Who do you think you are, you? You dared to treat me like this in front of grandmother? If I knew earlier, I would have strangled you to death back then. Su Jiao was so scared that her face was drained of color, and she frantically crawled towards her son while shrieking, Xiao Long, shut up, shut up. Overwhelming fury surged in Mo Lian's eyes, and she raised her hand to shout angrily, what are you still standing there for? You refused to mend your ways and spoke rudely against the crown princess. Drag them out and beat them to death. The Marquis of Jiayuan's estate instantly quieted down. However, that silence only lasted for a split second before it was immediately filled with Su Jiao's piercing wails. No. No. Su Jiao scrambled in front of Mo Lian and Arbor. She knelt and kowtowed, Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. When a child speaks without a filter, it is the foolish woman who has not been properly educated. When I return, I will definitely punish him severely and properly educate him. Your Highness, please spare his life. She looked up and saw Prince Mo pursing his lips and not saying a word. She quickly rolled over to Arbor, wanting to hug his leg. Niece, miss, no, Crown Princess, Your Highness the Crown Princess. I beg you to spare your younger brother's life for the sake of the Qiao family's old master, who shares the same origin. I beg you, Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Arbor's face was cold. Mo Lian looked down at her and rubbed her head. She waved her hand impatiently and said, drag her out. 2 soldiers immediately dragged Xiao Long to the front yard. Su Jiao's vision darkened, and she repeatedly begged for mercy, her head banging against the ground. Granny Nyo and company were so frightened that they couldn't make a sound. The young lady kneeling behind Granny Nyo was around 15 or 16 years old. She secretly looked up at the enraged crown prince with an intoxicated expression. Was this the current crown prince? He was so young and handsome, and he also had so much power and influence. Wei Mingli's maiden heart thumped wildly, and she was practically unable to shift her gaze away. Look, such a hoodlum and scoundrel eldest brother Wei's family could only kneel in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, not daring to utter a single word. Madame Nei's son, who was kneeling next to Wei Mingli, quickly tugged at her daughter and had her quickly lower her head. Madame Nei's son was timid. In front of the crown prince, she was alarmed and scared when she saw her daughter staring at that person's face without any etiquette. She was also worried that her daughter would be ignorant and cause trouble, so she quickly tugged at her to make her bow her head. Of her 3 daughters, 2 had starved to death, so she only had this one daughter left. Second young Master Wei had also died of illness 2 years ago, so the mother and daughter had to rely on the eldest branch to survive. They had already lived in fear and trepidation, so she didn't want to cause any more trouble now. How could she have known that a young girl's yearning for love was actually fantasizing about the crown prince at this very moment? Wei Mingli completely ignored Madame Nei Sun's reminder as she stared fixedly at the crown prince. Her gaze was too sharp, so Arbor immediately looked over vigilantly. His cold and clear eyes swept over Wei Mingli as he said in displeasure, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Everyone, the crown prince's pursed lips turned up slightly. For some reason, he suddenly recalled coitus sex chi mei sorry state back then. His darling was as funny as ever. She always felt that the other girls' gazes were on her. Madame Nei Sun was so terrified that she immediately pressed her daughter's head down. With a bang, Wei Mingli was forced to kowtow. Her eyes were filled with indignation and resentment as she forcefully pushed Madame Nei Sun's hand away. She felt that Madame Nei Sun was incompetent and made her lose face in front of everyone. She didn't even raise her head as she tightly clutched her skirt with both hands and bit her lip. Arbor felt bored and turned to look at Qiao Long, who had already been dragged to the front door. He saw that Qiao Long's hands were clinging tightly to the door, and he also knew fear now. His cries shook the heavens as he begged for mercy. Old Madame also didn't have the energy to make a fuss at this moment. She collapsed on the ground and shouted intermittently, "I'm going to be driven to death by my own granddaughter." Driven to death? Xian reached out in a panic, wishing that she could cover Old Madame's mouth. His Highness the Crown Prince was already in a thunderous rage, yet Old Madame still dared to howl here. Did she really think that His Highness wouldn't kill a shrew like her? Just now, Third Old Master and his family had insulted the Crown Princess. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen what happened to them. The Crown Prince doted on the eldest miss so much that he wouldn't let her suffer any grievances. The only reason His Highness was showing mercy to an old woman like her was probably because of the Marquis of Jiayuan and his wife. Old Madame slapped her knees and cried, "There's no place for us in this Marquis' estate. I can't stay in this Marquis' estate anymore. When you become an official, brothers and sisters will kill each other." What kind of sin did this old woman commit? I can't live anymore. Arbor suddenly pulled the Crown Prince's sleeve. The Crown Prince lowered his head and glanced at her. Seeing the impatience in her eyes, he immediately understood. He waved his hand and said, "Wait." The 2 soldiers then pulled Qiao Long over like a sack and threw him in front of the Crown Princess. Qiao Long's entire body trembled and he had already peed his pants in fright. When he fell to the ground, the smell of urine wafted out. Arbor reflexively shrank into Lian's embrace and covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Old Madame, since you can't live in the Marquis' estate anymore, then this Crown Prince will permit you to leave the estate and live with the Qiao family's 3rd branch. Come, each of the Qiao family's 3rd branch will be punished with 30 planks. Throw Old Madame and the 3rd branch out. In the future, they are not allowed to take half a step into the Marquis' estate. Violators will be beheaded." When this verbal edict was passed down, it immediately caused the entire court to howl in anguish. Old Madame was even more dumbfounded. When did she sincerely want to leave the Marquis' estate? Where could she go to live such comfortable days after leaving the Marquis' estate? She had only casually held a few times. How could it be taken for real? She had just moved from a small estate to such a large Marquis' estate and hadn't enjoyed enough of the good days, yet the Crown Prince actually issued a verbal edict for her to move out and live outside with her youngest son and daughter-in-law. How could she accept this? She wasn't leaving. Where could her old bones go? Seeing that Old Madame was about to shout, Su Jiao truly reacted quickly and used her dirty black hand to forcefully cover Old Madame's mouth. Only by bringing Old Madame along with her would she be able to stay connected to the eldest branch in the future. Otherwise, after being thrown out this time, how could she continue to maintain a relationship with the eldest branch in the future? Su Jiao wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very shrewd. She knew that as long as she held Xiao Zhongbang's mother in her hands, with that man's honest and considerate personality, there would be a day when he would give in. At that time, their third branch would definitely be able to return. Su Jiao pulled her son Xiao Long and her husband Xiao Zhongheng along as the family of three prostrated themselves on the ground and humbly kowtowed several times. Then, they were unceremoniously picked up by the soldiers and beaten 30 times each before being directly thrown out of the gate. Granny Nyo's eyes darted around, and she had just opened her mouth to call out, "Ziqin. I'm a cow from the same village as you." But she was immediately swept over by the crown prince's cold gaze, and she was so frightened that she swallowed back her bellyful of words and knelt on the ground with weak limbs. "Where did this idle person come from and make a fuss? Throw them out," the crown prince coldly reprimanded. Immediately, 7 or 8 soldiers swarmed over like tigers and wolves. Without any courtesy, they swung their clubs at Granny Nyo's family a few times. Dragging the group of people who were making a fuss, they directly shoved and threw them out of the main door, rolling together with Xiao Zhongheng's family of 3. "Yo yo yo." Granny Nyo stroked her old waist and cried out in grief. Due to the crown prince's terror, she didn't dare to curse out loud and could only grumble in her heart. What an unlucky year. They originally wanted to follow Su Jiao's family into the Marquis' estate to enjoy themselves, but they didn't expect Su Jiao's family to be so incompetent that they actually angered the current crown prince and were directly swept out the door. Oh, Granny Nyo is so angry, Wei Mingli was screaming madly in her heart. She was a young lady in her late 20s, yet she had been grabbed and thrown out of the door by those ferocious soldiers just now. Her reputation had been swept to the ground, and there was nothing left of it. It really made her heart shatter into pieces, and it was unbearable. The cold-looking crown prince glanced over with a terrifying gaze, causing everyone present to shut their mouths. Wei Mingli's heart was restless, as if a cat had clawed at it. She cast a jealous and hateful glance at the Marquis' estate's tightly shut main door, her heart filled with unwillingness. "Grandmother, are we just going to be kicked out of the house like this and not do anything?" Wei Mingli twisted her sleeves and bit her lower lip, her words full of unwillingness. Her mother, Madame Sun, was shocked. She raised her hand and slapped her heavily on the back. "You're asking for trouble. How dare you spout nonsense? You were truly too audacious just now. You actually dared to stare at His Highness like this? Aren't you afraid of angering His Highness and beheading you all at once? Oh, isn't it because the young lady's heart is rippling? TSK, shameless. Don't tell me you're delusional enough to think that you can win His Highness's favor with your looks." Eldest brother Wei's wife, Madame Nebo, was fuming because she hadn't gotten anything good out of the Marquis' estate. When she heard Madame Nei Sun's words, she immediately mocked and ridiculed Madame Nei Sun and her daughter as usual. How could Wei Mingli suppress her anger? She pointed at Madame Nebo and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? What's wrong with my looks? Who am I ugly to look at? You look like a crooked date, yet you still dare to mock others? Don't worry about it." Madame Nebo flew into a rage, while Madame Nei Sun was so frightened that she kept quiet out of fear. She tugged at her daughter's clothes and urged her to shut up. "You little b***tch who doesn't know how to choose your words. Is this how you speak to your elders?" How could Madame Nebo be trifled with? The second branch and their daughter had humbly relied on the eldest branch for a living all this while. Now, they actually dared to defy her authority. How could Madame Nebo tolerate this? She rushed forward and grabbed Wei Mingli's hair with her broad and fat body. Slap. She slapped Wei Mingli's face twice. "I'm hitting you for not knowing your manners. You little b***tch, you still dare to take advantage of me." Ah. Wei Mingli only felt pain from Madame Nebo's fingernails scratching her left cheek. When she touched it, there was a trace of blood. She immediately felt angry, hateful, scared, and furious. "Little b***tch, you're delusional to think you can fly to the top. Why don't you look at your own face in the mirror? Only a blind man would fancy you. That's the high and mighty crown prince. Who do you think you are? Don't say that other people look down on you when you're the one who's cheap." Madame Nebo's mouth was as sharp and unkind as she could be, scolding Wei Mingli until she cried in anger. Madame Nei Sun was also clumsy with her words. She didn't dare to argue with Madame Nebo, so she pulled her daughter's hand and urged, all right. Don't talk so much. Don't quarrel with your eldest aunt. Wei Mingli only felt a chill in her heart. She abruptly flung Madame Nei Sun's hand away and screamed shrilly, get lost. Are you still my mother? Seeing your own daughter being bullied like this, you still have the face to persuade me not to say anything? It was that old woman who was scolding me. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you to death. Wei Mingli burst into tears. She turned around and ran like mad, disappearing in a short while. Madame Sun was so scared that she trembled all over. She licked her lips and begged Madame Bo, sister-in-law, don't be angry with a child. You see, it's our first time in the capital. There are many adults here. What if Mingli gets lost? Let's chase after her and look for her. If you want to find it, go find it yourself. That little B*TCH was just lustful. Why did she care about her? She might have wanted to leave us a long time ago and go out to find a random man. Madame Bo shook off Madame Sun's hand and looked at her with disdain. Madame Sun's face turned pale and her lips trembled, but she subconsciously did not dare to refute. What are you all arguing about? This was Minshan Avenue. At the place where the officials gathered. If there was nothing important, ordinary people were forbidden to stay here and make noise. Go. Everyone, leave quickly. The city guards who heard the news ran over and chased them away without a second word. Elderly lady howled and wanted to go up to bang on the Marquise estate's main gate, but Su Jiao grabbed her hand forcefully. Mother! Let's leave this place first. We can discuss this at length after we leave. The group of people came in high spirits and left dejectedly. When she was escorted away from Minshan Boulevard by the city guards, elderly lady was still staring at the tightly shut doors of the Marquise estate, unwilling to give up. Su Jiao didn't say anything and only turned her head to glance at the Marquise estate's lintel, her eyes flickering with greed. She understood the eldest branch's husband and wife too well. They simply couldn't harden their hearts. She reckoned that in less than 3 days, Xiao Zhongbang and his wife would definitely be reluctant to part with their mother and come visit. This old fart was a bargaining chip in her hand. As long as she had this old fart, she could guarantee that the eldest branch's husband and wife would be docile. So, how could she allow her mother to continue loitering in the Marquise estate? Even if she had to seize her mother, she had to seize her mother to her side. Su Jiao snorted lightly and flung elderly lady's hand away after leaving the Marquise estate. Their family of 3 had just been beaten, so they couldn't walk nimbly. Her son, Qiao Long, was even more miserable. Not only was his but severely injured, his mouth was also nearly smashed with a bamboo plank. This made Su Jiao's heart ache, and she couldn't help but hate Arbor to death in her heart. That rotten little B*TCH. Relying on His Highness the Crown Prince's favor, she dared to torment her precious son like this. One day, she would make her taste the pain of being humiliated like this. Humph, a man's favor came and went quickly. That person was the Grand Crown Prince of the Mo Kingdom, second only to one and above all. Could it be that he could spend his days guarding a little B*TCH like you? There would definitely be a chance for her to fall out of favor. At that time, she would definitely make you pay with your blood. Elderly lady started to pant after walking a few steps. She had been pampered all these years and lived like a prince. If she wasn't in a palanquin, she would be in a sedan chair, so there was no need for her to walk. Su Jiao turned to glance at elderly lady and cursed this cursed old woman in her heart. However, she still put on a virtuous appearance and helped elderly lady to Granny Nyo's family's donkey cart. At this time, she still had to rely on this old woman. It would be fine when she returned to the Marquise estate one day. Before Qiao Zhongbang and his wife came looking for her, she had to serve this old woman well and let this old woman know that she was a very filial person. It was just that this time, Su Jiao's scheme was probably going to fall through completely. Qiao Zhongbang had been disappointed in his mother over the years. He would never take the initiative to bring his mother back. Moreover, since the Crown Prince had given the order to move the Empress Dowager out of the Marquise manor so that his third brother's family could be filial to her, he wasn't stupid enough to go with the flow. As for Wei Ziqin, she had long given up hope. She wished that the Empress Dowager would go far away and never disturb them again. At this time, Su Jiao still didn't know. Along with Qiao Zhongheng and his wife, they had been doing their best to show filial piety to this old lady along the way. They took care of every aspect, which comforted old Madam. He thought that even though his eldest and second sons were unfilial and he had been chased out of the Marquis' household by his descendants at an old age, at least he still had a filial youngest son and daughter-in-law. It couldn't be considered too bad. After the group of ragged beggars were escorted out of Minshun Boulevard, they looked at the people coming and going on the streets and practically didn't know where to go. They didn't have money, and they were almost out of grain. They didn't even have a place to stay at this time. What should they do? Qiao Zhongheng was already regretting it at this time. He thought that he should have bitterly begged to hug his eldest brother's thigh instead of acting like a big shot and acting like a tyrant. As for Wei Mingli, after she impulsively ran away from Minshun Avenue, she ran madly along the road. As she ran, she started to regret it. The road ahead was boundless, and she didn't know where to go. Wei Mingli dazedly looked at the unfamiliar faces coming and going, and her footsteps gradually slowed down. Suddenly, she was knocked over by a passing carriage, and her entire body crookedly fell to the ground. She didn't feel the ice-cold ground in her impression, and instead threw herself into a warm embrace filled with ambergris. "Miss, are you all right?" A man's voice sounded beside her ear. Although it wasn't as magnetic and pleasant as His Highness the Crown Prince's, it was still passable. Wei Mingli looked up and met a pair of slightly swollen large eyes with thick eyebrows. The man's face wasn't the slightest bit handsome and could only be considered regular features. It truly couldn't compare to His Highness the Crown Prince, who had slightly raised phoenix eyes and a gorgeous appearance. Wei Mingli couldn't help but be taken aback. Why did she link everything to the Crown Prince? Her small face couldn't help but blush slightly. Could it be that she really was a young girl in love? "I've startled Mississippi." The man's gaze flickered as he looked at Wei Mingli, and he extended his hands to help her up from the ground. Wei Mingli was a bit embarrassed by the other party's scorching gaze. Although she came from the village, she was still a young lady in her late 20s. She was a bit shy from the man's gaze, and her neck drooped. Just as Granny Niu, Su Jiao, and the others were searching the streets for a place to stay, the Qiao family in the Marquis' estate finally had a harmonious and beautiful reunion dinner. Without the disturbance of unrelated people, everyone was in a cheerful mood, and the meal was very sumptuous. A little later, the Crown Prince took his leave and very naturally held the little fellow's small hand as they left the Qiao estate together. It was only after they boarded the carriage that Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She clearly didn't have to return to the palace, but this person insisted on bringing her along. This guy had completely let go at this time and didn't even avoid her younger brothers and sisters. He held hands whenever he wanted and hugged whenever he wanted. He truly did as he pleased. "You can do whatever you want in your own home." The Crown Prince smiled as he carried the little fellow onto his lap. He hugged her waist and whispered into her ear, "You must be tired after a long day. Do you want to sleep for a while?" Arbor felt his ears warm up and reached out to rub them. The Crown Prince let out a muffled laugh. He pulled down her little hand and helped her rub it. His gesture was very gentle. After he was done, he chuckled. "Your ears are itchy? What a bad person." Arbor turned his head and glared at him, but their faces were so close that when Arbor turned his head, his little mouth brushed past the corner of his mouth. It was as gentle as a feather, quietly plucking at his heartstrings. Our dear Qiao Mu's entire body froze. The Crown Prince wasn't any better than her. He stared at her in a daze, deep whirlpools churning in the depths of his eyes. The little fellow saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to run away after teasing him. He struggled on his knees, and was about to break free from his embrace and roll to the other side of the carriage. The Crown Prince scooped her back and fixed her on his lap. He lowered his head and exhaled a mouthful of cold medicinal power into her ear. "Want to run?" A certain person instantly realized that her little hands and feet were somewhat unable to move. A pair of watery eyes widened as she angrily glared at his face that was close to hers. This guy was an apothecary, so how could he carelessly use medicinal power on her? What kind of medicinal power was this? Heavens! Why was the drug so strong? It made her feel weak all over, and she couldn't even lift her arms and legs. Arbor glared at him. Oh, you're definitely not convinced by using medicine like this. I'll let you use talismans on me first. The Crown Prince grinned as he pressed his face against hers and exhaled softly. The great Crown Princess was instantly revived. She took out a few talismans and pasted them all on the Crown Prince's forehead. The talismans floated around the Crown Prince's head. After a while, the Crown Prince burst out laughing. How annoying. These talismans were completely ineffective on him. In a fit of anger, Arbor reached out and circled his neck without thinking. She opened her mouth and bit his chin. She clearly felt the Crown Prince's body tense up, and her little mouth opened. His slender index finger caressed her little face, and he chuckled softly. You bit the wrong place, baby. Xiaomu raised her head, and her small and round chin abruptly landed in his palm. She was just scratching her head in bewilderment when she suddenly felt her mouth being filled with warmth. In her daze, she heard the man chuckle lightly. Bite here, darling. Harder. Darling Xiao quivered and almost jumped up, her head hitting the roof of the carriage. Heh, but that was just a thought. Her entire body was weak from the effects of the medicine, and she couldn't lift her arms or legs at all. This bastard. What was he doing? Wasn't he kissing her? Being glared at by a pair of round eyes, the Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh and couldn't kiss her anymore. He scooped her into his arms. You keep staring at me. Do you still want to bite me? Here, I'll let you bite. Arbor. This baby suddenly doesn't want to talk to you anymore. If you don't want to talk, then I'll continue kissing my baby. The Crown Prince moved closer to her little mouth. Our dear Xiaomu raised her hand and pressed it against his chest. Only then did she realize that she could move her arms and legs. Wah, this bad guy. One moment he could make her move, the next moment he made her unable to move. He was so annoying. She tugged at his long hair angrily. Didn't you say that it was just a title and nothing else? He revealed his wolf's tail so quickly. Wasn't he afraid that she would bite him? No. She couldn't bite him either. Once she did, he would take advantage of her. And, it's just a title. The Crown Prince looked at her innocently. After confirming their status, it was only natural for them to kiss, hug, and throw themselves at each other. You were the one who pounced on me and bit me. Do you still want to bite? Baby, I'll let you bite me whenever you want. Arbor. That does seem to be the case. Don't. Arbor looked at him speechlessly, his little stoic face unable to maintain a straight face. The Crown Prince was amused. He reached out to hug the little fellow and caressed her. He looked at her with a face full of regret. Next time, if you want to bite, just bite as much as you want. Don't hold it in, okay? I really don't want to talk to you anymore. By the way, baby, aren't you going to give me a gift in return? Mo Lian hugged his little body and shook it gently. Xiaomu's watery eyes abruptly widened. What? Why was he giving a gift in return again? Just as she was thinking about when she owed that fellow a gift, he reached out and lifted her little chin. The two of them stared at each other, their gazes glued together. His slightly curved thin lips inched closer and closer to her face as her eyes widened. Something was wrong. Wasn't it just a title? Why were they kissing so frequently? This was only the first day of the betrothal. Whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and suddenly streaked past her eyes, shattering the seductive atmosphere in the carriage. The Crown Prince's gaze sharpened, and he took the opportunity to throw the little thing under his body to protect her. With a flick of his sleeve, the arrowhead was shattered into pieces. The countless arrows that followed were all blocked by the defensive barrier that he had set up. Whistling sounds came from outside. Tion's group of soldiers had already started fighting with the black-clothed men swarming in from all directions. Arbor lifted her little head from his embrace and saw that his thin lips were tightly pursed. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was tainted with a trace of killing intent. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Mo Lian. She couldn't help but call out. The Crown Prince lowered his head and lightly pecked her pink, moist lips. Don't be afraid. Wait for me to kill them. A bunch of blind idiots. They actually dared to disturb his beautiful moment of tenderness with his wife in his arms. They all deserved to die. Arbor pursed her little lips and thought, How can you tell that this baby is afraid?" As they spoke, another storm of arrows flew over like thunder, striking the defensive barrier with a pitter-patter. The entire carriage was covered by the defensive barrier. Other than the first arrow that passed through the curtain, the rest were blocked. The carriage was not damaged at all. Emolian couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. It was all his fault for being so engrossed in holding the little fellow that he didn't notice that someone had set up an ambush at Huabei Gate. At this moment, the commotion outside Huabei Gate had already alarmed a group of patrolling Imperial Guards. A large group of soldiers was rushing over at top speed. The Crown Prince tightly pursed his lips and scooped up the little fellow's body. He swiftly darted out of the carriage, and a fierce look flitted across his phoenix eyes. In an instant, all the hundreds and thousands of arrows that were shooting towards the two of them stopped in midair and started to vibrate slightly, along with a light gurgling sound. The hundreds and thousands of arrows abruptly turned around and flew towards the roofs where the ambush was set up. Ah! Ear-piercing screams continuously sounded, accompanied by black shadows falling from the roofs. Arbor turned to look at Tian and the others who were fighting with dozens of assassins. With a wave of her little hand, a handful of talismans appeared in her hand. The intermediate blue stun talisman was scattered in the wind. It was aimed at the group of black-cloaked assassins. From the activation of the talisman to the stun, it was almost done in one breath. It was as if the man in black was drunk. His footsteps were unsteady as he swayed back and forth. He couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. When Tian and the others saw this, they immediately took the opportunity to kill the assassins. One of them saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and was about to escape. But, he was hit in the chest by a flame. "Ah!" he screamed. Then, he fell to the ground. His head heavily knocked on the thick stone floor. At this moment, the patrolling Imperial Guards had already arrived. When they saw that it was the Crown Prince who had been attacked, they were all scared out of their wits and knelt down to accept their punishment. Tian rushed over and knelt down on one knee. "Your Highness, I have failed in my duty. I didn't notice the assassin's ambush." Emolian waved her hand at him and said, "They've taken some medicine to hide their scent. Bring some people over to take a look and clean up the archers on the roof." "Yes." Tian paused and asked, "Do you want to leave him alive? This prince knows who did it." Emolian curled her lips and shook her head noncommittally. "Clean it up." "Yes." Tian led a group of Imperial Guards to clean up the mess where the archers were lying in ambush. Emolian held Arbor's little hand and walked to the black-clothed man who was rolling on the ground and clutching his chest. The two of them looked at each other, then walked up to the howling black-clothed man and looked at him coldly. With a flick of her finger, Xiaomu took out a blue talisman and struck the person on the ground. After the blue light flashed past, the man suddenly quivered and fell silent. "Who sent you to assassinate me?" Arbor asked coldly. The assassin rolled on the ground and opened his mouth to say too. Xiaomu instantly felt her body lighten. Emolian reacted extremely quickly and tossed out a ball of fire that enveloped the assassin's entire body. At the same time, Xiao, who was hugging him, swiftly retreated backwards. Boom! The assassin suddenly self-destructed in the circle of fire that Emolian had set up. What happened? Arbor's eyes widened. She turned to look at Emolian, whose face was solemn and body tense. Emolian hugged the little girl and patted her back. She said softly, "It's okay." Arbor was confused. Why would my dictum talisman make him self-destruct? The dictum talisman was from the fourth jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome, just like the Vajra talisman and the invisibility talisman. With a single dictum talisman, anyone with a lower cultivation level than her would obediently speak the truth. That was why she had used the dictum talisman to ask about the assassin's identity. She didn't expect that the man would self-destruct. "It has nothing to do with your talisman." Emolian hugged the little girl tightly and patted her back comfortingly. This person must have had a strand of his soul extracted and a hint planted in him. Anyone who tried to reveal the mastermind would be immediately detected and forced to self-destruct. So what did he mean by two? Arbor believed that her hearing was good. She had heard the word that the black-clothed man had spat out clearly. Emolian curled his lips, and he whispered into her ear. At this time, He Tian and the others who were attracted by the huge explosion hurriedly turned back. When he saw that his two masters were unharmed, He Tian heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed the 18 generations of the assassin's ancestors. Why did he have to stir up trouble? Couldn't he just stop for a while? The news of the crown prince being attacked at Huabei Gate quickly spread to the ears of the great king, the queen, and the other concubines of the imperial harem. They all sent people to express their condolences. The great king and queen summoned the crown prince for questioning that very night. Xiaomu naturally didn't join in the fun. After Mo Lian sent her back to the eastern palace, she washed up and climbed into bed. At this time, the great king and queen summoned the crown prince into the main hall. They looked at him carefully before asking, "Who tried to assassinate you? Do you know? Your humble servant failed to protect you. Please punish me, great king." He Tian stepped forward and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. He Tian did not neglect his duty. "It was my son's carelessness," the crown prince said calmly. The queen glared at her son somewhat angrily and turned to ask He Tian, "Did you find out where the assassins came from?" He Tian immediately looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The great king said angrily, "What are you stopping yourself for? Speak." "Your Majesty, great king and queen, please forgive me. Your humble servant found this on the assassin's body, but your humble servant didn't dare to say." He Tian presented a crescent-shaped jade pendant with both hands. The great king snatched the jade pendant from him and suddenly became furious. "Guards! Go and invite noble consort Lin and the third prince here." Mo Lian's expression was leisurely. When Queen Zhao saw this, she became angry again. She pulled her son and said, "Imperial mother heard everything. Today's incident happened because you accompanied that girl from the Qiao family back to her maternal home." When Mo Lian heard this, he was immediately unhappy with his mother's disdainful tone. "Imperial mother, what Qiao family's lass? That's your son's daughter-in-law. The crown princess that imperial father personally conferred upon her." The great king's mouth twitched at the side. He hated that he couldn't go up and give this son a slap on the back of his head. He was such a swindling brat all the time. Was he willing to issue this imperial edict? Ah. That was because he was threatened and forced. That day, the words that this damned son said to him in the imperial study, if he said it out loud, his mother would be angered to death. On account of their relationship as husband and wife, he was too embarrassed to tell Queen Zhao that her son was such a swindling person. In the end, the great king was infuriated when Queen Zhao received the news early this morning. She rushed to his study and angrily scolded him. At this moment, the great king was still suppressing a bellyful of anger. He didn't have a single day of rest. Was this something that couldn't be said? She only said one sentence about that Qiao family's lass, and her son immediately jumped out to defend her. The queen's long, shapely eyebrows shot up as she jabbed her son's forehead with a finger. "Mother hasn't said anything about you yet. You and your imperial father rashly issued an imperial edict to that Qiao family's lass. Do you still have me, your mother, in your eyes?" Queen Zhao was really about to be angered to death. On her end, she had been very enthusiastic and had been helping the crown prince choose the young misses from various manors. Alright, on this end, her husband and son didn't say anything. An imperial edict came out of nowhere and directly decided on the crown prince's consort at lightning speed. The key point was that she had never seen this crown princess from beginning to end. She also didn't know what her character was like. In her heart, she had two good candidates for the crown princess that she liked. Now, it was all ruined by this father and son pair. "Imperial mother, your son naturally respects you very much in his heart." Mo Lian was all smiles as he helped his mother to the side to sit down. "But your son's daughter-in-law is also very, more, important. If your son can't marry this daughter-in-law, your son will have to be a bachelor for the rest of his life." The great king picked up a book and threw it at the back of the crown prince's head. This unfilial son. He really dared to shoot his mouth off in front of his mother. He did not even mention such shameless words in front of his queen. As expected, Queen Zhao widened her eyes in shock. She looked her son up and down, as if she wanted to see if he was telling the truth or not. Mo Lian tilted his head and dodged the book that his father threw at him. He looked at his mother innocently. Queen Zhao saw that his expression was exceptionally serious, and she was completely curious about that girl from the Qiao family. In Queen Zhao's heart, her son was the most outstanding child in the entire kingdom. There was no girl in the world who could match up to her outstanding son. In the past 20 years, he had never seen him care so much about any woman around him. This crown princess, not to mention that his son had begged for her, why was he so protective of her? How curious, in short, you put yourself in danger for that girl from the Qiao family. Mother is not happy. Queen Zhao said in dissatisfaction, tomorrow night at the palace banquet, you should let mother see that good wife of yours, right? Mo Lian nodded and supported Queen Zhao as she said, Mother, my wife is still young. When the time comes, don't scare her. Your son only has this one daughter-in-law. If you scare her away, your son will have to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Queen Zhao was both anxious and angry. She jabbed her son fiercely. You child, you talk nonsense all day long. The great king also glared at the crown prince in annoyance. Just then, they heard an announcement from outside. Great king, noble consort Lin and the third prince have arrived. Tell them to get their asses in here. The great king roared angrily. Today's update was not finished yet. The remaining time was estimated at 10:30 p.m. A woman dressed in a gold-embroidered brocade jacket and a lily-colored dress, who was close to 50 but had maintained herself well, was currently gracefully walking into the main hall. Behind her was a man in his late 20s, wearing an azure robe. His long hair was tied up high, and he could be considered fair and clean. This concubine greets the great king. Greetings to the queen. You raised a good son. Without another word, the great king picked up an inkstone and smashed it at noble consort Lin's head. Noble consort Lin immediately turned pale with fright. She abruptly prostrated herself on the ground and trembled as she asked, May I know why the great king is so angry? Smack. The inkstone smashed at noble consort Lin's feet, scaring her so much that she paled. You still have the face to ask us. The great king paced back and forth on the steps, stamping with rage as he said, Why don't you go ask your good son? Third son Mo Ting immediately knelt down and repeatedly cried out for injustice, Royal father, royal father. What exactly did son do? Why are you treating royal mother like this? Is this yours? The great king picked up the crescent-shaped jade pendant from the table and threw it at Mo Ting's face with a smack. We remember that this was a present your royal mother gave you in public on your 10th birthday. Is this the one? It's even engraved with your Ting character on the back. Mo Ting's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly cried out, Royal father, why is this jade pendant here? I already lost this jade pendant 2 days ago. Royal father is wise. How could the great king believe his nonsense? He stepped forward and kicked his son to the ground. You disgraceful thing. Of all times, it fell on the assassin who tried to assassinate your 6th brother? Do you think we're easy to fool? Mo Ting's eyes widened in horror. He naturally also received news of the crown prince's assassination attempt at Huabei Gate, and at that time, he even rejoiced in his misfortune in the palace. He didn't expect that this inexplicable fire would burn him all of a sudden. What was going on? He didn't do anything. This jade pendant really had already disappeared 3 days ago. How would he know how this jade pendant would appear at the scene of the crown prince's assassination attempt? Someone must have framed him. Father. The unlucky Prince Mo Ting shuffled a few steps on his knees and hugged the old great king's thigh with tears streaming down his face. He cried bitterly, It's really not a son. Your son can swear to the heavens that if I really send someone to assassinate 6th brother, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Imperial father, think about it. If it was really his son who sent someone to assassinate his 6th brother, how could he leave such evidence at the scene? Ah, Imperial father. You have to believe me. I have never done such a thing. The crown prince glanced at the unlucky third prince and sighed. Father, I also believe that this matter was not done by third prince. The third prince Mo Ting simply couldn't believe his ears. His younger brother, the crown prince, who was rumored to be like a spring breeze on the outside but was actually extremely cold and heartless on the inside, was actually pleading for him today. The old great king kept a straight face, a hint of disdain hanging from the corner of his mouth. He moved his leg and pulled it out of Emoting's embrace. There's no proof for this matter. I will send people to investigate thoroughly. From today onwards, stay in the third prince's estate and don't come out until the truth comes to light. Noble Consort Lin immediately collapsed to the ground and repeatedly cried, Your Majesty, the third prince is innocent, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The great king didn't want to listen anymore and instead angrily rebuked Noble Consort Lin, You're also grounded for 3 days. Properly reflect on what kind of son you taught. I've already replaced chapter 022. You guys can refresh the page that was booked before 8:15. It should be chapter 586 in the software. It doesn't matter if you book it now. When the pitiful third prince was chased out of the main hall by the great king, he only felt the cold wind blow by, and his body also shivered. The crown prince followed him out and sighed as he looked at him. Third royal brother, I believe you, but royal father won't listen to me either. When he saw that jade pendant, he insisted that it was third royal brother who did it. Sixth brother. The third prince abruptly turned his head, wishing he could grab the crown prince's hand and pour out his heart. However, the crown prince raised his fist to his lips and pretended to cough twice, avoiding the third prince's enthusiastic claws. Sixth brother, you really have to believe me. I can swear an oath to the heavens. Emoting stuck out 2 fingers and swore. All right, third royal brother, of course I believe you. The crown prince hastily interrupted his string of swearing, cursing him inwardly for being annoying. Can't you let me finish speaking, this idiot? He's so stupid that he doesn't even know how to refute and only knows how to swear. What's the use of that? No wonder he was framed. Noble Consort Lin wiped her tears and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, I hope you can investigate clearly. Tung'er is devoted to your highness and definitely wouldn't do such a disobedient and immoral thing. Speaking of which, third royal brother was too careless. How could such a personal jade pendant fall into the hands of someone with intentions? Emo Lien sighed and glanced at Emoting. Actually, I originally had a very suspicious target in my heart. I could have mentioned it in front of royal father, but something like this happened to third royal brother. Emoting's ears twitched, and he hastily lowered his voice to ask, Sixth brother, who do you suspect? Tell older brother in private so that older brother can have an idea. You also know that older brother isn't very astute and is easily confused. Haha, why don't I say you're stupid, the crown prince ridiculed in his heart. However, he was all smiles on the surface. The crown prince also lowered his voice. The 2 brothers leaned their heads together and whispered, Third royal brother, actually, I feel that second royal brother is extremely suspicious. I also have a clue in my hands that points to him. Who knew that third royal brother's jade pendant would fall at the scene of the assassination? I can't help you explain yourself to imperial father. Emoting's face instantly turned green, and he smacked his thigh as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly said to the crown prince, Sixth brother, elder brother thought of something, so I'll return to the estate first. Watching Noble Consort Lin and the third prince Emo Lien leave in a huff, Emo Lien muttered to herself, Who has the time to play this kind of little game with you? He didn't even have time to accompany his wife, this bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates, looking for trouble for him. He'll just let them fight amongst themselves. Your Highness, is the second prince planning to do something? Huifeng whispered as he followed behind the crown prince. Why not? I let him assassinate me for nothing. Our dear Emo Lien was filled with anger when he recalled the seductive scene that was interrupted inside the carriage. Seriously, this second prince was tired of living. Since he dared to play assassination with him, then he'll find more people to play with him to his heart's content. Didn't you say a while ago that a downtrodden royal grandson of West Zhou Kingdom fled to the second prince's estate? The crown prince waved his hand at Huifeng and instructed him. Huifeng's mouth twitched, and he nodded repeatedly before leaving to carry out the order. His master was digging a grave for his second highness, but who told his second highness to be so blind? Your second highness, you're on your own. Second brother, do you know the consequences of provoking this crown prince? Prince Emo sneered. After walking slowly for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression froze for a moment, and his figure flashed as he rushed toward the Eastern Palace. She hadn't entered Paradise Planet to take a look for several days. Ever since that day she tracked the poison-tailed butterflies and got rid of a poison master. She had Sapling move all the poison-tailed butterflies into Paradise Planet. Now that she wanted to take a look, she had Sapling bring her into Paradise Planet. Cho had specially opened up a separate poison garden for her, and even moved some of the poisonous flowers and herbs in the original medicinal field into that poison garden, completely separating it from the medicinal field. Now that she was strolling in the poison garden, she saw a group of colorful poison-tailed butterflies fluttering in the medicinal field. An enormous black shadow suddenly descended, flapping its wings as it flew toward her. Looking closely, the giant butterfly in front of her had already transformed into a human, with a pair of long and beautiful dark blue wings on its back. In the middle was the figure of a little loli. This was the strange creature that had swooped down from the sky when she wanted to leave the Poison Master's courtyard that day. The queen of the poison-tailed butterflies had named her Xiao. Speaking of which, that pygmy poison master probably couldn't find peace in the underworld. The poison-tailed butterflies that he had nurtured his entire life were all taken in by this little fellow for her own use. The most interesting thing was that before he died, he didn't even get to see the poison-tailed butterfly queen. After the poison-tailed butterfly queen broke out of its cocoon, it happily pounced on classmate Arbor, directly acknowledging him as its master. Arbor thought that Pygmy would probably cry injustice to the king of hell when he entered the underworld. Tilting his little head, Arbor waved at Xiao, who was fluttering her wings. Xiao happily shrunk her figure, turning into a butterfly as thick as a finger, and fluttered into Arbor's hand. She cutely called out, "Master, Master, you've come to see me." "That's right. How are you and your little friend staying?" "This place is great. The mystic energy is rich, and we're free. It's too suitable for us to live in." Xiao happily fluttered her wings. "That's good." Arbor knew that her Paradise Planet was a good place to live, and the little fellows definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied. She was just asking casually. She stroked Xiao's wings. "Xiao, send some butterflies out with me. I want them to go somewhere to scout for information." "Yes, Master." With a wave of Xiao's hand, 3 small black butterflies fluttered up to Qiao Mu, fluttering up and down. "Master, Xiao, Master," she said. "If there's anything you need, just tell them and they'll do it." Xiao. Qiao Mu nodded. Although her small stoic face was expressionless, the sapling Cho could tell that its little master was still very happy. Master, I can also go out. I can also work for you." The water child dashed over and bounced several times in front of Qiao Mu. "No need. It's just a small matter. You can all stay here." "Wah, Master, you'd better go out quickly. I can feel the Crown Prince's aura spreading over. He seems to be very angry." Cho said suddenly. Xiao, I'll bring them out now. Remember to send me feedback from time to time." Arbor hurriedly had Cho send her out. Almost at the same time, she felt the Crown Prince's raging aura approach. With a whoosh, his figure landed in the bedchamber. He panicked, he hurried all the way back. But when he entered the Eastern Palace and saw the slender figure, he was clearly stunned. He looked her up and down in a daze. His entire heart seemed to settle down, and his expression relaxed slightly. "Where did you go just now?" Mo Lian appeared beside her in a flash and pulled her into his embrace. Qiao Mu blinked her eyes. I'm telling you, if you disappear without a word like this again, I'll tie you to my side one day and not allow you to leave my side." Mo Lian lowered his head and was about to bite the little fellow's mouth. Our dear Qiao Mu hurriedly reached out a small paw to block his lips and silently communicated with the sapling. "Can you bring Mo Lian into Paradise Planet now?" No. Last time, Cho was almost exhausted from bringing in so many living creatures from the outside world. The Crown Prince is such a big person. Let's wait a while. Arbor's eyes curved suspiciously. "Only one person? Last time, you brought in so many butterflies, but they were fine. Other than Master, living people are the hardest to bring in. It's another matter if they're dead." Scram. "Who are you talking about dying?" Arbor's beautiful brows immediately furrowed. No, I didn't say anything. The Crown Prince's cultivation is so high, how could anything happen to him? Wow, Master is so scary. She quickly smoothed things over. Actually, Master, as long as your cultivation increases, it won't be so difficult to bring in living creatures in the future. Chocho immediately said fawningly. I believe in Master. It won't take long for you to have a big breakthrough. In Paradise Planet, Butterfly Queen Xiaoxiao looked at the fawning treant with disdain. She unhappily flapped her wings and returned to her poison garden. Why aren't you saying anything? The Crown Prince reached out and held her small chin. His eyes were slightly suspicious as he looked at the silent little fellow in front of him. You disappeared just now. For a moment, just like 2 years ago, he could no longer catch her aura. This made him very anxious, and he hurriedly rushed to the Eastern Palace, afraid that the little fellow would disappear without a word, and that they would not see each other for many years. Why aren't you saying anything? The Crown Princess increased the force in her hand slightly, causing Arbor, who was communicating with Chocho, to come back to his senses. Jojo, you're not allowed to run. He lifted her up and looked her in the eye. Can you not run? Where did I go? Arbor looked at him speechlessly. It was all her fault that her cultivation wasn't high enough. If she could bring him to Paradise Planet to take a look, wouldn't everything be clear at a glance? She ran away. He leaned over and bit her lips. Just now. Let's not run anymore, okay? Running makes me nervous. Next time, if I can't feel your presence, I'll take measures against you, okay? Ah Pooey, what measures do you want to take? Arbor struggled in his arms, but failed to break free. She angrily bared her little white teeth and bit him. The Crown Prince, this shameless person, hurriedly adjusted his position and said with a smile, Come, don't bite the wrong place. The two people's 4 lips met, the 6th watch ended. If I'm even later, you don't have to wait for me. It'll be different tomorrow. I even made some mistakes in my busy schedule today. It took me some time to find the editor to edit the chapters. That's it, let's see if I can update earlier tomorrow. Splash. A trickle of water splashed onto Prince Mo's face. Arbor's little finger was encircled by a ring of clear spring water, glistening and flowing back and forth between her fingertips. At this moment, the handsome and otherworldly Crown Prince Mo was looking at her in bewilderment with a head full of water, his long hair dripping wet. This appearance, Arbor couldn't help but snicker, and then burst out laughing. Mo Lian looked at her in a daze for a while, then suddenly hugged her tightly and said excitedly, Jojo, Jojo, you smiled at Jojo. Look at this fool, was it worth it to be so happy just because she smiled? He wanted to grab her and fly up. Arbor reached out a pair of little claws and rubbed his wet face, a faint gentleness flashing through her big eyes. You're wet, go take a bath. Okay, then you should sleep early. Don't worry about the palace banquet tomorrow night, I'll go with you. Prince Mo rubbed the little fellow's forehead. Arbor snorted. I'm not worried at all. It's others who should be worried. If someone is blind enough to provoke me, I'll help you hit them back. Prince Mo immediately agreed without any restraint. Arbor pursed her watery lips, her eyes shining brightly. She poked his chest with a finger. I'll hit them myself. Okay, hit them yourself. My Jojo is so powerful, you definitely won't be at a disadvantage. Prince Mo flicked his sleeves, and the water on his body was dried by an invisible fire. He placed her on the bed, held her little hand and asked, what was that just now? It's the power of the essence water that I fused with. Arbor tilted her little head to look at him. It's just that my cultivation isn't high enough now, so I can only control this much water. Very good. There was a hint of a smile in the Crown Prince's eyes as he rubbed her head. You've yet to break through to the spirit realm, but you already control the most powerful water spirit, the Holy Spirit water that can crush 9th level spirit water. When you break through to the spirit realm, you'll naturally be able to use it with ease. 9th layer spiritual water? Arbor had never heard of it before and was curious. That's right, 9th layer spiritual water. When breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator realm, as long as one can comprehend one of the 5 spirits, they can enter the spirit realm. The Crown Prince explained, but normal mystic cultivators can only comprehend the 1st to 5th levels of the 5 spirits. Those who were able to comprehend the sixth level of spirit fire and water were all extraordinarily talented individuals within the spirit realm. You have surpassed the comprehension of the ninth level of spiritual water. I didn't comprehend anything. I can use the power of water after fusing with the essence water. The little fellow's explanation made a certain crown prince's mouth twitch. Yes, yes, yes. My Jojo is amazing. The crown prince laid her down and covered her with the blanket with a grin. He leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. Go to sleep. Where are you sleeping? Arbor suddenly asked. Are you keeping me? The crown prince was startled, and a mischievous smile immediately surfaced on his lips. The bed is quite big, so we can squeeze and sleep together. Pretend I didn't say anything. Darling Chow pulled the blanket over her little head and shrank inside, wrapping herself into a cocoon. The man chuckled softly and reached over to pull the blanket over her, insisting on pulling her little head out of the blanket. All right, hurry and sleep. Don't suffocate yourself. Be good, okay? Chirp. Receiving a kiss on her little face, the little one muttered and turned her face away. Sleep well, there's no rush to wake up early. Tomorrow, when I'm done, I'll come back and tell you a big joke. The crown prince narrowed his eyes and smiled. He reached out to tuck the little fellow in before leaving. Until his bamboo-like figure gradually disappeared from the window outside the bedchamber, Arbor continued to stare in a daze. She suddenly shrank her head into the blanket and reached out to touch her slightly hot little face. His words lingered in her heart, and not long after, she poked her head out of the blanket. She was as timid as a small animal in the snowy night, her eyes especially bright in the dark night. There was only one candle lit in the corner of the room, and the faint yellow light spread out. After tossing and turning for a while, she didn't know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already late in the morning. Xiaoyao heard her movements and immediately walked over with a smile. She helped her freshen up and change her clothes with a smile on her face. Little mistress, did you sleep well last night? Not bad. Arbor pursed her lips. She thought that the crown prince must have given her some medicine, otherwise, how could she sleep so soundly later on? That's great. Xiaoyao took out a red dress for her to change into. She said, Her Majesty the Queen is holding a small banquet tonight to see Little Mistress. Little Mistress, you don't have to worry too much. Her Majesty the Queen is an especially forgiving person. Arbor fiddled with the jade beads in her hand and said with a childish attitude, If she doesn't treat me well, I'll ignore her. Xiaoyao almost laughed out loud. She fiddled with her hair. Comb it again tonight. It's still early, so let's leave it like this for now. Does little mistress want to eat now? I'm not that hungry. I'll go read for a while. I'll just get some snacks later. It's better to eat some staple food. No need. I'll eat later. Get more food. After eating, I'll go to that whatever palace banquet. The little fellow waved her hand. She hugged the book and ran to the brocade couch by the window to read. Xiaoyao was a bit dumbfounded. After staring blankly for a while, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Little Master wanted to eat his fill so that he could join the battle later. Mo Lian didn't come back until the evening. Arbor saw her, put down his book and ran over. I finished reading all the medical books. You can send them back now. It's snowing outside again. Mo Lian was very wet all the way, so he didn't go forward to hug her. Instead, he prepared to change his clothes. Alright, send it back and see if there are any other medical books in the Imperial Physicians building. Speaking of which, it was really funny. The old doctors of the Imperial Physician building actually jointly wrote a letter to complain about him in front of his imperial father. The old great king even called the crown prince over and reprimanded him. But in the end, the crown prince still didn't return the book to the Imperial Physician, so the matter was left unsettled. The little fellow followed closely behind him. Then let's eat. Mo Lian took off his outer robe and changed into a clean one. He reached out to hug her. Are you hungry? Set the table. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao 11Z retreated and gave the order. I'm not that hungry, right? The little fellow had just chewed on a peach. She rubbed her stomach. It's only when I'm full that I have the strength to beat people up. She had a feeling that this banquet was going to be a torturous one. That's why she had to eat her fill in advance so that she wouldn't have to listen to some people's chatter when she was hungry. The crown prince, what should he do when his wife didn't rely on him at all? Beating people up was so tiring. Did he need his wife to do it? That's right. I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I roasted 2 fish for you. But it's cold now, so let Xiaoyao heat it up for us to eat. Since he liked to hold her, she was too lazy to walk by herself. The two of them sat on the embroidered couch. Mo Lian turned the little girl's face and looked at her with a smile. Jojo is so capable. Can't do it. Arbor frowned. It doesn't taste good, and it's a bit burnt. You should roast it next time. It was also because these fish were born and bred in Paradise Stars Lake, so it was a pity to waste their rich profound energy. Otherwise, she would have thrown them away. Jojo's cooking is delicious. As she spoke, Xiaoyao smiled and brought people forward to serve the dishes. 2 slightly burnt fish. Mo Lian was a bit surprised when she took the first bite. The profound energy wrapped around the fish was very rich, as if these fish had been raised in some profound realm for a long time. He glanced at her and didn't say anything. Thinking about the peaches that the little girl had taken out earlier, he thought that this little fellow must have had a fortuitous encounter. After the two of them finished eating, Xiaoyao went forward to tidy up Arbor's clothes and hair again. Only then did the two of them leave the door and board the carriage, heading towards the central palace. At this time, the snowflakes were a bit heavy. Arbor reached out a hand to the curtain and watched the snowflakes fall on her palm, sparkling brightly. Her brows moved slightly. She thought of the Spirit Division Records Technique chapter, which recorded a strange technique related to the water spirit. Using water to condense ice, ice to melt snow. Ice as needles, ice as arrows, and snow as fragments of dust. It could harm people invisibly. With her current cultivation, she couldn't use the water spirit's power in a large area. If she could secretly use it in a small area, she would be able to obtain a strange victory in battle. The crown prince saw her sitting in the carriage silently staring at the 6-chestnut snowflake in her palm. He couldn't help but raise his brows and whisper a word to the driver. The snow in her palm suddenly melted into a bit of water, and then a small stream of water emerged from her palm. It didn't turn into ice for a long time, and Arbor's forehead condensed a trace of sweat. The carriage quietly walked on the palace road. Without Arbor's knowledge, it took a long detour and slowly headed toward the central palace. Condensing water into ice was easier said than done. It was impossible for her to be born with the ability to change the form of water and easily condense water into ice. Qiuqiu's assistance would always be an assistance. Only when she could control the water manipulation ability would it be her own power. This required her to try again and again to test the waters and put in more effort. Because she had fused the life essence water, she might have a success rate that was more than 10 times higher than others. However, she still needed to constantly try to solidify it. There was nothing that could be easily obtained. The crown prince stared at her with a smile on his lips. His Xiao Qiao was truly a person with outstanding innate talent. Even a snowstorm could open the door to enlightenment for her. This kind of comprehension ability was already one of a kind in this world. After an hour, Arbor grasped the essentials. Under her control, a small stream of water condensed into a piece of sparkling ice crystal. In a flash, this piece of ice crystal turned into a 6-chestnut snowflake, flashing in her hand. When she suddenly raised her hand, it suddenly flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The snowflakes cut through several nearby trees. After the carriage moved far away, the trees split from the middle. The upper half of the branches suddenly fell to the ground and split into 2 pieces. Arbor sighed and turned to meet the crown prince's smiling gaze. I just got home. You don't have to wait for me until 11 o'clock. This kind of control over the water spirit can absolutely be considered as a gift blessed by the heavens. Mo Lian pinched her small face. After all, his little one hadn't even broken through to the spiritual realm. Using the water spirit required spiritual energy as a guide at the very least, right? However, this little one broke all the rules. No level 11 mystic cultivator could use mystic energy to control the water spirit. This wasn't as simple as skipping levels to control it. This little one was definitely an oddball. If she wasn't exceptionally gifted, then what was she? The crown prince looked proud as he warmed up the little one's slightly cold hand. Then are we late? Arbor looked up at him when she saw that the sky had already turned completely dark. It's a special situation. I've already sent someone to report to Mother Queen's brilliant son Hall, the crown prince said with a smile. Then will your mother think that I was late on purpose? Although the little one looked aloof on the outside and didn't say many things, she was actually an especially soft and meticulous person. Sometimes, she thought a lot, but she wouldn't say it all out loud. Her intuition toward people was also especially sharp. She could almost instantly determine who was good to her and who was hostile to her. Mo Lian could already sense her slight uneasiness, so she quickly held her small hand and rubbed it. Mother Queen is a very magnanimous person, so don't be nervous. Besides, I'll always be by your side no matter what happens. We'll always stand together. I'm not nervous, Arbor said with a stoic face. If your mother doesn't treat me well, I won't talk to her. Prince Mo looked at this darling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Alright, then I won't talk to her either. Let's both ignore her. Mo Lian nodded solemnly. Xiao 11Z and the other eunuchs and royal maids accompanying them almost staggered and knelt on the ground. Oh my, their Lord Crown Prince was originally a very willful and reckless person. Now, great, the Crown Princess seemed to be 100 times more willful than their lord. What were they going to do in the future? Wouldn't their days be abnormally lively? Xiao Mu turned to look at him and harumphed, noncommittally disagreeing with his words. The carriage did not take any more detours and quickly stopped at the entrance of the middle palace. The two of them got out of the carriage and didn't use the palanquin. Instead, they held hands and slowly walked through the snow. Xiao 11Z quickly opened up an umbrella and called for the palace maids on the side to hastily hold umbrellas for their two willful masters. Along the way, the roofs and trees on both sides of the road were already covered in a thin layer of snow white. If this snow continued for the whole night, it would definitely accumulate again tomorrow. Inside the brilliant sun hall where the queen was holding a banquet, a group of noble ladies with titles and daughters-in-law from aristocratic families were already seated, waiting for the banquet to begin. The queen was dressed in a golden and red robe with layers of clouds embroidered on the hem. She sat upright on the seat of honor, drinking tea leisurely from beginning to end, not saying a word. There were only a few whispers below, and no one dared to say anything. Until the announcement of Consort Zheng's arrival broke the apparent tranquility of the palace. All of the noble ladies with titles and daughters-in-law from aristocratic families stood up and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings to Consort Zheng." Her Highness Consort Zheng, who had a slender waist and a voluptuous and tall figure, was dressed in a long red dress with rippling ripples. She wore a gorgeous hairpin with 8 treasures and pearls in her hair. With the help of the palace maids, she gracefully swayed her way to the first seat below the seat of honor. The top-grade pearls hanging next to her cheeks clanked as they bumped against each other as she walked. Her red lips were slightly curved, and her figure was graceful. Although she was in her early 20s, she was dressed as pretty as a 15 or 16-year-old girl, so she didn't look too out of place. All the concubines and princesses also stood up to greet her. In front of Consort Zheng, other than Her Majesty the Queen, who didn't need to worry about Consort Zheng due to her precious and noble status, no one else dared to be careless. Dispense with the formalities. Consort Zheng reached out to touch the jade tassel pendant that had been scraped to the side of her face, a frivolous smile hanging on her lips. She unhurriedly curtsied to Her Majesty the Queen, who was sitting at the head of the table. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." Queen Zhao glanced at her indifferently and nodded. Consort Zheng's but was just about to sit down on the first seat below the head of the table when Queen Zhao irreverently curled her lips and coldly said, "Younger sister Zheng, you're sitting in the wrong seat. That's where the crown princess is sitting." Consort Zheng's smile immediately froze on her pretty face. Cough. One of the 2 middle-aged concubines sitting below the head of the table choked on her tea and coughed out a laugh. Both of them were in their 40s and had maintained themselves well. Although they couldn't be considered young and beautiful, they still retained their charm. One of them was Consort Zheng, the mother of the great king's son Mo Jiao, and the other was Lu Fei, the mother of the second prince Mo Lu. The one who coughed out a laugh was Her Highness Consort Zheng, and Consort Zheng was currently glaring at her fiercely. The latter pretended to wipe her mouth with a handkerchief and didn't say anything, but the smile on her lips couldn't be wiped away. "Older sister Xing, come sit here." A royal concubine in her 20s gently pointed at the seat in front of Consort Xing as she spoke to noble Consort Xing with a grin. Consort Xing then glared at her fiercely and sneered, "Your Majesty the Queen, this daughter-in-law who was suddenly betrothed is really putting on airs. What time is it now? Why aren't they here yet?" Just as she finished speaking, a eunuch outside the brilliant Sun Hall reported, "The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess have arrived." The group of noble ladies and aristocratic families immediately revealed expectant gazes as they eagerly turned their heads to look at the open door outside the hall. Consort Xing immediately lost her composure. She straightened her back and glared at the seat under her butt. If her gaze could split the seat, she would have done it long ago. That damned old hag. Why didn't she say that this was the Crown Princess seat earlier? Why did she have to wait until she was sitting down? How embarrassing. Consort Xing stood in front of the seat. She felt that it would be too embarrassing to walk away now, so she didn't sit down. Instead, she looked coldly at the couple entering the hall hand in hand. Who knew how many people's gazes they had attracted on their way here? The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess were dressed in red as they walked in hand, looking very eye-catching. The man was tall and slender, handsome like an exquisite piece of jade, while the girl was icy and beautiful like the cold moon. No one could find a single flaw in their appearances, so much so that everyone couldn't help but think the same thing in their minds when they saw the scene. A match made in heaven. Xianxia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, as if there were 17 to 18 needles poking her under her butt. She shifted her body uneasily, and her malicious eyes glared straight at the red-clothed little lady who was walking past her. So hateful, was it her? The lowly lass who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole her crown princess position. Xianxia completely didn't recognize that she had seen Arbor in the Qin estate before. At that time Arbor was still in disguise, so her current appearance was naturally worlds apart. Abruptly, Arbor turned his head, and his icy eyes apathetically shot a vicious glance at Xianxia. That glance made one's heart tremble with fear, as if it could kill a person on the spot with a single glance. That was a ruthless attack that our dear Xiao Mu had used her spiritual conscience to directly infiltrate the other party's conscience. Was this darling someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could stare at? Xianxia immediately felt her mind go blank, and a piercing pain assaulted her brain. With a shriek, she fell backward. The people sitting behind her were precisely the second branch's mother and daughter, Madame Nei Lu and Mu Zhilan. Caught off guard, Xianxia knocked over the entire small table, and all the soup and water spilled onto them. The second branch's mother and daughter immediately shrieked and jumped up, attracting Her Majesty the Queen's stern gaze from the head seat. The young misses nearby all covered their mouths and chuckled as they looked disdainfully at the Mu family's mother and daughter who were jumping up and down. Madame Nei Lu's heart jolted, and she hastily pulled her daughter Mu Zhilan forward to kneel. "This commoner and my daughter have been disrespectful in front of Your Majesty the Queen. It's truly because eldest miss suddenly attacked, and this commoner and my daughter were caught off guard." Xianxia also hastily knelt forward and cried pitifully, "Your Majesty is wise. Just now, when she passed by Xianxia, she used some kind of witchcraft to glare fiercely at Xianxia, which caused me to suddenly lose my balance and fall backward." As she spoke, Xianxia raised her sleeve to point at Arbor's back. "Slap her." The Crown Prince abruptly turned around and shouted sternly. Xianxia's eyes bulged in shock as she dumbfoundedly looked at His Highness the Crown Prince, who had suddenly turned hostile and merciless. Just as an indoctrination nanny was about to step forward and press down on Xianxia with a wooden plank, Xianxia wailed, "Your Majesty the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen." Xianxia doesn't know what she did wrong to anger His Highness the Crown Prince. Is the Crown Princess someone a wicked commoner like you can casually point fingers at? What her? Who is she? The Crown Prince glared at the indoctrination nanny who had stopped and said ruthlessly, "Don't you know how to hit her? Do you want us to do it personally? Double it." The indoctrinating nanny's heart shuddered, and she promptly slapped Xianxia's mouth with the paddle. After 3 hits, Xianxia's originally glossy and seductive red lips broke, and tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken necklace. When Queen Zhao saw this, she couldn't bear it anymore. The queen previously had 3 or 4 crown princess and secondary consort candidates that she favored, and one of them was this Xianxia. Although Xianxia's father wasn't an official in the imperial court, he was the family head of one of the capital's 8 great patrician families, the Talisman patrician family. Moreover, it was said that this Talisman aristocratic family was a branch family of a Talisman aristocratic family in the Divine Prefecture. Their influence was absolutely not to be underestimated. That was the mysterious divine land that was praised by tens of thousands of people. Compared to the Shuntian manor behind Consort, it was naturally one level higher. If the crown prince were to marry the daughter of such an aristocratic family, it would definitely be of great help to him. The other few were also daughters of high-ranking officials or daughters of aristocratic families. Their looks and knowledge were all very good, so they were more than qualified to be secondary consorts. However, she didn't expect that father and son pair to pull off such a stunt and casually settle on the crown princess candidate. At this time, the queen was currently sizing up this crown princess. She saw that she was only 14 or 15 years old, but her small face was glistening, snow-white, and jade-like. However, what was up with that expressionless small face? I'm done for today. I'll try my best to add more chapters tomorrow. I've always been writing 6 chapters a day. Older sister, I had to take 3 days of leave to write the first 10 chapters. How could I take leave every day? Wouldn't I get hacked by my boss? Other than writing chapters in my spare time, I basically don't leave the house at all. Of course, I'm already cut off from TV and games. I've already done my best. I don't even have time to save chapters when the editor told me to. Ow. Greetings to Royal Mother. Prince Mo walked up while holding Jojo's small hand and curtsied to his mother. After witnessing the crown prince's severe punishment of Xianxia, the group of royal concubines, madams, and noble ladies all tacitly understood that the crown prince attached great importance to this consort. No one would continue to idiotically provoke this crown princess's dignity in front of the crown prince. Therefore, they all obediently curtsied to the crown prince and crown princess. Our dear Xiao Lin, who was at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but twist her small body in excitement. Her mother, Wei Ziqin, patted her small hand lightly and shot her a warning glance before she finally settled down. Wei Ziqin had arrived early with her daughter, but her eldest daughter didn't show up even after waiting for a long time. Now that she saw the crown prince personally escorting her eldest daughter over and even defending her in front of others, she couldn't help but be extremely delighted. She liked this son-in-law no matter how she looked at him. Queen Zhao was a protective mother, so she naturally wouldn't embarrass her son in front of everyone. Even if she disapproved of our dear Xiao Lin's stoic face, she naturally wouldn't show it on the surface. She had them dispense with the formalities with a chuckle and secretly cast a glance at her son. Truly, her son had grown up and she couldn't do as she wished. Could it be that she would eat the crown princess up? She even specially sent the crown princess over. She couldn't see how this little lady was worthy of her peerlessly outstanding son. She could tell at a glance that this young lady had an icy temperament. Her small face didn't even have the slightest hint of a smile when facing the elders. Heaven knew how much her son would suffer from chasing after her. When she thought of how such a good son would suffer grievances in front of a young lady, Queen Zhao didn't feel good about it. In Queen Zhao's opinion, her son was the best in the world. When young ladies saw him, they should be like Xianxia and the likes, swarming over like bees. How could they be like darling Xiao, indifferent and expressionless all day long? Our dear Xiao Lin keenly detected a trace of dissatisfaction coming from the queen's direction, and she looked up with a frown at the queen with sparkling eyes. What the heck? You actually dare to frown at me? Queen Zhao kept complaining in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Alright, leave your crown princess behind. The queen grumbled in annoyance and glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince nodded with a smile. Then this subject will come back in 2 hours to bring the crown princess back. Queen Zhao wished she could send the crown prince flying with a smack of the back of his head. Her expression was simply brilliant. The expressions of the other concubines and noble ladies were also quite interesting. Could these women eat the crown princess or something? Wasn't it just a small banquet in the palace? The crown prince was still worried about sending her back and forth. She was really a delicate girl. It looked very worrisome. Queen Zhao was thunderstruck by the stoic face again. The stoic face was expressionless from beginning to end. When she heard the crown prince say he was going to pick her up, she took it as a matter of course. Just as everyone was madly ridiculing her in their hearts, they saw the little stoic turn around and say to the crown prince, "How about an hour? I'm sleepy." The crown prince nodded happily and patted the little fellow's head. Okay. Queen Zhao and all the concubines were flabbergasted. Consort Jing couldn't resist laughing out loud and mocking, "The crown princess really is delicate beyond belief. You just came to attend the banquet and want to leave immediately? TSK, where are you putting Her Majesty the Queen's face, he he he." The little stoic turned to look at Consort Jing and creased her brows. "You are the queen?" Consort Jing was dumbstruck for a moment before retorting angrily, "I am Consort Jing. Your mistress hasn't even said anything yet, so why are you, a concubine, spouting so much nonsense? You don't even know the slightest bit of etiquette." Arbor irritably prodded her and turned her head away, no longer looking at her. This time everyone was truly shocked. It was fine if the crown princess didn't say anything, but the moment she opened her mouth, she verbally attacked Consort Jing. She truly wasn't the slightest bit polite. Consort Jing gnashed her teeth, wishing for nothing more than to slap Arbor's expressionless little stoic face. However, she still had some IQ and knew that the crown prince was here. If she dared to lay a hand on the crown princess, she would definitely be sent flying by the crown prince, who was protective of his own. Thus, no matter how much she ground her teeth, she endured it and didn't make a move. She merely brushed past the crown princess in an unpleasant tone and said to Queen Zhao, "Your Majesty the Queen, the crown princess dares to speak so rudely in front of you and torment us concubine mothers. I really don't know what other outrageous things the crown princess would do if you weren't present." "Crown princess." The queen put on an act and berated, "How can you be so rude to the noble consort? The noble consort is also a concubine." A trace of impatience hung on the little stoic's face. "She speaks so much, aren't you going to discipline her a bit? You're going to let her jump up and down like a grasshopper. You don't find it annoying, but I do. I don't want to talk to her, so please make her shut up." Queen Zhao was actually left speechless. Pfft. A pretty and delicate girl about 18 or 19 years old abruptly laughed out loud. Immediately after, she attracted a slight glare from her lady mother, and the girl playfully stuck out her tongue before closing her small mouth. She then secretly winked in Arbor's direction. "That's 8th sister Mou. She has a good temper. If you're bored, you can go find her to play." Mo Lian curled his lips as he whispered while tugging at Xianxia's small hand. Consort Jing's expression could no longer be described as ugly. A layer of dark clouds was smeared on her pretty face. Her eyes revealed a bit of viciousness as she coldly stared at this little slut who dared to speak nonsense and ruthlessly trample on her imperial concubine face. Very good. How many years had it been since someone had dared to speak to her in such a disrespectful tone? That slut who dared to provoke her imperial concubine had long been drowned at the bottom of the pond in the imperial garden and turned into a pile of mud. She couldn't be more dead. The crown princess, this little b*tch, just because the crown prince doted on her, she dared to look down on her. She wanted her to regret coming to this world. "Yonghee, you are glaring at our crown princess like this. Are you dissatisfied with her?" The crown prince suddenly spoke in an icy tone. Consort Jing's body immediately chilled, and she hurriedly retracted her gaze. She forced a smile and said, "Your Highness the crown prince must be joking. How could this concubine dare to be like this?" After speaking, she rubbed her forehead and pretended to have a headache. She said delicately to Queen Zhao, "Your Majesty the Queen, please forgive younger sister. Younger sister has a headache and will take her leave first." What a disrespectful concubine. Darling Qiao said with a cold expression, "You just came to the banquet and already want to leave? Haha. Where are you putting Her Majesty the Queen's face?" This completely threw Consort Jing's words back at her. The imperial concubine was so angry that she fell backwards and was quickly supported by 2 palace maids. Everyone, Queen Zhao's mouth twitched fiercely as she solemnly sized up the little girl. Consort Jing's favor in the imperial harem had never declined. It could be said that she had covered half the sky with a single hand for so many years, but Queen Zhao had never seen her suffer such a setback in recent years. Now that she saw her trembling from anger after hearing a few words from the crown princess, Queen Zhao needed to take a good look at this daughter-in-law of hers. She was truly a capable person. This child was young and appeared to be very aloof. She didn't seem to speak much, but unexpectedly, her venomous words could infuriate someone to death. Queen Zhao glanced at a certain person who was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down slightly. Her lower lip inwardly twitched, and a faint smile appeared on her face. He had been domineering for many years, and it was rare to meet a young lady who could infuriate her half to death with a single word. Needless to say, Queen Zhao was secretly pleased. Looking at Arbor's stoic little face, she found her somewhat pleasing to the eye. The young lady that her son liked was definitely extraordinary. Queen Zhao thought to herself, I'll just observe for now. Royal mother, then this son will take his leave first. I'll come back to pick up my crown princess in an hour. The crown prince held Arbor's small hand and even escorted her to her seat. Only then did he bow to the queen and take his leave. Queen Zhao really wanted to pick up the teacup next to her and throw it at his head. This stinky son, he really only gave her an hour to interact with him. After the crown prince finished bowing and exhorted his little wife, he flicked his sleeves and left. Naturally, he also took away the infatuated gazes of the numerous young ladies in Brilliant Sun Hall. Queen Zhao didn't know what to say. She felt that she had raised a son for nothing. Consort Jing originally wanted to flick her sleeves and leave, but after the queen said, "Younger sister, are you really not giving this consort face like the crown princess said?" She could only grit her teeth and sit down next to Consort Jing. Her handkerchief was twisted so tightly in her hand that it was almost about to be torn to shreds. Noble Consort Jing, the crown prince consort is still young, and it looks like she has an innocent and unaffected temperament, so don't bicker with her. Consort Jing drank a mouthful of tea as she said this to noble Consort Jing with a chuckle. Consort Jing didn't say anything, but there was a cold smile on her lips. On the other end, after Mu Xianxia was scolded, her mouth was already completely rotten. Madame Mu couldn't bear it and wiped her tears, but she didn't dare to take her daughter away at this time. She could only watch her daughter sit there with a rotten mouth, as if sitting on pins and needles, and accept the malicious sneers of the noble ladies around her. Mu Xianxia cast her resentful gaze at Arbor from time to time. Her entire heart was rather uncomfortable when she saw that lofty person sitting in the first seat below the queen. It was all because of that slut that the crown prince punished her in public, making her unable to raise her head in front of everyone. The mother and daughter of the Mu family's second branch didn't have it easy either. Their heads were drenched in soup, and they were only wiping them slightly, so their complexions weren't good right now. During this small banquet, the Mu family simply became the laughingstock in the eyes of all the noble ladies in the capital. Today's small banquet was held to let you all recognize the crown princess. The queen said dryly, "The crown princess mother, please step forward." Wei Ziqin stepped forward and performed a proper curtsy. "This subject greets your majesty." The queen casually praised the crown princess a couple of times insincerely and also bestowed many gifts to Wei Ziqin, giving the Qiao family enough face. Only then did she have her withdraw to continue eating. Consort Jing's cold gaze roved over Wei Ziqin's face, but she feigned silence while holding her cup. At this time, a woman suddenly stood up and curtsied to the queen. "Today, I will write a reward for you guys. Let's see when the time comes." This woman's cheeks were slightly protruding, and her face was extremely thin. Her eyes were sharp and spirited, and Arbor felt that she seemed to have swept an imperceptible glance at her face when she stood up. That gaze was displeasing. "Princess Anam, what do you have to say?" The queen's tone towards Wu Hongma was rather amiable. "Your Majesty the Queen, my niece Wu Xiaosu has learned a new fan dance. It looks rather interesting, so I'll have her dance a song for your Majesty here to liven things up a bit." The queen nodded slightly. "Very good." The 18-year-old girl named Wu Xiaosu had probably made preparations early on. As soon as the queen nodded, she walked into the Brilliant Sun Hall under the royal maid's guidance, dressed in a long pink dress with smoke and sand fluttering around her. She held her head high, her chest puffed out, and her chin raised proudly. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." Wu Xiaosu and a group of girls greeted in unison. "Rise." "Wu Xiaosu? Is it the Wu family's eldest daughter?" the queen asked softly. Princess Anam nodded with a smile. replying, "Your Majesty, it is indeed the Wu family's eldest daughter." This smile caused the vassal king consort of Annan's protruding cheekbones to deepen. Xiaosu has embarrassed herself. After the Wu estate's eldest miss, Wu Xiaosu, bowed again, she turned around and signaled the two dancers behind her with her eyes. Instantly, the melodious sound of a zither rang out, and Wu Xiaosu's body bent backward in a very exaggerated arc. Her waist was so soft that it could almost be snapped in half. Swish. A pink feather fan slid out from her sleeve, covering half of her face. The fan dance appeared extremely beautiful under the performance of 16 young and beautiful girls, and every movement could become a beautiful scene. The stoic face was expressionless as she poked at the food in front of her with her chopsticks. Then, she casually flipped through the food and quickly put down her chopsticks in disdain. The food had already cooled down, and it couldn't even compare to her family's Jocho's small, warm, salt-free stew. It truly was very boring. To entertain so many guests, the food was naturally prepared by the imperial kitchen. On the way from the imperial kitchen to the central palace, although the food was packed in brocade boxes and padded with cotton wool, it was still a long journey. It would be strange if the dishes were not cold after being carried all the way here on such a snowy day. The little fellow had always been a picky eater and was unwilling to touch the cold food. How could her mother, Wei Ziqin, not know her daughter's delicate temperament? Looking at her daughter from afar, her eyes were slightly worried. "Crown Princess, let this servant add some fruit wine for you." A palace maid serving beside her lowered her head and took 2 steps closer. She held the white jade pot in her hand and added a fruity wine to Arbor's cup. This was a winter fruit that could grow in a world of ice and snow. It could be used to fill one's stomach when one was hungry. It was also good for brewing wine. The fruit's fragrance was very rich. The main reason was that this type of plant was very easy to grow, and the probability of mutation was not high. Therefore, in the inner city of the capital, the seeds of this type of fruit tree had been planted on a large scale in recent years to satisfy various needs. Of course, to the poor and starving commoners at the bottom, the price of something like the winter fruit was still very high. Arbor expressionlessly raised her wine cup and fanned it twice with her hand. As a fruity fragrance assailed her nostrils, Arbor's expression turned icy cold in a split second. With a flip of her wrist, the cup of top-notch fruit wine splashed onto the palace maid's face. Ah! The palace maid suddenly fell to the ground and covered her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with her hands. Black blood spurted out from her face, looking extremely terrifying. Everyone was in an uproar and stopped eating. Her Majesty the Queen was so shocked that she suddenly stood up from her seat, and the song and dance stopped. Wu Xiaosu had just danced to the climax of the dance when she was suddenly interrupted. The music stopped, and the girl turned around with a face full of shame and resentment. Arbor looked at her coldly and slightly glanced sideways at the palace maid who was covering her face and rolling back and forth on the ground. He didn't say anything for a long time. The brilliant Sun Hall was dead silent. Everyone stared at the palace maid with frightened eyes. "Crown Princess, what did you do?" Consort Jing suddenly screamed. Deeply afraid that that royal maid would be blind and roll in front of her, contaminating her with some filth, noble Consort Jing continuously retreated several steps. Making a fuss over nothing, acting like a village woman. Arbor coldly said, "This palace maid poured me a cup of poisoned wine, I just gave it to her." Everyone was silent. "Thank you. Crown Princess, why are you so generous? Poisoned wine." Her Majesty the Queen's eyelids suddenly jumped. Thinking of her son's protective expression when he left, she couldn't help but reach out and press her aching head. With her son's temperament, his beloved wife was attacked by an assassin in the brilliant Sun Hall, so he definitely wouldn't leave the matter at that. "Go and ask old imperial physician Chow to come here." Seeing the palace maid rolling on the ground but not dying, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That palace maid's face should be rotten. Otherwise, why would there be black water constantly coming out from her 5 fingers? What kind of powerful poison was this? Just pouring wine on a person's face would immediately cause the skin to rot and decay. What if the crown princess drank this cup of poisoned wine? Everyone couldn't help but tremble. After a long time, old imperial physician Chow hurried over to the central palace. As soon as they entered the brilliant Sun Hall, they saw the poisoned palace maid wailing in grief in the middle of the hall. She hadn't stopped breathing. Everyone had scattered far away. No one dared to approach the palace maid. Only a young girl in a red dress with a cold face stood calmly beside the screaming palace maid. From time to time, she would step forward and kick her. "Stop screaming, the imperial physician is here." Old imperial physician Chow looked at the young lady speechlessly and hurriedly went forward to pick up the broken wine jug and cup. He sniffed it and tested it with his medicine before nodding with certainty. The wine was poisoned. "It's just that this old man's knowledge is shallow and I don't know how this poison is concocted, so I don't have a prescription for it." Xiao Mu's lips curled up. "If you can identify the antidote for my poison, then you're really amazing." When the palace maid poured the wine for her, she smelled that something was wrong with the wine. Taking advantage of the time she took to fan the top of the wine cup, she had already sprinkled the poison powder down and then smashed the entire cup of wine on the palace maid's face. "Haha, what is this called?" "This is called harming others and harming oneself." The palace maid had only given him a slow-acting poison. This kind of poison had to be taken for at least 3 months. After accumulating in the body over the years, it would suddenly erupt and cause a sudden death. The good thing was that there were no signs of sudden death from poison at all. She was just a little curious. Who would use this kind of mild poison to deal with her? Was there going to be another move in the future? She was very patient, someone who knew how to do big things. She wanted to see if that person would continue to use this kind of slow-acting poison on her. Arbor tilted her head and looked at the queen, who had an ugly expression. "How is it? Are you sure that she wants to harm me?" The queen nodded. "Crown Princess, how do you want to deal with this person?" "Kill her." Arbor opened her mouth and spat out these 2 words without any scruples. The crowd of noble maidens looked at her with a bit of fear in their eyes. After a short period of interaction, they seemed to have detected 8 words from the crown princess: vicious, not to be trifled with. The vassal king consort of Annan said with a smile, "The crown prince consort is truly remarkable, knowing that it was poisoned by that royal maid just by smelling the scent of the fruit wine." Could it be that the crown prince consort also has some experience in using poison? Arbor glanced at her innocently. "That's not the case." "Oh? What do you mean?" Princess Anam asked with a smile. "If the crown princess hit the nail on the head, then her luck is really too good. This person's actions are sneaky." Her hand kept trembling when she was pouring the wine. "I poured the wine to test her, but I didn't expect that she really poisoned it. I just don't know if the other wine cups were poisoned as well." Everyone looked at the palace maid who was pouring the wine with a face full of horror. Some of them even covered their throats and turned around to cough with all their might, as if they wanted to vomit out the wine that had just entered their stomachs. Imperial physician Chow, take a look at the wine of the other madams and misses. How could the queen not understand the horror in these people's eyes? The old imperial physician nodded and went forward. After checking the wine cups one by one, he shook his head and said, "The other wine cups are all non-toxic." The queen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The seriousness in her eyes deepened a little. Then this poisoning of the wine was clearly targeted at the crown princess. For such a thing to happen in her brilliant Sun Palace Hall, wasn't this deliberately causing a trace of discord between her and her son? Wasn't this deliberately causing her to feel uncomfortable in her heart? "Crown Princess, this queen will definitely uphold justice for you in this matter and give you an explanation," the queen said in a low voice. Arbor nodded expressionlessly. She didn't expect the queen to be able to find out anything. In any case, poisoning her was just like scratching an itch for her. They could use soldiers to block to water to block to use earth to block of water. At this moment, the palace maid who was tossing and turning onto the floor was to toss and turn to slowly breathe. To prevent the queens to prevent a change to burn to the night. The queen to the queen of to the crown princess. To the queen to be to of be. Of to mend to mend. Moreover, the queen was still a bit worried. Would this crown princess be so petty as to think that she was the one behind this poisoning? However, she couldn't see any expression from that expressionless face, so there was no way to know her true thoughts. The queen was extremely gloomy. She felt so stifled just looking at her perfectly expressionless daughter-in-law. Consort Qing had so many daughters-in-law, and which one of them wasn't gentle to their husbands and mothers-in-law? No matter how she looked at her daughter-in-law, she didn't have any expression. Just looking at her made her a bit angry. The small banquet ended abruptly. Before Consort Jing was helped away by the servants, she coldly swept a glance at Arbor from the corner of her eyes. She gracefully walked out of the brilliant Sun Palace's main entrance in a pair of embroidered shoes. Not done yet. The moment Arbor walked out of the brilliant Sun Hall, she was pounced on by a chirping Shaolin. Sister, are you coming home with us today? Jolin asked with a grin. Your sister can't go back today. Arbor was just about to agree when she was interrupted by that hateful voice. She turned to glare at him. The Crown Prince quickly walked over and naturally reached out to hold her little hand. He turned to smile at Wei Ziqin. Mother. Jojo still has to stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, Lord Father will summon her, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Mother, don't worry, I'll take good care of Jojo. This shameless person who was acting all familiar with her even called her mother in front of all the noble ladies who had yet to leave. Wei Ziqin was stunned, then she covered her mouth and laughed. After laughing, Wei Ziqin pulled her daughter's little hand. Crown Prince, I'll leave after having a few intimate words with Jojo. Okay, I'll wait here for Jojo. The Crown Prince smiled and nodded. Wei Ziqin pulled Arbor a little further away and walked under the eaves of the corridor. She whispered, Daughter, you'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, so you're still young. Don't do anything out of line that will make Mother worried, okay? With Arbor's clever mind, she understood what her mother wanted to say when she heard her mother's hemming and hawing. Her little face inexplicably reddened. Mother, what are you talking about? He's been sleeping alone in the side chamber for the past 2 days. Wei Ziqin beamed and nodded. She couldn't help but praise her son-in-law. I knew that Xiaomo is a very sensible child. He has a good character and a good temperament. He's also handsome. Mother really didn't misjudge him. You two are a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha. Mother, please stop praising. I'm your biological daughter, aren't I? Good daughter, your performance in the main hall today was also. You should be more careful in the future. After all, she's the great king's imperial concubine. We still have to give her some face. Arbor snorted. Those people aren't qualified for me to be careful. After saying that, he glanced at his mother's eager expression and couldn't help but nod helplessly. I know. In short, if others don't come to provoke me, I won't take the initiative to provoke others. You lass. Alright, Mother just wants to say a few words to you. I'll leave the palace with your younger sister first. Remember to come back in 2 days. It's not good for your reputation if you always live together before you get married. You should take it easy. After all, gossip is a fearful thing. Arbor nodded. Mom, I'll come back early. I miss your cooking. Silly girl. Whenever you come back, Mother will cook for you. There's no need to worry that you won't have something to eat. Wei Ziqin chuckled happily, her eyes filled with deep love. Sister, when you come back with brother-in-law, remember to take a detour to the Wang sesame seed shop and bring me a... Woo-woo, Mother, why are you covering my mouth? Bring a Wang sesame seed shop. Woo-woo. The little foodie was dragged away by Wei Ziqin with her mouth covered. Arbor sat in the carriage and couldn't help but purse her lips and want to laugh. She had been so busy since she came back that she forgot to prepare some snacks for her foodie sister. She must prepare some delicious food for her in 2 days. Also, she didn't see Brother Xiaohu last time. She wondered if he had come out of seclusion. The Crown Prince was bursting with joy as he looked in the direction the little foodie left. He smiled and turned to Arbor. Sister is really clever. As expected, her personality is like you, innocent, lively, and interesting. When we go back in 2 days, we'll bring her a few more sesame seed cakes. 2 stacks won't be a problem. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he glanced at him. Do you think my sister is a pig? Huifeng really wanted to ridicule him. Your Highness, are you blind? How is your stoic-faced wife lively and interesting? Can she be lively? During the journey, the Crown Prince reached out to hold Arbor's small hand. Jojo, Imperial Mother definitely didn't have someone pour that poisoned wine. You have to believe me. Arbor glanced at him and gave him a "do you think I'm an idiot" look. The Crown Prince chuckled foolishly and nodded repeatedly. I knew my Jojo is very smart, one of a kind in the world. I'll definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. This person dared to poison you in front of everyone, so they must have bribed that royal maid by your side. And there aren't many people who can bribe my Imperial Mother's palace. It's such a rare poison. I sprinkled that powder into the wine cup, Arbor indifferently said. Xiaomu explained dryly, I sprinkled a pinch of incomparably toxic poison powder so that the poison would spread and fester upon contact with her skin. The Crown Prince. As expected, my wife isn't ordinary. Huifeng's mouth twitched. The Crown Princess is so savage. What should I do? She previously gave me a slow-acting poison. 3 months later, I might have unknowingly kicked my legs and died. Arbor's indifferent voice caused the Crown Prince's eyes to surge with fury. I'm just curious. Will this person still send someone to infiltrate my side and continue to poison me? He really was very curious. Darling, what do you plan to do? I'll cooperate fully. Tell me. Huifeng. Your Highness, hurry and pick up your moral integrity that's all over the floor. Where did my wise and mighty Highness who's praised by tens of thousands of people go? I plan to beat them at their own game and wait for that person to infiltrate my side. I'll secretly switch all of that person's poison onto himself. The Crown Prince reached out to lift her onto his lap and nodded repeatedly. Jojo, you're so awesome. Huifeng. Your Majesty Crown Princess, are you sure it's not because you're lazy and don't want to investigate, so you're saying things like waiting for rabbits to appear? By the way, I remember someone said last night that he would tell me a big joke when he comes back from the morning assembly. Arbor pursed his lips. The Crown Prince immediately understood and laughed in a low voice. Last night, I heard that Second Imperial Brother's residence was robbed. The whole night was chaotic. Second Imperial Brother fell down while trying to catch the thief, and his elbow was broken. Arbor pursed his lips. But today, when I saw his mother, Lu Fei, she was still smiling as if nothing had happened. How can he still laugh when his son is in such a sorry state? Huifeng. Her Highness the Crown Princess's choice of words feels a bit strange. The more interesting thing is tonight. Yesterday was just a warm-up. Did he think that he would be able to sleep peacefully today? Humph. The Crown Prince whispered a few words into her ear. Arbor's eyes suddenly widened, and she turned to look at the Crown Prince. What a fraud. Who could be his match? Jojo, isn't it funny? Mo Lian was all smiles as he hugged his little wife and shook her. Smile for me. Arbor turned her little head and faced him with the back of her head. Mo Lian chuckled softly. Just as he was about to turn the little fellow's head back, he saw a black shadow suddenly land next to the carriage and anxiously say, Your Highness, Madame Qiao and Second Miss were attacked at Dongshan Gate. Our men are already doing their best to fend them off, so they're fine for now. What? Arbor was alarmed, and the Crown Prince's expression also turned solemn. After the update ended, the nap began. The two of them were no longer in the mood to enjoy the snowy night along the way. They both jumped off the carriage and rushed towards Dongshan Gate at an extremely fast speed. Today, all the carriages of the noblewomen and noble ladies were arranged to pass through Dongshan Gate. Because Wei Ziqin spoke a few more words with her family's daughter, she came out a little later. The carriage followed Dongshan Gate's path, and there weren't many people under the decorated archway. As the snowflakes became heavier, the Wu family's carriage could be seen carrying their eldest young miss, Wu Xiaosu, slowly moving forward. Wu Xiaosu had the coachman deliberately slow down, waiting for Wei Ziqin's carriage to come up. Madame Qiao. Eldest young Miss Wu unhurriedly lifted the curtain and poked her head out to softly call out. Wei Ziqin also lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at eldest young Miss Wu. She nodded and said, Young Miss Wu, what's the matter? Madame Qiao, I'm really sorry. There seems to be a problem with my carriage's wheels. I wonder if you could give me a ride. Wei Ziqin glanced sideways and saw that the rear wheels of Wu Xiaosu's carriage were indeed a little crooked, as if they wouldn't be able to support a long journey. Young Miss Wu, we don't seem to be going the same way. Xiao poked her head out and grinned at Wu Xiaosu. I see that your wheels are only a little crooked, so they should be able to run for a while. Your home isn't far from Dongshan Gate, so you should be able to hold on. Unlike us, we still have to go around to the North Gate. If we had to take another detour to give you a ride, my mother and I don't know how long it would take to reach home. The implication was that since young Miss Wu was so considerate, she shouldn't be so tactless as to do something so overboard. Wu Xiaosu didn't expect that this little girl's mouth would be so sharp, wanting to send her off with just a few words. Her face stiffened slightly, looking a little unsightly. That coachman jumped off the carriage at the right time and bowed to Wei Ziqin, saying, Madam Qiao, I originally didn't want to trouble you. But from this old servant's many years of experience driving carriages, these wheels really won't be able to hold on for long. Right now, it's freezing outside. If the wheels break and can't run, then our young miss will have to endure the entire night in the snow. Madam, please be so kind as to give our young lady a ride. This old servant is familiar with the roads in this area and can point out a shortcut for Madam. I beg for Madam's help. Wei Ziqin was a kind-hearted person and was about to open her mouth to agree. Xiao exclaimed from the other end, Aya. Her small face suddenly squeezed together and cold sweat dripped down from her head. She began to display her extraordinary acting skills. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wei Ziqin was surprised. The maidservant Chunying also asked anxiously, Second Miss, what's wrong? Where does it hurt, Second Miss? My stomach hurts. Mother. My stomach hurts so much. Xiao let out a trembling groan, and her entire body began to tremble. Lin don't scare your mother. Everything was fine just now. Why is your stomach hurting now? Mother, it must be the cold wind that blew in and froze me. Mother, let's go home quickly. My stomach hurts so much that I'm about to die. Don't speak nonsense. Wei Ziqin patted the back of her daughter's hand, feeling sorry for her. She hastily stuck her head out and said to the coachman, hurry back to the residence. Yes, madam. Of course, the Qiao family's coachman wasn't happy that they had to take a detour in such a snowy day. Now that he heard his wife's order, he whipped the horse and made a prompt decision to drive the carriage away. Wu Xiaosu glared at the Qiao family's carriage with a fiery glare. With a bang, she slammed the carriage frame and angrily reprimanded, Slut. The older one is so slutty, and the younger one is also slutty. Miss, what should we do now? If we can't get on the Qiao family's carriage, then we can't. Wu Xiaosu's personal maidservant stuttered. Wu Xiaosu slapped her across the face, causing her to cry out in alarm. She covered her face and hung her head, tears about to roll down her cheeks. You're asking me what to do? What's the use of raising, you bunch of trash? It's fine if you don't know how to come up with ideas, but now you're asking me what to do. The personal maidservant knelt down in the carriage with tears in her eyes, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. The Qiao family's carriage was already far away at this time, turning left after exiting Dongshan Gate. Wei Ziqin poked her daughter's forehead in annoyance and amusement. Stop pretending. This act came as she wished, and she could even force herself to break out in a cold sweat. How could this younger daughter be so talented? Xiao stuck out her tongue and revealed a sweet smile. She held her mother's arm and said, Mother, the weather is so cold, and it didn't break down earlier or later. It just had to wait until we arrived before her carriage broke down. If that Miss Wu said she didn't have any other plans, I don't believe it. We shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but we must be vigilant against others. Elder sister also said that we shouldn't be overly kind. We have to be clear-eyed and clear-minded, and think more about everything. You. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but find it funny. These two daughters were both mischievous. The older one had a cold face and didn't speak much, but her thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else's. The younger one looked carefree and simple-minded on the surface, but in reality, her heart wasn't coarse, and her mind was very active. Heh, mother. I just feel that Miss Wu doesn't seem like a kind person. Let's not pay too much attention to her. Wei Ziqin glanced at her and sighed. My daughter has grown up and has more ideas. Mother can't control her anymore. Xiao giggled and hugged her mother's arm affectionately. What are you saying, mother? Your daughter is very obedient. While the mother and daughter were chatting affectionately, a sword light suddenly flew over and chopped down on the carriage, instantly chopping off one of the shafts with a clang sound. The coachman couldn't control himself and rolled down from his position. Before he could make a sound, his head was chopped off by a flash of light in front of him. The mother and daughter duo grabbed Chunying and flew out of the broken carriage. The carriage that had fallen to the ground was instantly pierced by arrows like a hornet's nest. Chunying was extremely shocked. After landing on the ground, she hurriedly shouted, "Madam, second miss, quickly leave. Don't worry about this servant." More than a dozen adult men dressed in night clothes surrounded the mother and daughter duo. Their auras were very powerful. The moment they attacked, they fiercely attacked the two of them. "Chunying, step back." Xiao Lin's eyes darkened. At this moment, a sharp glint faintly bloomed in the eyes of the 11-year-old girl. Wei Ziqin waved her sleeve to block one person's attack, and she looked at the newcomers with a slightly dark expression. "Who are you? You actually dare to attack an imperial court's madam in front of Dongshen Gate. Do you not want to live?" The dozen or so night walkers didn't say anything. They only surrounded Wei Ziqin and her daughter and launched attacks without any regard for their lives. Among these dozen or so people, one of them was a level 9 mystic cultivator with extremely vigorous mystic energy. Wei Ziqin, a mere level 3 mystic cultivator, and Xiao Lin, a level 4 mystic cultivator, naturally weren't his match. As the attacks gradually intensified, the night pervaded. Two agile young men in black suddenly jumped into the encirclement. Accompanied by two tiger roars, two enormous mystic beasts pounced forward and bit the palms of the two night walkers, doing their best to tear them apart. The night walkers merely grunted and didn't make any sound. "Madam Qiao, hold on. We've already sent people to inform the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Don't panic." The young man who spoke blocked in front of Wei Ziqin with his sword, completely blocking a level 5 mystic cultivator's attack. Among these people, apart from that level 9 mystic cultivator, most of the others only had level 5 or level 6 cultivation, and half of them were body cultivators around the 6th layer. It was naturally more than enough to deal with Wei Ziqin and her daughter's level 3 and level 4 cultivation, but it was completely insufficient in front of a level 10 mystic cultivator. Those two young men led their mystic beasts and quickly cleared a path out of the encirclement. They protected the mother and daughter pair and were about to charge out of the encirclement. Suddenly, their bodies tensed up as if they sensed something, and they abruptly looked up. That level 9 mystic cultivator took out two white beads the size of pellets from his bosom. With a cold snort, he abruptly flicked them at the two young mystic cultivators. "Madam Qiao. Second miss, quickly move aside." The two young men each grabbed one of the mother and daughter pair and scattered to the left and right. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the level 11 mystic energy beads explosions tore apart the silent night and alarmed nearly half of the capital's citizens. Because the two young men wanted to protect Wei Ziqin and her daughter, their internal organs were impacted by the mystic energy beads explosions. They coughed several times, and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths at almost the same time. The level 9 mystic cultivator's ghostly figure appeared in front of one of them and struck that young man's back with his palm. Taking advantage of the young man flying out, the level 9 mystic cultivator seized Wei Ziqin from his hands and struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint. "Mother!" Xiao Lin tightly clenched her fists with reddened eyes. The level 9 mystic cultivator suddenly raised his sleeve and shot an arrow in her direction. That sleeve arrow swiftly arrived in front of Xiao Lin in the blink of an eye. The level 10 mystic cultivator youth's expression chilled, and he swiftly raised his hand to control that sleeve arrow with mystic energy, causing it to explode in front of his eyes with a bang. Then, his expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. The sleeve arrow was smeared with poisonous powder. After such an explosion, the wind blew and scattered the powder, causing his body to tremble slightly. The two mystical beasts were just about to pounce forward and bite him, but because they had inhaled a mouthful of poison powder, their forehooves slipped and they suddenly fell to the ground. The level 9 mystic cultivator saw an opportunity and swiftly scuttled to this level 10 mystic cultivator youth's side. He struck the youth's chest with his palm again, and his firm fingers grabbed Xiao Lin's pulse and exerted force. Jolin furrowed his brows in pain. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his body fell limply to the ground. The remaining 7 or 8 night walkers swarmed forward in a well-trained manner. They separated the unconscious mother and daughter and carried them into 2 prepared carriages. Bayan, who was driving the carriages, berated twice before driving the carriages to the left and right to separate the mother and daughter and take them away. When the crown prince and crown princess rushed over, they saw the 2 carriages separating left and right as fast as lightning, and their hearts instantly skipped a beat. "Your Highness!" 2 black-clothed youths scrambled up from the ground and stumbled as they ran to them. They separately escaped to Huabei Gate and Jinnan Gate. Mo Lian and Arbor looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and then split up to chase after the carriage. The dozen or so hidden guards whistled and followed closely behind Arbor. Arbor's eyes were already burning with raging flames. Today, she was going to announce to the world that whoever dared to capture her family and hurt them, she would make them die a horrible death and regret coming to this world. The carriage sped forward, and the coachman looked back from time to time. Arbor's face was cold as she took out a speed talisman and placed it on herself. At the same time, Arbor was like a flash of lightning as she sped forward. The coachman shouted, and the carriage quickly turned a corner on the city street. Arbor wasn't willing to give up. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and jumped onto the roof. She could only hear the wind blowing past her ears. Her speed was so fast that she left behind an illusory white shadow. Whoosh whoosh. After a few leaps, Xiaomu jumped down from the white eaves covered in a thick layer of snow. A harsh glint flashed through her eyes. She spread her fingers and the water instantly condensed into ice crystals. She raised her hand and hundreds of ice crystals shot out. Like snow, rain, ice, and wind, they instantly shattered the carriage into pieces. The coachman's eyes were filled with a trace of panic and surprise. His hands didn't stop moving as he held the reins and urged the horse to run. However, Arbor saw clearly that her mother and sister weren't in the carriage. "You're courting death." Xiaomu's eyes burst out with a cold glint, and she leaped up. Mystic energy enveloped her body as she struck down a critical strike with a bang. The shaft of the carriage collapsed at the same time, and the 3 people in the carriage were about to jump up and escape. Arbor's dagger was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed across the coachman's neck. A round head rolled under the wheel of the carriage, but the horse still continued to charge forward due to inertia. After the 3 body-securing talismans were cast, the body cultivators stiffened their bodies and assumed a posture that suggested they were about to get up and flee. "Speak. Where are the people in the carriage?" Xiaomu slapped one of them, and the wind from her palm swept across one of their faces. "If you don't tell me, I'll make you beg for death." Arbor's 5 fingers ruthlessly pierced into the man's shoulder, his cold eyes staring straight at the man. Ah. That body cultivator's body was rather sturdy, but he didn't expect his bones to be crushed by the girl's grasp. Arbor didn't have the time to listen to his screams. He grabbed him by the neck and raised a dictum talisman in his hand. "Let me tell you. If you don't tell me the truth, wait until I use the dictum talisman and ask for the whereabouts of your family. I will bury them in the rivers, lakes, and seas, and grind their bones to dust. Die without a burial ground." That person's pupils shrank. The light in his eyes was as if he was looking at a fiend. "Speak." Inserting the dictum talisman would take some time. What she lacked the most now was time. She needed to know the whereabouts of her mother and sister. Now was the time. She couldn't wait another second. I'll talk. That level 9 mystic cultivator carried second Miss Xiao away when he was making a detour just now. Crack. That person's gaze turned sluggish. His neck tilted slightly, and his entire head drooped down due to his broken neck. Crack, crack. After 2 consecutive sounds of bones breaking, the other 2 body cultivators also died on the spot. Xiaomu promptly summoned Qingluan and jumped onto its back. She then spread out her spiritual conscience and shouted while pointing to the left, "There." With a shrill cry, Qingluan spread its wings with a whoosh and fiercely chased in the direction Arbor had pointed out. Qingluan's speed had already reached its peak. Arbor's stoic face had already been completely replaced by a frosty expression. Looking at her with eyes that froze 3,000 feet of ice, it was as if they had returned to that night several years ago, terrifyingly desolate and silent. She. Wanted. Killed. People, she wanted to skin them alive and kill them without a doubt. Shriek. Qingluan swooped down from the sky, already locking onto a running target. That person was carrying Shaolin and dashing at an extremely fast speed. Their goal seemed to be to leave Jinnan Gate and head toward Shilua Street. Shilua Street housed many commoners who had fled to the capital from outside the city. It could be said that it was the most crowded place in the entire capital. Most of the commoners didn't have houses. Instead, they set up piles of tents outside their houses. Those who could afford to live in houses on Shilua Street were usually mystic cultivators or body cultivators. If this guy ran into Shilua Street with his little sister and blended into the pile of tents, it would be troublesome to find them. Arbor hooked his lips in a sneer. He had already stood up from Qingluan's back and jumped down, slapping the immobilization talisman in his hand towards that person's back. However, once the immobilization talisman was activated, that person's body actually only swayed slightly before immediately continuing to run forward with nimble movements. She was about to cross Shilua Street's decorated archway and enter the tent area. Arbor's gaze hardened as he used his spiritual conscious to launch a swift and violent mental attack. Although she had yet to enter the spiritual realm, her mystic conscious had already advanced to spiritual conscious. The range of her spiritual conscious application was much wider than her mystic conscious. Not only could she infiltrate other people's inner worlds and clearly see their mystic veins, she could even launch an invisible attack. Under her spiritual conscious identification, the other party's cultivation was already clear as day. So it's a level 12 mystic cultivator who used an ore-concealing talisman to disguise herself as a level 9 mystic cultivator. Arbor snorted coldly. His spiritual conscious had already infiltrated the other party's conscious and inflicted a lacerating injury. Ah. That mystic cultivator clearly didn't expect Arbor to have such a method. His conscious felt as if it had been ruthlessly struck by someone, and it almost started to shatter from the root. This made him flustered, and his grip loosened, causing Shaolin to fall to the ground. Xiaomu's figure abruptly shot up and flitted past her younger sister. She directly tossed her backwards, directly throwing her to the several hidden guards that had followed closely behind her. Don't interfere. Arbor stretched out his 5 fingers and shook them behind him. His eyes were filled with severity as he coldly gazed at the level 12 mystic cultivator in front of him. Such a beautiful snowy night, let's not disturb the commoners of Shilua Street. Life isn't easy. Don't cause trouble for others. After saying this, she actually pulled out an extremely thin vine from her sleeve and coldly looked at that mystic cultivator. Since I can't use a dictum talisman on you, then forget it. I'll use some other methods to make you speak. That person couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Little girl, you're quite arrogant. Unfortunately, I don't know if you'll have the life to return to your Eastern Palace alive. Is that so? Arbor's lips curled into a meaningful sneer. She abruptly swung the vine in the direction of the level 12 mystic cultivator, aiming straight for his face. At the same time, Arbor used another spiritual conscious attack. Using 2 spiritual conscious attacks in a short period of time had already reached the limit of her spiritual conscious usage. Because she wanted to end the battle quickly. Under the impact of Arbor's spiritual sense, the level 12 mystic cultivator's conscious rapidly crumbled. His head throbbed with pain, and he was about to topple to the ground. His gaze was horrified, and he inwardly cursed. His fingers had already fished out 2 mystic energy beads from his inner world. Would Arbor give him the chance to use the mystic energy beads? The vine twined around the level 12 mystic cultivator's wrist like a living creature. It didn't seem to exert much force, but a crisp crack was heard. That level 12 mystic cultivator's pupils contracted, and he simply looked down at his wrist that had been snapped by the vine in disbelief. How was this possible? How could a thin and soft vine break his wrist in a matter of seconds? Was this still the body of a level 12 mystic cultivator? The 2 mystic energy beads were nimbly swallowed by the vine and completely turned into nourishment for Qiao. This level 12 mystic cultivator would never have imagined that this vine was actually a clone of the sapling Qiao. It possessed a portion of the sapling's strength, so it was more than enough to deal with this level 12 mystic cultivator. Slap. The vine once again pressed forward and whipped that level 12 mystic cultivator's face. He could even hear the crisp sound of his cheekbone cracking. It seemed like his cheekbone had completely shattered. No. He tried his best to regulate his chaotic breathing and pacify his unbearably painful conscience. But Arbor wouldn't give him time to catch his breath. The vine whipped the level 12 mystic cultivator's limbs and face more than a dozen times in a row. The last hit directly sent that person's eyeball flying out of its socket. Arbor's lips curled into a mocking smile. Now, do you still think that I can't return to the Eastern Palace? The hidden guards shrunk their necks in their hiding places. Heavens! The Crown Princess's methods were far from what ordinary people could compare to. Perhaps she normally didn't care much about others, but once she was truly angered, her methods would absolutely be dangerous and severe. Dictum Talisman. Arbor didn't waste words with him and directly threw a Dictum Talisman at him. The Dictum Talisman could be said to be ineffective against people with higher cultivation than her. But now? The person in front of him had already been beaten like a dog, and his conscience was almost shattered. His current cultivation could no longer be considered to be at level 12. Arbor wanted to test the effect of the Dictum Talisman. After waiting for almost a minute, her brows furrowed slightly. Just when he thought that the Dictum Talisman couldn't escape from the laws and was destined to lose its effect, Meng Chao suddenly realized something. A faint light suddenly flitted across the miserable level 12 mystic cultivator's glabella. Success. Arbor raised his eyebrows and went straight to the point. Who sent you to kidnap Madame Qiao and second Miss Qiao? Cough, cough, cough. The level 12 mystic cultivator coughed heavily on the ground and said hoarsely, yes, he was under the effect of the Dictum Talisman, so he couldn't help but tell the person who had contacted him in detail. A bone-chilling coldness flashed through Arbor's eyes. She held the vine in one hand and picked up the panting level 12 mystic cultivator like a gunny sack with the other. She stood up and leaped down, heading toward the location he spoke of. The hidden guards behind her looked at each other and cried out in alarm before hastily running after her. As for her mother's side, Mo Lian definitely wouldn't have any problems handling it, so she wasn't in a hurry to find Crown Prince Mo. She merely picked up this person with a sneer on her lips as she dashed madly towards her target. At this moment, inside Sephora Flower Palace, two palace maids were kneeling in front of the soft couch and massaging Her Highness Consort Zheng's legs as they carefully attended to her. The palace maids could tell that Her Highness was currently in a very good mood as a carefree smile hung at the corners of her mouth. Your Highness, the Jing Estate's second manager Qi has been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Zheng's personal nanny, Mammy Su, quickly walked in and bowed. Call him in. Consort Jing brushed away the hair on her face with waning interest and lazily propped up her hand as she lay there motionlessly. Second manager Qi strode in and prostrated himself with a fawning expression. This lowly one, Qi Ming, greet your Highness noble consort. Qi Ming, you came here in such a hurry. Did you find a solution to the matter of the shark pearl? Noble consort Jing stretched out her sharp pinky and lightly touched her face that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. However, the little girl's exceptionally gifted and icy face suddenly flashed before her eyes. Damn it! It really was a delicate and alluring little face. It inexplicably gave one the urge to ruthlessly destroy this face. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one deserves to die. Qi Ming repeatedly kowtowed and said, ever since this lowly one caught a group of merfolk at the Dark Sea tributary near Five Moon City last time but was let off by a D*MN girl for no reason, they haven't been on the island since. The mermaids and mermen have not come ashore recently, they are all very vigilant. Trash. Consort Jing picked up a small vase with gold-patterned flowers and smashed it at Qi Ming's head. Qi Ming didn't dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. A bloody mark immediately appeared on his forehead. The second manager hastily prostrated himself and repeatedly kowtowed, shouting, Consort Jing, spare my life. Consort Jing, spare my life. Xiao Xiao still has something to report. Speak. Consort Jing was so angry that her head hurt. She felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought about how she didn't have the shark pearl powder to nourish her face. Yes. This lowly one came today because this lowly one heard a piece of news from the people. It was said that a merchant's family had obtained a rare beautifying pill. After taking it, it can improve the quality of the skin. The effect is very magical. Consort Jing's brows twitched slightly, and she waved at Qi Ming. Qi Ming crawled forward like a dog, laughing heartily. He leaned in front of Consort Jing and whispered to her about this family. Noble Consort Jing was already paranoid about her own beauty, so upon hearing that it was a pill that could improve her skin, her entire face lit up. Ever since she saw that fresh and tender little girl, she was quite dissatisfied with her body that she was so proud of. He always felt that his delicate skin was completely incomparable to that young lady's. That young lady's skin was truly delicate and natural. She did not apply anything. Because of this, it made him feel even more jealous and hateful. The beauty that she had been pursuing all her life had been completely trampled on by a little girl of 14 or 15 years of age in a single encounter. Qi Ming, if you can handle this matter well, I'll give you a piece of my mind. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Noble Consort Jing's lips curled up in satisfaction as she smiled charmingly. This lowly one will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for Imperial Consort. Imperial Consort, Imperial Consort. A palace maid hurriedly ran in. Seeing that Qi Ming was present, she couldn't help but hesitate. Consort Jing glanced at Qi Ming and waved her hand. You may leave first. Do your job well. Yes, this lowly one will take his leave. Qi Ming smiled flatteringly and hurriedly got up and tactfully left. Your Highness. That palace maid eagerly came forward and sang her praises. This servant just received a message. The crown princess traveled through the night and seems to be carrying something. She's heading towards the reverend chamber of the two priestesses at an incredible speed. It looks like she's in a very aggressive mood. Consort Jing was slightly stunned and blurted out, that fast? I don't know if Priestess Huang will be able to handle it. The palace maid pursed her lips. TCH, if she can't even handle a little girl, then just let her be. Consort Jing still couldn't help but frown. She doesn't know how to handle things at all. Fortunately, your Highness is quick-witted and removed yourself from this matter. I doubt that Priestess Huang would dare to speak carelessly. The palace maid smugly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Go to the reverend chamber again and investigate the situation. Yes, this servant will go right away. The palace maid walked out the door with small steps. Your Highness, if you let that girl Kaling go to the reverend chamber to investigate, wouldn't it be bad if she coincidentally bumped into the crown princess? Mammy Su said in a low voice. Humph. A little girl dares to be impudent in front of this consort? It's all that Priestess Huang's fault for not knowing how to handle things properly. She was caught so quickly. Consort Jing was completely in a bad mood and kicked away the two palace maids who were massaging her legs. The two palace maids were barefaced and submissive. Their hair was coiled into two buns and they weren't wearing any ornaments or accessories. Consort Jing walked over to the table with her slender, half-exposed legs. An old mama supported her slender, jade-like hand as she walked towards the table. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and shouted at a palace maid who was passing by, "Stop." The palace maid was holding half a painting in her hands and walking past with a smile on her face. Her young face without any makeup instantly burned Consort Jing's eyes. Noble Consort Jing glanced to the side, and Nanny Su sighed faintly on the side. Two eunuchs, who were like wolves and tigers, walked over and clamped down on that royal maid's arms. Ignoring that royal maid's screams, they dragged her outside. The half-drawn scroll in the palace maid's hand fell to the ground with a crash. Her eyes widened in fear, and her small mouth was suddenly covered by a eunuch's palm. She moaned as she was dragged to a small room at the side. A cold light flashed through Consort Jing's eyes. She reprimanded arrogantly, "You must be up to something if you dare to laugh so lowly. Cut off her little face and feed it to the wild dogs." Woo-woo. The palace maid didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before two eunuchs grabbed her by the arms and covered her mouth, dragging her to a small room to be dealt with. Soon, ear-piercing screams could be heard from the small room. Not long after, two vicious eunuchs dragged out the palace maid whose face was completely unrecognizable. There was not a single piece of flesh on her face that was intact. They threw her directly onto a broken cart and dragged her out of the palace. They're all sluts. Consort Jing pinched her fingers and curled her thin lips. Did they think that there would be a second shrew like Yunyang who would take advantage of loopholes? They all need to be taught a lesson. This consort's head hurts a bit. Help me to rest. Noble consort Jing swayed her slender waist as she gracefully walked into the bedchamber with Nanny Sue's hand, who was silently bending her waist, holding on to it. However, she didn't know that the consequences of darling Qiao, that jinx, being stepped on by someone's tail were quite serious. 2 Jiayuans lived in each of the east and west rooms of the classic's reverence chamber. Born in the Marquis Yanwei estate, Jiayu Lu had always been plagued with illness. She basically spent most of the year recuperating in the east room of the classic's reverence chamber, so she rarely participated in banquets. As for Jiayu Huang, it was said that she was outstanding in singing and dancing when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received the great king's favor and been conferred the title of Jiayu as a mere county magistrate's daughter. However, as she grew older in recent years, the number of beauties by the great king's side also increased, so she slowly received the cold shoulder. When Arbor first heard the level 12 mystic cultivator mention the classic's reverence chamber's old nanny, she didn't have the slightest impression of her. She was also baffled when Jiayu Huang was mentioned. She had never interacted with this Jiayu before, nor did she have any enmity with her. Was her brain damaged to kidnap her mother and younger sister at Dongshen Gate? She absolutely didn't believe that there was no one behind this. Going to the classic's reverence chamber to find Jiayu Huang was one reason, and forcing the instigator out of her mouth was another. She only had these two objectives. She still wanted to escape unscathed after touching her mother and younger sister? That was truly too naive. It was already 10 minutes into the night. The two masters of the classic's reverence chamber had also washed up and planned to go to bed. But at this time a loud noise came from the west room's roof. The sound of falling tiles and bricks instantly broke the silence of the night. Jiayu, who had just laid down on the bed, quivered and abruptly sat up. For some reason, ever since she accepted the work arranged by Her Highness the noble consort, her heart had been in turmoil, and her eyelids hadn't stopped twitching the entire night. At this time, hearing the loud noise from the eaves, she was somewhat stupefied and hastily shouted toward the outer courtyard, someone quickly come. Go and see what happened. Bang! A ball-shaped person was kicked in from outside and rolled several times on the ground. Her head hit the wooden clothes rack in the bedroom and she cried out in pain. Her eyes rolled back, and she was about to faint. Who dares to trespass into this Jiayu's bedroom? Jiayu Huang put on a brave front and climbed down from the bed. She angrily shouted, her eyes wide open. Dong! Accompanied by a muffled groan, a heavy object fell to the ground. Arbor's small face slowly emerged from the dim light. His cold eyes fell on beautiful Huang, who was only wearing a white undergarment. Do you still recognize this person? She kicked the level 12 mystic cultivator who was groaning softly on the ground. The level 12 mystic cultivator exerted a bit of strength on his toes and flipped his face in front of pure Huang, revealing his ghastly pale true appearance to her. Jiayu Huang exclaimed and took a step back, trembling. There was no doubt that she had accepted it. Xiaomu was immediately angered to the point of laughter, and she coldly ordered, smash this ghastly place that harbors filth for me. Screech! Qingwan circled in the sky and abruptly swooped down after receiving its little master's order. A mouthful of icicles sprayed down from the west wing's eaves, instantly slicing off half of the eaves. Boom! The earth-shattering noise completely alarmed the royal guards patrolling outside the high walls. However, because they didn't have a transfer order, the captain of the royal guards didn't have the authority to set foot in the harem for the time being. He could only lead a team of people to watch from the other side of the wall and look at each other in dismay. That noise just now was truly too loud. It seemed to have come from the classic's reverence chamber. However, following that, 5 to 6 consecutive explosions alarmed the entire capital from top to bottom. At this moment, the old king was currently reprimanding his second son in the royal study through the night with a dark expression. The second prince knelt at the old king's feet and sang a wonderful song to express his loyalty to his royal father and the entire Mo kingdom. He was just short of vomiting blood to act it out. Suddenly, he was alarmed by the loud explosions. The great king immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" Great king! The steward eunuch, Gong Chang'an, rolled in from the outside. His face was pale as he anxiously said, Great king, it's not good. I don't know how pure Huang provoked the crown princess, but the crown princess brought such a huge mystical bird into the Reverend Cannon Hall in the middle of the night. Right now, she's angrily smashing Pure Huang's Reverend Cannon Hall. What? The great king immediately jumped up from the ground. With his hands behind his back and a solemn expression, he angrily rebuked, "Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Hurry and pass down my orders. Mobilize the royal guards to the Reverend Cannon Hall and stop the crown princess from causing trouble." "Father, father." The second prince felt that he hadn't finished his performance yet, but he saw his father leave with a solemn expression. How could this be? He had to make things clear today. Otherwise, who knew what kind of changes would happen tomorrow? Scram! The great king was furious. He directly threw a stack of letters at the second prince's face. "These letters were all personally written by you. How could there be a mistake? You greedy, stupid thing. From today onwards, you'd better reflect on your actions in the second prince's residence. Until you admit your mistakes. From today onwards, the second prince's residence will be cut off for 3 months." The great king angrily rebuked and strode out the door. The second prince was left paralyzed on the ground. He didn't even know how he left his father's study in a daze. On the other side, Pure Lu was also alarmed. She sent someone to take a look and returned to report that the crown princess had come knocking. Pure Lu was dumbfounded. She didn't attend the palace banquet today, so she didn't have the chance to see the crown princess. Just as she was about to get up and take a look, the old nanny beside her hurriedly dissuaded her. "Pure Lu, it's better if you don't go. There's a fierce fight outside right now. If you go, what if you bump into something? Wouldn't you be implicated for no reason?" That Huang Jiayu was usually arrogant and didn't put anyone in her eyes. She deserved it. Humph, just let the crown prince consort teach her a lesson so that she won't think that she's the only one in this palace apart from the noble consort. Nanny Zhang, ahem. Jiayu Lu coughed again. "Hurry and close the doors and windows." Nanny Zhang anxiously shouted and hastily helped Pure Lu lie down. "Pure Lu, listen to this old one. It's better if you don't go. It's cold and windy outside. Hurry and don't get involved in this muddy water." At this time, Pure Lu trembled in fear as if she had just been fished out of water. Her eyes were fixed on the crown princess' foot as she crushed the level 12 mystic cultivator. The crown princess was like a monster descending upon the world. Separated by the flickering candlelight, she crushed the level 12 mystic cultivator's spine inch by inch. "If you don't speak, you'll be the same as this person. Your Highness the Crown Princess, spare my life." Pure Lu knelt with a plop. All of this was ordered by Her Highness the Noble Consort. I, a tiny Pure Lu, didn't dare to disobey. "Bring me there." Arbor shouted angrily and directly picked up the trembling Pure Lu. With a whoosh, he left the Classics Reverence Hall and headed straight for the Noble Consort's Sephora Flower Palace. Shriek! Qingwan angrily rebuked and directly rained down hailstones, smashing the Classics Reverence House's west wing into smithereens. Only then did it contentedly spread its wings and chase after its little master with a whoosh. When Nanny Zhang heard the commotion outside gradually dwindle, she finally sighed in relief. She raised her embroidered handkerchief to wipe her sweat before hastily instructing the junior royal maid beside her to go investigate. When Jiayu Lu and Nanny Zhang returned, they heard that the entire west wing had been smashed to smithereens without a single intact brick or tile to be seen. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment, completely at a loss for words. Arbor carried Jiayu Huang in one hand and that level 12 mystic cultivator in the other as he made a beeline for Sephora Flower Palace. There were actually 7 to 8 junior royal maids guarding Sephora Flower Palace's entrance, and the posture of a noble consort was quite proper. How could Arbor pay attention to them? He directly leaped over the wall with the person in hand. Who dares to trespass into Sephora Flower Palace? A burst of mystic energy directly shot up from the ground towards her. Heh! Arbor sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept this mystic energy away. With a boom, it slammed into a stone stool in the small garden, immediately blasting a small and exquisite stone stool into smithereens. The expression of the royal maid who attacked turned apprehensive, and her entire body involuntarily shuddered. Mammy Su had just helped Consort Jing lie down when Consort Jing knitted her brows and shouted, "Who's making a ruckus outside?" Bang! A loud noise rang out. The four doors of Sephora Flower Palace's bedchamber were simultaneously smashed open by an enormous burst of mystic energy, turning into piles of rotten wood that fell to the ground in disarray. Consort Jing's eyes widened as she abruptly threw off the cotton blanket covering her body. Just as she ran barefoot off the bed, she was met with a gust of cold air. You! Impudent! Consort Jing's entire body trembled as she stared wide-eyed at the young lady striding over. The young lady's ice-cold appearance was like a jade statue carved in this snowy night, without the slightest hint of a smile on her face. Bam! How could Xiaomu care about noble Consort Jing's hooting? She went up and directly kicked her backwards. Consort Jing was caught off guard. Her hair was disheveled as she was kicked to the side of the bed. She stumbled and missed a step. She sprained her ankle and almost fell to the ground. With great difficulty, she reached out to hold the edge of the bed and bent over. Her pretty face was flushed with anger and her eyes were filled with rage. It was as if blood was about to drip out. Crown Prince Consort, you are too daring and presumptuous. Noble Consort Jing shouted furiously, her entire body trembling non-stop from her fury. Like a protective little beast, Xiaomu jumped in front of noble Consort Jing with a whoosh. Her icy lips tugged up as she scoffed, you think one kick is too much? Then, can you handle what's coming next? Slap. A heavy slap landed on Consort Jing's cheek. Consort Jing only felt pain on her face. It took her a while to realize that she had been slapped by the crown princess. Ah! A mere crown princess. How dare she? How dare she? Someone come quickly. Consort Jing was completely mad with anger. Her long hair was disheveled and draped over her face. Veins popped out on her forehead like a malicious spirit. Take her down. Take this slut down. Ah. I'm going to put this slut to death by 1,000 cuts, then kill all 9 generations of her family. Aha. Consort Jing was going crazy. She was completely driven mad by Arbor. She had commanded the entire harem for so many years and had always been doted on by the great king. Who dared to treat her like this? She was kicked and slapped. Ah. She was Consort Jing. He wants to put our crown princess to death by 1,000 cuts. She even wants to execute her entire clan? Does that mean that our clan will be executed as well? Even royal father and royal mother will be executed? Heh, what a majestic presence indeed. A cold voice came from outside the broken gate. The crown prince was dressed in a plain red coronet, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. There wasn't a trace of warmth in his gaze as he stared coldly at Consort Jing. He had been muddle-headed from anger at the time, but now that she thought about it, disaster really came from careless talk. Her entire body quivered as she came to her senses. This concubine didn't mean that. Consort Jing couldn't swallow her anger at all as she glared coldly at Arbor with her venomous eyes. At this moment, Mammy Sue straightened her back and bowed. She braved the danger of being put to death by 1,000 cuts by the crown prince and said in a low voice, Your Highness, the crown prince's late-night visit to Sephora Flower Palace is indeed improper. Just now, Her Highness made a slip of the tongue, so I hope Your Highness the crown prince won't take it to heart. The crown prince's icy gaze landed on Mammy Sue. What do you think, your noble consort's disgusting, powdered face is worth looking at? Our clan is here to pick up our crown princess. Wherever our crown princess is, our clan will be there. A tiny Sephora Flower Palace wants to block our path? Our clan can order people to smash your Sephora Flower Palace to pieces with just a few words. Someone, drag this old hag out and beat her to death. 2 pitch-black figures immediately appeared beside the trembling Mammy Sue. The crown prince's cold voice said indifferently, seeing Young-hee, it's time for our servants and palace maids to be replaced. They've all been raised to the point where they can't tell who's the master and who's the servant. Drag her out. An eyesore. No. Your Highness, please forgive my reverend mother. She didn't mean it, she didn't mean to contradict your Highness. Consort Jing immediately panicked. She rushed forward and hugged Mammy Sue's waist. This was an old nanny who had been by her side for so many years. Usually, she relied on this nanny to give her advice and ideas. She had followed her into the palace since the gay courtyard, and followed her from a young he to a meteoric rise to become Consort Jing's personal nanny. If Mammy Su was killed by the crown prince, it was undeniable that Consort Jing's arm would be broken. It would be excruciatingly painful. The crown prince stepped forward and held Arbor's small hand. He coldly glanced at the two guards in black. What? You can't even drag a weak old woman? Yes. The hidden guard's entire body trembled, and he hastily exerted more strength, directly pushing aside the incessantly crying noble Consort Jing and throwing her to the side. He then dragged Nanny Su, whose eyes were flickering continuously, outside. Suddenly, a powerful mystic energy exploded from Mammy Su's body, and she abruptly pushed aside one of the guards. The crown prince's lips curled slightly. He raised his finger, and 5 streaks of fire shot towards Mammy Su's face like crafty little snakes. The great king has arrived. The eunuchs and palace maids who had rolled into a pile outside the palace hurriedly cried out, Great king, hurry and save Her Highness the noble consort. Her Highness the noble consort is about to be beaten to death by the crown princess. Ah! How could Mammy Su resist Mo Lian's fire spirit? She was hit head-on by a beam of fire. Her entire body flew up and fiercely crashed into the flower caltrop cabinet. Bang! After a loud sound, the flower caltrop cabinet exploded, and the falling pieces of wood buried Nanny Su in a messy manner. Nonsense, nonsense! The great king angrily berated, Why aren't you stopping? Consort Jing, who was shouting Mammy Su, suddenly turned around and threw herself at the old great king with tears streaming down her face. Great king! This concubine doesn't know what wrong I've done to deserve such humiliation from the crown princess. She sobbed uncontrollably, and her palm-sized face was as delicate and alluring as raindrops on a banana leaf. Arbor expressionlessly stepped forward and kicked the trembling Pure Huang in front of the great king. That kick was so nimble that the great king, Gong Chang'an, and the other imperial guardsmen couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Ah! Great king! Great king! Save me, great king! Pure Huang trembled all over as she scrambled to hug the old great king's leg. What the hell is going on? The great king watched his 2 concubines cry so miserably, and his old face almost couldn't hold it together. Huang Jiayu has already confessed. Arbor expressionlessly said with a stoic face, It was Yung He who sent a dozen people to kidnap my mother and younger sister outside Dongshen Gate. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I naturally have to find the mastermind behind the scenes to settle things. As the saying goes, if there's a grudge, then there's a grudge, and there's a grudge. I presume that the great king is reasonable and won't stop me from taking revenge for kidnapping my mother and sister. The great king glared at Consort Jing. Consort Jing promptly knelt down and sobbed softly, Great king, how could this concubine do such a thing? This concubine simply doesn't know what the crown princess is talking about. Why would this concubine kidnap her mother and younger sister? What grudge or enmity does this concubine have with the Marquis of Jiayuan that this concubine must do such a thing after the small banquet? So you're saying that you won't admit it? Qiaomu coldly curled her lips as she swept her gaze towards the uncontrollably trembling Pure Huang. I didn't do anything. Even if you are the high and mighty crown princess, you can't force this concubine to admit to something I didn't do. Noble Consort Jing insisted that she hadn't done it before, so she couldn't help but sneer in her mind. This little lass still wants to fight with me? This time, I'll let you know that it's useless to just open your mouth and bite. Can you produce any evidence? What a joke. What do you have to say? The great king's face darkened as he glared at Huang Jiayu. Shivering, Huang Jiayu raised her head and saw Consort Jing shooting a piercing cold glare at her from the corner of her eye. Her whole body shivered and she immediately sobered up. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Consort Jing was. If she dared to bite her in front of the great king, even if she managed to survive today, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive tomorrow or the day after, and her entire family would definitely suffer. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but harden her heart. She rolled and crawled in front of the great king and slightly raised her face, revealing her most beautiful side to the great king. Huang Jiayu was sorrowful and delicate as she cried weakly, Great king, this concubine has been wronged. This concubine also doesn't know why the crown princess brought a stranger to this concubine's classics reverence hall and insisted that this concubine admit that it was Her Highness the imperial consort who sent people to kidnap her mother and sister. Huang Jiayu, you better think carefully before you speak, the crown prince coldly said, his gaze as if he was looking at a corpse. Huang Jiayu's body involuntarily trembled more and more violently. She sobbed loudly as she crawled in front of the great king and cried, "Great king, this concubine really didn't do anything. This concubine can swear to the heavens that if I sent people to kidnap Her Highness the crown princess mother and sister, let this concubine be burned by heavenly fire and die a horrible death." Arbor coldly glanced at this woman. I originally had no enmity with you, but today you just had to reach out to my family. I will definitely not let this matter rest. How could I not hold back against you bunch of demons and monsters? Could it be that you two really think that I don't have evidence? That I'll let you casually accuse me in front of the great king? As soon as Arbor's cold voice fell, pure Jade Huang couldn't help but tremble all over. She cast a panicked glance at Consort Xing, but was fiercely glared back at by the imperial consort. Calm down. Don't be caught by a few words from this little girl. Consort Jing's sharp gaze swept over pure Jade Huang as she thought to herself, what kind of concrete evidence could a damned little girl have? I'm afraid that you've never known that there's something called a listening talisman in this world. Arbor turned over her finger, revealing a white jade tablet that was as thick as 3 fingers. I'll let you listen to what you said to me just now. Arbor's cold words left pure Jade Huang's body, as if someone had sucked all the strength out of her body, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground. What kind of person was this crown prince consort? How could she be so meticulous? Why didn't she leave her any way out? This listening talisman wasn't drawn by Arbor. With her current talisman power, it was impossible for her to draw talisman characters on the jade tablet. Of course, even if she learned how to make a listening talisman, with her pragmatic nature, she probably wouldn't draw such a useless talisman. This very rare jade talisman was coincidentally found in a shop in Anshan town when she and her parents escaped from the village and headed for Anshan town. She had always thrown it in a corner of Paradise Planet, occasionally taking it out to study it until the 4th piece of the golden talisman jade tome was opened. She vaguely knew that this jade tablet was likely a jade talisman sealed with a special talisman power. The talisman master who drew this jade talisman had very profound talisman power. She used her own talisman power to open the talisman and spent a lot of effort. Afterwards, she studied it many times and found that this should be a very rare listening talisman. There was also a passage recorded in the jade talisman. Of course, after she memorized it, she naturally erased it. This listening talisman could now be used by her. This kind of jade talisman was usually sold to wealthy people. Legend has it that there was a prince who loved the voice of a prostitute. He bought 10 jade talismans for listening to music and asked the prostitute to play the zither and sing. Each jade talisman was engraved with the woman's voice. Thus, every day, the prince would excitedly hide in a secluded place and quietly listen to the music of the female singers, intoxicated by it day and night. In the end, when his valiant wife found out about this, she immediately ordered hundreds of servants to smash the brothel into smithereens. She even dragged the singer out of the brothel and beat her up on the street. From then on, her face was disfigured to the point that even her parents couldn't recognize her. Other than that, the jade talisman had no other practical uses. But in reality, it could still come in handy occasionally, such as now. Arbor's finger lightly brushed over the jade talisman, and the level 12 mystic cultivator's pained voice was heard. It was the classics reverence chamber's virtuous Huang, the old nanny beside her who contacted me. She wanted me to control Madame Qiao and second Miss first, then think of a way to transfer them out of the capital and find a place to sell them. Mo Lian's eyes were overflowing with anger, and she kicked virtuous Huang. Do you have anything else to say? Soon, virtuous Huang's trembling voice was heard again. It was Her Highness the noble consort's orders. I'm just a small virtuous jade, so I don't dare to disobey. In this palace, I'm afraid that only you, Yonghe, are worthy of the title of noble consort. Arbor's cold gaze shifted to Consort Xing, causing her to shiver for no reason. Consort Xing couldn't help but be inwardly alarmed. This little girl had already dug a hole long ago and was waiting for them to jump in before lazily taking out the evidence in her hands. How could she be so scheming? Was this still a 14 or 15-year-old girl? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this kind of scheming person was someone who had decades of experience. Young-hee, what else do you have to say? Mo Lian angrily rebuked, then suddenly pulled out a slender, jet-black sword and pointed it at Consort Xing. You vicious woman. How did my mother-in-law and the others offend you? You're actually so vicious as to want to sell them off? Consort Jing's pupils abruptly contracted and she hurriedly rolled to the Great King's feet. She hugged the Great King's leg and cried in a delicate voice, Great King ah. I really didn't know about this. How could you push this onto me just based on a few words from little sister Huang? Handsome Huang. Consort Jing cried to the heavens as she turned around and angrily shouted at handsome Huang, how could you be so shameless? You're randomly pinning some unrelated matter onto this consort. Speak. Why did you do this? Consort Jing's beautiful eyes revealed a vicious glint as she looked at handsome Huang. Her thin lips moved slightly as she faintly spat out a person's name. Handsome Huang's shoulders immediately collapsed. She was like a doll that had been poked by someone as her entire body went limp and weak on the ground. That was her father's name. Consort Jing was using her entire family's lives to threaten her. This woman's methods were extremely vicious. If she didn't continue acting as she said today, her entire family would definitely be slaughtered tomorrow. Handsome Huang finally felt a deep sense of regret at this moment. Why? Why was she so stupid? Why did she have to get involved in this mess between the crown princess and Consort Xing? Wouldn't it have been better to learn from Jiu Liu and live a peaceful life in the classics Reverend Hall? She had to learn from others at her age and still fight for favor. She even had the delusion that she could gain the favor of the Great King by relying on noble consort. Pathetic. Pathetic. Pathetic ah! Handsome Huang clenched her teeth and hardened her heart as she looked at the old Great King, then suddenly stood up and slammed her head against a nearby pillar. I did all of this. It was me who was jealous of Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort. She was high and mighty and was doted on by the Crown Prince. It's me who wants to deal with the Crown Prince Consort and make her suffer. And because I have a grudge with the Imperial concubine, I decided to push the blame to the Imperial concubine. It's me. It's all me. It's of these things of pigs. I should atone for my sins with my death. I hope that the Great King will let me take responsibility for my own actions and not implicate my family. Boom. Handsome Huang hardened her heart and slammed her head against the pillar. She died immediately, so fast that no one could react. Arbor couldn't help but frown deeply. In the inner court of the Imperial Palace, there was really one thing after another. Consort Xing hugged the Great King's leg and gently exhaled. She stole a glance at Arbor, her bright red lips slightly raised as she gave Arbor a provocative look. All of a sudden, Mo Lian abruptly moved, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards noble Consort Xing's neck without any explanation. Consort Xing was so scared that her face turned pale. She scrambled into the Great King's arms and said in a trembling voice, Great King, Great King. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to kill his concubine mother. Killing a wicked person like you who brings calamity to the country is to punish evil and punish evil. To uphold the righteous path. Mo Lian's sword was already at Consort Jing's neck like a bolt of lightning. Consort Jing shrieked and squeezed desperately into the Great King's arms. She felt a chill on the back of her head, and when she touched it with her hand, she realized that a strand of her hair had been severed by the sword chi. Consort Jing nearly fainted as she hugged the Great King tightly and wailed, Great King, save me, Great King. The Great King hurriedly hugged his beloved consort and reached out to shake her frantically. He repeatedly shouted, My king. My king, oh, my king. Mo Lian's expression darkened as she coldly glared at her old father who was blocking her. Move aside. Everyone, Great Crown Prince, there's something wrong with your tone. My king. The Great King hurriedly pushed his beloved consort behind him and tried to smooth things over. Put your sword away, put it away, put it away. Put it away and speak, my king. The Great King shielded Consort Jing and retreated a few steps. Then, he felt that he was a little cowardly in front of his son and daughter-in-law, so he quickly puffed out his chest and rebuked angrily, ridiculous. Crown Prince, how can you draw your sword at your concubine mother for no reason? You're really too In any case, put your sword away for us right now. Hurry. Seeing that Mo Lian was unmoved, the great king couldn't maintain his composure any longer and hurriedly ran forward. Mo Lian could only put away his sword with an indescribable expression when he saw this muddle-headed royal father of his who was charging straight into his sword. My king. That's right, if there's anything, let's talk about it openly. We're all family, so there's nothing to hide. The great king heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the crown princess, whose expression was bone-chillingly cold and without a trace of warmth. Cough. The great king was at a loss for words as he looked at her expressionless face. With great difficulty, he organized his words and said in a low voice, Crown Princess, you've seen it for yourself. Huang Jiayu has already admitted her guilt. She admitted that she sent people to kidnap your mother and sister and slandered the imperial concubine. This matter has nothing to do with my beloved concubine, so let's just drop it. Arbor coldly glanced at the great king and walked out without saying a word. The great king's heart skipped a beat. He felt that his daughter-in-law's condescending gaze just now was simply too stifling. Screech. The Qingwan that pounced down from the sky made all the hairs on the imperial army's body stand on end. They entered a state of full alert. Smash this filthy place for me. Xiaomu shouted angrily. Qingwan suddenly spat out a mouthful of frost towards Consort Jing's bedroom. Suddenly, like a hailstorm, all of it rushed down. The entire roof was smashed into a sieve by this terrifying gust of wind, snow, and frost. Rubble fell from the holes in the roof. The imperial army hastily protected the great king and the imperial concubine as they rushed out of the bedroom. The crown princess leaped onto Qingwan's back and looked down on the common people. Her voice was unprecedentedly cold and frigid. Yonghe. Today, I'll give the crown prince face and let you off. If you do it again in the future. I don't care if you're the heavenly emperor or the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures, I want your entire family to die without a burial ground. Just like this palace. Boom. As her voice fell, Consort Jing was at a loss for what to do. Her eyes bulged as she looked behind her. She saw that the perfectly fine Sephora Flower Palace's main hall and bedroom had been completely pulverized in a matter of seconds and turned into rubble. The old great king clutched his chest in shock. Lord Father, look after your concubine well. Don't make a single mistake. Mo Lian coldly threw down these words and leaped to the little fellow's side. She raised her hands to pull her into her embrace and patted her comfortingly. Qingwan let out a long cry and then flapped its huge wings, carrying the crown prince and crown princess back to the eastern palace. Consort Jing only dared to let out a long sigh of relief when she saw that the two were far away. She delicately laid in the great king's embrace and cried, Great king ah! Look at that crown prince. Even his concubine is so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He doesn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. That's how that couple tortures me, their concubine mother, ah. Woo-woo, great king, you have to uphold justice for Xianxia. Great king. The old great king's head hurt from her noise and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He fiercely shook off Yonghe's hand and flung her to the ground. Don't think that this humble one doesn't know what you've done. This humble one was giving you face in front of the crown princess just now. The old great king angrily reprimanded, that Huang Jiayu is clearly one of your people. You still won't admit it? Look at what kind of foolish thing you've done. Ah. Why did you go and capture the crown princess's mother and sister for no reason? Ah? You're just looking for trouble. If it wasn't for little 15's sake, this humble one wouldn't have bothered to save you just now. This humble one just doesn't want little 15 to lose her mother's care at such a young age. Great king. I'm innocent ah. Great king. Consort Jing cried until tears fell like pear blossoms, her delicate body trembling. She walked a few steps on her knees and knelt in front of the old great king as she cried, Great king. No matter what, Xianxia is still the crown prince and crown princess's concubine mother. How can they treat me like this? Disrespecting one's concubine mother is unfilial. The crown prince and the crown princess were the role models of the world, the people of the crown prince and crown princess. How could they disregard etiquette, justice, integrity, and honor and do this to their stepmother ah? Ah, great king, Xianxia's reputation has been completely swept to the ground by the crown princess's antics. How am I supposed to help Her Majesty manage the 6 palaces in the future? Then there's no need for you to help. The great king waved his hand and shouted angrily. In an instant, Consort Jing's voice was drowned out. She raised her teary eyes and stared blankly at the old great king, as if she didn't understand what the old great king meant. Men, draft the decree. Madame Jing did not respect the crown prince and was spoiled and rude. Due to her immoral conduct, she will be demoted to Consort Jing from today onwards. She was stripped of her right to manage the 6 palaces and temporarily handed it over to He Jiaoyi. I hope that Consort Jing will properly repent in the palace and not take half a step out of the palace without our orders for a month. After saying this, the old great king turned around in a huff and was about to leave. Consort Jing almost fainted on the ground, but Mammy Su, who had hurried over, supported her body. Consort Jing wept to the heavens as she hugged the great king's leg and repeatedly shouted, "Great king, great king. Please retract your orders, great king. Xianxia knows her wrongs, great king. Great king." Although Xianxia is in the wrong, is the crown princess not in the wrong? She flouted the palace rules and barged into Xianxia's Sephora flower palace and smashed the bedchamber into pieces. How can this kind of crown princess shoulder the heavy burden of being the nation's future mother? Ah! Great king, great king. The old great king was so angry that he kicked Consort Jing away and said angrily, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You clearly knew that the husband and wife weren't to be trifled with, so why did you insist on arguing with them? It's great now. You've made a big fuss and become a laughingstock in court. You better properly stay in Sephora Flower Palace and reflect on yourself. Don't come out if you haven't realized your wrongs." The great king was so angry that he didn't even mention the 1-month deadline. It was as if he wanted to banish Consort Jing to the cold palace and keep her in Sephora Flower Palace to reflect on her actions. Mammy Su shuddered in fright when she heard the meaning behind the great king's words. She hastily crawled forward to cover Consort Jing's mouth and dissuaded her in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't say any more, Your Highness. Your Highness, quickly kowtow and express your gratitude." Consort Jing finally fainted. When the news reached the queen's central palace, it was already past midnight. The queen hastily got up to change her clothes and was about to visit the crown prince in the eastern palace, but she was stopped by the mama by her side. "Consort Jing has been demoted to Consort Jing, Your Highness." Her personal mama, Huaxian, pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This crown princess is really something. Sigh, that child, Wang I don't even know where he found such a wife. That stoic face really worries me to death." The queen sighed. "This child of mine has always been willful and unbridled in front of his father. This is great. He married a wife who's even more willful and unbridled than him. Io, the days from now on are going to be lively." Her personal palace maid, Xiang, giggled and consoled the queen. "The crown prince and crown princess are both sentimental people. The great king must know this." The queen pointed at Xiang and laughed along. "Mama, look at this mouth of Xiang's. She's clearly just being willful and unbridled, but in her mouth, it becomes a compliment. What sentimental person, ha ha ha." Sigh. "Your Highness, the children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. This old servant feels that you shouldn't meddle in this matter tonight." The old mama said, "The great king must still be in a fit of anger right now." This servant also heard that the great king summoned the second prince to the imperial study at 10 o'clock tonight. The old mama lowered her voice and whispered into Empress Zhao's ear. The queen nodded. This Consort Jing is really strange. Why was she so impatient to make a move on the crown princess's mother and sister at Dongshan Gate? This doesn't match her usual cautious demeanor. This servant heard that His Highness the Crown Prince even affectionately called the Crown Princess's mother. His Highness and the Crown Princess escorted them all the way out of the second gate, but for some reason, they were ambushed at Dongshan Gate. When the queen heard this, she immediately snorted. "I don't usually see that child being so intimate with me." The maids covered their mouths and snickered. The king princess's mothers, Consort Jing shunt to sleep, Consorts SSS right. This SSSS. The court officials who were well informed naturally received the news as well, and they clicked their tongues in amazement. From what they knew, Consort Jing had enjoyed unfailing favor for many years. Who would have thought that she would be so unlucky tonight when she met the crown princess? Even her Shocked by the change in the court's direction, the officials all sent letters to their sons at home, earnestly warning them not to mention it. After Arbor returned to the Eastern Palace, although her face was expressionless, Mo Lian knew that she was still angry. Mo Lian raised his hand and called, "Supper." "This servant is here. Didn't you say that He summoned the Jing estate's second steward today? Go find out what's his cause." The crown prince ordered. "Yes. This servant will go immediately." "Darling, don't be angry. We'll secretly take revenge." Mo Lian hugged his little wife and stroked her hair. "I'll write you a monthly ticket tomorrow. I've already sent people to send mother and second sister back to the Chao estate. They also suffered a bit of a fright today, so let them rest well. We'll visit them tomorrow," Mo Lian said as he hugged his little wife. "Jojo, blame me for being careless. I didn't send more people to escort them back." Arbor shook her head. "How would you know that He is so unscrupulous that she dared to lay a hand on my mother outside Dongshen Gate?" With that, she looked up at the man. "Mo Lian, I won't let her off so easily." Mo Lian hastily nodded and said, "All right. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Since royal father is stopping us from touching her, it's the same as taking revenge in secret. I'll have Xiaoyi find out first, then we'll haggle over this further." Only then did Arbor feel a bit better. She nodded and said, "This Her Highness Jing is truly too much of a bully. If she couldn't help but lay a hand on my mother and sister because of a quarrel between us, then she's too narrow-minded. She thinks that you're like those people in the palace, that she can do whatever she wants to you. That's good too. Give her a lesson she'll never forget." Mo Lian's lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Don't let her misunderstand that no one in this world can control her. Jojo, you must be tired from today's torment. Rest early. Oh, that's right, give me your broken ferrule and debeo. I'll see if I can repair it." "It can be repaired?" Arbor's eyes suddenly brightened. "It should be possible." Mo Lian couldn't help but feel very happy when he saw a glimmer of light appear on her face. He raised his hand to pinch her little face and said, "I obtained a top-grade material earlier. I reckon that not only can it be repaired, it might even improve by leaps and bounds." "What leaps and bounds?" Darling Xiao was curious. But the crown prince didn't say anything and only reached out to tease her little face. "You'll know after I give it to you." "Okay." Xiaomu was in high spirits as she handed the ferrule and big treasure to Mo Lian. "I'm not in a hurry either. Take your time." "I know." Mo Lian's gaze was deep and gentle. "Also, can you make me a wooden club? Usually, when I meet someone who doesn't have eyes, I'll hit him with a wooden club. That way, I won't have to use my ferrule all the time." Xiaomu suddenly had an idea. The corner of Huifeng's mouth twitched slightly. "All right." Sure enough, the crown prince agreed without any moral integrity. "Do you want to add some thorns to the club?" "Yes, yes. Add some barbs. It'll definitely feel good to smash it." The little guy's ferocious eyes lit up again. They were as black as two boundless stars. What a strange scene. Huifeng stared at this pair of savage goods in disbelief. They were currently discussing in high spirits how to perfectly forge that club. The little girl was born ferocious, and His Highness had led the little girl astray without knowing it. Did His Highness' conscience not hurt? "Let's go." Mo Lian's voice brought our dear Huifeng back to his senses, and he hurriedly followed the crown prince out of the bedchamber. "Huifeng, what was that expression on your face earlier? You don't agree with this crown prince's actions?" The crown prince asked calmly. Huifeng really wanted to be like Hidden Flower and fawningly say to His Highness the Crown Prince, "Of course not. This subordinate thinks that everything your highness does is right." But he really wasn't that shameless, so he could only harumph, and no, your highness. The crown prince nodded with his hands behind his back. "That's the best. If you do, I'll immediately send you away." Huifeng inexplicably felt a chill on the back of his neck, and he turned to glance at the night. "The Mei Chem, it must be because the night wind has gotten stronger. Your Highness, are we still going back to the study? Mo Lian turned to glance at the slightly dimmed light in the bedchamber and sighed at the night. Tough life. Who knows when I'll be able to openly enter the room, Your Highness. Huifeng was too embarrassed to ridicule His Highness when he saw how reluctant he was to part with her. My lord, it's just one night of not seeing the little miss. You'll report in on time tomorrow morning. Do you have to make it look like a parting of life and death? Ah, poo poo poo. There's no parting of life and death. Let's go. Mo Lian listlessly stuffed her hands into her sleeves and pitifully turned to leave. Cold winds blew the entire way, and her back was bleak as she stumbled across a thick layer of snow. Huifeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he thought, what am I acting for? The little miss isn't even here, you're acting so well, and the little miss can't see it at all, so she definitely won't keep you. How is the study inconvenient for you? With your cultivation, you can reach the study in 3 seconds if you fly normally. Yet you have to walk like a tortoise, so you have to stagger through the snow. The small bedroom in the study has already been filled with bathing water, filled with charcoal, and brewed with hot tea. What's missing from you? Not long after Mo Lian left, a crack opened in the bedchamber's window, and Darling Qiao's large eyes peered out from the crack. A trace of snow drifted into her eyes as the cold wind of the snowy night blew. So cold, she narrowed her eyes slightly and closed the window before hopping onto the bed and covering herself with the blankets again. However, she couldn't get the Crown Prince's pitiful back view out of her mind. If it's still snowing too late tomorrow, shouldn't she chase him to the study to sleep? It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay the night, right? She wondered if the study was warm or not. This was his bedchamber to begin with, but she had taken over the magpie's nest the moment she came. Tomorrow, our dear Qiao Mu hugged the blankets and turned over, curling up and falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Arbor was woken up by a series of squeaking noises. He opened his eyes and was momentarily at a loss. 3 thumb-sized black-winged butterflies fluttered towards her. They're back. Qiao Mu immediately opened her blankets and sat up, somewhat sober. Little master, little master. Xiao Zhao's crisp voice rang in her ears. The mansion you asked me to investigate has been bustling with activity these past 2 days. Hurry up and tell me, Arbor urged as he put on his clothes. That family has been making a ruckus since the night before yesterday, Xiao said briskly. First, a thief broke into the mansion and snuck into the study to steal something. He was caught red-handed. Last night, there was even more drama going on. A group of people came to the mansion, saying that they got the news and wanted to catch the big thieves. The one who stole from the study? Yes, that's him. But is it that easy to search the second prince's residence? Arbor was stunned. The residence that she had asked Butterfly to keep an eye on was the second prince's residence. Ha, that official who went to investigate was really arrogant. He said that the big thief stole something from the imperial concubine and came to investigate after getting wind of it. Without any explanation, he searched that person's residence from top to bottom. Xiao smiled happily. Butterfly said that they didn't find anything. That big thief actually disappeared in the end. What a joke. Arbor's small hand paused in the middle of wiping her face. But she heard that the unlucky second prince had already been detained last night. Xiao chirped, in that whatever prince's study, they found a large stack of letters. Oh, they even caught someone. As they were speaking, Mo Lian walked in. Seeing that Arbor was already up, she couldn't help but walk over with smiling eyes. You're up so early. Why aren't you greeting anyone? It's not like I can't take care of myself, Arbor muttered and finished wiping her small face. Mo Lian pulled her over. I'll comb your hair. You know how to? No, I'll learn. Forget it. Don't mess around. Arbor hurriedly wanted to call Xiao, but Mo Lian pulled her over to sit on a small round stool in front of the mirror. Jojo, it's snowing heavily outside today, and some roads are closed. Let's wait for the snow to stop before going back tomorrow or the day after. It's snowing heavily? The little fellow tilted her head and looked outside, but she couldn't see clearly through the heavy beads and brocade curtains. He turned her small head back and straightened it in front of the mirror, then he combed her hair twice in a decent manner. It's windy and snowing heavily, so let's not go out. Mo Lian casually combed her hair into a homey hairstyle. Looking at it in the mirror, it actually looked quite decent. How is it? The man couldn't help but feel a little smug. Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. What exactly did you do at the second prince's place yesterday? Is that notorious bandit the day before yesterday related to you? How could I be related to that notorious bandit? Mo Lian looked innocent and was even a little indignant when talking about this matter. That notorious bandit is quite famous on Seacombe Planet. He's called Thief Sage Ding Ting Ding or something. He can steal anything from his target. Arbor couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What Ding Ting Ding? I'm the one who's talking about that. Mo Lian simply reached out to hug her and rubbed her head with a grin. It's not Ding Ting Ding. It's Ding Ting Ding. He sat at the table, dipped his finger in the tea, and wrote 3 words. Oh, what did Ding Ting Ding do to make the crown prince so disdainful? Mo Lian giggled, hugging her little fellow as she laughed. This Ding Ting Ding almost ruined my plans. I sent someone to put something in second brother's study. Let's write letters. The little guy rolled his eyes. You already know. Mo Lian looked down at her. Who knew that Ding Ting Ding had been hiding in second brother's study all this time? Later on, he even deliberately got caught by second brother. Doesn't that mean he witnessed you finding someone to frame the second prince? Arbor's face suddenly turned serious. Mo Lian smiled. What do you mean by framing me? Those letters are real. It's just that he wasn't in the study before. Second brother has colluded with a descendant of the West Zhou Kingdom and hid him in the second prince's residence. Later on, Lord Ge found him and caught him red-handed. This can't be wrong. That Lord Ge, how did he happen to receive the news and rush to the second prince's residence? Arbor glanced askance at the crown prince. I just had someone leak the news that Ding Ting Ding was in the second prince's residence. Naturally, someone couldn't sit still and jumped out for me, the crown prince said with a smile. Xiaoyao came in with a row of junior royal maids to set the table. When she saw her 2 masters stuck together again, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in secret amusement. Ding Ting Ding really ran away. He's very good at running. The crown prince harumphed, his expression displeased. Lao that idiot, really thought he could catch him. But now, Lao won't let this Ding Ting Ding go and justified himself in front of royal father, saying that the letters were all Ding Ting Ding's doing. It's just that how could his handwriting be fake? Your father is so muddle-headed, he might actually believe it. Arbor pursed her lips in exasperation. The crown prince chuckled and kissed her on the cheek. Good darling, you shouldn't doubt it. My muddle-headed father has a rather accurate grasp of right and wrong when it comes to major issues. Arbor was non-committal. The 2 of them held hands as they went to eat. Xiaoyao interrupted from the side and said in an indignant tone, Miss, this servant heard that Consort Jing fell ill from anger. She was in a daze from her illness, but she kept yelling that her chest hurt because of Mississippi. Arbor rolled her eyes and drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge with a spoon. What a senseless trick. Didn't the great king order her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors? Why did the news still spread? What kind of closed door is this? What mistakes is she reflecting on? That's right. The crown prince immediately nodded, fully supporting his wife. Someone, send more people to heavily guard Consort Jing's Sephora Flower Palace. If you continue to spread false information, I will hold you responsible. Reflecting on her mistakes behind closed doors is such a light punishment, and it's all thanks to your muddle-headed father for punishing her. Arbor became a bit angry again as she spoke. Xiaoyao was already used to her Mrs. tone, but none of the royal maids beside her were used to it. Who would criticize the great king in front of the crown prince like this? The crown princess was truly shockingly bold. However, the crown prince and sister Xiaoyao's expressions were boundlessly calm and unperturbed. It was evident that the crown princess was already used to shooting her mouth off in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. The group of junior royal maids were all people who acted according to the situation. They all silently warned themselves to keep their mouths shut and look down, not daring to say anything. My lord, Xiaoyi is back. Huifeng entered to report. Mo Lian raised her head and said to the palace maids, you may leave. With the exception of Peony, all of the junior palace maids retreated. Xiaoya's dark figure appeared at the door like a ghost. He knelt on one knee and bowed, "Greetings to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess." "Get up," the Crown Prince asked anxiously, beckoning him over. "How's the investigation going?" "Just as your highness expected." Xiaoyi said seriously. The second steward of the Jing estate wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. He's here to offer medicine to Consort Jing. It's said that a merchant family obtained a beautifying pill. Now, the second steward of the Jing estate should be plotting how to get his hands on it. The Jing family has always been ruthless. The Crown Prince frowned. "It's just a tiny beautifying pill. Yonghe wouldn't go so far as to kill an entire family for it, right?" Arbor disdainfully pursed his lips. Huifeng and Xiaoyi both discreetly glanced at the Crown Princess, only to feel that the little girl's eyes truly revealed a thick sense of disdain and mockery. That was because she looked down on this beautifying pill, right? "It's hard to say, Crown Princess. The Jing estate's actions have always been ruthless, just as your highness said. In order to curry favor with Consort Jing, they'll do anything," Xiaoyao hastily said. "Mo Lian, I have a way to secretly retaliate against this Yonghe." Arbor's lips curled into a scornful sneer as he hatched a plan. Huifeng and Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel that it was better if the Crown Princess didn't smile. This stiff sneer that tugged at the corners of her lips caused chills to run down her spine. It was as if a knife had slashed the corner of an ice sculpture's mouth, suddenly splitting it open. The cold laughter was so lifeless that it made people shudder uncontrollably. Mo Lian leaned in to listen, gently gazing at this little person as she listened. The two subordinates couldn't help but shudder again. They felt that the Crown Prince Consort wouldn't be saying anything good right now, but just from the Crown Prince's expression, it was as though the Crown Prince was listening to the Crown Prince Consort's warm and gentle voice as she spoke of her true feelings. It was a very strange scene. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and continued to eat happily, not caring about the mood of their two subordinates who were looking at each other. Arbor wiped her small mouth. "I'll go to the garden to use the summoning talisman in a bit." Ever since she summoned Weak Chicken, it was useless no matter how she tried. She couldn't summon any ferocious beasts, thus, she suspected that the summoning talisman couldn't summon an unlimited number of beasts. Perhaps it was related to her own talisman energy. For example, after she summoned a strange permanent Qingluan as a beginner talisman practitioner, she might have already reached the limit of her talisman practitioner level. Thus, if someone else used the summoning talisman she made and summoned a beast higher than her current intermediate talisman practitioner level, they might not have the chance to summon anything else. Even if she gave that person a bunch of summoning talismans, it would be useless. She used to naively dream of summoning a bunch of beasts and leading them to crush the enemy. Now, it looked like it was purely a dream. "It's snowing heavily outside, little master," Xiaoyao couldn't help but say. "It's fine, it'll only take a while." Arbor shook her head. "Although it's snowing heavily outside, the scenery isn't bad. Let's go together after eating," Mo Lian said with a smile. The two ate breakfast around a small stove in the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. On the other side, Qiao Zhongheng, Su Jiao, and Granny Niu had already holed up in the rundown temple for more than 3 days. This was poles apart from Su Jiao's original plan of Qiao Zhongbang begging and kneeling to invite elderly lady and their family back to the Marquise estate in less than 3 days. It could even be said that Su Jiao couldn't understand why Qiao Zhongbang was so heartless this time. Granny Niu and her family huddled in front of the bonfire. Their tattered jackets couldn't block the wind at all. Other than them, there were a few other families living in the corners of the dilapidated temple. Those families had arrived early and had already occupied the advantageous positions in the dilapidated temple. What was left for Su Jiao and the others was near the dilapidated temple's entrance, and there was even a hole in the ceiling. The cold wind outside whistled, and there was even snow floating above their heads. It was so cold that the group of people were frozen into pitiable dogs. As soon as Su Jiao entered the rundown temple, she made her husband kick up a fuss, wanting to snatch a good place to squat. In the end, there were 2 body refinement disciples from 2 of the clans, and they worked together to beat up Qiao Zhongheng. Instantly, the meddlesome couple cowered and didn't dare to say anything. Granny Niu was flipping a small pot. The soup inside was very clear, with only 2 vegetable leaves floating in it. The porridge was as thin as water. Even so, the group of people around her were still swallowing their saliva and staring at her with stars in their eyes. Didn't you say that your uncle would come to pick up that old woman in 2 days? Why was there no sound at all? Did you leak the news of this old woman being here to the Marquis Estates people or not? Granny Nyo cast a sidelong glance at elderly Lady Chow, who was lying on the side, and grinned disdainfully. How could I not? Su Jiao was also so anxious that a string of bubbles formed at the corner of her mouth. Granny Nyo humphed. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for her coveting the Marquis Estate's glory and wealth and wanting to establish a relationship with the Marquis Estate through Su Jiao, she wouldn't be willing to share her food with them. Continue at night. Don't rush me, I can't fly. I just got off work and am still on the way. Update at night at least 10:30 p.m. The porridge with 2 vegetable leaves floating in the small pot began to boil. Pairs of eyes stared fixedly and impatiently. When Granny Nyo took the small pot down from the firewood rack, eldest brother Wei and his wife, as well as their son, had already impatiently rushed up to scoop the porridge. When it was Chow Zhongheng's family of 3's turn, there really was only a mouthful of soup left, and it was unknown whose stomach it could fill. The couple could only reluctantly let their precious son eat. Mom, I'm about to starve to death. Xiao Long drank a mouthful of soup and felt his stomach rumble. Rubbing his starving stomach, Xiao Long recalled the various pastries that were placed on the table when he barged into the Marquis' estate. He regretted that he didn't rush up to grab a few pieces to fill his stomach before arguing with them. Sigh, when your father finds a job as a guard, he'll have food to eat. He wouldn't be able to take it if he continued to starve. It looked like he could only fill his stomach with dirt first. Elderly Lady Chow lay on the ground covered with withered grass and groaned. Su Jiao shot her a glance and simply couldn't vent her anger. This D*MN old hag truly had a precious life. These past few days, she had been ordering her around all day, and she had to serve her food, drink, and poop. She was simply an old good-for-nothing. After all, elderly lady had enjoyed several years of peace and quiet, so how could she endure this kind of hardship? On the first night of arriving at the rundown temple, she started coughing because she caught a cold from the wind. Her illness didn't seem to improve these past 2 days, and she kept mumbling about returning to the Marquis' estate in a daze, which annoyed Su Jiao. While she was unconscious, Su Jiao still had to serve her poop, which disgusted Su Jiao to no end. However, if they left her alone and allowed her to poop on herself, the one who would stink would still be themselves. Su Jiao thought of a good idea. In any case, there wasn't enough food, so they wouldn't give her food or water. It wouldn't be so troublesome if she ate and drank less. As a result, elderly lady only drank 2 mouthfuls of thin soup these past few days, so she was already somewhat delirious from her illness. Your mother-in-law won't die from her illness, right? Granny Nyo was very disdainful of Wang Nei's behavior. If she didn't have a precious life, then she shouldn't pretend to be an old madam from a noble family. They came from a similar village. That day, when Granny Nyo saw Wang Shi wearing gold and silver and being raised to a healthy appearance, she felt sullen in her heart. However, after being exposed to the wind and rain for the past 3 days, Wang Shi had lost a lot of weight. She had also become much darker. She looked a bit like an old lady from the countryside. Su Jiao had sold off all the valuable items she had on her, including that leather jacket that could ward off the cold, in exchange for food. It was also because she didn't have a cotton-padded jacket to protect her from the cold that the old lady's precious body was blown away by the cold wind on the first day. How could that be? Auntie Nyo, don't worry. I'll find someone to go to the Marquis' estate and cry. Just say that the Marquis' master's mother is about to die of starvation or illness in the ruined temple. Let's see what my uncle is going to do. He still dares to not come and take me back. So. Auntie Nyo, I'll have to trouble you to lend me some food. Old woman Nyo tightly clutched the bag of grain as she looked at Su Jiao with a guarded gaze. I gave you quite a bit 2 days ago. Everyone said that they were going out to invite someone to the Marquis' estate to cry to Qian'er, but there hasn't been any news until now. I think that your uncle is most likely a black-hearted person. If he wasn't black-hearted, how could he possibly drive his mother out of the estate? Your eldest branch wouldn't have come to take you back. Auntie Nyo, that's because I entrusted the wrong person before. This time, I guarantee that I'll entrust an honest person to go to my uncle's place and cry for an entire day. Granny Nyo was skeptical. She grabbed a small pinch of millet between her fingers and reluctantly placed it into Su Jiao's open pouch. Su Jiao couldn't help but inwardly curse Granny Nyo for being stingy. She even feigned a bashful smile on her face as she took the small bag of rice and went out to take care of matters. There was a pile of snow outside, making the road difficult to walk on. Su Jiao picked from the side of the street for a long time before picking an old beggar who looked like he was about to die. She gave half of the pitiful amount of millet that Granny Nyo gave her to the old beggar. After giving him such instructions, she hid the remaining bit of millet in her pocket in case of an emergency. However, despite Su Jiao's extreme scheming, she didn't know that the old beggar couldn't even step onto Minshan Boulevard. Ever since Su Jiao's party caused a ruckus, Minshan Boulevard had been patrolled by royal guards. Idle beggars and refugees were chased away before they could even approach the various estates. Thus, while Su Jiao was dreaming of returning to the Marquis' estate to enjoy life, she didn't know that Qiao Zhongbang and company didn't know where they went at all. Arbor naturally wouldn't pay attention to Su Jiao's party anymore. To her, these people had already lost their meaning in her life, and she treated them as if they didn't exist. After finishing breakfast, the crown prince put on a thick cloak for her and held her small hand as they walked towards the garden together. After exiting the door, Arbor looked at the flying snow that filled the sky and finally felt a chill assaulting her. The crown prince's hand was warm and cozy, like a burning flame. Holding his hand was like holding a small stove, and she didn't feel cold at all. The duo slowly walked in the snow, leaving behind 2 rows of crooked footprints of different sizes, both deep and shallow. Arbor looked back, and her eyes brightened as her lips curled up. If this snow continues, it'll become a disaster. Xiaoyao held an umbrella for the duo as she followed behind them, stumbling along the way. There's no need to worry about that. 2 days ago, Sir He from the Ministry of Works already reported the disaster to His Highness the Crown Prince. All the major fortifications have already been alerted and ordered to repair the roads. Huifeng couldn't help but interject. He Qijing is someone who can do things, the Crown Prince praised. The Crown Prince praised. Holding Qiao Mu's small hand, the 2 people arrived at a slightly spacious area in the garden. Baby, here it is. Summon. The Crown Prince took 2 steps back. Xiaoyao ran over to Arbor and held an umbrella for him. Her little face was filled with excitement. Miss, don't tell me you've recruited another weakling this time. Oh right, where's that weak chicken? Arbor's mouth twitched. Coo. The weak chicken that Xiaoyao was thinking about suddenly flapped its wings and flew onto Xiaoyao's shoulder. Xiaoyao reached out and held her up. She chuckled and said, Miss, don't say that. I don't know if it's because I'm used to it, but I feel that this weak chicken is quite pleasing to the eye. Don't you think it's prettier than before? Huifeng rolled his eyes at skyward. First miss, that's because you didn't see how weak chicken smashed the Reverend Book Hall and froze Sephora Flower Palace. You won't say that if you see it. Miss, I hope you can summon a big beast this time. Arbor waved her hand at her, indicating for her to move further away. Right. She was someone who was going to summon a beast. Taking a deep breath, Arbor took out an intermediate-level blue summoning talisman inscribed with ebony. She mumbled to the blue summoning talisman for a while before a faint light suddenly appeared. Activate the talisman. A glowing blue light abruptly filled the air before their eyes. Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths in anticipation. Xiaoyao even looked around curiously, anxiously looking at where a fierce beast would suddenly emerge from in the snow. Eh? There was no reaction for a long time. There was nothing in front of her, not to mention a ferocious beast, not even a tiny sparrow could be seen flying. The garden was still full of winter-sweet blossoms and evergreen pines and cypresses, but because it was too cold, all the living creatures had shrunk back into their nests. Woo-woo. Another failure. Arbor threw the ebony talisman into the snow and stomped on it twice to vent her anger. Only then did she angrily run to the Crown Prince's side, allowing him to wrap his arms around her. Hey, miss, the patterns on this talisman have lost their color. Xiaoyao ran up and picked up the ebony talisman from the snow, shaking it. When Miss first took out the talisman, the ebony was clearly engraved with strange blue patterns. But now, the blue patterns on this piece of wood were gone, leaving only a few faint grayish-brown rune patterns. That's right. This means that the talisman was activated successfully. But nothing was summoned. Just like before, nothing could be summoned. Arbor was furious. Her small hand tugged at the crown prince's long hair that hung in front of her eyes as she angrily pouted. Let's go back, let's go back. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. Holding her small hand, he turned around and walked towards the bedchamber. Jojo, don't be anxious. Just because you can't summon it now doesn't mean you can't summon it in the future. You're still young. Summoning Blue Luan as an intermediate-level talisman master isn't in accordance with the rules in the first place. Arbor pursed her small mouth noncommittally. Caw. The weak chicken also shook its feathers, looking smug with its head held high and chest puffed out. Forget it, you can't force anything. The little fellow listlessly drooped her head. Jojo, I returned the batch of medical books last time and also brought you a few unique copies. Do you want to go back and take a look? Okay. Arbor's footsteps paused, and she looked up at him. The old royal physician is willing to give you such precious unique medical books? Of course he wasn't willing to give them. But was there any use in not giving them? Humph. Cough. The crown prince coughed lightly with a clenched fist, and Huifeng immediately said from the side, Rest assured, crown princess, His Highness the crown prince neither snatched nor stole. Those were all brought over to have a look after discussing with the old imperial physician. Besides, the crown princess flipped through the books very quickly. She would send the books back to them in no time. The old imperial physicians were very reassured and fought to send it to the crown prince consort. As if. That's good then. Xiaomu nodded. Your father has so many concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Those old grandpas are already so old. They usually have to treat the concubines in various palaces and courtyards. It's quite tiring. Don't bully them for no reason. The crown prince made a muffled sound and coughed twice. His face was serious, and it was impossible to tell that under his gentle appearance, there was a little devil's heart hidden. Sigh, Imperial Physician Chao is crying so much today, he couldn't let his darling know that he bullied an Imperial Physician. He would send something over to Imperial Physician Chao tomorrow to express his condolences. Not long after the group left, the snowy ground where Arbor was originally standing suddenly moved, and a small snow bump appeared. Darling Chao spent the day very leisurely. She read books for half a day and occasionally stared blankly at the crown prince's serious expression as he read through the memorials. It wasn't until after dinner that the crown prince silently took the cloak handed to him by a royal maid and pitifully glanced at Xiao Mu. I'm leaving, Xiao Xiao. After saying this, he shuffled away like a turtle, his back lonely and pitiful as he walked outside into the cold wind and snow. Our dear Xiao Mu calmly looked at the sky full of snow outside and suddenly said, why don't you stay here and sleep? See you tomorrow, okay? Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of Huifeng banging against the door abruptly rang out. Then, His Highness the Crown Prince kicked him out of the door, and he rolled into the snow without a sound, with his back to our dear Xiao Mu. The Crown Prince's eyes suddenly lit up like twinkling stars. Stabilizing his facial expression, the Crown Prince turned his head to look at his Xiao Xiao. His phoenix eyes were slightly watery. Xiao Xiao, really? It's snowing too heavily outside. It won't be convenient for you to walk over. Arbor's face was solemn as she walked to the Crown Prince's side and held his hand. You sleep on your own bed, I'll sleep on the couch. No need, no need. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the couch. Mo Lian hugged the little fellow and lowered her head to rub against her neck, beaming with joy as she revealed her porcelain-white teeth. After the two of them washed up, they snuggled together and whispered to each other for a while. Arbor suddenly thought of something and asked, I heard that great bandit Ding Ting Ding stole something from Consort Jing. Do you know what it is? The Crown Prince coughed awkwardly. I don't know. You definitely know. Seeing his expression, Arbor knew that he was hiding something, so she poked his waist. Hurry and tell me. You said before that you'll tell me everything you know, so you can't hide anything. What kind of hiding was this? The Crown Prince groaned inwardly. He just didn't want to mention Yung He's lousy incident. What is it? Seeing the crown prince's expression, the more secretive it was, the more curious darling Xiao became, and she couldn't help but sound a bit coquettish. Emolien's heart was about to melt from this little fellow's cuteness, but her expression was a bit awkward. She hugged the little fellow and whispered into her ear, "Ding ting ding stole Yung He's." Her voice trailed off, but darling Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. She opened her mouth and yelled, "What?" He actually stole Yung He's belly. The crown prince hastily covered her yelling mouth, silencing the little rascal's pocket from her lips. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ding ting ding is too deceitful. No wonder Yung He views him as a mortal enemy and immediately went to the second prince's estate to capture him. You don't know. The crown prince was also a bit angry at the mention of Ding ting ding, who would enter every nook and cranny. This stinking bug likes to send invitations before stealing. Xiaomu widened her pair of watery eyes, looking as if she had not heard this. What? He even sent an invitation to courtesan Jing, saying that he was going to steal her belly. Doer? Xiaomu whispered into the crown prince's ear. Ting ding ting ding ting 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 ding ting ding. Back then, his father had ordered the imperial army to guard the perimeter of Sephora Flower Palace, but even so, that person was still able to come and go as he pleased. I suspect that he either used some kind of special talisman or had some kind of amazing disguise technique, the crown prince said with a smile. From then on, Yung He hated this person to the core. He's quite interesting. Arbor nodded and expressed his opinion. Crown Prince Mo immediately turned vigilant. He cupped her small face and gazed at his darling. I'm telling you, this person is really ugly. With a green face and fangs, he didn't seem like a good person. You can't interact with him, you know? Good boy. Xiaomu rolled her eyes at him. Why should I interact with him? I don't even know him. Yes, my Jojo is the most obedient. The crown prince was very happy and rubbed his face against her soft little face. Go to sleep. Wake up early tomorrow to cultivate. You've been lazy for a few days, haven't you? Arbor puffed up her little cheeks. She had been stuck at a bottleneck for the past few days anyway, so it didn't matter if she cultivated or not. The crown prince rubbed her little face in amusement and put her on the big bed. He pulled the blanket over her and leaned over to whisper, "All right, go to sleep." Arbor closed her eyes, but couldn't help but secretly open one eye to glance at him. She thought that with another person in the room, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Who knew that she would be so careless that she fell into a deep sleep after a while? Sleeping until midnight, Arbor felt her little hand itch, as if something was rubbing against her arm. Stop fooling around. Arbor waved her hand, but that soft and cool rubbing feeling was intermittent. Her neck started to itch. Arbor forced her eyes open and squinted to take a look. At first, she only saw a faint shadow swaying slightly, but when she saw the thing in front of her clearly, she felt a chill all over her body. Instantly, clusters of small goosebumps appeared on her arms. My dear mother, anyone who opened their eyes half asleep and saw a snake as thick as a thumb beside their pillow would be so disgusted that their soul would scatter, even if this snake was white and slender, with a pure gold 5-star crown on its small round head. It looked extremely beautiful. Even her pair of watery and round amber eyes revealed an adorable and fawning look. Just this alone scared baby Xiao half to death. She screamed and jumped up on the spot. Without thinking, she pounced towards the crown prince's brocade bed and crashed into his embrace. She hooked her arms around his neck, wishing that she could shrink into his body and completely hide herself. Poor Prince Mo, he was caught off guard. He heard Jojo's cry and was about to sit up when the little fellow pounced on him. He was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by the little thing. Both of them lost their balance and rolled onto the thick plush carpet, lying on top of each other in a strange position. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard. Xiaoyao rushed into the bedroom to protect the empress and shouted, "Young miss, don't be afraid. Xiaoyao is here." Behind him, a large group of palace maids and eunuchs followed in. They all carried sticks and shovels in their hands and looked around vigilantly. Thus, he saw his own crown princess and crown prince's unique style. Their upper bodies were on the ground, but their legs were still on the brocade couch. The crown prince's arms were wrapped around the crown princess. His expression couldn't be seen as he was pinned under her. They guessed that the crown prince's mood wouldn't be too good when a group of people came in. That handsome face of his was probably completely black now. Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. She didn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran forward to help Arbor up. She had to protect her master loyally. She definitely couldn't let her master be bullied by the crown prince. Arbor was helped up with a dazed expression. He even stepped on the crown prince's foot in the process. Xiaoyao covered her face and didn't dare to look at the crown prince's expression. "Young miss, are you all right?" Xiaoyao asked in concern. "Don't be afraid. His Highness is just a little anxious. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Please forgive him." The crown prince stood up with a dumbfounded expression. He looked around and realized that the group of palace maids and eunuchs had the same thoughts as Xiaoyao. They were all secretly looking at him with strange expressions. "Your Highness, the crown princess is still young. Don't bully her," Xiaoyao whispered. These words sounded like he was in a hurry. Crown Prince Mo felt like he was at a loss for words. "Are you all blind? Can't you see that it was your crown princess who threw herself at me? All right, you can all leave." The crown prince took the little fellow's hand from Xiaoyao's and chased them out. "Can't you see that his baby's eyes are still hazy? It's obvious that she still wants to sleep. A bunch of ignorant people chattering here. It'll be dawn soon. Jojo, did you have a nightmare?" The crown prince held her little hand and carried her to the bed. "Sleep a little more. It's all right, it's just a dream." "Snake, there's a snake." Arbor hooked her arms around his neck and refused to let go. No matter what, she didn't want to sleep on the bed again. "Snake?" The crown prince hurried forward and checked the inside and outside of the bed. He didn't find anything. The Eastern Palace was cleaned every day. It was always dry and tidy. How could there be a snake? But the little fellow wouldn't speak without thinking. If she said there was a snake, she must have seen it with her own eyes. "Don't worry." Mo Lian carried the little fellow back to the bed by the window. "You sleep here first. I'll look around again." Arbor was really sleepy. She fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. It was just that he was frightened halfway through, so he couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until a pair of warm hands brushed her face that Arbor fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while half asleep, Arbor had a strange dream. In the dream, she saw the little snake slithering in the snow for a while. There was a bulging bag on its head. It looked back at her, its watery eyes full of grievances and pity. The word summon was faintly discernible under its slanted crown. "Summoned beast?" Arbor woke up with a start. Arbor's small hand slammed onto a bulging package, and he was slightly startled. Looking down, wasn't it the floral cloth package that the little snake carried on its belly in his dream? The little guy quivered and his legs trembled as he kicked the bundle off the couch. The opening of the package loosened, and something fell out of the floral cloth package. Gold, silver, jade wares, jade inkstones, incense paper, pearls, emeralds, corals, agates, ambers, ivory, and all kinds of colorful gems. My God, this seemingly unremarkable flower cloth package actually had a hidden treasure inside. Half of the treasures in the palace's treasury had been moved here. Our dear Xiaomu sat on top of a pile of jewelry that was getting taller and taller. She looked at the jadeite and jade jewelry that was still pouring out of her bag with a stupefied expression. She simply didn't know what to say. "Miss." Xiaoyao excitedly walked in. Then, her eyes widened and she hurriedly turned around to close the door. This? Miss. Where did this come from? Why did it seem like there was no end to these gold, silver, and jewelry that were still piling up endlessly? Arbor was startled awake by Xiaoyao's shout. She hurriedly stood up from the pile of jewelry and hurriedly tidied it up. With great difficulty, she stuffed these things back into that ugly floral cloth package and cleaned up the room. The master and servant looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of confusion. "Miss, this is a Cosmos treasure pouch, right? Legend has it that only divine weapon masters can make this kind of treasure pouch. Where did Miss get it?" Arbor opened her mouth. What could she say? Say that she dreamed of a white snake carrying this ugly package, but when she opened her eyes, it was right next to her. Wasn't this a fantasy? Who would believe this story? Even she herself didn't believe it. Xiaoyao. This can't be something from the great king's private storehouse, right? Arbor asked in a hushed voice. Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Master, Xiaoyao also hasn't been to the great king's private storehouse. But looking at these jewels and accessories, each one is precious and valuable. The value shouldn't be low. Then what do we do now? Arbor turned to look at her. Of course we put it away. Xiaoyao looked around furtively, then hurriedly stuffed the package into her arms. It's fine, little master. Put it in your inner world. No one will know. Even if the great king's private storehouse is stolen, no one will be able to search your inner world. Also, how do we know why this package is here? Maybe it's another scheme of that evil woman, Consort Xing. If we take it out and get caught red-handed, then wouldn't we be unable to explain ourselves? After Xiaoyao finished speaking, she pulled her little master and ran behind the heavy curtains. Hurry and put it away, little master. Consort Xing was the scapegoat again. Arbor thought about it and decided not to put it away. It was too eye-catching to leave such a big package outside. But if she put it away, her little body trembled from the depths of her heart when she thought of that white snake with a round and bald head. Thinking of that cold and soft touch from last night, her entire body felt uncomfortable. With a move of his profound sense, the cosmos treasure pouch fell into his inner world. The pouch opened and flipped over. Like golden pearls and jade pearls falling into a jade basin, a large pile of items fell behind the original mountain of treasures, forming another high slope. Arbor used his mystic sense and moved a red coral as tall as a person into the room. Master and servant sighed in amazement as they circled the coral tree. After admiring it for a long time, they finally looked at each other. Young master, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I feel that even the great king's private vault would not be able to find a more perfect red coral than this. Look at this crystal clear. Xiaoyao clicked her tongue in wonder. This is the best red coral. Arbor looked at it a few more times with emotion, and then put it away. Xiaoyao, after the small banquet that day, the queen gave me a lot of jewelry as compensation. There is a box of beaded flowers, and the style is very suitable for you young people. Why don't you share it with the palace maids? After saying that, she pulled Xiaoyao to the dressing table, took out a brocade box, and handed it to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was speechless. The crown princess was clearly younger than them, but sometimes she spoke like an elder, making people feel very uncomfortable. Also, the crown princess is the only one who dares to say something like compensation. Many thanks to young miss for the reward. Xiaoyao did not expose her and only smiled as she accepted the gift. After helping Arbor wash up and eat, Xiaoyao pulled the palace maids to the courtyard to choose and distribute the beaded flowers. For the entire afternoon, the Eastern Palace was filled with cheerful laughter, as if it was the new year ahead of time. Arbor read the medical book for the entire afternoon. When she turned around, she told the crown prince to quickly return the book. At night, the snow finally stopped. The two of them chatted until late at night. They agreed to wait for the crown prince to finish dealing with state affairs tomorrow before returning home together. Arbor threw the ugly empty cloth bag to the side and went to sleep. At night, when she was half asleep, she heard some rustling sounds. She suddenly opened a pair of cold eyes. She saw a candlestick in the corner of the sleeping chamber slightly swaying with a faint yellow halo. But, Arbor's gaze fell on the ground. That cosmos treasure pouch was gone. Xiaomu vigilantly looked back and forth, but she didn't see any trace of that white snake. Only then did she close her eyes and listen for a while more. Only when she saw that there were no more strange sounds in the bedchamber did she drift off to sleep. Xiaomu only lazily crawled out of bed when it was close to noon the next day. When her feet stepped off the bed, she kicked a round and bulging package. She was so shocked that she hurriedly retracted her legs. She lowered her head and saw that the extremely ugly floral package had returned. It can't be, right? Arbor stretched out her foot and kicked that package. That white snake couldn't have brought her something again in the middle of the night, right? She quickly got up, squatted down, opened the bag, and threw it. Waves of exotic fragrance wafted over. Looking carefully, one after another, exotic flowers and herbs rolled out of the package, their fragrance assailing her nostrils. Although the quantity was not as exaggerated as yesterday's pile of jewelry, the quality was eye-opening. These were all Precious herbs, ah. Arbor's interest was piqued. She squatted on the ground and flipped through this and that, clicking her tongue in wonder. When Xiaoyao came in, she saw her little master squatting in front of a pile of flowers and herbs. Her fingers were quickly flipping through them, and the corners of her mouth were actually holding a long-lost smile. "Miss, it's time to eat." Xiaoyao called out twice. Seeing that she did not respond, she could not help but curiously run over to take a look. "Miss, why is this Cosmos treasure pouch stuffed with so many herbs again? If I say that it's a gift from a white snake, you definitely won't believe me." The little fellow pursed her lips. This time, without any consideration, she directly let Little Tree keep all these herbs. There were also many medicinal seeds mixed in, and she instructed Little Tree to plant them all. Previously, she was still worried that there were not many medicinal ingredients in Paradise Planet that she could take out. Now, it was all good. She had a lot of medicinal ingredients. Just now, she saw that there were 2 or 3 herbs that could be refined into level 11 Mystic Breakthrough pills. She planned to refine a few to comfort herself. The only thing he lacked was a suitable medicinal cauldron. That day at the Elixir Appreciation Conference in front of the Wuruan Elixir store, he had been too busy to attend. It should have already ended by now. He had really missed the opportunity to find a good medicinal cauldron. She sighed as she arranged the flowers and plants. After having a simple meal, she wandered back and forth in the bedroom, asking Xiaoyao from time to time, "When will Mo Lian come back?" Xiaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled. "The Crown Prince should be back soon. His Highness agreed to return to the Marquise estate with you, so naturally he won't go back on his word." Arbor nodded and asked someone to bring a pen and paper over. He spread out a piece of white paper and started writing on it. A quarter of an hour later, when Mo Lian walked into the bedchamber, he saw his little one holding a brush and standing in front of the table in deep thought, her eyes fixed on the paper on the table. He walked over to take a look and saw 3 lines of delicate handwriting written from right to left. "Jiang Shubi's shadow like a startled swan hen Chongkong how can compare to falling moon." Mo Lian stooped down and moved his head closer to look at those 3 lines of characters. Suddenly, he picked up the brush and circled 3, 3, 3, a total of 9 characters on the paper. "Hen Jiang can long sparse forest shadow moon temple. Isn't that near Bailon fortifications?" Arbor jumped up, almost knocking into his chin. He abruptly turned around and hugged him, exclaiming, "Mo Lian. You're so awesome." "What?" Mo Lian was baffled. Prince Mo lowered his head and glanced at the little fellow. What was so amazing about this? In order to choose a suitable city to build fortifications of various sizes, Prince Mo knew all the remote corners of the entire country like the back of his hand. Arbor put down the pen, folded the paper neatly, and stuffed it into her pocket. Only then did she raise her head to look at him. "Do you know what Startled Swan is?" "This Startled Swan is the key to opening a secret inheritance realm. And this Startled Swan should be at the place you mentioned just now." The 3 sentences she had written on the paper just now were the message the mysterious woman had left for her in the Jade Sound Transmission Talisman she had used talisman energy to open earlier. The message said, she was able to obtain this jade talisman because she was fated with it. As for whether she was fated with Startled Swan or even the secret inheritance realm, that was unknown. "Startled Swan?" Mo Lian murmured, "Could it be that Startled Swan dagger?" "You know?" Arbor's eyes lit up, becoming more and more curious. About 10 years ago, a group of relatively powerful Great Spirit Masters from Shuntian Prefecture came down and pursued a woman with all their might. Mo Lian searched through some damaged ancient records in her mind. It said that the woman's cultivation was especially strong. I reckon that she might have already broken through to the Great Spirit Master realm. However, in our place, her cultivation would be unlimitedly suppressed to the profound realm. Then those people from Shuntian Prefecture wouldn't be suppressed? Little Jojo pursed her lips, and for some reason, her heart was filled with a thick sense of anger. Now that she heard the words Shuntian Prefecture, she had the urge to tear them apart with her own hands. They would. Mo Lian's voice paused slightly. However, according to the remnant records, a portion of the people from Shuntian Prefecture should have used some kind of secret technique, causing their realms to only be suppressed to the beginning stages of the spirit realm, which is about the same as a 4th-level spirit master. Xianxia Prefecture and that female senior had a huge battle in the Western Territories. According to many records, the reason why the Western wilderness is so desolate, where not even a blade of grass can grow, is because that battle back then was extremely tragic. Tens of thousands of people besieged that female senior. Arbor's blood boiled when he heard this. Tens of thousands of people. That mysterious woman had single-handedly turned the situation around. How arrogant and conceited was that? Praise also appeared in Mo Lian's eyes. That senior is very formidable. She withstood the attacks of 10,000 people with her suppressed level 15 Great Mystic Cultivation. It was said that the startling swan dagger had once soared into the sky and burrowed into the earth, setting a record of 3,000 kills. No spiritual tool or divine tool could compare to this record. Arbor felt as if she was listening to a fairy tale. Her face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Mo Lian saw how cute she was and couldn't help but pinch her cheek slightly. She smiled and said, in addition, Senior also has a super strong beast. It had a robust body and the strength to move mountains and rivers. It was shaped like a giant rat and had 13 giant tails, each of which had the ability to split a mountain peak. People call it the White Emperor Holy Beast. One woman and one beast fought alone, and in the end, they actually killed more than 9,000 people from Xianxia Prefecture. Arbor let out a long exclamation. Senior escaped in the end, and after that, her whereabouts were unknown. Mo Lian reached out to pick up the little fellow. Alright, now that you've finished listening to the story, tell me about those 3 lines you wrote just now. It should have been left behind by that senior. Arbor told Mo Lian everything about the jade listening talisman. Mo Lian's eyes couldn't help but light up. But why would the startling swan dagger be kept in Shadow Moon Temple? Today's end. Arbor shook her head. I don't know. I'm afraid that we will only know when we go. It just so happens that Bailon's soil has grown a batch of edible things. I was just considering going to take a look. The Crown Prince smiled. When the snow melts, let's go together. Arbor thought of the flourishing fruits and vegetables growing on Paradise Planet, but after some consideration, she didn't say anything. Although Paradise Planet was large, the food there wasn't enough to provide for all of Northern Mo. It was right for the Crown Prince to place so much importance on the food that Bailon had grown. After all, they had to tackle the root of the problem to solve the people's livelihood. However, if they transplanted the plants on Paradise Planet, she didn't know if there would be any special growth effects. She could give this a try. While Arbor was pondering, she felt a cool breeze hit her in the face. The Crown Prince had already wrapped a cloak around her and carried her out the door. The carriage stopped at the door, and the two felt warm and cozy as soon as they boarded it. A small stove had already been set up in the carriage, and 2 cups of hot tea were emitting white steam. Mo Lian reached out to remove the cloak for her, revealing her tender face. He smiled and rubbed his head against her forehead. Jojo, you can't come back with me when we go back today. You have to let me hug you for a while longer. They were just about to separate, but she was already thinking about it. What should she do? It seemed that she could only urge the Ministry of Rites to quickly put the wedding ceremony on the schedule and hurry up with the purchasing process. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She didn't believe that this person would obediently stay in the Eastern Palace and not come to find her. This is for you. When Mo Lian stretched out his hand, he saw a short and small ruler that was flowing with an inky light lying quietly in his palm. Arbor's brows twitched, and she looked up at him. It could change the size of a weapon at will. This should be a spirit artifact. This spirit artifact doesn't need to be sealed anymore. It will automatically adjust to the range of power suitable for you according to your actual cultivation. It will be easier to use. Mo Lian hugged her and lowered his head to look at her with a smile. Do you like it? Arbor nodded heavily. He happily took the ruler and stroked it gently with his small hand. He could instantly feel the ruler's excitement. Her little Mo was back. It was no longer lifeless and broken. It had repaired Mo Lian. Arbor was so happy that he almost wanted to spin in circles, but his little hands and feet were trapped in someone's arms, and he couldn't move. Give it a try? Arbor nodded and channeled a trace of Xian energy into it. Immediately, an ink light flowed and it was full of vigor. The ruler turned into a normal ruler and was held in Arbor's hand. Emolian, thank. Before Arbor could finish his sentence, Emolian pressed a finger to his lips. What an idiot. You're not allowed to thank me. You're a spirit tool master. Arbor's eyes lit up as he looked at the man in front of him. Emolian tilted his head in slight distress. Perhaps. I'm just following the inheritance in my head. I'm actually not very clear about what level of weapon master I am. But currently, I can only forge a level 15 spirit artifact at most. But this ruler of yours, I used a kind of top-grade material that can grow. In the future, when your cultivation increases, you can forge it again. Arbor's eyes lit up. He tugged at his sleeve and asked, then what about Debeo? Emolian waved his hand and a small person jumped up in the air, happily pouncing towards Arbor. Little Masta. Debeo missed you so much. Little Masta, you're getting more and more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Arbor laughed from the bottom of her heart. This joker was as talkative as always. Although she disliked it in the beginning, she really couldn't get used to it without that chatter. Humans were truly frightening. As she got used to it, she naturally got used to it. You're happy now. I still haven't taken out the good thing that you wanted custom made for you. Emolian smiled as she took out a palm-sized wooden club. It was covered in a layer of densely packed and frightening barbs, and it was also coated with a layer of golden fluid that emitted a dazzling golden luster. Arbor thought that it was simply amazing. This golden club really looked small, exquisite, and beautiful. Taking the club that the Crown Prince handed over, Arbor turned it over and over, unable to take her eyes off it. She almost couldn't bear to part with it. Momo, this is your good partner, Jean, the little fellow muttered to herself, which amused the Crown Prince. Arbor swung her small hand slightly, and the club in her palm suddenly grew longer and fatter. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a household club. In reality, this club could be a bit longer, but the space here was rather cramped, so Arbor dropped the idea. She excitedly lifted a corner of the curtain and secretly channeled mystic energy. The club emitted a faint golden glow that drilled out of the window. After a loud boom, a pile of snow nearby instantly exploded into pieces, and snowflakes silently flew everywhere. Arbor only used a wisp of mystic energy, and the club already had such power. This made her even more delighted. Emolian couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and she reached out to pinch the little fellow's cheek. Jojo is truly amazing. You made a spirit tool acknowledge you as its master so easily. If it was a normal person, just the process of taming a spirit tool would probably take more than 3 days and 2 nights. Spirit tools couldn't be compared to mystic tools. They all had spirituality, and they could only be tamed and used by people above the level of spiritual cultivator. A level 11 mystic cultivator effortlessly tamed a level 15 spirit tool that could grow. No one would dare to believe this if they heard about it. There's still a portion of this top-grade material left. I reckon it should be enough to upgrade your defensive artifact. Give me the defensive equipment first and stay at home obediently for the next 2 days. I'll send it to you once I'm done forging it. See, wasn't this an opportunity to openly send himself to his Jojo's doorstep? Arbor silently took off the ring on his finger and gave it to him. Well, can you change the design? Changing it to this eggshell? Something like a defensive barrier will do. Emolian shook her head vigorously. I can only change it to the shape of a flower. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was fooling him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, then forget it. I'll stick with the eggshell. If he really changed it into a flower and wrapped himself in it, then wouldn't he make people laugh to death when he went up to fight? Okay. Emolian agreed with a smile. Just as he put away Jojo's ring, the carriage suddenly jolted and stopped. There was a small commotion outside. It's not impossible? You? Swoosh. The carriage curtain lifted, and a tall figure abruptly jumped into the carriage. Jojo. Duan Yu. Arbor's mouth gaped as he looked at the youth pouncing toward him. However, the Crown Prince nimbly kicked over and hooked his Jojo into his arms while he was at it. Duan Yu didn't pounce on his Jojo and was almost kicked off the carriage by Emolian. His peerlessly handsome face instantly darkened. Jojo. Duan Yu bitterly gazed at Arbor, who was in Mo Lian's embrace. His peach blossom eyes rolled up and down as he battled with Mo Lian. Hurry and let go of Jojo, you shameless guy. Jerk. He was so miserable. Ever since they parted ways at the Qin estate, he hadn't seen his Jojo again. The most bizarre thing was that a few days ago, he actually heard rumors in the capital that the great king had betrothed the crown prince to the Qiao family's eldest miss. What betrothal? He wouldn't acknowledge it. Did this great king's brain go haywire? For some reason, he blindly betrothed his Jojo to that wretched crown prince. If it weren't for the Duan clan's trivial matters pestering him these past few days, he would have long snuck into the palace and met with his Jojo. Woo-woo. Mo Lian vigilantly glanced at him. What did you come here for? Hurry and get out of the carriage. Jojo, the great king is fooling around and betrothing you to Prince Mo. If you don't like it, you can resist. Duan Yu incited from the side, causing Mo Lian's gaze to darken. It's not that I don't like it, Arbor honestly replied. Prince Mo's originally dark clouds instantly turned sunny. He looked down at his darling with a grin and then disdainfully glanced at Duan Yu. Did you hear that? Humph. Hurry and get out of the carriage. Don't keep saying strange things and inciting my wife. Hurry and scram. Duan Yu looked like he was struck by lightning. He sized up Arbor from head to toe and suddenly wanted to pounce on her again. Jojo, listen to me, you're still young. Don't fall for it. We're not in a hurry to get married. Hurry and come over, I'll take you away. Prince Mo directly struck out with his palm. Run my ass. Go and squat down where it's cool. With a flick of his sleeve, Duan Yu dodged Mo Lian's palm strike. The car window trembled, and the carved wooden window frame nearly cracked. What are you doing? Duan Yu glared angrily at Mo Lian. You want to fight, right? Mo Lian gave him a look that said, I'm afraid of you. Arbor suddenly reached out and patted Duan Yu's dog head as he exasperatedly said, you two should stop. How old are you already? You're even more noisy than Xiao Senior Duan Yu. Mo Lian. Ha ha ha. Look at her Jojo's small hands. It was as if she was stroking a puppy and smoothing its fur. Duan Yu blinked and suddenly pulled Arbor's petite hand over. Mo Lian's handsome face darkened, but it was too late for her to snatch it back. Jojo, tell me. What did Mo Lian say to you? Why did you run into the palace when you were clearly at the Qin estate? That night, he even snuck into the Qin estate to find her, but it was all for naught. Arbor was an honest child, so he replied, I don't know either. I was in the Eastern Palace when I opened my eyes. Mo Lian carried me back. That scoundrel actually made the first move and gained the upper hand. Duan Yu gritted his teeth as he angrily glared at the crown prince. The crown prince raised his brows at him with an expression that said, sorry, Jojo is my wife, so scram to the side. Jojo, do you know how the Qin estate is doing right now? Didn't pay attention. Arbor spoke the truth. She wasn't familiar with the Qin estate either. At most, she was closer to Xianxia. Logically speaking, the Qin estate should be sealed off after a level 4 zombie appeared. Xianxia had never come into contact with a level 4 zombie before, so she would naturally be released once the time was up and it was safe. She was merely a maidservant and wouldn't be an eyesore, so she would definitely be fine. As for eldest Qin and Omega Kotoku, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. She wouldn't finish until 10:30 p.m., right? I'm telling you, the Qin estate is miserable. They've been completely surrounded by Mo Lian's troops. Not even a fly can fly out. Duan Yu slandered Crown Prince Mo to his face, speaking ill of him with all his might. Mo Lian merely harumphed and raised a brow, ignoring him. However, Arbor said, logically speaking, that should be the case. A level 4 zombie appeared in their estate. Although it didn't injure anyone on the spot, who knows if it had come into contact with anyone else in the inner court before. It should be observed for 5 to 6 days and unsealed only after there are no issues, the little fellow said indifferently. Her heart had always been as hard as steel when it came to zombies, so she should treat them more heartlessly than anyone else. Duan Yu pursed his lips. It's already past the deadline, but Mo Lian doesn't have the slightest intention of letting them out. Ask him if you don't believe me. Arbor turned to look at Mo Lian, and the latter looked back innocently. I was just too busy and forgot about the Qin estate's matter. Don't worry, I just need to instruct them. As if he didn't want those two annoying young masters of the Qin estate to come out. Who knew if they would come looking for his darling? He forgot. Arbor then looked at Duan Yu with complete trust. The crown prince was busy with state affairs, so how could he have so much free time to pay attention to the Qin estate's trivial matters? If he forgot, then so be it. In any case, she didn't like the Qin estate very much. Duan Yu secretly twitched his mouth as he cursed Mo Lian's craftiness in his mind. What kind of tricks did this guy use to coax the little fellow? She even trusted him so much. It was simply infuriating to death. Jojo, you definitely don't know what the Great King's betrothal means. Since this path didn't work, Duan Yu quickly changed to another path and earnestly admonished Arbor, Jojo, you're young and naive, stupid. Some people are crafty and astute, and you're completely not their match. Every step he takes has his own profound meaning. First, it would silently appear by your side all the time. Then, it would slowly infiltrate your life and infiltrate your family. This was clearly despicable. Then, he would pull all your family members to his side and slowly lure you to his side step by step. This was Prince Mo's strategy of slowly infiltrating the empire. He was so stupid. With such a good plan, he should have made the first move to gain the upper hand. Why did the crown prince succeed? For example, this betrothal. Didn't you say that you don't even have any friends? Why did you suddenly agree to this betrothal? Duan Yu glanced at Arbor aggrievedly. Every time he said, let's be friends, she would yell, I don't have any friends. Then, Prince Mo would take advantage of this opportunity to sneak her into the enemy's camp. Into Jojo's heart. Darling Xiao nodded sincerely. Before Mo Lian could cover her mouth, she heard her reply crisply, that's right. Mo Lian also told me that since I said that we don't have any friends, then we won't be friends anymore. We might as well be husband and wife. Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment. Was this okay? Mo Lian couldn't resist facepalming. Oh my, why was his darling speaking so honestly? Darling, the private words between us husband and wife can only be spoken between us in the future. You mustn't tell anyone else. Mo Lian quickly pulled the little fellow closer to her and glared at Duan Yu. Let go. Not only did Duan Yu not let go, he even grabbed Arbor's hand and abruptly lowered his head. He held her hand with both hands and sobbed bitterly. Jojo, how could you be so deceptive? You should have said earlier that you weren't going to be friends and be husband and wife instead. Let go. Mo Lian forcefully slapped Duan Yu's arm twice. Arbor hastily said, don't hit him, he's already crying. He looks quite miserable and pitiful. Mo Lian, as she spoke, Arbor reached out to stroke Duan Yu's head again. Alright, don't cry anymore. I know, it was my fault for pretending not to know you that day. But how would I know that you guys are so crazy that you recognized me with a single glance? I originally wanted to hide in the Qin estate for a few days. When Arbor thought of this, she couldn't help but ask, Duan Yu, Mo Lian said that you blindly recognized me after my disguise. How did you guess? Mo Lian. His wife was too simple-minded and could say anything. What should he do? So anxious, Duan Yu was even more dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he was talking to his Jojo in a different world? Was he crying bitterly because of the Qin estate's matter? That wasn't the case at all, alright. He was crying because Jojo was deceptive and didn't tell him earlier that he had a wife if he didn't have friends, alright? However, he still quickly retorted, of course not, don't listen to Mo Lian's nonsense. How could I have guessed right? I recognized you with a single glance purely based on intuition. My Jojo is so fair, adorable, and intelligent. No matter what you turn into, I can recognize you with a single glance. It's really Jojo. Get out of my way. Go. Mo Lian grumpily grabbed Arbor's hand and pulled her into his embrace. He patted her back while he was at it. Don't believe him, Jojo. He's pretending to be obedient in front of you right now. He definitely guessed it. Absolutely. You're the one who's pretending to be obedient, your whole family is pretending to be obedient. If you didn't use such a shameless method to trick Jojo into leaving, who knows who would be smiling proudly right now, Emolienne snorted as she glared at Duan Yu from the corner of her eyes. Who was he blaming for his own stupidity? The two of them communicated silently. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. After a fierce battle, Arbor's face was filled with confusion. The friendship between men was really strange and complicated. In one moment, they were as close as real brothers. That day in the Qin estate, the two of them had joined forces to force her out of the Qin estate, and at the same time, they had confronted the young masters of the Qin estate. Now, the two of them were biting each other like dogs. He knew that this fellow was up to no good. Sure enough, he had made a prompt decision to take his wife home and raise her. That was completely correct. Emolienne thought to himself and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He really had to be fast and accurate. Otherwise, if his wife was kidnapped, who would he cry to? You're done talking. You can scram now. Emolienne impatiently said, we still have matters to attend to, so we won't see you out. Duan Yu quickly said, Jojo, aren't you going home? I'll go back with you. I haven't seen Uncle and Auntie in a long time, and I really miss them. Emolienne immediately glared daggers at him, stabbing him to death. His lips curled up as he remarked dryly, Father and Mother's health is quite good, so there's no need for you to worry. It's late today, so you should hurry and leave. Duan Yu rolled his eyes and pretended not to see. He pitifully looked at Arbor. Jojo, I've been hungry for 2 days. Didn't you return to the Duan estate? Arbor asked curiously. She didn't expect that the concealed weapons patrician family, the Duan estate in the capital, would also have such a bizarre background. Duan Yu pursed his lips in disdain. I don't want to go back. That old man is forcing me to go back. As soon as he stepped into that house, there would be endless disputes. It was so annoying that he was annoyed to death. Some trivial matters, big or small, always got in his way, making it impossible for him to have a pleasant conversation with Jojo. Jojo, where did you run off to these 2 years? Do you know that I was about to court death? I'm sorry, I made you worry. Duan Yu's eyes brightened, and he started rambling non-stop, completely ignoring the daggers that Prince Emo shot at him from time to time. Afterwards, Duan Yu was annoyed by Emolienne's daggers, so he directly shot him a look. Don't think that you'll succeed just because you made the first move. I'm telling you, you two haven't gotten married yet, so who knows if there will be any variables. Moreover, after getting married, many people can still divorce. Prince Emo instantly exploded. He grabbed Duan Yu's collar and broke out of the window, directly beating him up. Arbor was baffled as he watched the two exchange murderous glances. Afterwards, they both jumped out of the carriage and actually started fighting halfway. With their cultivation, it was a lively fight. White snow fluttered and withered leaves covered the ground. The two's mystic energy swept across, causing all the people and animals within a radius of 5 kilometers to flee. The carriage driver stopped the carriage in a daze and turned to look at Arbor. He stammered, Your Crown Princess, His Highness is. Arbor rolled his eyes. Ignore them, the two brothers are acting crazy. Drive me to Wangji's sesame cake shop first. I'll bring a sesame cake back for my sister. Yes, Crown Princess. The carriage driver quickly drove the carriage to Wangji's sesame cake shop. Behind them, Xiaoyao's carriage also stopped. When she saw the Crown Princess's carriage moving again, she also followed. This Wangji sesame cake shop sold at most 3 sesame cakes every day. Customers usually exchanged silk cloth or other food with the shop owner. Just like that, no one bought it. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat it, but that they didn't have anything valuable to exchange with others. This Wang Ji must have stockpiled a lot of wheat, so it wasn't much of a problem to make 3 sesame seed cakes a day. Who told them to only have sesame seed cakes at home? Of course, they had to use the sesame seed cakes to exchange for other things. Otherwise, they would be sick of eating sesame seed cakes every day. However, it had been more than half a month since anyone had come to buy sesame seed cakes or barter with him. Shopkeeper Wang was almost worried to death. His little grandson kept saying that he wanted to eat. It would be even better if there were some fresh vegetables. Sigh, he was always eating sesame seed cakes, dough balls, and the like. Without fresh vegetables and fruits in his stomach, his little grandson's bowel movements were somewhat obstructed. However, in this day and age, having something to eat was better than nothing, so there was nothing to be picky about. At this moment, he saw a little girl with a very beautiful face and wearing an expensive ferret fur cloak walk up to him. He hurriedly put on a smile and asked, "Little girl, do you want to buy sesame seed cakes?" "Yes. I want to buy 20 sesame seed cakes, freshly made. Do you have any hot ones?" "Yes, yes, yes." The old man hurriedly nodded like he was pounding garlic. Then, he looked at Arbor somewhat shyly and rubbed his hands. Just, miss, I want to exchange them for some fresh vegetables and fruits, and also rice." It seemed that his request was a bit high, so the old man was somewhat embarrassed. Arbor flipped her small hand and threw half a bucket of white rice to him. Then, she asked Little Tree to bring her 2 big cabbages, some bean sprouts, a bunch of grapes, and 4 honey peaches from Paradise Planet. She threw them all to the old man. "Is this okay?" She was just sitting at home, and a nouveau riche came knocking on her door. The old man hugged a large pile of vegetables, fruits, and rice and almost cried out. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Today ended. "Miss, you have so many things that you can exchange for 30 sesame seed cakes. I'll make 30 for you." The old man was also an honest person, so he quickly beamed with joy when he saw this. Arbor shook his head. 20 will do. You can keep the rest and slowly eat them." The old man quickly thanked him profusely and used all his effort to make 20 hot sesame seed cakes. He carefully wrapped them in oil paper and handed them to the little girl. "Many thanks." Arbor accepted them and directly stored them in his inner world. He nodded and turned to walk towards the carriage. As soon as she lifted the curtain, the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched. She saw 2 men sitting across from each other, each holding a teacup. Their fingers were long and slender, and their eyes were slightly lowered. A picture of quiet and handsome men flowed before her eyes. The 2 of them were sipping tea, and the tea mist lingered before their eyes. It was quite beautiful, like jade, as if they had completely lost the appearance of having just fought a fierce battle. The little fellow sighed and climbed into the carriage, resigned to her fate, and sat in the innermost seat. "Not fighting anymore?" "We were just comparing notes," Mo Lian replied dryly. When you disappeared for more than 2 years, we also frequently compared notes." Arbor, all right, the world of boys was truly quite difficult to understand. "Jojo, tonight is the last day of Wuruan Pill House's auction, and they will continue to auction that rare 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. How about we also go take a look?" Duan Yu suggested with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just buy the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron for Jojo." Mo Lian harumphed. Duan Yu glanced at him and gloated, "You're uncultured." "Huh? Do you think you can buy something like that so easily?" "The seller said that if you want the cauldron, you can only exchange it with a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill. Moreover, the person wants a high-grade pill, so it must naturally have purple veins, understand?" Arbor didn't notice Duan Yu's smug tone and asked in astonishment, "Logically speaking, Wuruan Pill House's auction should have ended 2 days ago, right?" "It's precisely because of the appearance of this 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron." Duan Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. The 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron attracted the attention of all the pill alchemists in the nearby towns. The alchemists really wanted to obtain this medicinal cauldron. It was just a pity that the other party had set specific conditions for the exchange. It is said that this matter has alarmed the Alchemy Alliance, and it has been delayed for 2 or 3 days to wait for the Alliance Master of the Alchemy Alliance to come and bid for the medicinal cauldron. Arbor blinked. Is the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron really that good? Even the Alchemy Guild is here? Of course. It is said that it is the treasured cauldron that all alchemists dream of. You only need a level 11 mystic breaking pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill with purple veins in exchange for that cauldron? Arbor's eyes sparkled as he asked. Yes, that's what the seller of the medicinal cauldron said. This matter has already spread through the streets and alleys, Duan Yu said with a grin. How is it? Shall we go and take a look tonight? Arbor nodded. I'll go and exchange with him. Duan Yu exclaimed with a chuckle, Jojo's current pill refining standards are so superb. It's alright. Arbor nodded. It shouldn't be a problem to concoct pills with purple veins. However, she was a bit impatient because she didn't have a suitable medicinal cauldron, and it took a long time to concoct. Can we make it in time? Tonight is the last day, Duan Yu casually asked as he leisurely took a sip from his teacup. We can make it in time, right? We should be able to finish it in a little over 2 hours. It's just that it takes too long, so it's a bit annoying. The little fellow looked bored, and as a result, Duan Yu nearly choked to death on his tea. You only need more than 2 hours to concoct a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill? Why did he keep hearing people excitedly talk about how some master spent 3 days and 2 nights painstakingly concocting a level 10 or level 11 mystic breakthrough pill, only to have it snatched up at a high price in a matter of minutes when it was put up for auction? Arbor rolled her eyes at him. It takes more than 2 hours to concoct a level 11 mystic breakthrough pill. Do you want to tire me to death? What I'm saying is that it might take more than 2 hours to concoct a mystic breakthrough pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill together. Mo Lian twitched her mouth and looked askance at Duan Yu's gaping mouth in shock. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. You haven't seen the world yet. Do you think other people can compare to my wife's pill concoction talent? Mo Lian harumphed and rebuked Duan Yu. Duan Yu speechlessly rubbed his nose and looked out the window. The carriage had already stopped. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife, who had heard the news, quickly came out to greet them. Just as they were about to salute, Mo Lian waved her hand and went up to support them, pulling them into the house. Sister! Xiao Lin bounced out. Judging from her rosy cheeks, it was evident that the night raid 2 days ago didn't cause her much trouble. Arbor pursed her lips and reached out to hold her sister's small hand. As the group walked inside, Wei Ziqing cheerfully said, Xiao Yu, you haven't come in a long time. Yes, Auntie. I'll come every 2 or 3 days in the future. Don't find me annoying. How could I, child? Wei Ziqing shook her head with a smile. You're Jojo's good friend. Auntie doesn't mind you coming to eat every day. Arbor glanced askance at Duan Yu and harumphed. This time, she didn't rebuke a certain person in front of her mother by saying no friends. Sister. A vigorous youth's voice cut in. Arbor looked up and saw a burly young man with thick brows and big eyes running down the corridor. He ran straight to her and looked at her with a hearty laugh. Brother who? Arbor's eyebrows curved slightly as he ran forward to greet his brother. Little sister, big brother really regrets what happened last time. Of all times to go into seclusion, I just had to go into seclusion when you came back. Xiao Hu scratched his head and said. What's there to regret? Didn't I come back? Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Hu smiled honestly. You won't be leaving this time, right? Arbor nodded. She's living at home. Great. Jolin cheered and pulled Arbor's hand. Sister, did you buy me a sesame seed cake? Wei Ziqing turned her head and glared at him. You're only thinking about that little bit of food. It's as if you're missing out on something. Uncle Wang's sesame seed cakes are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They're delicious. Xiao Lin pouted and looked at her sister eagerly. Arbor reached out and flicked her forehead. Then, with a swipe of his hand, he took out a stack of sesame seed cakes from his inner world. Take this and stuff your mouth. Jolin cheered and took it, grinning from ear to ear. A few sesame seed cakes were enough to make her happy. Arbor helplessly shook her head and followed the group of people chatting and laughing into the hall. After chatting for a while, Arbor was still thinking about the pills, so she planned to return to her room first. When Wei Ziqing heard this, she quickly wanted to take her daughter with her, leaving Qiao Zhongbang and second Uncle Qiao to take care of Mo Lian and Duan Yu. Jolin quickly followed them and chattered the entire way about the attack that night. As they chatted, the topic shifted to Miss Wu. Arbor frowned. Linner, you said that Miss Wu originally wanted you guys to send her off? That's right, it's that Wu Xiaosu, the eldest daughter of the Wu family. Mother's heart was about to soften, but I saw that she was faking it, so I didn't let her come up. Otherwise, if something happened to her in our carriage, the Wu family might come after us to settle accounts. Xiao Linner proudly raised her little head. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and poked her daughter's head. You're the only one who likes to pretend to be obedient in front of your eldest sister. You're making mother sound worthless. Xiao Lin stuck out her tongue with a playful and adorable expression. Arbor looked at her little sister's lively and cheerful appearance, and her heart was filled with emotion. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she nodded. Xiao Liner is quite quick-witted. Alright, you don't have to praise her anymore. If you keep praising your little sister, her tail will fly to the sky. Wei Ziqing shook her head with a smile. She held her daughter's hand, feeling full of happiness. The three of them entered Nanju Garden. The emerald green bamboo that greeted them caused Arbor's expression to become slightly dazed. At this time, the snow hadn't completely melted, and the emerald green and white blended together to form a scene. It reminded her of a benevolent old lady who always liked to wave her large cattail leaf fan and set up a small table in the bamboo forest to listen to the wind and the bamboo while admiring the snow. She couldn't go back. Jojo, what's wrong? Wei Ziqing looked at her child in confusion. Arbor blinked and gently shook her head. It's nothing, mother. I like it here a lot. It's good that you like it, it's good that you like it. Wei Ziqing nodded happily. Go in and take a look. Mother has already prepared for you to come home to live. The mattress and everything else is new. See if you need anything, then tell mother. Mother, you always give elder sister the best. Compared to this, I don't even look like your biological daughter. Xiao Lin pouted and teased. Wei Ziqing's hand paused, then she raised it to pat her younger daughter's back. What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother doesn't worry enough about you. Hee hee. Jolin covered her mouth and laughed. She flashed behind her sister and pulled Arbor's sleeve. Sister, when you weren't home, mother would hit me for no reason and always said that I was a naughty monkey. Now that you're back, you have to uphold justice for me. We sisters must be of one mind. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but sneer. Let me tell you, your sister is the most principled. Don't expect her to stand on your side if you do something wrong. Xiao Lin pursed her lips as the three of them walked into the exquisitely decorated room. Using a double-sided peony embroidered screen to separate the room, the outside was arranged into a small cubicle for drinking tea and entertaining close friends, while the inside was a spacious bedroom. Xiaomu was satisfied with everything she needed after sweeping her eyes over it, so she didn't need to add anything else. She was originally a person who did not have high requirements. As long as it was comfortable, it was fine. As for the furnishings and whatnot, it did not matter. Now that father had been promoted to a marquis, mother had started to be particular. Otherwise, if it was in the village in the past, a big Kong bed was enough as long as it was warm enough to lie down. Sister, you're really not a particular person. Xiao Liner saw her sister's gaze, which seemed to be indifferent to worldly things, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Go away, you have no sense of seniority. How can you casually make fun of your sister? Wei Ziqing patted her younger daughter. Arbor couldn't help but shake her head. Protecting her younger sister, she said, Mother is fine. We're in our own home, so we can be casual. That's right. Xiao Lin tilted her head and naturally shrank behind Arbor. I'll add more chapters today. Go home first. Don't hide. Throw your tickets over, ow. End of chapter 646. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.